The Sermon on the Mount is a recipe. Across the mountains and the sea, Kunpeng stews with the phoenix, and Zhugang shares a pot with the basilisk turtle. In the demon ruins, the great demons all over the place were dangerous in the eyes of others, but in Zhang Chu's eyes, they were gourmet food. Eat a mouthful of demon meat and your strength doubles. Drink a mouthful of demon blood and your realm soars. Since then, Zhang Chu had gone further and further on this cultivation path of eating demons to become stronger. Chapter 1. Demon ruins have a big taboo. There's a big taboo in the demon market. Don't leave the village in the dark. The sun is setting in the west, and the remaining embers of the setting sun are half red. The entire demon ruins were shrouded in deathly tranquility, as if there was some sort of great terror that was brewing. At the entrance of the village, Zhang Chu led a group of children, large and small, to look nervously into the distance. How come the hunting team hasn't returned yet? It's going to be dark soon. Zhang Chu was worried in his heart, looking from time to time at the simple hourglass not far away. 8-year-old Tiger stood on a large rock, looking into the distance. He is the largest of the group of children. Tiger head and brain, a tendon meat as if a calf. Suddenly, Tiger cried out in surprise. Sir, I saw it. Uncle Changshan came back with a hunting party, and they hunted a huge wild boar. Tiger spread his arms wide with force and gesticulated. So big. A boar bigger than a small mountain. Zhang Chu was slightly relieved, his expression stretching as he secretly said, Bait. It worked. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu and the children saw, in the distance, the carcass of a wild boar, larger than an elephant, being pulled by 30 or so strong youths with oxband ropes, rapidly approaching. The children burst into happy cheers. Oh, Uncle Aoyama is back with the hunting party. A boar this big can eat for a whole year. There were small children clapping their hands, their looks full of admiration. Uncle Aoyama and the others are too powerful. Tong Qingshan, the captain of the hunting team of Zaoyi village. He is a long, strong and robust figure, and he is an outstanding marksman, and he is the idol of many children. At this moment, Zhang Chu glanced at the hourglass, followed by shouting towards the distance. Qingshan, quick, it's going to be too late. Today's night, it's coming early. When those green and strong men heard Zhang Chu's words, they all changed their complexion and immediately accelerated their pace. Darting up, the huge boar carcass was dragged wildly by the hunting party, shaking even the earth. Suddenly, the sun set completely. It was as if a certain string had been tautly snapped between the serene heaven and earth, and a terrifying aura descended steeply. Darkness, as if a terrible torrent, flooded in from the west, swallowing up mountains and rivers along the way, chasing the hunting party and encroaching toward the small mountain village. And at the same time, in the center of the date leaf village, an ancient date palm tree emitted a hazy light. The light patterns intertwined into a faint golden curtain of light, completely enveloping the small village, making it quiet and peaceful. Hurry! Zhang Chu shouted desperately. Once overwhelmed by the rolling torrent of darkness, the hunting party of Date Leaf Village would be finished. The children also lost their voices nervously, expressions of terror frozen on their faces, fearing that the hunting party would be swallowed up by the black torrent. Finally, the hunting party ran wildly, entering the confines of the curtain of light, and darkness engulfed the land in an instant. But it was still a little slow, and half of the boar's pig's ass landed outside the curtain of light. Knock! With a loud bang, the wild boar carcass that was running wildly suddenly stopped, as if there was an unseen hand in the darkness that had a firm grip on the boar. Tong Qingshan's hunting team, all of them were also ripped to the ground by this tremendous force. Click click click, as if it was the horrible sound of a huge monster chewing on bones, rang out in the darkness. All the people who heard this voice were all covered in hair and chills down their backs. Soon the sound faded. Zhang Chu hurriedly shouted, Qingshan, quick, drag the boar in. It's already finished eating. The crowd rushed to their feet, and they all joined forces to drag the boar carcass again. This time, the boar carcass was dragged directly into the date leaf village. The crowd saw that the meat on half of the boar's ass had completely disappeared, leaving behind only some mangled and bloody bones. The faces of the crowd went white for a moment, even as their hearts thumped. That was close, someone said with an afterthought. Some people also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we came back in time. If we were a little bit later, not to mention the prey, even if it was a person, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to come back. At this time Zhang Chu yelled again, quick, cut off the bad part first. Although Zhang Chu was also only in his 20s and had no hands compared to the men in the hunting party, Tong Qingshan listened to Zhang Chu very well as he sliced off part of the pigs but with a single slash and threw it into the darkness. Click, 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 came another chewing sound in the darkness. In the center of the village, next to the old date tree, the men, women, and children of the entire village, all gathered together. Old village chief holding a machete, cut a dozen pounds of pig snowflake, placed on the stone table under the old date tree. This pig snowflake is the upper shoulder of a wild boar, the most flavorful piece of meat on a wild boar, and can be eaten raw even by children. But in Zaoyi village, this pig snowflake can only be on the supply of old date palms. This is an ancient rule of the date leaf village. When you hunt a prey, you must contribute the fattest part to the old date tree. Only in this way can the old date palm give shelter to the village against the night of the demon market. You can see that the piece of pig snowflake to the naked eye visible speed disappeared. Only a few breaths of effort. More than a dozen pounds of meat disappeared. At the same time, the curtain of light that enveloped the date leaf village solidified a bit more. After the old date tree finished the first mouthful, the old village headman spoke up. All right, let's eat too. With the old village chief's order, the entire small mountain village burst into life. The women began to build a fire and make soup. Instead, the old men gathered to discuss how to distribute the hog and store it for the years when food would be scarce. The young men, on the other hand, gathered around, roasting the fire and resting their bodies after a tiring day. Uncle Ching Shan, how did you catch such a big boar? Tell us about it, Tiger asked loudly. The other children gathered around the hunter as well, each face full of curiosity and longing. It is the dream of all children to participate in trapping. Tong Qingshan, however, looked at Zhang Chu with a face of admiration. It's the bait given by Mr. that works well. If it were in the past, how would we dare to mess with such a big guy? The rest of the hunting party also said, that's right, the bait given by Mr. is so powerful that the boar ate it and got so drunk that he couldn't find his way out of the country, and we just stabbed it with our guns. The old village chief also exclaimed, Mr. is really the best gift from heaven to our Zaoyi village. A few of the green men, on the other hand, shouted encouragement to the children. Tiger, study hard with the teacher, learn to read and write, understand? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to eat meat all the time. That's just it, always starving when Mr. didn't come before. Not far away, a few teenage girls were gathered together, cleaning dishes and whispering at the same time. Tong Bud, you're peeking at Mr. Again. Zhang Chu didn't say too much, he just quietly sat aside and smiled, enjoying the calm. In fact, Zhang Chu did not originally belong to this world. He came from Earth and was a college student. During the summer vacation, Zhang Chu was reading under his family's old jujube tree and inexplicably came to this world. The only clue was the old date palm tree in my house. Exactly the same as the old date palm tree in Zaoyi village. Pale and strong, with gnarled and coiled branches. Can't go back. Zhang Chu once tried to communicate with the old date tree, but the old date tree never gave Zhang Chu any response. Thus, Zhang Chu stayed in Zaoyi village. That stay was 3 years. Compared to the people of this world, Zhang Chu was definitely considered a weak scholar with unarmed hands. However, the people in the village respected Zhang Chu very much. Both Tong Qingshan's hunting team and the old village chief respectfully called Zhang Chu sir, because Zhang Chu can read. In fact, the so-called bait was not Zhang Chu's invention. There was an ancient book in the village, left behind at an unknown date, long since yellowed, written in a small seal script, called the Great Wasteland Scripture. The Great Wilderness Scripture was not a cultivation technique, but a geographical atlas of this world, which recorded the topography of the Great Wilderness, local customs, demons and beasts, plants and medicinal herbs. Of course, there are some special remedies. Zhang Chu only followed the records in the ancient book, mixing several common herbs, which made the bait in their mouths. Just then, a woman's surprised voice came. Egu, Pig Bo. Chapter 2, Outsiders. When the crowd heard the word pig treasure, they all turned their heads to look at it. I saw Auntie Nine carrying a large basin, which surprisingly had a large meatball in it. The meatball itself was pink in color, with a golden pattern on its surface that looked mysterious. And there was a faint fragrance wafting out. All those who smell this odor are refreshed and energized. When the old village chief saw this, he was so happy that he couldn't stop talking. Good stuff, ah, quick, cut it open, let everyone share and eat it. This stuff can't stay for a long time. After an hour, the medicinal effect will be gone. In the demon ruins, many living creatures can harbor mysterious treasures that can increase their strength after eating them. The hog treasure was cut quickly, and the first piece of hog treasure was given to Tiger. Tiger was so tigerish that he finished the pig's treasure in a few bites, and immediately afterward he began to emit white smoke all over his body. Grandpa, I think my strength has increased. With that, Tiger walked towards a large stone pier. And then, Tiger opened his arms and hugged this large stone pier. It's a 500-pound stone pier. Tiger won't be able to hold it, right? Some small voices exclaimed. It's possible. This pig treasure is not ordinary. Hey! Only to see Tiger's legs rooted down hard, followed by his waist. He actually lifted this big stone pier over his head at once. When the villagers saw this, they applauded and applauded with glee. Good job, Tiger. Tiger is only 8 years old, isn't he? And if he can lift a stone pier of 500 pounds, he can be in the hunter team. Work hard and try to catch up with your Uncle Aoyama. Good, good. The old village chief also smiled happily straight away. The stronger the children were for the village, the better off they would be later in life and the more prey they could catch. Powerful children are the hope that the small village will prosper. When Jiang Chu saw this scene, he then sighed in his heart. An 8-year-old can lift 500 pounds, which, on Earth, is a no-brainer. But in this world, it's unusual. Like Tong Qingshan, the captain of the hunter team, it was said that he could lift 1,500 pounds when he was that age. A true natural strength. Soon, the piggy bank was divided between the kids and the hunters. While the children need to grow, the hunters, who are the mainstay of the hunt, need to replenish their nutrition even more. In the end, the old village chief personally served a piece of pig treasure to Jiang Chu. Sir, you also have a piece. This is the most central piece of meat inside the pig treasure. The whole body has been golden brown and full of aroma. Jiang Chu could even see mysterious symbols coalescing and dispersing in certain shadows of light. At first glance, it's the most medicinal part. However, Jiang Chu smiled bitterly. Old village chief, I won't use it. It's a waste to give it to me. In fact, in the past 3 years, the village has gotten pig treasure, donkey treasure, and even tiger treasure quite a few times. Jiang Chu had taken them all, and each time, he had taken the most central part. But strangely enough, Jiang Chu's body never underwent any changes after eating these things. You should know that even a child of 5 or 6 years of age, after eating a variety of treasure, the physical body will be greatly increased. Adult hunter teams eat it, and it's even better to level out a lot of strength straight away. But Jiang Chu was very strange. He ate this kind of treasure. It is like drinking a bowl of water, not even hungry. Therefore, Jiang Chu spoke up. Old village chief, my share, give it to Huzi. I see this child having a future. Jiang Chu was very satisfied with the current life, teaching children to recognize words. Nothing to do in the village waiting for the hunters to return. Calm, simple, contented. But the old village chief persisted. Sir, you must eat this one. Without the bait you gave them, where could they have hunted this thing? Next to him, Tong Qingshan also said very solemnly, Sir, if you don't eat, we'll all stop eating. Someone instantly followed and shouted, That's right, Sir is the sage of our little village. Only you can eat this piece. Tiger also shook his head vigorously. I can't eat it. My mother said that we should behave. Mister, is the one who teaches us to be literate? We must eat the best. I can't eat Mr. S share. Fine. Jiang Chu could only accept. The people in the small village are simple and recognize the truth. Even if Jiang Chu tried to push back, he couldn't argue with them. Thus, Jiang Chu swallowed the piece of pig treasure in one bite. Although it was raw, there was no fishy smell at all. It melted in the mouth and tasted delicious. And a warm current melted and warmed between Jiang Chu's spleen and stomach. To be honest, to Jiang Chu, who loved food, this pig treasure was, indeed, a rare delicacy. But other than that, Jiang Chu did not feel any changes in his body. Hey! Jiang Chu smiled bitterly and spread his hands. You guys see, it's pure waste for me to eat this. The old village chief, however, said happily, even if you can't increase your strength, it's good to prolong your life. Yes, it's only good if you live a long life. Sir, that morning, as usual, under the jujube tree, Jiang Chu held the Great Desolate Sutra and gave a lesson to about 10 children of different sizes. 30,000 miles north of Kunlun, there is a water called Peach Stream, under which there is much gold and jade, and there are fish as big as cacaos. The children were both big and small. The oldest, like Tiger, was 8 or 9 years old, and the youngest were even still in open pants with snot bubbling out of their noses. But at the moment, they were all sitting respectfully on small benches, listening attentively, and even the youngest children were very attentive. After speaking a few sentences, Jiang Chu let the children ask questions. At this time Tiger raised his hand. Sir, is the Great Wasteland really that big? Jiang Chu laughed. There should be. Anyway, Inside this great desolate scripture, it's written like this. Then where is our date leaf village and can we find it from this book? Little Grape blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Little Grape is the daughter of Tong Qingshan. Two big eyes rolled round and bright, as if grapes. Eyelashes are very long and beautiful. Zhang Chu shook his head. In this book, you can't find Zhao Yi village. Inside the great desolate scripture, even the demon ruins, are just a sentence to carry. West of Kunlun, there is a land, named Demon Ruins. The knight cannot walk. It looks like the demon market is small in this book, but in reality, occasionally outsiders come to Zhao Yi village, and they say that the demon market is huge. 38,000 miles east to west and 90,000 miles north to south. With such a large piece of land, in the great desolate scripture, yet it only takes up one sentence. One can imagine just how big this world really is. Not to mention the tiny Zhao Yi village. Even the legendary Great Shua city is not qualified to be listed in the great desolate scripture. Zhang Chu said, Da Shua city was said to be a superb city where humans gathered, but unfortunately, the small village had only heard outsiders mention it, but no one had ever been there. The great wasteland is so big, Tiger marveled. I really hope that when I grow up, I can get out of the village and go outside. Little Grape's pure eyes were filled with longing. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, looked calm. Having come to this world for 3 years, he had already gotten used to this calm and cozy life. In Zhang Chu's opinion, it was quite good to just spend his life in this mountain village in a smooth manner. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook outside the hamlet. It was as if there were prehistoric beasts running, visible to the naked eye, and even the mountains in the distance trembled. Immediately afterward, there was a terrifying flash of light in the distant sky, as if there were gods and men at war. A terrifying aura came from a long distance away, and one could feel that heaven-destroying aura blooming. But just then, the old date tree glowed faintly, and the light pattern enveloped the entire small village, keeping it safe from the outside world. But Zhang Chu and the children were surprised. In the past, they had never seen anything like this. Sir, what's wrong? Little Grape's big eyes were full of fear. Is it a big demon? Tiger was also incredibly nervous. Zhang Chu raised his head and looked at the thin curtain of light above the small village with some worry. At this time, the old village headman as well as some of the village's young and strong walked out and looked into the distance. At this moment, the old village chief sighed. The mountains are making a lot of noise. Qing Shan, during this period of time, don't go hunting in the mountains. Tong Qingshan also nodded. Well, recently, while hunting, I have encountered outsiders from time to time, and they seem to be searching for something. Luckily, we stored enough prey before, so we don't have to worry about starving. Someone whispered. Zhang Chu then asked, has there ever been such a thing in the past? The old village chief let out a sigh of emotion. His eyes filled with memories. I remember, more than 60 years ago, there was a time, when I was still young. It was also a time when a lot of outsiders arrived in the vicinity. They seemed to be looking for some kind of treasure. 60 years ago, Zhang Chu's heart stirred. In China, 60 was a cycle, and in this world, many sayings are connected to Huaxia. Could it be, there really is some treasure around here? But don't worry, sir, those outsiders, they won't affect our small village. They seem to have some kind of taboo. As long as we stay away from them, we will be at peace, the old village chief said. Zhang Chu then instructed the children, don't go out of the village during this recent period of time. The children nodded sharply, and just then, a surprised woman's voice suddenly came from the distance. Look, Purple Star Date. The clear and pleasant voice was so penetrating that the entire hamlet heard it. The crowd suddenly looked in the direction from which the voice came, only to see that in the sky to the southwest of Date Leaf Village, 3 young girls in lavender long shirts, stepping on a narrow leaf of reeds, were flying rapidly. The reed leaf was as big as a small boat, and below the leaf was accompanied by a lavender-colored auspicious cloud. And within the auspicious cloud there were dense flashes of forbidden symbols. At this moment, a woman looked ecstatic. It's really Purple Star Date. Legend has it that the wood of the Purple Star Date has purple star points inside. The wood grain is like a river of stars. The texture is tough, and it is a good carving material, which I happen to need. Chapter 3 Banshees. The woman's words were without a care in the world, and Zhang Chu, as well as the people of Zhao Yi village, heard them clearly. At that moment, everyone in the small village realized at once that they were not good people. In the blink of an eye, the 3 young girls rushed into the small village on their reed leaf boats. The curtain of light that shrouded above the small village surprisingly did not stop them. and they landed straight in the center of the small village. The villagers blocked in front of the old date tree, each with a wary look in their eyes. The old village chief first waved his hand slightly, signaling the villagers not to move. Immediately afterward, the old village chief stepped in and spoke. "Three fairies, I wonder what is the matter with coming to our small village?" A young girl directly said. "This purple star date wood is good. I'll take it." When the villagers heard this, they were furious, and many of them immediately wanted to make a move, wanting the old date palm tree, which was to take everyone's life. At this moment, the old village chief held back his anger and said, "This date tree is the guardian god of our village. We are not selling it. A few of you please leave." That young girl burst out laughing. "Selling? Who told you that I'm going to buy?" Another young girl also grunted. "What's the point of wasting words with these pariahs? Just cut them down. How dare you?" The old village chief immediately took a step forward, his neck red. Zhang Chu's gaze also chilled. "Children, back off. Hunter team, prepare to meet the enemy." Tong Qingshan immediately drew his lance. Around him, all the hunter teams also made their moves. Those who bent their bows, those who drew their swords. The atmosphere was instantly tense. However, the three young girls did not put these villagers in their eyes, and one of them suddenly laughed. Giggle giggle. "These villagers are really funny. How dare they stop us?" The other young girl, who was staring at everyone with a smirk, opened her mouth slightly and stuck out a narrow scarlet tongue. Hiss. When the people of Dateleaf village saw this, they all died and went cold. A few kids even wailed out, "Wow, demon!" Zhang Chu also suffocated for a while and couldn't help but look at the shadows of the three young girls. The shadow of one of the young girls was vaguely followed by a tail. "It really is a demon." Zhang Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. Around them, the villagers of Zaoyi village also discovered this, and some of them were so scared that their hands and feet were cold and their legs were trembling. There is a saying in the demon ruins that when a demon enters a village, great trouble is at hand. At this moment, countless horrifying rumors about demons sprang up in the minds of Zhang Chu as well as all the villagers, not to mention far away. In the past few years alone, there have been several instances of demons entering the village. 2 years ago, 120 miles away from Zaoyi village, there was a village called Jade Box Village. One day, a demon entered the Jade Box Village. I heard it was a bat demon, and in just one day, everyone's blood was drained. It is said that even the guardian spirit of their village, a jade box, was drained of its essence and dispersed when the wind blew. And 4 months ago, a group of people in a certain human-dense town called Big Lonely Town wanted to get rid of the nearby Silver Bone Demon, because that Silver Bone Demon was always killing people. As a result, they annoyed the Silver Bone Demon. In one day, the Silver Bone Demon turned the town of Big Lone into a white bone city. Everyone, old men and children, young men and women, were turned into white bones. Even the guardian deity of Big Lonely Town, a strange mountain, was made full of holes and became a demon cave. In the demon ruins, demon was synonymous with death and terror, especially the demons that could take shape, were the absolute masters of this world. Even the guardian god could hardly fight against the great demons. At the moment, the children were whimpering in fear and clinging to the adults in death. The adults were also pale, and their hands, gripping their weapons, were shaking. The three purple-shirt demonesses, however, were enjoying the villagers' fear. A young girl laughed slightly, and when she did, her face occasionally turned into a fox's face, with blonde fur paired with a spiky mouth, demonic and terrifying. But in the next second, her fox face changed back to a human face, eerie and dangerous. "Originally, we just wanted to cut down the trees, but unexpectedly, you guys still want us to have meat." This fox demon grinned and said with a smile. She gently advanced a step, and all the villagers couldn't help but take a step back. Oh, the fox demon's gaze fell on the face of the little grapes. Her scarlet tongue flicked out, surprisingly drooling. What a tender little girl. A bite, surely delicious. Wow. Little grape cried even louder, hugging Zhang Chu's thigh tightly. All of a sudden, Zhang Chu's heart trembled as he hurriedly held the little grape in his arms, while next to him, the captain of the hunter team, Tong Qingshan, was enraged. Little Grape was his daughter. At this moment, Tong Qingshan took a step forward, the lance in his hand stabbing straight. "I'll fight you." However, that purple-shirt fox demon smiled contemptuously and waved her hand slightly. A black divine pattern suddenly galvanized and slapped at Tong Qingshan's chest. Knock! Tong Qingshan was directly slapped out and lay on the ground, spitting out blood. Everyone in Zaoyi village instantly despaired. Tong Qingshan was the strongest hunter in Zaoyi village. Even he was injured so easily. the others could not resist at all. At this time, Zhang Chu then gritted his teeth and shouted, "Either way, it's death. Fight with them. Kill." Zhang Chu's voice instantly stirred up the hunter team's bloodlust, and they made their move at the same time. The bowmen let loose their arrows, and the swordsmen charged forward with their necks crossed, a stream of one-upmanship. However, that fox demon merely waved her hand gently, and a black divine pattern inspired out. These black divine patterns transformed into a black fox head and struck the hunter team's chest. Knock! All the members of the hunter team were directly sent flying out, spitting blood from their mouths and collapsing on the ground, never able to get up again. Is this a great demon? Zhang Chu's scalp was numb, and he was simply unable to resist. Although they were horrible, the old date palm tree was the lifeblood of the entire date leaf village. If the old jujube tree is gone, Zaoyi village will be completely finished. So Zhang Chu shouted, "Protect the old jujube tree." At this moment, all the women of Zaoyi village, the children, as well as Zhang Chu stepped forward at the same time and blocked in front of the old jujube tree. Although Tiger's legs were trembling, he opened his arms and shouted, "No touching the old date tree." Little Grape's big eyes contained sparkling tears. "You are all bad people." For their part, the women all gritted their teeth, boning knives in hand, and glared at the three young girls. At this moment, everyone suppressed their inner fears and fought for their homes. However, that demonic fox smiled as she stretched out her hand, which suddenly lengthened and transformed into a furry fox claw that directly probed into Zhang Chu's chest. "It's been a long time since I've eaten a human heart. Let me taste what your heart tastes like." The demon fox's tone became cold. "No! Date Leaf Village!" Everyone shouted in despair. Zhang Chu himself was stiff. He wanted to dodge, but his entire body seemed to be filled with lead. An inexplicable force fixed him, making him unable to move. At this moment, Zhang Chu could only watch as that demon fox's claws probed into his chest. "It's over." Zhang Chu despaired in his heart. Peace and coziness without strength is ultimately nothing more than a bird's egg on a cliff. And when the wind gently blows, the chicken will fly away. But right at this moment, the old date tree glowed faintly, and a golden divine pattern suddenly sparked. This divine pattern was like substance, chopping at the fox demon's claws. Pust! The claws of the demon fox were directly cut off, and a demon fox claw thicker than a cow's leg fell to the ground, dripping with blood. "Ah!" The demon fox woman screamed miserably and instantly backed away, her hand broken and blood spraying out. The other two women, who had only been coldly watching, were taken aback when they saw that the demon fox was injured, and hurriedly backed out. The villagers, on the other hand, were overjoyed at the sight. "Blessing of the jujube tree god! Blessing of the jujube tree god!" The old village chief hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed towards the old jujube tree. Many of the villagers also hurriedly turned around and knelt down towards the old date tree, praying continuously. "Date god, please be so powerful and drive them out. Date god, they want to do you harm. You must not be harmed by them." A female demon, on the other hand, asked the fox demon vigilantly, "What's going on?" "It's just a purple star jujube. How could it hurt you?" This fox demon, on the other hand, stared at the old date tree, looking at it again and again. In the end, the fox demon gritted her teeth. "It's just a purple star date. It might have some natural aptitude. It's my carelessness." After saying that, the fox demon's other claw swung with force, a black divine pattern, chopping towards the old date tree. This black divine pattern was horrifyingly loud, and a strand of black mist touched a huge stone pier, which exploded on the spot. "Stop!" the old village chief shouted in desperation. "Don't!" many people cried, not wanting to see the old date palm suffer. However, at this moment, the old date tree once again glowed faintly, and a ray of golden divine lines swept away. Although the golden divine lines looked ordinary and even weak, all the black divine lines were actually directly dispersed and annihilated after they encountered the golden divine lines. Immediately after that, the golden divine pattern transformed into 3 crescents and chopped at those 3 female demons. The 3 banshees suddenly sensed something and they panicked. "No! How? It's a spell!" At this moment, the 3 of them unexpectedly felt an unbeatable aura and turned around to run. However late. Pust! The 3 crescent moons passed directly through the 3 demonesses' delicate waist, and the 3 of them stopped in place as if they were frozen in time. Immediately after that, the 3 female demons looked down and realized that there was an additional flush of blood at their waists, and that crescent moon had chopped them in 2. Not purple star date. The demon fox girl seems to have discovered something, but then she opened her mouth again, but it was a mouth of blood foam, and she could not say anything. Boom! 3 young girls fell to the ground at the same time. Dead. Ha! In Zaoyi village, all the villagers looked dumbfounded. In the past, they had only heard of demons eating people, demons slaughtering villages, and demons killing protective deities, but they had never heard that there were protective deities that could exterminate great demons. You know, even the previous big town was destroyed by the demon Ah. But in the next second, everyone reacted, and a villager shouted excitedly, "The demon is dead. The date god killed the demon. So, the date tree god is so powerful." At this moment, the villagers became excited, and immediately afterward, many of them kept kowtowing. "Thank you, date god." The villagers are grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Chu was also shocked in his heart. He also did not expect that this old jujube tree would be so powerful. At this moment, the old village chief trembled his hands and shed tears of excitement. "God bless the jujube tree village. God bless the jujube tree village. Our jujube tree god is stronger than the other guardian gods. That's awesome. We're not afraid of demons anymore." The villagers said everything, all of them venting their joy at having survived the robbery. And some of them even threw their heads back and shouted, venting the fear they had just felt. The old date tree, on the other hand, was ancient and unperturbed, its golden halo dispersing and looking ordinary. Zhang Chu waited for the crowd to be almost cathartic before he slightly waved his hand to quiet everyone down. "Look, the banshee is going to transform into her true form," someone exclaimed. The crowd instantly looked at the bodies of the three young girls, who, at this moment, began to change. One of the young girls transformed into a rabbit, the size of a cow, with fur as clean as snow. The other maiden, transformed into a fox with a body the size of a tiger and 4 tails. As for the last young girl, her body remains unchanged for the time being. The last maiden, could it be a human? Zhang Chu thought in his heart. But just then, that last young girl, suddenly opened her mouth. Immediately afterward, a scene that made the crowd's hearts tremble and sickened appeared. A black, disgusting worm, like an earthworm, as thick as a child's arm, burrowed out of the young girl's mouth, and the lower half of this young girl's body, which was originally slender and beautiful legs, unexpectedly got a huge pustule, which looked disgusting. Some of the villagers turned white at the sight, and there were even a few women who bent over and vomited on the spot. Zhang Chu also forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart and exclaimed, "Pollution!" The old village chief was equally shocked. "Bad. How could it be this kind of thing? Quickly, stay away from her." Right at this moment, that black earthworm-like disgusting worm actually accelerated and rushed over towards Zhang Chu. Chapter 4: The Map of Mountains and Seas. The bug unexpectedly rushed towards Zhang Chu. Its speed was too fast, simply faster than a snake. "Sir, be careful!" Tong Qingshan shouted. Zhang Chu also panicked as he hurriedly backed away, resolutely not wanting to be stained by this disgusting bug. However, the bugs were strangely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to Zhang Chu's feet. Then, the bug suddenly flew up and rushed towards Zhang Chu's face, as fast as lightning. Zhang Chu all of a sudden despaired, but in the next moment, the old jujube tree suddenly glowed, and another strand of divine lines was inspired, which directly swept into the large black earthworm. The black bug was knocked out, barely, after landing on the ground. The black bug, as if its entire body had been splashed with thick sulfuric acid, instantly bubbled all over, and then turned into a puddle of black blood and water and disappeared. Zhang Chu breathed a sigh of relief, but a wave of fear immediately followed as he spoke. "I can't imagine that even the great demons have been contaminated by this kind of stuff." Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, said, "It's okay to distinguish some animals that have been contaminated, but it's really terrifying that a great demon can still be so beautiful when it's contaminated. Pollution is what the small village calls a certain class of beings. Hunters have noticed that some of the animals in the mountains are in a weird state. For example, they once found a rabbit with half of its head rotted away, and from time to time a kind of weird meatworm burrowed out from the rotted part, which looked disgusting, but this rabbit ran faster than normal rabbits. There was also a wolf found with a massive sarcoma coming out of its back, which seemed to have something horrible living inside it, but that wolf became the leader of a pack. Hunters call this condition in animals pollution. People don't hunt animals that are contaminated, and whenever they meet them, they take a detour. The hunters always thought that the animals were sick, but now, it was unbelievable that a demon had been contaminated. Luckily, the date tree god can help us withstand the calamity. Someone celebrated. At this moment, that contaminated corpse, no more bugs crawling out. So the old village chief shouted, "Quickly, dispose of the bodies and traces. All such demons have clans. In case it is known that they died in our village, that would be troublesome." In the demon ruins, demons and demon cultivators were the masters of this world, and there were very many demon cultivation sects, claiming to have 72 demon caves. Demon cultivator caves were extremely protective, and in the event that someone knew about this matter, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, the people combined their efforts and carried the contaminated body of the young girl out of the hamlet and found a place to bury it. The carcasses of the large rabbit and the large fox were left in the village to be killed for meat. Their canoes, as well as some of their belongings, were temporarily hidden in the cellar. The best meat was cut first for the old date palm, and afterward the crowd began to butcher the rabbits and foxes. Demon treasure. Both the rabbit demon and the fox demon actually have demonic treasures. Is this the legendary inner elixir? Come on, come on, come on. Dinner's ready. The village was once again bustling with activity. Filling bellies and increasing strength were always the most important themes in the small village. And whether it's an animal's pig treasure, a cow's treasure, or a demon's demon treasure, it can't be stored for too long. So when you get it, you have to eat it right away. I can't believe that this rabbit is so big and the demonic treasure is so small. Auntie Nine was holding a fist-sized meat egg with a reddish surface, and she couldn't stop smiling. The old village chief, on the other hand, was very cautious. First, cut a small piece and give it a try to Qingshan, just the size of a green bean, because this was the first time the village had obtained a demonic treasure. No one knew how medicinal it was. Soon, Tong Qingshan plucked out a bit with his dagger and sent it into his mouth. The crowd all looked at Tong Qingshan expectantly. His stature was heroic, his gaze was like a torch, and his body's tolerance was far more than that of the average hunter. However, right at this moment, Tong Qingshan's eyes widened violently and his body began to emit hot air. His face changed drastically. Not good. The heat is killing me. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan directly took off his clothes and jumped into a pond not far away. As far as the naked eye could see, the water in the pond began to boil. After tossing and turning for 10 minutes or so, Tong Qingshan finally got better by forcefully clasping his own throat and vomiting out everything in his stomach. But it looks like he's gone at least halfway. No, old village chief, the medicinal properties of this stuff are too strong. For us, it's not a tonic, it's poison. Tong Qingshan looked weak. The crowd was surprised. Tong Qingshan was the strongest man in Zeoi village, and he was surprisingly unable to withstand even a little bit of demonic treasure as big as a green bean, not to mention demonic treasures. I'm afraid, even the meat of these two great demons is too tonic to eat more of. Tong Qingshan continued. The crowd lamented the fact that they knew it was a treasure, but they couldn't enjoy it. However, right at this moment, Zhang Chu inexplicably had a longing. A thought that very much wanted to eat this demonic treasure surged out of Zhang Chu's heart. Let me try, Zhang Chu suddenly said. The crowd immediately looked at Zhang Chu. The old village chief immediately said, no. Tong Qingshan also hurriedly shouted, sir, although we know that you didn't react to eating demonic treasures in the past, this time is completely different. You can't take any chances. In the village, many old people were also anxious and rushed around to persuade. No, sir mustn't take any chances. Zhang Chu knew that they were afraid that something would go wrong with them. However, Zhang Chu had a special feeling that this demonic treasure could eat, so Zhang Chu said, I have it in my heart, and I have a feeling that this demonic treasure could be a big opportunity for me. The crowd also knew Zhang Chu's character, and once a decision was made, it was very difficult to change it. The old village chief still asked, sir, are you really sure? Zhang Chu nodded. Yes. At this moment, the old village chief finally made up his mind. He personally took the knife, plucked off a little bit of meat froth, and carefully handed it to Zhang Chu. Sir, then you can use a little bit of it first, make sure it's okay, and then you can eat the rest of it. Zhang Chu couldn't argue with the old village chief, so he nodded. That's fine. And then, Zhang Chu took this bit of meat foam and sent it into his own mouth. Around them, everyone was nervously looking at Zhang Chu, and Tong Qingshan even directly got a vat of water, ready to directly throw Zhang Chu into the vat when he couldn't bear it. The meat frothed into the mouth and entered Zhang Chu's stomach. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu felt that it directly transformed into a ball of pure and violent power that nearly burst Zhang Chu's stomach. However, in the next second, a mysterious force suddenly wrapped around those raging forces, and a little bit of the medicinal power produced by the demonic treasure suddenly disappeared. Inside my body, there really is something robbing the food. This time, Zhang Chu vaguely guessed something. Around them, everyone was still looking at Zhang Chu with bated breath, and when he saw that Zhang Chu was fine, the old village chief was instantly surprised. Fine? Zhang Chu nodded slightly. It's fine, the old village chief said carefully. Then eat a little bit, and don't take any chances. After all, the amount that had just been given was too small for the villagers to feel comfortable with. Zhang Chu nodded his head and once again sliced off a small piece of demonic treasure and sent it into his mouth. Similarly, after the demonic treasure entered the stomach, the medicinal power did not wait to spread and disappeared in an instant. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, felt nothing and looked normal. When the crowd saw this, they all put their hearts down. Great! Sir can really eat demonic treasures. Wonderful! Mr. is indeed a godly man. Tong Qingshan shouted in surprise. The old village chief was also completely relieved. Since you can eat it, sir, then hurry up and eat it. The medicinal effect of this thing will be gone after a while. This baby, it hurts to lose it, but it doesn't hurt to eat it, and the people were all smiles. Who cares who eats it? Who cares if eating it increases strength? As long as it's eaten by one of their own, it's not a waste. At this moment, the demonic treasures of the rabbit and the fox were all laid out in front of Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, seemed to be eating ordinary tofu, and in a short while, both pieces of demonic treasures were eaten by Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu suddenly felt a warmth rolling through his dantian. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu was able to see a huge and incomparable ancient scroll floating in his dantian. Zhang Chu's mind moved, and the scroll unexpectedly opened up, transforming into a huge map. When Zhang Chu's mind immersed into it, he realized that the map was actually three-dimensional, with mountains and water, and when he felt it carefully, it was as if those waters were still flowing. Zhang Chu was shocked. How did one's own dantian have such a huge map added to it? In the next second, a stream of information, as if it had originally existed in Zhang Chu's mind, was instantly understood by Zhang Chu. Mountain and sea map. And then, Zhang Chu's mind was suddenly attracted to a point within the mountain and sea map. There was an inconspicuous dot in the mountains, and when he looked closely, there was an extra small rabbit and a fox in that place. Could it be that I ate their demonic treasures so that, within the mountain and sea map, it can be reflected? Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu realized that the mountain and sea diagram was even slightly glowing, and a mysterious power spread out, which was incomparably pure, nourishing Zhang Chu's limbs, veins, and flesh. Zhang Chu suddenly felt that his physical body, as if it had been strengthened in some way, and he was filled with power. At this moment, Zhang Chu couldn't wait to see if he had really grown in strength. He immediately got up and went to a 300-pound stone pier. When the people of Date Leaf Village saw this, they were all taken aback. Has Mr. grown in strength? Someone whispered in alarm. If that's the case, that's great. In this demon ruins, it's better to have some power. Everyone looked at Zhang Chu with anticipation. Chapter 5, Pharmaceutical Refining. In front of the stone pier, Zhang Chu clasped the 300-pound stone pier with both hands, and with force from his waist, he directly picked it up. It's a struggle, but it's so much better than it used to be. One must know that before, Zhang Chu couldn't even hold a 150-pound stone pier. Zhang Chu was instantly ecstatic. I see. Eating demonic treasures can cause some sort of evolution in the mountain and sea diagram. And then, the mountain and sea diagram will feed back a certain amount of power to me. Of course, 300 pounds of strength was definitely not Zhang Chu's limit. This was because, at this moment, the mountain and sea diagram was emitting that mysterious power in a continuous stream, constantly nourishing Zhang Chu's physical body. Zhang Chu felt that in time, his own strength would probably be able to match that of Tong Qingshan. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu thought of the source of this mountain and sea map. At first, when Zhang Chu sat under the old jujube tree at home and read, he read as a copy of the ancient Shanhai Jing, but after crossing over, that book was gone. It seems that it has been hiding inside itself. However, eating demonic treasures in order to gain benefits was still a bit too extravagant. Demon, where is it so easy to kill? If it wasn't for the old date tree, the entire small mountain village would have died. I'm afraid. But soon, Zhang Chu was relieved in his heart again. Thinking about it, the Shanhai Jing, which is originally an eating atlas, will add a sentence of how to eat no matter what it describes. So it makes sense that this Shanhai diagram is in my body, encouraging me to eat demons. Zhang Chu was happy to have obtained the mountain and sea diagram, but did not show it too obviously. Being honored by the people in the small village for 3 years as Mr. Zhang Chu had naturally developed a calm demeanor that did not show his joy or anger. Soon, Zhang Chu stopped focusing on the mountain and sea diagram and instead instructed the crowd to start disposing of the corpses of the rabbit demon and the fox demon. The children and villagers could not take the demonic treasures of the great demons, But the meat of the great demons was also a rare and precious medicine. The hides of great demons could also be made into protective gear to keep the hunter team safer when they were out hunting. Auntie Yun, your craftsmanship is good. The rabbit demon's fur and the fox's fur, I'll leave them to you. Tan them carefully, and make a few good leather armors for Qing Shan and the others. Alright, just don't worry about it, Auntie Yun promised. As for the meat, at this time, Zhang Chu looked at a short distance away and found that a few young men had built a pile of fire. They had skewered some rabbit meat and were barbecuing it. Seeing this, Zhang Chu immediately reminded Qing Lei, be careful. This demon meat is not simple. Tong Qing Lei was only 16 years old, and although he was a brat, he had already joined the hunter team. At this moment, Tong Qing Lei hemmed and hawed. Sir, don't worry about it, we can't beat a live demon, but it's meat, it's not so bad that we can't still eat it. Just after these words were said, the rabbit demon meat that was strung on a skewer suddenly exploded. Boom! The sound was so loud that it deafened everyone's ears for a moment. The pile of fire was even blown up and sparks were everywhere. What happened? Someone exclaimed. OMG, I'm going. It hurts. Tong Qing Lei and a few other hairy lads screamed miserably. They leaned close and their faces were blasted black as if they had just been pulled out of the coals. A few small children laughed when they saw this. Ha ha ha, black monkey, Uncle Green Thunder is turning into a black charcoal. Ha ha ha. A few naughty children even circled around Tong Qing Lei. Tong Qing Lei's several lads, on the other hand, were gray and depressed. Go go go. No sympathy at all. The old village chief, on the other hand, was a bit worried as he asked, Qing Lei, are you guys alright? Tong Qing Lei hurriedly replied, it's fine, it's just that my brain is buzzing. Auntie Nine immediately scolded, you guys are called not listening to the words of a gentleman, and you'll suffer before your eyes. That's right, I told you guys to be careful, one by one, like monkeys, you didn't listen, now you're getting bombed. Another woman shouted as she prepared firewood. The atmosphere in the hamlet was jovial, with people talking and laughing and not getting frustrated by the slightest mishap. But soon, Zhang Chu still said, luckily, it is the time of grilling the meat to blow up, if people eat and then blow up. After Zhang Chu said this, everyone immediately looked at each other for a while, feeling a chill running down their bodies. That image, I'm afraid I'm going to have to open up my belly. It's scary to think about. At this moment, the old village chief frowned and sighed. I had heard from the old generation that even if we were given the meat of a truly great demon, we would not be able to enjoy it, so it turns out to be true. At this moment, an unbelieving woman set up a pot and threw half a caddy of meat into it to cook. If burning doesn't work, then we'll cook soup. I don't believe it. The demon is dead. Still can't clean up a piece of meat? Boom! The pot exploded, hot water scattering in all directions. But most of the people had been prepared for this and ducked out of the way at once. Ouch! Ha ha ha! Make you disbelieve. Almost got burned. Didn't you? So demonic. The villagers were amazed beyond belief. But soon, some began to get frustrated. It can't really be inedible, can it? Yeah, it would be a shame if we couldn't eat it. This rabbit demon and fox demon's bodies are so big that if they can be eaten, they will be able to support them for a full 10 days. At this moment, many people began to be heartbroken. Fox demon and rabbit demon meat must contain endless medicinal properties. It would be too much of a shame to waste it. Tong Qingshan had a look of regret. The old village chief, on the other hand, had a helpless look on his face. AI, it's still us who are too weak. A mountain of treasure is placed in front of us, but we can't even grasp it. However, right at this moment, Zhang Chu's mind suddenly stirred as he thought of a prescription. At this time, Zhang Chu said, don't get frustrated, everyone. The crowd instantly turned their heads, looking towards Zhang Chu, and hope flared up again in everyone's eyes. In these 3 years, Zhang Chu has brought so many surprises to everyone because of his literacy. At this moment, Zhang Chu looked at Auntie Nine. Auntie Nine, you first cut the rabbit demon's meat into 3 tails of meat. Don't put it in the pot. I want to boil the medicine. Boiling medicine? The crowd was all aghast. Of course, there were also people who were a bit worried. I've heard that only pharmacists from big cities can boil medicine. Can we really boil medicine? Nonsense. Mr. is a godly man bestowed upon our Zaoyi village by the heavens. If Mr. says he can boil medicine, he can definitely boil medicine. Some people had blind trust in Zhang Chu. At this moment, on the other hand, Zhang Chu had a calm and steady demeanor, without joy or worry. Most of the people in the small village were instantly happy. Sir, quickly assign us tasks. The old village chief, on the other hand, realized that this medicinal soup was definitely not simple, and he was thrilled beyond measure, treating Zhang Chu with great respect. "Sir, this medicinal soup, is it to be given to the children?" Zhang Chu, on the other hand, smiled. "It's not just for kids, adults can use it too. That formula uses demon flesh as a guide to simmer the flesh and increase one's physical strength. And once the medicine is complete, it may be more powerful than even the previous pig bao." When the crowd heard this, their eyes all lit up with anticipation. At this time, Zhang Chu looked at Tong Qingshan. "Qingshan, I've let you go into the mountains before and collected quite a few herbs. This will be useful." Tong Qingshan immediately stood up straight and waited for Zhang Chu's command. "You go home. Take 2 taels and 2 coins of the white sanglong fruit, 9 taels of the 5-square sunflower, and 3 coins of the summer toad foam." Tong Qingshan carefully noted it down, and at the same time, in his heart, he had even more admiration for Zhang Chu, because all of these things, he had at home, and they were all collected by Zhang Chu for him. In fact, Zhang Chu had noticed from a very early stage that many of the medicinal herbs recorded in the Great Desolate Scripture could be collected from the demon ruins. Therefore, Zhang Chu had been teaching the hunter team to recognize various herbs and had instructed Tong Qingshan to remember to pick them back when they came across them, as they might be useful. Now, finally, it comes in handy. Demon congealing ointment, a kind of medicine recorded in the Great Desolate Scripture that specializes in boiling down the physical body. Soon a large cauldron was supported. This time, the old village chief, Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu all gathered around the pot with great caution. This is a rare thing. In the demon market, the villagers have a clear division of labor. The men hunt, the women are responsible for cooking, knitting, the men usually do not move the pot. But today, it was extra grand. Both adults and children looked at the 3 people in front of the cauldron with a devout gaze, praying in their hearts for the success of the pill refining. Boil the water for 3 minutes, and lay down the white pale fruit. The white pale fruits turn red, and the next 5 squares of koi. Under Zhang Chu's guidance, Tong Qingshan carefully put the herbs into the pot one by one, a total of 13 flavors of herbs, all of which had been accumulated by the hunter team over the past 2 or 3 years. Around them, all the villagers were tense and excited, staring with wide eyes, lest they missed a single moment. Although no one was warned, everyone instinctively felt that this was a big deal. Zhang Chu, however, lamented in his heart. Unfortunately, the small village is too poor to have a medicinal cauldron for brewing medicinal soup. In that prescription, the medicinal cauldron is a very crucial thing, and in it is said that a good medicinal cauldron can double the medicinal properties, or even advance. Of course, even if it was an ordinary pot, these herbs boiled in one place were rare and precious medicines. A large fire boiled, the medicinal soup tumbled, and an unpleasant smell spread out. "It stinks." Tiger pinched his nose and ducked back at once, but the next second, a big slap grabbed Tiger's neck. "Kid, don't run. This is good stuff. After smelling it, you might be able to grow stronger and not get sick." It's Tiger's old man, Tong Qingyun, who is the second best man in Zhao Yi village, second only to Tong Qingshan. At this moment, many children also wanted to run. However, they were all grabbed back by their own parents, each with a bitter little face. The adults laughed. After all, they were all kids, and it was time to use force when necessary. Zhang Chu found that Tong Qingshan's daughter, Little Grape, however, was very quiet. Her big eyes were bright, and she was not afraid of these flavors at all. Even, the Little Grape shrugged her nose hard to sniff the smell. She was curious about everything. What an interesting child. Zhang Chu liked Little Grape very much and always felt that this child had some peculiar talent. The old village chief, on the other hand, smiled. "Good medicine tastes bitter. This taste is nothing, as long as it's good for people. Even if it's bitter or hard to drink, you have to swallow it." Only after 3 incense sticks were burned did Zhang Chu say, "Release the demon meat." Next to it, Tong Qingshan did not dare to be slow. 3 or 2 rabid demons meat into the pot. Many timid women backed away in a hurry. After all, they had just boiled and fried the pot and were afraid of being scalded. However, this time the pot did not fry, and, in the rolling heat, there was a wisp of colorful haze emerging, which looked divine. "It's beautiful." Little Grape blinked her big eyes and exclaimed in a small voice. The originally unpleasant smell of medicine actually gradually dispersed, and a rich medicinal fragrance, as if it was substantial, surged into everyone's nostrils. Good stuff. Everyone's eyes glowed with anticipation. Chapter 6, The Great Demon Technique. The smell of medicine came out, and in the village, everyone's eyes were attracted to that cauldron. Wow! That smells good! Exclamations came from the children. The adults couldn't help but drool as well. That particular medicinal aroma was something they had never smelled before. Good stuff! The old village chief rubbed his hands together in excitement, looking at the pot of precious medicine as if he saw a bright future for Zaoyi village. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, spoke. Don't be in a hurry. Stew slowly over a small fire for half an hour, and wait for this pot of precious medicine to simmer down into a meat jelly before it's considered medicine. Grape brought a small hourglass and started the clock. This was the hourglass that Zhang Chu had used for their lessons, and it leaked out in exactly half an hour. It was only a few minutes before a small child blinked and asked, "Sir, is it still not ready? My tummy is growling." "Fierce, what's your hurry? You'll be missing out later?" An adult shouted with a smile. "But that smells really good. I wish I could eat a big bowl right now." The crowd laughed and the atmosphere was cheerful and full of anticipation. After half an hour, this pot of medicine was actually boiled down into a meat jelly like precious medicine. "It's done!" Zhang Chu shouted. Tong Qingshan directly lifted this pot of precious medicine and brought it to the stone table. At the moment, the flavor backfired and it looked fresh, like a big piece of jelly. The old village chief first dug a bowl of meat jelly and placed it under the old date tree, praying devoutly. "Thank you for the protection of the date tree god. Please enjoy." The top of the old date tree glowed slightly, and the bowl of meat jelly suddenly disappeared. And then the old village chief began to share with the crowd. "I don't know how powerful the medicine is. It's better for Qingshan to have a spoonful first," the old village chief said. Tong Qingshan nodded and slowly ate a spoonful. The crowd nervously looked at Tong Qingshan, and they could see that Tong Qingshan's face was first in agony. His neck and face became red, and a burst of hot air kept coming out from his back. At the same time, the crowd heard that a crackling sound surprisingly came from Tong Qingshan's body, as if he was breaking his fingers. But soon, Tong Qingshan's complexion became normal. He opened his eyes and stood up violently, his essence clearly different, as if he were a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. "Qingshan, how does it feel?" the old village chief asked excitedly. Around them, all the villagers also looked expectant. Tong Qingshan looked elated. "It's working." Saying that, Tong Qingshan directly grabbed the lance in his hand, and after he gripped it tightly, he casually pulled a gunflower. Click! The handle of the lance unexpectedly failed to withstand Tong Qingshan's force and cracked directly. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. "My God! Brother Qingshan's power! How did it become so terrifying all of a sudden?" Tong Chonglei, who had been blasted to dust, exclaimed in shock. "Qingshan's lance, which is made of fine bronze, can withstand at least 6,000 pounds of strength, and a gunflower can crack the handle. How much force is that? I'm afraid it's not going to be tens of thousands of pounds. I'm afraid that Qingshan is the #1 best man in all the nearby villages." Someone exclaimed excitedly. Tong Qingshan also spoke in surprise. "Sir, the medicinal power of this ointment. It's too powerful." "Yes, this ointment, it's too powerful." The crowd was once again pleased with Zhang Chu. Although the gun cracked, Tong Qingshan was happy. "Just in time. Sir had asked me to collect some meteorite gold before, so I can recast a better gun." Zhang Chu then asked, "Qingshan, can you continue to eat?" Tong Qingshan nodded. "Still, I feel I can eat 3 more scoops." Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan reminded the crowd, "Everyone can take it. It will be hard at first, but hold on for a little while, and you'll get the benefits." At this moment, Zhang Chu began to distribute this precious medicine to everyone according to their physical condition. Grown men, who could share a spoonful or 2, while children could only share a spoonful, and had to divide it into 4 portions and take it a little bit at a time. The women, as well as the elderly, also got some, and the pot of medicine was perfectly adequate for sharing, and there was even a lot left over. Zhang Chu took some himself. His body could only accept 1 spoonful. It couldn't be helped. The base was too poor, and Zhang Chu's current physical body wasn't even comparable to Tiger's. The mountain and sea diagram, on the other hand, could not see this medicine and would not help Zhang Chu absorb it, so he only dared to use 1 spoonful. But even with 1 spoonful, Zhang Chu felt as if he could lift 500 pounds. However, Zhang Chu did not test himself. Right now, Zhang Chu had a lot on his plate. He had to watch the children not to be greedy, and he also had to be busy thinking of ways to store demonic meat. With so much demon meat, you can only use 3 tails at a time, and if you can't store it properly, it will go to waste. Luckily, the demon meat itself possessed some kind of special divinity that wouldn't rot, so as long as it was wrapped in special herbs, It could be stored for a long time. On this day, the entire small village, everyone's physique, received a drastic change. Tong Chung Shan, the strongest man in the village, began to build new weapons. Of course, it was also Zhang Chu who had found some simple melting methods from the Great Desolate Scripture, allowing Tong Shan to obtain a very divine material. The other adults, on the other hand, looked dragon-like, each wanting to go into the mountains and find things to fight that they hadn't dared to mess with in the past. Only, Zhang Chu and the old village chief squashed them. Nowadays, the outside world is unsettled, so it's best not to go out just yet. The children's changes are the most obvious. Tiger head and brain tiger, now running like a small demonic beast. Rampage, a body of strength as if inexhaustible. Little Grape's 2 eyes, on the other hand, sparkled from time to time as she looked into the distance and spoke from time to time. Wow! What a powerful fire-breathing bull that can burn through the sky. But when the crowd followed Little Grape's gaze, they couldn't see anything. Zhang Chu's heart was odd. Did she really see something? Or was her brain burnt out by the powerful medicinal properties? The good thing is, Little Grape doesn't show any other abnormal behavior except for the fact that she can see some strange things. Zhang Chu could only think that Little Grape's eyes might have produced some sort of mutation and could see things that ordinary people could not. For the next few days, Zhang Chu would boil demon congealing cream for everyone every day. And in the village, everyone's physique was strengthening. Of course, the amount of demon gel cream, too, was rapidly becoming larger. For example, Tong Qingshan, who could only take 4 spoons at first, could now take a bowl. Even many small children can already eat it by the spoonful. Correspondingly, the physical fitness of all the people in the village has gone up a big notch. The old village chief all looked much younger. He even took out the weapons of his youth and played for a while in his own small courtyard. Surprisingly, he was still a tiger and a sword. The children are even more like little ferocious beasts, with inexhaustible strength and energy, each one incredibly destructive. Zhang Chu naturally benefited a lot as well. Not only was he taking the demon condensation cream, but he also had the nourishment of the mountain and sea diagram, and his physical body was being transformed. The current Zhang Chu felt like he could have 800 pounds of strength, and this demon condensation cream was, indeed, a treasure. Even the temperament and appearance of many women have changed a lot. Of course, Zhang Chu had also done something else in the past few days. What those 3 female demons left behind was not only demon meat and demon pills, but also a reed canoe and 2 traveling bags. The reed canoe could not be exposed. It was too recognizable, and once it was seen by outsiders, it would inevitably cause a great disaster for Zaoyi village. In the end, Zhang Chu and the old village chief hid the canoe within a hidden cellar, on top of which several layers of soil were buried, while some herbs were later patted, arranged as if it was a cellar specializing in the storage of medicinal herbs. At the same time, Zhang Chu also found 2 booklets from within a traveling bag. One book was titled 10,000 Demon Spectrum and 1 Great Demon Feats. These 2 booklets were solemnly handed over to Zhang Chu by the old village chief. Zhang Chu felt that whether or not he could make a qualitative change in the small village might depend on these 2 books. Chapter 7, The Demon Race's Cultivation Methods. Zhang Chu carefully studied the 2 booklets. The genealogy of 10,000 demons is similar to a family tree of demons, on which the origins of many demons, or ordinary animals, are recorded. The rabbit demon, for example, is documented above. In the Flood era, there was once a special rabbit named Taiyin Jade Rabbit. That rabbit had followed a powerful woman, a woman who had even ruled the legendary Moon Palace, the strongest originator of the rabbit lineage. Where rabbits are concerned, most of them possess a trace of the bloodline of the Taiyin Jade Rabbit. There are also many species that can be linked to certain horrific beings of the Flood era. The Flood era refers to the last era, 10,000 years ago, and this era is called the Spring and Autumn period. Zhang Chu felt that this 10,000 demon spectrum shouldn't be of much use to the small village, but it seemed to be important to the demons, and was kept close to that rabbit demon, sealed in a golden thread pocket, looking precious. There was also a pamphlet titled Great Demon Feats with a very common name, and inside were some secret cultivation techniques for demons. This gongfu was very much on Zhang Chu's mind, and in the past few days, he had already studied it 3 times. Zhang Chu felt that the village's few young strong men, physical strength alone was about to arrive at the limit, and if they wanted to become stronger, they would need to embark on the path of cultivation. I don't know if humans can cultivate the demon race's gong method. Zhang Chu was a little uncertain in his heart. After all, demons and humans are different. On this day, after Tong Qingshan had once again taken a bowl of demon condensation cream, he found Zhang Chu. "Sir, I feel that my physical strength has already reached its limit, and it's no longer useful to take the demon condensation cream, Tong Qingshan said. Zhang Chu nodded. Got it. Today, gather everyone together and confer. Soon, everyone in the small village gathered in front of the old date tree. This time, the old village chief was very solemn, taking out some old wine from his collection and dedicating it to the old date tree. Zhang Chu and the old village chief sat together in the center, with the villagers surrounding them. At this time, the old village chief said, during this period of time, both the hunter team and the children have changed drastically. It's still the demon congealing cream given by Sir that's good. Someone said hurriedly. That's right. Thank goodness, sir. This is not flattery, but gratitude from the heart. The old village chief nodded slightly. But this matter must be kept secret, whether it's the demon condensation cream, or the matter of those three great demons. All rot in my stomach, no matter who asks. Can't say. Otherwise, the outsiders, they might bring us disaster. As soon as the old village chief finished speaking, a young man of 14 or 15 shouted, What are you afraid of? If any bad people come back, our date tree god can kill the enemy with a single blow. There were also a few children nodding excitedly. After seeing the old date tree's power, many children already regarded the old date tree as an invincible god, and did not put outsiders in their hearts at all. The old village chief, however, shook his head. You can't rely on the date tree god for everything. In the demon ruins, there are rules for guardian gods. If an outsider kills us and doesn't hurt the demon can't do anything about it. This time, the date tree god made a move because those three female demons didn't know the heights of heaven and wanted to make a move against the date tree god. But if their clans come to seek revenge, that would be troublesome. The crowd was in a bit of a panic. At the same time, it occurred to everyone that when those three female demons entered the village, even if their language was quite offensive, the date tree god didn't even take the initiative to attack. In other words, it was likely that the date tree god would really not make a move in a fight between villagers and demons. At this moment, the old village chief continued to educate. So, always remember, these things can't be told. Otherwise, there is a great disaster. The crowd nodded hastily. Next, the old village chief looked towards Zhang Chu and nodded to him. Zhang Chu then stood up and spoke. If we want to live better in the demon ruins, keeping secrets is ultimately the next best thing. If we have the power to protect ourselves, where is the need to keep secrets? At this moment, everyone was quiet. Everyone held their breath in silence. Their eyes rolled up in excitement. Everyone could see Zhang Chu looking through those volumes recently. Many people had long speculated that Zhang Chu might be able to read those booklets and be able to teach the feats. Feats. Cultivation. In the eyes of the people of the small village, that meant becoming a god, becoming an immortal, and having a stronger fighting power. Who wouldn't be thrilled to have this opportunity? Sure enough, at this time, Zhang Chu said, in fact, the booklet in my hand is indeed a cultivation technique, but it is the cultivation method of the demon race. The demon race is different from us humans. Their cultivation method, we can only learn from it, but it's hard to say whether or not we can cultivate it. At this time, Tong Qingshan hurriedly said, whether we can make it or not, we will practice. Around them, the other villagers also nodded their heads vigorously, each with a look of excitement in their eyes. Zhang Chu then began to pass on the Dharma. It is written in this pamphlet that if the demon race wants to cultivate, the first step is to form the demon dan. Demon pills are things like pig treasure, cow treasure, and tiger treasure that we have eaten before. Only when a demonic dan is formed can one follow the method on this pamphlet, carve the demonic dan, and cultivate step by step. The crowd was confused as they listened. Sir, we are human. Can we also form demon pills? Right, sir. Since it's a demonic elixir, it must be a demon, an animal that can produce a demonic elixir, right? Zhang Chu shook his head slightly. I'm not sure about that, but I think that there shouldn't be too much of a difference between a demon and a human, as well as an animal, and perhaps, all of them are able to produce a demonic elixir. Tong Qingshan directly asked, Sir, then how do you form the demonic pills? The crowd was quiet again. Zhang Chu explained, according to what is said inside the Gongfu, whether or not it can produce a demonic dan all depends on heaven's will. There is no Gongfu. Many wild animals that unintentionally eat some treasure, or unintentionally absorb certain heaven and earth auras, or unintentionally comprehend some mysterious laws, may produce demon pills. However, whether or not you can form the demonic pills all depends on your own luck. Is there no specific way? Tong Qingshan frowned. Zhang Chu nodded. There is indeed no special method for demonic clans to accept disciples, The threshold is to form a demonic dan. It was written within the Great Demon technique that only beings that naturally form demon pills could embark on the path of cultivation. Not even being able to form a demonic dan, they were destined to be food for the other races, the lowest class of existence. Generally speaking, only 1 out of every 100,000 living beings would be able to produce a demon pill, and the higher the predator at the top of the food chain, the more likely it was to conjure the dan. Some powerful groups were even born with demon pills, and some weak communities, like rats, like most insects, maybe tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them can hardly have a single one that can produce demonic pills. Of course, all of this had no meaning to the small village. What everyone had to think about now was how to conjugate the dan. At this time, Zhang Chu said, although we don't have a way to produce a demonic dan, I think that the general idea is nothing more than strengthening the physical body and taking more heavenly materials. Once the power of the physical body is complete, the water will naturally flow. After Zhang Chu said this, Tong Qingshan nodded his head at once. That's right, even stupid boars can form demonic pills. We can definitely do the same. Rumbling, the ground shook again in the outside world. The people in the small village looked outside once again, and could only see pieces of light and shadows rising up into the sky, and terrifying sounds kept coming from them, as if there were beings with great powers fighting. Even the mountains in the distance trembled, and one mountain exploded as if the end was near. There were even boulders crashing across the sky in the direction of the small village. But at the critical moment, the date tree god faintly glowed. A layer of halo enveloped the small village, and all the ground-shaking, horizontal boulders, all stopped before the halo. Under the blessing of the date palm god, the small village is as quiet as a paradise. At this time, Little Grape said, "Wow, that old Taoist is so powerful that he is riding a golden-furred lion. And the lion has wings." His opponent was also powerful, a large snake with legs and a white tentacle on its head. However, the crowd could not see clearly. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, had his heart skipped a beat? If what Little Grape said was true, wouldn't that mean that someone was fighting the Augur Dragon? Don't ever leave the village. The big storm, it's coming. Soon, said the old village chief. Chapter 8, Bearing the Demon Elixir. For the next period of time, throughout the demon ruins, there were constant clashes and battles between terrifying beings. Some of the battles were far from the hamlet and some were close. But under the blessing of the old date palms, the small village has remained quiet. The people in the small village no longer went out, and everyone was riveted to break through and form the demon pill. Both the hunter team and the children took the demonic condensation cream while exercising their physical bodies in the martial arts arena. In the martial arts arena, Tiger crossed his arms with his nostrils facing the sky and bragged to a few children. I feel that I can now kill a savage bull in the mountains with one punch. Not far away, a young man whispered in a low voice to his companion. I feel tingling all over my body, and my flesh and blood seem to be reborn, to be transformed. In another place, a ghostly child said, Uncle Ching Shan is the one who is powerful. That day he ate 9 whole bowls of demon condensation cream and discharged all the dirt, as if he had changed a layer of skin. In the martial arts arena, everyone was full of energy, and all of them were undergoing a qualitative change in strength. The turn of the year is half a month. On this day, in the small village's martial arts arena, Tong Qingshan's surprised voice came out. Sir, I've formed a demonic dan. Ha! Everyone froze. Immediately afterward, everyone in the village immediately ran over and surrounded Tong Qingshan, all of them with envious and curious faces. Uncle Qingshan, how did you form your demonic pills? Aoyama, what's the experience? Tell us about it. What does that demonic elixir look like? Which part is it in? Great. The fact that Aoyama can produce demonic pills means that humans can cultivate demonic techniques, and we can definitely produce demonic pills as well. Good. Our date leaf village, in the future, is going to be the most powerful village in the 4 neighboring villages. The villagers were talking, clamoring and full of joy. At this moment, Tong Qingshan took off his top, revealing a body of toned muscles, and the location of his belly unexpectedly faintly emitted a lavender glow. Sir, I can feel it. A demonic pill has appeared here. Tong Qingshan shouted. Zhang Chu rubbed his eyes with a shocked expression. Humans, they can really produce demon pills. In fact, Zhang Chu had always remained skeptical about the matter of the villagers being able to produce demonic pills. After all, there was still a difference between humans and demons, because in the records of the Great Demon technique, there were 2 paths for demons who wanted to cultivate. One of them is returning to the ancestors, which is to trace the bloodline of the ancient times, purify the bloodline, and evolve the ancestral laws. There was another path, which was to transform into a human after reaching a certain realm, and after that, to follow the path of human cultivation. This shows that there must be a great difference between humans and demons, or else they wouldn't be divided into such two categories. But unexpectedly, Tong Qingshan had really formed a demonic elixir. It seems that my guess was right. As long as one boils the flesh and takes the precious medicine, the human body itself can undergo some sort of mutation. Zhang Chu said. Great. Then let's work hard and form the demonic pills as well, Tiger shouted excitedly. Around them, everyone also saw hope and gave themselves a boost. I must be the second to bear the demonic pills. Someone said. Ha ha, you kid, just give it a rest. In my opinion, I can only be the second to form a demonic Dan. The crowd was in disfavor with each other, but in harmony. At this moment, many people also inquired about Tong Qingshan's feeling of forming a demonic Dan, as well as his experience. As a result, the crowd inquired for a while, but realized that Tong Qingshan himself was a bit confused, and he couldn't tell. It's like that place where there should be that Dan, and then by itself. These were the original words of Tong Qingshan. In the end, Zhang Chu could only say to all of them, Qingshan's physique was already the strongest and he also put in the effort. He should be watertight. So if you guys continue to work hard, you'll definitely be able to form a demon pill as well. Good. The crowd agreed, and continued to train their bodies, striving to achieve water to water as well. While at this moment, Tong Qingshan looked at Zhang Chu excitedly. Sir, I've already formed the demon pill, so what's the next step? At this time, Zhang Chu said, according to the demon skill, above the demon Dan, there are 108 demon stars. Are you counting correctly? Once a demonic elixir is formed, one can see internally. Soon, Tong Qingshan nodded. That's right, exactly 108 strange stars. Zhang Chu then said to Tong Qingshan in accordance with the method recorded in the demonic skill, these 108 stars are divided into two categories, 72 planets, and 36 stars. Tong Qingshan nodded. Yes, 72 of them are dim, but full of life, and the other 36 are bright, but full of death. At this time, Zhang Chu read from the book. If you want to cultivate, the first step is to reclaim the life well. The so-called reclaiming the life well is to let the demon star condense the aura. Store the aura. The aura turns into spiritual liquid. Once the spiritual liquid condenses in the star hole, then this whole life well, even if it is reclaimed successfully. Tong Qingshan nodded his head hurriedly. Well, I can feel it. Each demon star, in fact, is like a small cave with a bit of aura in it. Zhang Chu then admonished. By the way, there are two options for reclaiming the fate well with the star cave. The first type, which can only reclaim 72 planets. This kind is called the Earth's 72 changes once it is greatly accomplished. The other kind, which can only reclaim 36 stars. This kind is called the 36 changes of the Big Dipper once it has reached great fulfillment. And remember, you can only choose one path. You can't mix cultivation. Otherwise, if it's light, the demonic Dan will be wasted and all cultivation will be lost. If it's heavy, the little life will be lost and the divine soul will fall. Tong Qingshan said solemnly, I'll remember. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan asked, Sir, is the 72 changes powerful, or the 36 changes? Zhang Chu replied, comparatively speaking, 72 changes are easier. It is written in the demon kung fu that the 72 planets, the stars of life, harbor life, and the 36 stars, the stars of death, harbor death. That's why among demons, there are many who cultivate the 72 transformations, and very few who cultivate the 36 transformations. So theoretically, the 36 transformations, perhaps, are stronger, because it's a life toward death. Tong Qingshan asked, can the Death Star also be cultivated? Zhang Chu, on the other hand, spoke, living toward death may be a greater chance. When Tong Qingshan heard this, he immediately spoke, then I'll cultivate the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. Zhang Chu nodded his head. He knew that Tong Qingshan was a proud man who wished to walk out on the strongest path. Thus, Zhang Chu explained the essentials inside the Great Demon Technique to Tong Qingshan one by one. Not long after, Tong Qingshan finally memorized all the cultivation tips for this realm in his mind. And then, Tong Qingshan bid farewell to Zhang Chu and began to cultivate on his own, reclaiming his life well. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, sighed in his heart. 72 changes, 36 changes, back on Earth. That was a method that only immortals could cultivate. In this world, however, this was just the beginning. Just the first minor realm of great fulfillment. I really don't know how powerful those legendary demon kings, supreme beings, are. Zhang Chu thought in his heart. Qing Shan has formed the demon pill. I wonder, when will I be able to form the demon pill? Zhang Chu silently felt his physical state. The mountain and sea diagram was still hanging in Zhang Chu's dantian, constantly emitting a burst of mysterious spiritual energy that nourished Zhang Chu. During this period of time, Zhang Chu's own power, too, had skyrocketed. The mountain and sea diagram was too strong, and after absorbing the inner dan of the two great demons, it was as if it had transformed into a mouthful of moving cavernous bliss, allowing Zhang Chu's physical body to become stronger every moment. The current Zhang Chu had likewise been able to take 3 large bowls of demon condensation cream. Zhang Chu even felt that right now. If he were to look at the strength of his physical body alone, he might already be no weaker than the Tong Qing Shan before the Jiedan. However, Zhang Chu didn't have the slightest feeling of being a Dan. Recently, it just feels like my body is tingling and some of my acupoints seem to have become different. However, this is still a long way from forming the demon Dan. Zhang Chu shook his head in his heart, feeling that the timing was still not mature enough. In the next few days, Tong Qing Shan's strength, at a speed visible to the naked eye, opening a life well, he could increase his power by 2 or 3 times, and his strength grew incomparably. Even, Tong Qing Shan was already able to send out some simple divine patterns to attack, causing everyone to burst with envy. That day, Tong Qing Shan found Zhang Chu, the old village chief. It looks like Tong Qing Shan is a bit confused. Qing Shan, what's wrong? Zhang Chu asked. At this moment, Tong Qing Shan spoke. Sir, I've already condensed 6 holes of life wells, but for the 7th hole, I can't find a breakthrough no matter what. The old village chief did not understand and could only look at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, smiled faintly. This is encountering a bottleneck. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu softly said, cultivating out of the 6 cave wells of destiny before encountering the first bottleneck. Your cultivation qualifications should be quite good. Although Zhang Chu said it easily on the surface, in reality, Zhang Chu was extremely shocked in his heart, because, according to the records of the great demon technique, most of the demons that cultivated the earthly 72 changes would only encounter a bottleneck after cultivating 2 or 3 cave life wells. The later the bottleneck is encountered, the more qualified the demon is. It was even recorded inside that there was once a demon king level existence that cultivated to the 4 cave life wells before encountering a bottleneck, and his achievements were unlimited. But Tong Qing Shan had actually cultivated to the 6th hole before encountering a bottleneck. One must know that he cultivated the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. This method of cultivation was much more difficult, with 1 hole in the life well being equal to at least 2 or 3 holes in others. In other words, Tong Qing Shan was, most likely, a super genius. Qing Shan, it's time to enter the next stage of your cultivation, Zhang Chu said. Chapter 9, The Disappearing Banshee Corpse. When Tong Qing Shan arrived at the first bottleneck, Zhang Chu began to impart his knowledge of the next stage. At this time, Zhang Chu mused. The path of cultivation is a path that constantly breaks through one's own shackles. Sometimes, when one's own power reaches its limit, one needs to replenish power, essence, or even various treasures from the outside world to make a breakthrough. Need herbs? Tong Qing Shan asked at once. Zhang Chu nodded. That's right. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu mused. Dragon Scale Orchid. Remember that precious medicine? Tong Qing Shan's eyes widened when he heard the name. Sir, it's the medicine guarded by the great horned python, isn't it? You have instructed me to keep an eye on it before, and I have long since memorized it. Zhang Chu nodded. That's it. In the demon ruins, the medicinal properties of various medicines were different. Some medicines, after picking, can be preserved for a long time after certain treatments, and this kind of medicine can be picked in advance for spare parts. However, there are some medicines that lose their medicinal properties very quickly after harvesting. For this kind of medicine that lost its medicinal properties very quickly, Zhang Chu asked Tong Qing Shan to record the location of the herbs. This dragon scale orchid is a precious medicine that loses its medicinal properties very quickly. But wherever there is a precious medicine, there will be a monster or a great demon that guards its vicinity. The one guarding the dragon scale orchid is a monstrous python. At this time Tong Qing Shan said, that big horned python is very scary. Its body is thicker than an elephant, usually coiled in the head of Mangdang Mountain. All the surrounding wildlife do not dare to chirp. It is the king of this area of the mountain. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, looked outside the small village. In the past few days, it's temporarily calmed down a bit outside. so we can avoid the fights between outsiders or great demons and try to see if we can fetch the dragon scale orchid. Can we go out? Tong Qingshan rejoiced. For more than a month, the hunter team had been held back in the small village, constantly practicing and taking medication, and had long been suffocated. It was just that the hunter teams all listened to Zhang Chu and the old village chief, and no one dared to go out until they gave the word. Now that he heard Zhang Chu say that he was going out to collect medicine, Tong Qingshan was of course happy. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, said softly, "It's time to test the results of your cultivation as well." It took 2 full days of preparation before I decided to go. In front of the old jujube tree, the old village chief prayed earnestly, hoping that the old jujube tree would bless everyone and that they would return safely. "Qingshan, this is the first time Mr. has gone out. No matter what happens, protect Mr. Got it?" The old village chief had already instructed no less than 10 times. This time, Zhang Chu was also going to follow the hunter team out. Originally, everyone disagreed, fearing that Zhang Chu would have an accident. However, the dragon scale orchid was a very special medicine, and unless Zhang Chu personally went to pick it with instructions, otherwise, if other people went there, they would have to make a mistake. The part of the lobelia that can be used for medicine is the leaves. It possesses 23 leaves, each of which has a different form, color, and also alternates in a mysterious and unpredictable way. Of these 23 leaves, only one is used for medicine. Oddly enough, the leaves that make it into the medicine are different for each hour. For example, at noon, the leaves that make it into the medicine are needle-like and white, and by the time it's unseasoned, the leaves that can be used for medicine are willow-shaped and golden yellow. Moreover, if you pick it, you have to take it. After the hour, the elixir becomes poison. The laws of this are documented in the Great Wasteland scriptures and need to be carefully recorded. Zhang Chu literacy. Other people do not know a big word. Only Zhang Chu personally followed a trip. Moreover, Zhang Chu had easily lifted a 3,000-kilogram boulder in order to reassure the crowd, and it was only then that everyone stopped stopping Zhang Chu from going out. This power was already more powerful than many members of the hunter team. Of course, everyone was still accustomed to looking at Zhang Chu as a weak scholar, fearing that Zhang Chu would suffer some kind of damage. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight sprinkled across the demon market, and the mountains in the distance seemed to be covered in a layer of golden battle clothes, looking splendid and lofty. Under the old date tree, the old village chief earnestly urged, "This time when you go to Mangdang Mountain, you will pass by several villages. Remember, don't hunt at will and don't clash with them. If you encounter one, be sure to explain that we in Dateleaf village don't cause trouble." "Understood," Tong Qingshan said. The villages of the demon ruins were sparse and people rarely interacted with each other, but there were some rules that still bound everyone. For example, the most basic one, you can't hunt across the border, or if you get caught, it's a fight or even bloodshed. This time, the main purpose of this outing was to gather dragon scale orchids, so the hunting party didn't need too many people. Tong Qingshan, Zhang Chu, in addition to bringing 2 strong boys, 4 people lightly loaded to drive. These 2 burly boys, one Tong Qingyu and the other Gungzi, were both good hunter team members. Among them, Tong Qingyu used a bow and arrow, had good eyesight and a slender figure, and was usually in charge of lookout, vigilance, and hunting some small animals in the hunter team. Gangzi used a sledgehammer. He was very short and could only reach Zhang Chu's chest, but his whole body was as strong as a millstone, and his strength was boundless. Shortly after leaving the village, Tong Qingyu, who was in charge of the lookout, changed his expression and exclaimed, "Not good. The place where the demoness was buried is not right." Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan's complexion changed slightly. Over a month ago, those 3 banshees died in Dateleaf village. This incident, in fact, has been like a haze, hidden in everyone's mind. Everyone understands that this must not be exposed. One of the banshees was buried outside the village because she was contaminated. If that banshee's body is found, there will be big trouble. Go over and take a look, Zhang Chu said. The 4 of them carefully headed to the place where the banshee was buried, and when they were 30 meters from the large pit, they all stopped. The soil has dried. This pit, dug for a long time, Zhang Chu said with a heavy heart. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, carefully said, "Qingyu Gongzi, you 2 stand in place to protect Mr. I'll go over and check it out myself." Good. The 2 boys took one left and one right, one facing forward and one facing back, protecting Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu didn't reject their good intentions, and only said to Tong Qingshan, "Take care of yourself, and when you run into trouble, retreat immediately." Aha! Tong Qingshan nodded solemnly, holding his lance as he carefully approached the pit. Finally, he came to the edge of that pit, and immediately after, Tong Qingshan's face changed slightly and he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. "Sir, there's no danger. Come and see." Only then did the three Zhang Chus come to the edge of the pit, only to see that this earthen pit was surprisingly deep, with a dark, round hole that led to nowhere. The edges of those black holes, on the other hand, had some black substance that looked very disgusting, as if it were dried skin from weathered black slime. Suddenly, an eerie aura spread out over those dried skins. The crowd felt that those black substances suddenly transformed into a bizarre eye, staring straight at the crowd, as if they wanted to absorb everyone's souls. Zhang Chu even felt a trance in his spirit, as if there was a black demonic hand that extended from within those black substances to strangle his neck. But in the next second, Tong Qingshan snorted coldly, looking for death. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan's abdomen glowed, and a golden divine pattern was emitted, sweeping towards those black dried skins. Poof! Those dried skins went straight up in smoke, and the weirdness disappeared. At this moment, Zhang Chu's three men had a heartbeat of fear. "What the hell was that just now?" Gonzo asked. Tong Qingshan also looked at Zhang Chu with a puzzled expression. "Sir, what exactly is the contamination? It's so evil. It's clearly just some air-dried slime that can attack people." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, took a deep breath and said softly, "Forget it, as long as it's not discovered by her clanspeople. This mound, bury it." The four of them worked together to bury the mound, and then they were on their way. "I hope that these weird things won't affect too much," Zhang Chu thought in his heart. Chapter 10, The Silver-Bearded Tiger. Mangdang Mountain is more than 100 miles away from us, but it's all mountain roads. It's not easy to walk, and we have to return to our small village before nightfall, so we have to speed up, Tong Qingshan said. The four of them no longer thought much about it and followed Tong Qingshan, following a path that was difficult to follow and moving forward quickly. Even when they come across prey, they don't look at it much. All four of them had good stamina, and only half an hour later, they had already gotten out of the hunting area of Date Leaf Village. Ahead is the hunting area of Deep Water Pool Village, and I heard that their guardian deity is a bottomless cold pool. Tong Qingshan introduced Zhang Chu as he hurried along. Zhang Chu nodded. "I've heard a little about it. In the demon ruins, both the trees and the mountains and rocks in strange pools may become guardian spirits. Even some gentle great demons can become demons. For example, Zhang Chu had heard that there was a special city in a faraway place, and their guardian deity was a white hedgehog. At this time, Tong Qingyu said, Deep Water Pool Village is still quite friendly with our village. There have been intermarriages. My mother is from Deep Water Pool Village." A few people walked and chatted. Soon after, Tong Qingshan said, "What we're walking on now is the outskirts of the Winged Tiger Mountain. Within the Winged Tiger Mountain, there is a terrifying silver-bearded tiger coiled up, but normally, it doesn't move around in this area. As far as I know, the hunter team from Deep Water Pool Village also uses this area as their main hunting area, so they can hunt some wildlife and not disturb that silver-bearded tiger. If you wanted to survive in the demon ruins, you had to know the habits of the surrounding beings like the back of your hand. Otherwise, in case something went wrong with the hunter team, this small village would face extinction." But just then, a tiger's roar suddenly came from the front. Roar! The tiger roared in the mountains and forests, and the terrifying shockwave caused the surrounding trees to shake violently. Falling leaves. Some timid animals are even shivering and cowering in their burrows, afraid to come out. Immediately afterward, a frightened voice came from the distance. "Brother, you younger ones run away. We older ones stay and pester it." Ka-ching! The sound of a limb breaking came. "Brother, run!" Ah! All kinds of screams and sounds of grief came. Even if Zhang Chu and the others didn't see what happened for the time being, they could still imagine certain tragic images. A team of hunters, encountering a tiger they could not fight, had no choice but to sacrifice half of their men to save the other half. The choice is painful and hopeless, but there are times when it is necessary. "Sir, should we help?" Tong Qingshan asked in an urgent tone. Next to him, Tong Qingyu's thin face was also filled with worry. After all, he had some kinship with Deep Water Hole Village. Zhang Chu glanced at Tong Qingshan and realized that his eyes were full of excitement. And with his lance in hand, he couldn't wait to charge over there right now. Zhang Chu knew that Tong Qingshan's strength had increased greatly and desperately wanted to try out his own weight. However, Zhang Chu was still very cautious. "Take a look from afar. If that tiger is too strong, we'll immediately dodge. If that tiger is not as strong as us, we can save them." Since the two villages were on good terms, they should help if they could. Of course, be in a position to keep yourself safe. Good. A few people agreed and immediately jumped up to the head of the tree and watched towards the distance. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw a tragic scene. A huge silver-bearded tiger. Its mouth opened, emitting a terrifying gravitational force. Countless leaves and rolling stones rolled backwards towards the mouth of the silver-bearded tiger. The three older hunters, uncontrollably, rolled backwards towards the silver-bearded tiger. Immediately after that, the silver-bearded tiger's mouth opened and closed, directly biting off the three hunters' spines. With a toss of their heads, the three hunters were broken in two and casually tossed to the ground. Immediately after that, this silver-bearded tiger pounced towards the other hunters. The large paw was wider than a human's body, and as soon as the paw passed, two more hunters had their backs slapped and were killed under the tiger's claws. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the broken hunter team died. The remaining 10 or so hunters who broke the back turned and ran. However, they were running in the direction of the deep mountains, because they knew they wouldn't survive to buy time for the other young hunters who had escaped. However, without waiting for those old hunters to run too far, the silver-bearded tiger's mouth opened, and the terrifying gravitational force erupted once again, and more than a dozen hunters were unexpectedly all fixed in place. In the next second, behind the Ginsu tiger, a pair of child wings unfolded, and with a gentle flap of its large wings, it directly pounced over. A few claws slapped down, and those hunters had no ability to resist, and were directly wiped out. The demon ruins, the world of great demons. Ordinary hunters were too fragile and unbeatable in front of such great ferocious beasts. Zhang Chu's heart was shocked as he watched. Although he had been in this world for 3 years, it was the first time Zhang Chu had seen a tiger that could fly. At the moment, the young hunters hadn't run far. The large wings of the silver-bearded tiger unfolded and charged directly at the remaining team of young hunters. This is too scary, Tong Qingyu exclaimed, his hands and feet going cold. Even with everyone's increased strength, Tong Qingyu and the others felt a sense of powerlessness. If we don't make a move, I'm afraid Deep Water Pool Village will be finished, Tong Qingshan said. He wasn't afraid, he was even a little excited. At this moment, Zhang Chu asked Tong Qingshan, "Qingshan, what do you say?" Tong Qingshan gripped the lance in his hand tightly, his gaze sharp as electricity, his temperament like a sheathed sword. "It's not my opponent. I can feel it." Zhang Chu nodded his head at once. "Go on, kill that silver-bearded tiger. Flowers in greenhouses don't grow big, and a talented person like Tong Qingshan needs to be sharpened enough." When Tong Qingshan received Zhang Chu's permission, he immediately rushed out with his lance. Tan Ning, who is the youngest hunter inside the deep water hole hunting team, is only 16 years old this year, and has been given high hopes by Deep Water Hole Village. But now, he was scared out of his wits and ran desperately towards the hamlet. At this moment, Tan Ying's heart was full of fear. He had already smelled the flavor of death. Roar! The roar of the silver-bearded tiger exploded in his ears. Although Tan Ying did not turn around, he had already felt that the huge tiger claw had already slapped his back. A feeling of powerlessness came from the oil, and he could only close his eyes and wait for death to come. It's over, Tan Ying despaired in his heart. Once the young hunter team was also killed by the silver-bearded tiger, the fate of those old and weak women within the deep water pool village would be extremely miserable. With luck, they may be taken in by other villages and given slaves and servants. Bad luck is the total annihilation of a small village, starvation, or death at the mouth of a tiger. It can't be helped. This is the demon market. The weak are the strong. Just then, a loud shout came. Stop. Immediately afterward, a long spear, like a meteor catching the moon, flew from mid-air and stabbed directly at the face of the silver-bearded tiger. Roar! The silver-bearded tiger sensed the power of this lance and didn't dare to fight hard. It flicked its wings and pulled up in a pull-up, directly flying high into the air, dodging the lance. In the next second, Tan Ying saw that the handsome and heroic Tong Qingshan, as if he was a god of war, appeared in front of them in a spirited manner. At this moment, Tong Qingshan shouted, "Brothers of the deep water pool, come behind me!" Saved! The hunter of the deep water pool, who had managed to escape, shouted in surprise, "Tong Qingshan, you're Tong Qingshan from Zhao Yi village." Although it wasn't common, the two villages occasionally crossed paths, and someone recognized Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan didn't make a sound as he took a step over the deep water pool village's team of hunters, shielding these people behind him as he tilted his head and stared at the silver-bearded tiger circling in the sky. At this moment, the silver-bearded tiger didn't attack immediately. It seemed to have sensed Tong Qingshan's unusualness. The three Zhang Chu people had also rushed over. At this time, Tong Qingyu opened his mouth and shouted, "Cousin Tan Ying, Tong Qingyu's mother, is Tan Ying's aunt, although they do not often walk around, but some kinship. Tan Ying, on the other hand, shouted with a pale face, "Run, this silver-bearded tiger has become a demon." However, Zhang Chu's few people did not flee, but instead, after standing still, they assumed an appearance of hunting a tiger. At this moment, Zhang Chu reminded Tong Qingshan, "Qingshan, the most powerful thing about the silver-bearded tiger isn't his mouth, tail or claws, but his whiskers. It's said that only by forming the demon pill can he give birth to silver whiskers and inspire a divine pattern. A silver beard represents a hole in the well of life." Tong Qingshan stared at the silver-bearded tiger, carefully counted, which said, 9 silver whiskers, 9 holes life wells? Although Tong Qingshan only had 6 cave life wells, he was fearless because he cultivated the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. And this silver-bearded tiger, it should be the Earth's 72 changes. At this moment, Tong Qingshan's hand made a slight move, and the long spear that flew out suddenly fell back into Tong Qingshan's hand. In the next second, the lance was pointed remotely at the silver-bearded tiger in the sky. Either come down and fight, or get lost. At this moment, behind Tong Qingshan's back, 6 brilliant stars vaguely emerged, and his aura skyrocketed. This silver-bearded tiger was instantly enraged. It roared and directly swooped down towards Tong Qingshan. Chapter 11 Polluted Villages. The silver-whiskered tiger swooped down, its huge tiger claws resembling bushels, fiercely enveloping towards Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan had the intention to try how his strength was. He directly used his lance as a stick and swung it at the silver-bearded tiger's tiger claws. Rumbling, the tiger's claws collided with the hilt of Tong Qingshan's lance in one place. Tong Qingshan's enormous strength erupted out, and the tiger that was swooping down in mid-air unexpectedly lost its balance, and was directly jerked to the side by Tong Qingshan. On the contrary, Tong Qingshan stood in place, his waist straight and unmoving like a mountain. The few young hunters who are alive in the deep water pool, all looked dumbfounded. How could they not expect that Tong Qingshan was able to whip the silver-bearded tiger away? Tong Qingshan is so strong. Tan Ying couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Deep Water Hole Village. A few other hunters who had managed to survive couldn't help but rub their eyes hard, unable to believe the scene they were seeing. How is this possible? The silver-bearded tiger is the king of this great mountain. Hiss. Tong Qingshan of Date Leaf Village can actually hunt tigers. Date Leaf Village. There's going to be a big shot. Just as those few young hunters' hearts were pounding, Tong Qingyu came to their side. At this moment, Tong Qingyu comforted. "Don't worry, cousin. Brother Qingshan is the strongest person in our Date Leaf Village. He can definitely kill the tiger." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, shouted, "Qingshan, fight quickly. We have time to hurry." "Good." Tong Qingshan agreed and chased after the silver-bearded tiger with large strides. That silver-bearded tiger was also aroused to ferocity and took the initiative to pounce towards Tong Qingshan. At the same time, the silver whiskers of the silver-bearded tiger suddenly glowed, and a silver-colored divine pattern was suddenly inspired. Those silver divine lines were terrifyingly incomparable, and when they touched the trees exploded into pieces, and the silver divine line seemed like a terrifying noose, twisting towards Tong Qingshan. The hunter team from the deep water pool saw this and held their breath in fear, their faces pale. However, Tong Qingshan went forward, pointing his lance straight at the tiger, directly ignoring those silver divine lines. Just as the silver divine lines were about to chop at Tong Qingshan's body, his dantian glowed and a strand of golden divine lines directly inspired. After all the divine lines collided together, they annihilated at the same time, and immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan's spear suddenly accelerated and stabbed straight at the silver-bearded tiger's head. Although the silver-bearded tiger tried its best to dodge, Tong Qingshan's spear seemed to have a spirit, always pointing at the center of the silver-bearded tiger's eyebrows. Click! The long spear directly pierced through the head of the silver-bearded tiger. The huge body of the silver-bearded tiger stood still with unwillingness in its eyes. How could it not expect to die so easily? And after Tong Qingshan's successful strike, the handle of the gun slightly trembled, directly stirring up the brain of the silver-bearded tiger, completely cutting off the silver-bearded tiger's vitality. Rumbling, the huge body of the silver-bearded tiger fell to the ground. The king of this piece of mountain died under Tong Qingshan's gun. My God! Tong Qingshan, you unexpectedly. Tan Ying was shocked beyond words. Deep Water Pool Village. A few other young hunters also had a shocked face. How could they not expect that Tong Qingshan had killed the silver-bearded tiger in the blink of an eye, which completely subverted their cognition? It's awesome. Some people were envious beyond measure. He just emitted a divine pattern. Could it be that Tong Qingshan is able to cultivate? Hey, how nice it would be if someone in our village could cultivate. At this moment, a few people who survived the deep water pool village suddenly realized that the date leaf village was not the same as them. On the other hand, Tong Qingyu and Gangzi were incredibly excited as they waved their fists vigorously. Ha ha, brother Qingshan is just awesome. In the future, we'll be able to easily decapitate great demons as well. At this moment, Tong Qingshan gripped his spear tightly and came to Zhang Chu. He laughed freely. Sir, I can kill the silver-bearded tiger. Ha ha ha. The first time he killed a great demon, Tong Qingshan felt so hearty that he couldn't help but shout and laugh. In the past, when you saw a demon, you had to take a detour. Zhang Chu then nodded his head slightly, causing Tong Qingshan to laugh for a while before he said, not bad, but don't be proud. In the demon market, there are countless monsters that are more powerful than the silver-bearded tiger. Yes, Tong Qingshan collected himself and agreed very respectfully. Next to them, the deep water pools gaped. That such a powerful Tong Qingshan would listen to the command of another young man. It was already hard to imagine Zhang Chu's power in their hearts. However, Zhang Chu acted casually and simply asked a few questions about the situation, and Tan Ning answered them one by one. During this period of time, many outsiders, or mysterious great demons were fighting nearby, and the people of Deep Water Pool Village did not dare to go out freely for fear of losing their lives. However, the days of Deep Water Hole Village are far less favorable than those of Date Leaf Village, and their village is extremely short of food. Today, after a good deal of calm, they wanted to get out and do some hunting to relieve the famine in the village. But I never expected to meet a Ginsu tiger patrolling the mountain. Presumably, the silver-bearded tiger was also looking at today's calm and wanted to hunt more prey and go back to store it. So it killed everyone it saw and almost gave their hunter team a regimentation. Zhang Chu understood the cause of the matter, so he did not ask any more questions, but left the matter to Tong Qingshan. At this moment, Tong Qingshan spoke. We're going to make a trip to Mount Mangdang, passing by your place, and we don't want to hunt in your hunting area. Tan Ning hurriedly said, what a thing to say. If it wasn't for you guys, I'm afraid our hunter team would be gone. According to the rules of the big mountain, Tong Qingshan had saved them, and they needed to hand over all their prey to Tong Qingshan. However, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan needed to travel light, and besides, today's Zaoyi village had long since stopped lacking in prey. Therefore, Tong Qingshan just cut out the huge tiger treasure and gave the rest of the tiger meat to Tan Ning. The tiger treasure was a huge ball of silver-colored meat covered with silver lines, emitting a tantalizing aroma. A few people from Deep Water Hole Village were salivating with greed. This was a tiger treasure. They had only heard of it in the past. Where had they seen it before? Of course, gluttony can't be helped. Tiger treasure doesn't belong to them. At this moment, Tong Qingshan first cut the biggest and best piece and gave it to Zhang Chu. Hey, sir, eat it while it's hot. Zhang Chu nodded his head. This tiger treasure's power was pure and flavorful. It was much stronger than the pig treasure. The four of them shared their food at random and wolfed it down. And in a moment's time, they had wiped out the whole thing. While eating the tiger treasure, Zhang Chu's mind also sank into the mountain and sea map, wanting to see if there could be any changes within the mountain and sea map after eating the tiger treasure. After most of the medicinal power entered Zhang Chu's body, this mountain and sea diagram absorbed it instead. However, there was no silver-bearded tiger manifested. At this moment, Zhang Chu sighed in his heart. This mountain and sea diagram. It's a mouth that's very tricky. This kind of silver-bearded tiger that has opened a few life wells, surprisingly, is not even qualified to manifest within the mountain and sea diagram, and can't enter the eyes of the mountain and sea diagram. However, this was enough to show how powerful the rabbit demon and fox demon that they had eaten before were, and their realms must have far exceeded this silver-bearded tiger. It seems that only a great demon that eats that kind of high realm, or even one that can take form, can manifest within the mountain and sea diagram. Of course, even though it didn't manifest the silver-bearded tiger, the mountain and sea map was obviously a little more solidified, and the mountains and waters within were clearer. At the same time, there was constantly spiritual energy spreading out from within the mountain and sea diagram, nourishing and transforming Zhang Chu's physical body. Tong Qingshan and the others had also finished their share of the tiger treasure, and it could be seen that all three of them were in high spirits and had gained a lot of benefits as well. Let's go. We have to hurry, Zhang Chu said. However, right at this moment, Tan Ning suddenly shouted, by the way, if you guys go to Mangdang Mountain, you have to pass through Wulyo village. Don't go through the vicinity of that village. Tong Qingshan paused slightly and turned to ask, what's wrong? At this moment, Tan Ning said, the people in that village, they're all contaminated. Ha! Tong Qingshan froze. All contaminated? Tan sighed. Anyway, don't go near that village. Right now. They're spooky and very scary. Got it. Thanks a lot, Tong Qingshan said. After that, a few people turned to leave. While rushing along, Tong Qingshan said to Zhang Chu, Sir, are we going to take the road to Wuliu village? Zhang Chu, on the other hand, asked, Is there any other road besides Wuliu village? Tong Qingshan explained, If we take that road from Wuliu village, we can reach Mangdang Mountain before noon. If I have to take a detour, I'm afraid that I won't be able to arrive at Mangdang Mountain before noon. And with the time spent picking herbs and the possibility of circling the Great Horned Mang, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return to the village in time. As soon as Zhang Chu heard this, he made a decision. Then let's take a trip to the Five Willows village. And in the meantime, let's also take a look at what the so-called polluted village is like. Aha! Tong Qingshan nodded. Tong Qingyu, on the other hand, said, Even if the people of Five Willow village are contaminated, with our strength, we can hide away even if we want to. Still be careful, don't be too careless, Zhang Chu admonished. The four of them followed a road and approached the village of Goryu. The guardian deity of the village of Goryu is a willow tree, a huge one that can be seen from a distance, enveloping the entire small village. The willows hung low, as if a bride's beaded head covered the entire hamlet. But upon closer inspection, Zhang Chu's few people sucked in a breath of cool air, because that old willow tree seemed to be in big trouble. A large part of the willow leaves became black, and insects seemed to be born on them, and a large number of willows crashed down on the ground. This was an incredible image because in the demon ruins, demons were an extremely special kind of existence. They were not ordinary trees and should never get worms or get sick. But now it was as if the old willow tree was entering its twilight years. And when Zhang Chu and the others took a closer look at the people inside that small village, they were even more numb for a while. Chapter 12, The Creepy Hunters. Vomit. Tong Qingyu directly vomited out, not daring to look at the situation inside the Five Willows village. Zhang Chu was also frightened by the situation within the Five Willows village and felt his hair stand on end. Within the village of Goryu, a horrific mutation has occurred to almost everyone. An old crone washing clothes at a well with her face rotted away and the occasional horrible earthworm crawling out of her eyes looked horrifying. The weird thing was that it was as if she herself didn't notice anything, just hanging her laundry on the oxbow rope like a normal person would do. The other woman who was in charge of cooking, half of her leg was down to the bone. She walked with a limp, and there was a steady stream of rotting flesh falling to the ground. However, the woman had a satisfied and happy smile on her face as she kept adding some weird bugs to the pot. Even a few of the children who had been running around the village had undergone varying degrees of bizarre transformations. A small child with a pretty face to look at, but a black hole in his head with horrible earthworms squishing around in it. There was also a strong-looking little boy with some live bugs in his hand, eating them as a snack. It's so bizarre, and the behavior of everyone in this small village is mind-numbing to watch, and makes you feel very sick. How could this be? Tong Qingshan looked unsightly. Tong Qingyu was even bending over, vomiting vigorously. Next to him, Gangzi was pounding Tong Qingyu's back, and Gangzi was a little more adaptable. However, Gangzi also looked pale at this moment and proposed, Sir, let us go around the road. Tong Qingshan didn't react that much. He was just filled with worry. This pollution, it won't be able to be contagious. I think we have to stay away from them. Zhang Chu also felt uncomfortable all over his body, and seeing that kind of mutation in them, he couldn't help but think, what if he is also like this? Thinking about it sends chills down my spine and is hard to accept. However, if you take a detour, you may not be able to return to Date Leaf Village before late night arrives. That's why Zhang Chu forced himself to endure his discomfort and whispered, pass through quickly and leave them alone. Yes, everyone twisted their heads, not looking at this village, and at the same time, everyone ran, itching to pass through this village in an instant. But right at this moment, a half-grown child also suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path of Zhang Chu's several people. Ha, who are you guys? It was the girl's voice, with curiosity in it, and she had a nice, clear voice, as if she were 101 birds in the mountains. A few of Zhang Chu's men stopped at once and looked at the girl. Immediately afterward, everyone's faces became very ugly. Tong Qingyu bent over again, almost about to vomit. However, he had just finished vomiting all the bitter water in his stomach, and this time nothing came out. Tong Qingshan and Gangzi, on the other hand, had their weapons directly across their chests, and the two were filled with vigilance. Because this girl's face, it was too scary. The flesh of her face was falling off, and there was a horrible black earthworm that had burrowed through the bones of her face and back again. "Don't come over," Tong Qingshan said, pointing his spear at the inhuman, ghostly girl. On the other hand, Zhang Chu and a few others hurriedly backed up and distanced themselves from the girl for fear of being contaminated. However, the girl's voice was beautiful, as if it was heavenly. "Why are you pointing a gun at me? This is our Five Willows Village's territory." It sounded like the girl actually sounded a little aggravated. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, was shocked in his heart that she was able to communicate normally. So Zhang Chu hurriedly said, "Qing Shan, put down your gun." The spooky girl asked in a jovial tone of voice when she saw the lance lowered. "You are villagers from other villages, aren't you? What brings you to our neighborhood?" This situation was so weird. Her face clearly didn't even look alive anymore, but her voice gave off a cheerful and innocent feeling. That weird twisting sensation made the four Zhang Chus unusually uncomfortable. However, Zhang Chu still tried to calm down and asked the girl, "What happened to your face?" When the girl heard this, she let out a troubled sound. "Hey, I don't know what's wrong with me. I've gotten some pimples on my face lately, and it's not even pretty anymore." But the next second, the girl was happy again. "But my AMA said that I got these pimples on my face because I grew up, and that my face will be fine when I get married." This, Zhang Chu four people surprised. She is so think her face? And yet, at this moment, the girl was seriously reminding Zhang Chu of a few people. "It's not peaceful in the mountains lately, and our old village chief said to try not to go out, or else it would be disastrous to be bumped into by those outsiders, or great demons. A lot of those outsiders are murderous." The girl's voice was full of childlike innocence, curiosity and kindness. If you close your eyes, it's not hard to imagine that this is the image of a beautiful and innocent girl, but when she opened her eyes, her face, it was horrible. However, a few of Zhang Chu's people also heard out that the girl was not malicious, she was just contaminated. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan glanced at each other, and the two nodded to each other, not wanting to cause more trouble. So Zhang Chu said, "Get out of the way. We're going to Mount Mangdang." "Mount Mangdang? That's far away. Moreover, there's a monster python in Mangdang Mountain that's very powerful. Aren't you guys afraid of being eaten by the monster python if you go like this?" The girl's voice was still very melodious. She was surprisingly worried about the safety of a few people and sounded kind-hearted. "We have something in mind," Tong Qingshan said. "Get out of the way. We're going over." The three men really didn't want to get on the wrong side of the girl and hoped she would get out of the way. And just then, a woman's voice came. "Zhuer, why did you run out of the village again? Didn't the old village headman say that the mountains are not calm these days, so don't go out of the village so easily?" Another extremely normal woman's voice. However, when Zhang Chu's few people looked over, they were again shocked. Half of the woman's body was rotted, and one leg had only bones as well as some rotten flesh attached to it, as if it was going to fall apart at any moment. However, she had a certain doting expression on her face, and the way she looked at the girl was all full of love. The girl was also concerned about her mom. "Amma, your leg is acting up again. Don't come out. I'll be right back." It was such an eerie sight, and with my eyes closed, if I just listened to the sound, it was so harmonious and cozy. But when he opened his eyes, he saw two such looking people. On the contrary, they seemed to treat themselves as normal. At this moment, Zhang Chu's few people didn't move around. No one could feel what was going on. They just cautiously kept their distance. And just at that moment, the hunters from the village of Goryu returned. They were dragging an old, contaminated wolf with huge pockets of water rising from its stomach and nasty bugs swimming in it. Those hunters, one by one, also underwent a horrifying mutation. And the leading hunter had an arm that seemed to have transformed into the tentacles of a giant octopus. The tentacle was so powerful that it wrapped itself around its prey, dragging the tainted wolf along without the slightest strain. The other hunter's neck seemed to have numerous layers of blood-red swimming rings around it, and as if it was covered in horrible tumors. There was another young man, half his head rotted away, with horrible black earthworms traveling through his white brain. It was clear that they were people who should not have survived, but they were talking and laughing and the atmosphere was relaxed and sounded extremely happy. "Ha ha ha, this time it's really good luck to capture the head wolf with the wolf treasure. After eating this wolf, our hunter team from Wulyo village will definitely be stronger." That's right. Right now, the strength of our Five Willows village hunter team should have completely crushed the other villages around us. Being strong is good. In the past, you had to hunt all day long and there wasn't enough meat to share. Now, as long as you go out for 2 hours, you'll be able to hunt an endless supply of meat. It's just that the mountains have been unsettled lately. Those outsiders are so annoying. fighting and fighting all day long. Yes, it's better to be in the village. The willow god can protect us. The joking voices were getting closer and closer. And these tainted hunters also saw Zhang Chu's few people. Surprisingly, they showed as much goodwill towards Zhang Chu as this mother and daughter. The man with the octopus arms was obviously the captain of the hunter team. And he even recognized Tong Qingshan. Ha! You guys are from Date Leaf Village, right? How did you come to our side? It's not a close road. Tong Qingshan took a few steps back while explaining. We are trying to go to Mount Mangdang. We didn't come over here to hunt. The octopus-armed man said at once. Oh, you guys are going to Mangdang Mountain. That place is not good. Immediately after that, he looked at the sky. Then you guys have to speed up. If it's afternoon, you guys are afraid that it'll be hard to return to Zaoi village before it gets dark. And another yelled in a boozy voice. Hey, even if you can't go back to Zaoi village, there's no need to be afraid. You can come to our Wulio village to rest for a night. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. The others chimed in. That's right. If you come back late at night, come to our Wulio village to spend the night. Good men of Zaoi village. I see that your breath is calm and steady. You must be masters. We have many pretty girls in Wulu village. If you don't mind, come to our village and see if you can make a good marriage. Ha ha, I see that Zhuer has reached the age where she can get married. And the little girl is blocking the way and won't let people leave. Yes, it's time for Pearl to get married. These people talk very normally, with bursts of laughter, as if they don't feel abnormal at all. Zhang Chu's few people, however, were too creeped out for a while to strike up a conversation. It's so weird. If it wasn't for Zhang Chu's good stamina, I'm afraid that he would have lost his voice in fear. Chapter 13, Stealing the Treasure Pill. Just then, the octopus-armed hunter fumbled around in his arms for a while, and a live, blackened earthworm actually came out. He handed the twisted black earthworm to Zhang Chu and a few others. A few brothers, don't be polite. This is our Wulio village's precious medicine. Take it. Treasure medicine? Zhang Chu's few people felt creeped out. How could this thing be a medicine? Instead, the captain of that hunter team said proudly, that's right, this is the precious medicine, given to us by our willow tree god, and after eating it, our strength increases greatly. Immediately afterward, he shouted with great bravado, our willow tree god is generous. It wants everyone to become strong. Whether you are our villager or not, you can eat the precious medicine, take it and be on your way. It may save your lives in case of danger. It was clearly something incredibly disgusting. But Zhang Chu's few people could hear the hunter's good intentions. Of course, it was impossible for a few people in Zhang Chu to accept it. At this time, Tong Qingshan hurriedly waved his hand. No, or not. That hunter captain wasn't angry, and tucked the worm into his arms again. And then, he used that normal arm to arch his hand at Zhang Chu's few people. Since that's the case, we won't bother you much, please. With that, they voluntarily got out of the way. Zhang Chu's few people rushed through. Those who were contaminated, however, were still shouting behind Zhang Chu's men, brothers of Zaoi village, be careful, that strange python in Mangdan mountain is not simple. If you are in danger, come to our Five Willows village. We all hang out in the demon ruins and deserve to help each other. Zhang Chu's few people then ran away, fearing that they would catch up with them. Even though they were physically fit, they were running out of breath and did not dare to stop at all. While running, Tong Qingyu also looked back and watched. After roughly half an hour of running, they had long since left the range of Wulio village, and only then did Tong Qingyu relax. They didn't come after them. Only then did a few people flop down and sit on the ground, gasping for air, each with a distraught expression on their faces. It's horrible. Tong Qingyu held the back of the great bow in a death grip, and his wrist still couldn't help shivering. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, asked Zhang Chu, Sir, this contamination, what exactly is it? This is too bizarre. Zhang Chu then recalled their performance and finally, Zhang Chu said, look at them. They don't realize in themselves that they become that. In their consciousness, they think, they're still normal. How can a normal person live that way? Gangzi said. Zhang Chu also sighed, completely unable to figure it out. Honestly, these contaminated villagers could accept it if they attacked them directly with their hands. They were so enthusiastic and normal, which in turn made Zhang Chu feel creepy. Forget it, just stay away from them. As long as we don't get contaminated ourselves, Zhang Chu said. Mangdan Dan. This is the most bellicose mountain within a 1,000-mile radius. When the sun rose, the Mangdan mountain glowed brightly, and the huge spiritual energy was stimulated from the ground, making both the herbs and animals in this neighborhood grow more vigorously than other places. At this moment, Jiang Chu's few people quietly looked towards the peak of Mount Mangdang. At the highest peak, a huge, monstrous mango wrapped around the top of the mountain, as if it were holding it in slumber. It was dark, as if it was made of poured steel, and from a distance, one could feel the beauty of an unrivaled power. Looking closely, it had a milky white horn on its forehead that was as crystalline as jade, with divine sunlight flowing through it, looking very divine. At this time, Jiang Chu said in a low voice, "I heard that this monster python once transformed into an old man and walked around the surrounding mountain villages, and his true cultivation level is extremely terrifying." Jiang Chu had read the relevant records in the Great Demon Technique that it was very difficult for demons to take on a human form, and only at the late stage of the spirit building realm could they take on a human form. Spirit building is the first major realm of cultivation for all living beings, which contains many minor realms such as opening the life well, gushing the life spring, expanding the life river, opening the four seas, and so on. The current Tong Qingshan, who had just opened up a few holes of life wells, could not possibly fight against the old snake, so it can only be outsmarted. Tong Qingshan carried his lance on his back, lying down in the grass, looking at the strange python from afar, and whispered, "The more I cultivate for a while, the more I feel that this monster python is unfathomable. I feel that its power is like endless mountains, majestic and unfathomable." Tong Qingyu then whispered, "This is a truly great demon. I've heard that many outsiders don't dare to find trouble with it, and when they see it, they can only go around." However, Jiang Chu had a strange feeling in his heart when he saw this strange python. He actually swallowed a mouthful of water, and his heart could not help but wonder what the flavor of this strange python's meat, the strange python's demonic dan, was. At the same time, the mountain and sea diagram within Jiang Chu's body was also gently trembling, as if it had discovered its prey. But the next second, Jiang Chu bit his own tongue viciously. "What are you thinking about? The meat of this monster python is definitely delicious, but it's definitely not something that a few of them can hunt." At this moment, Jiang Chu endeavored to suppress the thought of wanting to eat the strange python, and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. One thing leads to another. We've already prepared for this." And then, Jiang Chu looked at Tong Qingyu. "Are you ready?" Tong Qingyu nodded at once. "Ready. Go to the upwind entrance. And remember, run immediately after placing the bait," Jiang Chu exhorted in a low voice. "Good." Tong Qingyu agreed. Inside the hunter team, Tong Qingyu had one specialty, which was running extremely fast. At this moment, Jiang Chu gave Tong Qingyu the bait that he had prepared in advance, which was the witch snake pill that was boiled with demon meat and some snake mint. This is a kind of bait recorded in the Great Desolate Scripture, which possesses a fatal temptation for snakes. Even a demon king who had broken through the first great realm would find it hard to resist its charm, and after encountering it, he would definitely be eager to eat it. And after eating it, this great demon would fall into some kind of ecstasy and would dance unconsciously. It would even make snakes addicted. It was a forbidden drug. Soon, Tong Qingyu brought witch snake pill to a hilltop. The hill was more than 10 miles away from the strange Mang, and it was in the upper winds of the strange Mang. At this moment, Tong Qingyu took out a watermelon-sized witch snake pill from his backpack. Witch snake maru, now wrapped in the leaves of mistletoe fire hemp, a leaf that insulates witch snake maru's flavor. Tong Qingyu first placed the witch snake pill on an extremely high boulder, and after that, he peeled off the leaves of the mistletoe fire flax, and a strange stench immediately wafted out. In the next second, around this small mountain, all the snakes seemed to have been given a shot of sobriety and stood still at the same time. It was as if these snakes had suddenly become enlightened, and their surroundings were clear to their eyes. Immediately after that, all the snakes sensed witch snake maru's scent, and they desperately crawled in witch snake maru's direction. Tong Qingyu turned around and ran. He wanted to completely escape this place before the smell was discovered by the strange Mang. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, took Tong Qingshan and waited carefully. After about 10 minutes or so, on Mangdan Mountain, the monster python's huge head suddenly lifted up and twisted its head to look into the distance. In the next second, on its back, a pair of bone wings were born, and with a gentle spread of the bone wings, this strange python flew directly towards witch snake maru. "Hurry!" Jiang Chu urged, getting it together. As if an arrow had left the string, Tong Qingshan couldn't wait to rush to the top of the mountain. Jiang Chu and Gangzi followed close behind. The monstrous python, on the other hand, sought out the witch snake pill in the blink of an eye, and without even thinking, it swallowed it in one gulp. Even as many giant snakes were eaten by it. And then, the great horned python began to dance around the mountains in the distance. It rushes into the sky one moment, rolls in the mountains the next, and even makes a low sound as if it were a long, low whistle on the ocean. At this moment, the great horned python was in some sort of ecstasy. Rumbling, the earth trembled, countless mountains and forests were crushed, and large swaths of mountains and forests were violently destroyed. And at this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan had already arrived at the residence of the great horned python, where there was a white pool. Zhang Chu took a closer look at the white pool and broke out into a cold sweat. This was actually a bone pool. The bone pool was surrounded by the skulls of humans or other living beings, and the countless white bones exuded a kind of inexplicable fury. And it was unknown how many living beings it had killed to put together such a bone pool. In the center of the bone pool, there was a one-person tall precious medicine, the dragon scale orchid. It could be seen that the leaves of this dragon scale orchid were very sparse, with only 23 leaves, but the form of each leaf was completely different. Some resemble lotus leaves, some willow leaves, others resemble human faces, some resemble living beings, and the color of each leaf varies and takes on different forms. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chu directly pointed at a silver-colored needle-like leaf. "Eat it!" Tong Qingshan didn't hesitate for half a second, directly reaching over and grabbing the leaf, gently pulling it and swallowing it in one mouthful. "Run!" Several people scattered their legs and ran into the distance without looking back. The earth flew back under the feet of several people, and soon, all of them converged, completely far away from the range of Mangdan Mountain. Half an hour later, on the distant Mangdan Mountain, the great horned python's thoughts were transmitted into the minds of countless living beings through some mysterious way. "Who stole my precious medicine? Let me know and I'll exterminate your entire clan." Rumbling, several peaks were directly flattened. The big horned python vented its anger. Chapter 14, 60 Years of Reincarnation. Zhang Chu's 4 people had already escaped the confines of Mangdang Mountain, and when they passed through Wulio village once again, they found that a few villagers from Wulio village were actually waiting for Zhang Chu and the others on the road. "Great! You guys are finally back safely." Captain Hunt, whose arms transformed into octopus tentacles, had a very happy face. Zhang Chu's few people, on the other hand, stopped, their hearts on alert, wondering why they were blocking here. "What are you guys?" Zhang Chu asked. Captain Hunt said, "Actually, we'd like to invite you into the village to discuss something with you." "Into the village? Discuss things?" The 4 Zhang Chu people immediately took several steps back. "Are you kidding? If you enter your village, how can you get out? Don't be so contaminated that you don't even realize it and bring it back to the village. Then you'll be in big trouble." However, that hunting captain hurriedly waved his hand. "We know that the anger of that great horned python has something to do with you guys. But don't worry, we're not trying to possess your treasures." Zhang Chu knew that they had misunderstood his meaning, but Zhang Chu still looked wary. "So what are you guys?" At this moment, the hunting captain said, "To tell the truth, our village experienced a disaster a few months ago, and a large portion of the hunting team was killed or injured, and many men died." "So?" Tong Qingshan asked. Captain Hunt said, "Now, in our village, there are many more women than men, but we have a rule in Wulio village that a man can only marry a maximum of 3 women, and now many women can't find a man. So, I want to ask you to go to our village to see if you can." Tong Qingshan was slightly relieved. "So that's how it is." Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan said, "Let's forget about it today. You've seen our situation. We need to hurry back. Otherwise, the village people will be anxious." The polluted hunting captain didn't force himself. He just nodded. "That's fine. We won't force ourselves on anyone. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to our village as a guest." "Good." Tong Qingshan casually agreed. These polluted villagers, on the other hand, got out of the way without any difficulty. Zhang Chu's few people passed by peacefully. These polluted villagers did not show any abnormalities. They were only hideous and horrible in appearance, but they were peaceful. As for Zhang Chu, a few people passed through the 5 Willows village, and immediately afterward, as if fleeing for their lives, they ran wildly towards the Zaoyi village. The villagers of Wulio village looked at Zhang Chu in their faraway direction and discussed. "Hey, the people in the other villages have been a bit strange lately. Yes, our village is hospitable. In the past, people would stay for a couple of nights, but lately, surprisingly, none of them want to stay. I don't know what happened. Perhaps they have angered the great horned python and are afraid that the great horned python will catch up with them. Remember, if an old man enters our village and asks about this, don't divulge the information." Not far away, an old man with a half-rotted neck came along, the old village chief of Wulio village. At this moment, this old village chief sighed. Maybe it's because the mountains have been unsettled lately. They all have something to worry about. Don't think too much. It'll be nice when the mountains calm down. Several people from Zhangchu returned safely. Tong Qingshan directly closed the door. The medicinal power of that one leaf of dragon scale orchid had already taken effect. Zhang Chu saw that Tong Qingshan's ears, all of them became slender, as if they were elves, which added a little bit of demonic beauty to the already handsome-looking Tong Qingshan. If it forms a demonic elixir, it won't turn into a great demon, right? Zhang Chu's heart was odd. Of course, Zhang Chu didn't say much. It was just that his ears had changed slightly, which was harmless. Right now, Tong Qingshan needed to go into seclusion and hit the first barrier with all his might. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, found the old village chief to inquire about something. What he saw on this occasion left Zhang Chu with a lot of unanswered questions and gloom in his heart. The bright lard lamps were lit, and the old village head in Zhang Chu sat at the stone table, and Zhang Chu talked about what happened in Wuliu village. The old village chief held an old tobacco pouch and took a puff. Looking silent but not showing too much alarm, Zhang Chu was surprised. This kind of thing had spread to a certain village. When a normal person heard about it, they should be scared. But the old village head's expression was a bit too calm, so Zhang Chu asked, "Old village chief, don't you feel terrible?" The old village chief's tone was flat. "There's nothing to be afraid of. What should come, will always come. Just get through it. Get over it." "Could it be that you have seen this kind of thing before?" Zhang Chu asked eagerly at once. The old village chief took a heavy drag on his old tobacco pouch before saying, "I heard the older generation mention that there was such a time 60 years ago." Zhang Chu's eyelids fluttered. It was 60 years ago again. Zhang Chu couldn't help but ask, "Old village chief, I remember you mentioning that people from the outside world and great demons causing trouble also happened 60 years ago." The old village chief nodded. "Yes, this time it's the same mess as 60 years ago." He took a heavy drag before speaking. "Pollution, turmoil, death of many beings, and the disappearance of many villages. But never mind. Just get through it." Zhang Chu was surprised in his heart as he realized that the old village chief probably knew very much. So Zhang Chu asked, "Old village chief, can you tell us in detail what happened 60 years ago? We need to make some more preparations as well." However, the old village chief laughed bitterly. "I was only 3 or 4 years old at that time. Where could I remember so many things?" "Many things, I heard from the older generation. My own impression is very little." "So did the older generation ever mention what the contamination was all about?" Zhang Chu asked. The old village chief fell into reminiscence as he took a puff of his old cigarette, his brows melting as he seemed to be trying to remember. Finally, the old village chief spoke. "I only remember that there was a time when the older generation was very jealous of the night of the demon market. Perhaps the night of the demon ruins is not only cannibalistic, but also related to pollution. When I was a child, there was still talk of sending the night god, but gradually that custom disappeared." Zhang Chu then asked directly, 60 years ago, there was also a situation where an entire village was contaminated?" The old village chief nodded. "There have been such cases, and there are quite a few of them. Villages and villages of people have been contaminated. All of them look like ghosts, but speak human language and do human affairs. As long as you don't mess with them, they won't initiate trouble." "And what happened after that? What happened to all those polluted villages?" Zhang Chu asked. "Nope," the old village chief said. "No more?" Zhang Chu exclaimed. The old village chief nodded. "Yes, those things, they suddenly disappeared, along with their guardian gods, the people of the village. By the way, there were all those contaminated animals, too, that were suddenly gone, all at once." Zhang Chu looked odd. "This is a bit strange, right?" The old village chief then sighed. "That's why I say, don't think too much, just get through it. This chaos will surely end. We just have to stay in the village and guard the old date tree. We will surely be safe." The old village chief's thoughts were plain and simple. He didn't think too much. However, Zhang Chu always felt that something was wrong. He was not a confused person, and in the face of the unknown, he hoped to find the truth. Zhang Chu asked again, "What about those outsiders and great demons? Why do they fight every day?" The old village chief was silent for a while, seemingly reluctant to bring it up. However, Zhang Chu spoke up. "Old village chief, since you know, tell me. Don't worry. If it's harmful to the small village, I won't speak out of turn." The old village chief was silent for a while before he said, "I heard that those outsiders and the great demons were there to rob a medicine." Chapter 15, 2 Outsiders. "A medicine? What kind of medicine?" Zhang Chu asked. The old village chief shook his head. "How would I know? I just heard the older generation say that near our area, there might be a big, scary grave. Immediately afterward, the old village chief told Zhang Chu all the information he knew. I've heard that great tomb, every 60 years, will give birth to a special medicine, and those outsiders and great demons are there to snatch that medicine. As for what that medicine is, what it's good for, and how powerful it is, that's not something a small villager like us can know, Zhang Chu suddenly realized. So that's how it is. No wonder. So many outsiders and great demons have come to the demon market recently. The old village chief then hurriedly urged. This matter, don't say anything to others. I'm afraid that someone who doesn't know their own weight will go and hit the idea of that medicine, and that will bring about the end of our small village. Zhang Chu nodded his head at once. Don't worry. I believe that our villagers are not that unaware of death. At this moment, Zhang Chu began to connect all the clues. Nights in the demon market, pollution, big scary graves, mysterious medicine, pollution that may disappear overnight sometime in the future. Zhang Chu felt that it seemed to contain some great secret. The old village chief sighed, Mister. In fact, think of those useless. This demon market thing, we have no way to control. We are just ordinary villagers. The food stored enough. Stay well in the village on the line. Speaking here, the old village chief's gaze became distant. In fact, the real chaos has not yet begun. Zhang Chu's heart jumped. What does true chaos look like? The old village chief said. I remember. 60 years ago, there was a time when people from a large tribe came to our village and took many young men captive, and those people never returned. I still remember that there was once a demon the size of a small mountain that bled at the entrance of our village. Unfortunately, the village was so weak in those days that they couldn't even get close enough to its corpse to eat the meat. There was also once a swordsman who split a mountain peak in half with a single slash, and a huge rolling stone nearly buried our village. There are also evil men from outside who will force their way into the village and make the village women sleep with them. But our date tree god will bless us and get us through it safely. Zhang Chu's heart jumped as he listened, and he took a deep breath. If we don't become stronger ourselves, we will ultimately be at the mercy of heaven. The old village chief, on the other hand, sighed. AI. In the demon ruins, human life is not worth much in the first place, but immediately after that, the old village chief was happy again. It's good now. Since Mr. came to our date leaf village, the village hasn't been starving for a long time. Moreover, the children, the hunter team, are also too much stronger than before. Zhang Chu, however, felt that these were not enough. If you want to live peacefully in the demon ruins, you need to have the strength to protect yourself. Now that Tong Qingshan had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had also obtained a precious medicine and entered seclusion. Well, what about the others? Also, a mountain and sea map had appeared within Zhang Chu's body, and his strength was increasing, and that idea of hiding in a small village and living a life of misery was gradually fading. Right now, Zhang Chu also hoped that he would become stronger, so that one day, he might be able to leave the demon ruins and taste what the demons from other places tasted like. Get stronger step by step, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. For the next little while, the outside world began to be chaotic again. There were constant battles between the outsiders. However, they seemed to have some special pact and would easily not disturb the quiet of the small village. In the date leaf village, everyone was desperately trying to improve themselves, and the consumption of the demon condensation cream was increasing. Everyone was holding back their energy, hoping that they would be able to form a demonic Dan like Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, had entered a special state, and he had unexpectedly formed a thick cocoon of light, his breath completely concealed. Sir, will Daddy be hungry? He hasn't eaten meat for 6 days. Little Grape blinked her big eyes, very worried. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, touched Little Grape's head. It won't be. Qingshan is making a breakthrough. Don't worry. And how long will it take Daddy to get out? Little Grape asked. Zhang Chu mused. Generally speaking, it takes half a month at the shortest, and at the longest, it might take 3 months. Cocooning, which does not occur in all cultivators. It was recorded in the Great Demon technique that only a few living beings might be able to form cocoons while cultivating in seclusion. It was a self-protection mechanism that prevented the breath from leaking out and being taken advantage of by a terrifying enemy. Right now, Tong Qingshan's light cocoon was plopped there as if it was a pile of withered grass, and if one wasn't familiar with it, one wouldn't even know that there was a person sitting there. That evening, the children who had finished their exercise gathered under the old jujube tree to listen to Zhang Chu's lecture. East of the Eastern Sea, there is a giant tree called Gnarly Mulberry. Just then, outside the small village, 2 special people came. A white-bearded, white-haired old man with a 12 or 13-year-old girl. the grandparents and grandchildren stood at the entrance of Zhao Yi village. Well, the children of this small village are extraordinary. The old man looked at the several children from the date leaf village, his face showing astonishment. But immediately afterward, the old man shook his head again. It's a pity. Being born in the demon ruins is destined to be a tragedy. The young girl, on the other hand, carefully surveyed the old date tree, and soon, the young girl was also surprised. The guardian god of this village is not quite the same as the guardian gods of other villages. It is very peaceful, but not to be underestimated. Outsiders. Tiger, who was not listening carefully, was the first to spot them. Zhang Chu and the children looked toward the entrance of the village. Many of the children got nervous. Last time, 3 women came, who turned out to be big demons, and tried to cut down the old date tree, leaving a very bad impression on the children. Now, children are instinctively wary of outsiders. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, calmed the children slightly. Don't worry, I'll go see what's going on. Soon, Zhang Chu arrived at the entrance of the village. Can we stay here for the night? The young girl asked. Very educated and with a sweet voice, she looked very energetic and vibrant in her fiery red fox fur coat and boots made of red fox fur. The old man, on the other hand, was kind and twirling his beard, looking at Zhang Chu with some approval in his eyes. I can't believe that in this small mountain village, there are people who can read and write. It's an interesting little village. Zhang Chu asked. I wonder what the 2 of you have to do. At this moment, the old man said, the night in this demon ruins is not good, so we would like to borrow a room for the night. I don't know if it's convenient. Zhang Chu felt that the grandparents and grandchildren were not malicious, so Zhang Chu invited them into the village. When the people in the small village learned that there were outsiders, many of them came out at once. The old village chief was also hospitable and had everyone bring out the dried pork that had been pickled to entertain the grandparents and grandchildren. During the conversation, it was learned that this pair of grandparents and grandchildren were surnamed Mo, and the young girl's name was Mo Shi, and she said that she had come to the demon ruins to travel. Zhang Chu then addressed the old man as Elder Mo, and to the young girl Mo Shi, he called her by her first name. Soon, the dried pork was roasted, and the rich aroma was overflowing, and the golden-colored roasted pork, paired with the various seasonings collected in the mountains, caused Mo Lao and Mo Shi to eat their fingers. Wow! It smells so good! Mo Shi couldn't help but exclaim. Elder Mo then laughed. I can't believe that your small village's food is so elaborate. It's hard to see roasted meat like this even in the outside world. Well, these seasonings are very special. Little Grape cried out happily. That's because Mr. Literacy. It was Mr. Literacy who taught us to use those herbs to make spices. That one's called cumin. Soon, the 2 of them, Elder Mo and Mo Shi, began to eat the roasted meat from the small village, raving about it. After eating for a while, Mo Shi finally spoke. Your small village is so powerful. I see that many of your children's physical strength is no worse than the geniuses of those sects in the outside world. Tiger instantly shouted. That's for sure. It won't be long before we can form demon pills and cultivate as well. Yes, we'll soon be able to form the demonic pills. Another child shouted back. Zhang Chu's expression changed slightly. The children were still too young to know how to keep secrets. Komura's desire to cultivate shouldn't be known by these outsiders. However, Mo Shi and Mo Lao froze with a startled expression. Soon after, Mo Shi tilted his head and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. You guys wouldn't want to learn from the demons in the mountains and bear demon pills, would you? Ha ha ha. It was as if she had heard some incredible joke and was overjoyed. Elder Mo also smiled and shook his head. It's impossible for you guys to form a demonic elixir. People aren't demons, how can they form a demonic elixir? Chapter 16 Elder Mo and the Golden Lion. Zhang Chu was stunned by Elder Mo's words. Was it impossible for a human to form a demonic elixir? At this moment, a child suffocated his little face red. Why can't we bear demon pills? Our Uncle Ching Shan. Without waiting for the child to tell the story of Tong Ching Shan, a woman rushed forward and covered the child's mouth. No nonsense. At this moment, the children instantly remembered what Zhang Chu had said earlier, telling them to keep it a secret. Many children bowed their heads at once. However, Elder Mo laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. To want to learn from nature. Too interesting. Mo Shi then tilted his head and spoke. I heard that the ancient ancestors were very weak in the beginning, and in order to survive and fight against the demonic beasts, they learned the demonic beasts' way of walking, hunting and killing maneuvers, and gave birth to the most original law. However, I've never heard that the ancient ancestors could cultivate demon pills. When Zhang Chu heard this, he instantly realized that he These people might have gone astray. So Zhang Chu opened his mouth and asked, Elder Mo, can people really not produce demonic pills? Elder Mo smiled and asked Zhang Chu in return, if a person can form a demonic elixir, then why is it called a demonic elixir? This, Zhang Chu frowned. However, Tong Qingshan had clearly formed a demonic dan and had even begun to cultivate a. At this moment, Elder Mo spoke. Humans and demons are different. Demons can produce demon pills. That's because all the demons in the great wilderness have some sort of ancient inheritance. Their bloodline that can be traced back to a certain ancient group. But man is different. The origin of man's bloodline is different from that of a demon. Man is descended from an ancient god and does not have a demonic dan in his bloodline. Zhang Chu immediately opened his mouth wide. Could it be that we're on the wrong path? Elder Mo nodded his head. Not bad. I see that many of the adults in your small village have already laid an excellent foundation, and even have hidden signs of self-breakthrough. This kind of seedling, when placed in the outside world, even many great caverns would snatch them up. But if you are obsessed with forming demon pills, I'm afraid your hunting party will never be able to move forward. At this moment, she also had a face of sympathy. Let me give you an example. What you have now is like walking down a road with a door in front of you, and it takes a certain amount of strength to push the door open. But you find many animals that pass through a hole. So you also tried to follow the way of the animals, and you also tried to pass through the holes. But even if you were strong and went the wrong way, you couldn't get through. As Zhang Chu listened, it was as if a bolt of lightning crossed his mind, and he instantly figured out many things. In fact, many of the current hunter team had long since reached the limit of their physical strength, and even, a number of them had clearly sensed that there was a road ahead, including Zhang Chu himself. In recent times, he could also clearly feel that he had already touched some sort of shackle, but he just couldn't form the demon pill. Turns out, it was the wrong road. At this moment, another child can't keep his mouth shut, but Uncle Aoyama is clearly. In the next second, a woman hurriedly covered her child's mouth to keep him from speaking out of turn. Elder Murray didn't think much about it. On the one hand, children's words are reckless. No one would think deeply about a child's words. On the other hand, they didn't sense anything special in the small village. Although Tong Qingshan had formed a demonic dan, he had formed a cocoon, and even Elder Mo could not sense Tong Qingshan's breath at all. Zhang Chu, however, couldn't help it. He couldn't help it, and once again inquired, Elder Mo, human beings, are they really unable to form demonic pills? Elder Mo was categorical. I can tell you clearly, human, it is impossible to produce demonic dan. You guys want to learn the cultivation method of demons. The road is wrong. Then how should humans cultivate? Zhang Chu asked. Elder Mo smiled all of a sudden and gently bit a piece of meat, as if he was considering something. Finally, he slowly said, the method of cultivation is the secret of every clan. Unless you can join a certain clan. Otherwise, Zhang Chu understood that merely allowing the other party to spend the night here and providing a little food could not be exchanged for the human cultivation method. Although She and Elder Mo were friendly, they would not divulge the cultivation method to the crowd. The next morning, this master and grandson bid farewell to Zhang Chu as well as the villagers. Elder Mo also reminded Zhang Chu, by the way, during this recent period of time, you and the villagers, try to stay in the village and do not go out. Generally speaking, as long as you guys stay in the village, outsiders won't make a move. Why? Zhang Chu couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Elder Mo laughed. To outsiders, the demon ruins have some sort of taboo, and the guardian deity of each hamlet has a special significance. If someone dares to make a move in the village and injure the villagers, they won't be able to walk out of the demon ruins. Of course, if you leave the hamlet, you will not be protected by this taboo. Upon hearing this, the old village chief was instantly grateful. Thanks for the reminder. And Zhang Chu felt a burst of discomfort. He suddenly felt that he and the villagers, not like people, but like being protected in the sheepfold. Only are they powerless in the face of the wolves, while the sheepfold owner, who regards the sheep as his own property, will of course be furious at whoever dares to destroy it. But who the owner of the sheep pen was, Zhang Chu couldn't figure out. Zhang Chu then shook his head, shaking this nonsensical thought out of his mind. Elder Mo and She turned to leave, and half an hour later, the ground shook and rumbled outside the small village. Immediately afterward, the villagers saw that Elder Mo was actually fighting with a golden lion in the distance. That golden lion was as big as half a small mountain, and its entire body's fur was golden yellow, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Mo Lao stood in front of the golden lion, not even as big as the golden lion's eyes. At this moment, the golden lion's mouth opened, and a fireball like the sun enveloped Mo Lao. However, Elder Mo gently waved his hand, and the countless fireballs suddenly went out. It looked like Elder Murray was surprisingly easy to write. The golden lion, however, looked agitated, constantly scanning the surroundings as if looking for a way to escape. At this moment, Elder Mo laughed softly. Be a good boy and be my mount. I'll give you one more chance to choose. If you don't submit again, I'll have to slap you to death and give you to the villagers of Dateleaf Village to eat meat. These words clearly reached the ears of everyone in Dateleaf Village, and everyone was instantly shocked. Such a large golden lion, to give it away just like that? This old man's strength was simply unimaginable. The snotty-nosed Sanwazi instantly clapped his hands happily. Yes, 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 this lion is so big, it can make us eat for a year. Another doll also shouted happily. Wow, there's a big demon to eat again. Ha! Elder Mo twisted his head in surprise. The word again in the doll's mouth caught Elder Mo's attention. Could it be that these villagers have eaten other great demons? Elder Mo muttered in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Chu was also excited in his heart. As Elder Mo said that he was going to send a lion to the small village to eat, the cravings in his body were immediately hooked up and he couldn't help but drool. As long as the lion doesn't become a mount, we can have it? This kind of good thing. Jiang Chu didn't want to miss it. At this moment, some villagers, on the other hand, expressed skepticism at Elder Mo's words. He's not teasing us, is he? Jiang Chu immediately put a high hat on Elder Mo. Nonsense. Elder Mo is clearly a great power. How could what he said be a joke? If that golden lion dares to resist, Elder Mo will definitely slap him to death. And at that time, not to mention the lion meat, even if it's the lion's demonic Dan, Elder Mo won't even be able to look at it. In the sky, Elder Mo smiled faintly. This high hat was so comfortable to wear. Although he knew that Jiang Chu wanted the demonic pills of the golden lion, old Mo did not mind. The demonic pills of this thing were of little value to him, and were considered delicious at best. Moreover, if this golden lion was more sensible and was willing to be his mount, Elder Mo would naturally not slaughter this golden lion. At the moment, the golden lion was shrinking its neck and arching its back high, making a defensive stance but not attacking. Obviously, it was very jealous of Mo Lao, and just at this moment, that lion suddenly turned around and actually tried to escape. Moreover, the route it took to escape was tricky, and it was actually running towards the top of Dateleaf Village. Chapter 17, Demon King Golden Lion. The golden lion swept across the top of the mountain village, trying to escape with the cover of the small village. Because, this golden lion sensed that Mo Lao had no malice towards the small village, and it wanted to use the small village to make Mo Lao throw his weight around. However, Elder Mo grunted. How dare you run? At this moment, Elder Mo's face was as cold as frost. His body didn't even move. He directly used his hand as a knife, and with a gentle stroke, light filled the sky. Endless and dazzling light, as if a huge axe, followed the sky and split forward towards the fleeing golden lion. Although the golden lion escaped very quickly, the light axe, however, erupted violently and caught up with the golden lion in an instant. With a click, the huge light axe passed through the golden lion and flew towards the distant mountain peaks. Rumbling, the mountain peaks were all split in half, and countless boulders rolled down, causing the earth to tremble. In the mountain village, everyone was choking with fear. The scene of Old Man Mo beheading the lion was like a myth, engraved in everyone's heart. God immortal. Someone knelt down and kowtowed toward Elder Mo. Others had their mouths open, too shocked to speak. Many children were even dazzled and filled with admiration. Is Grandpa Mo a fairy? So powerful. At this moment, Jiang Chu tilted his head and looked at Elder Mo. His heart flooded with huge waves. So, people can be so strong. At this moment, an unstoppable impulse arose in Jiang Chu's heart. He wanted to become stronger. He also wanted to be like old Mo, standing above the 9 heavens, waving his hand and causing the Demon King to fall. The golden lion in the sky, on the other hand, seemed to be frozen in time and stopped in midair. I don't know how long it took, but that golden lion's body suddenly split from the center, split in half, and fell towards the earth. Knock! The 2 halves of the golden lion's body crushed a large amount of pristine forest trees, and after crashing to the ground, it caused the entire piece of earth to shake violently once again. The small village also trembled violently, as if an earthquake had occurred, and many people were unsteady and fell to the ground. Soon, though, the vibrations disappeared, and everyone was too frightened to say a word. At this moment, Elder Mo softly said, "Villagers of Zao Yi Village, I have eaten you a good meal and stayed for one night. This golden lion is the payment for you. Although Elder Mo's voice was very soft, it clearly reached everyone's ears. The old village chief hurriedly shouted, "Many thanks, Mr. Mo." The other villagers rushed to thank them as well. The children felt the goodwill of Elder Murray, and all of a sudden they were unafraid and uninhibited. Little Grape's big eyes smiled into a crescent moon, happily clapping her little hands. Grandpa Mo is a good man. Tiger also shouted, "One day, I want to be as powerful as Grandpa Mo, and hunt lion demons in one go. When that time comes, let everyone eat good food every day." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, bent down slightly. "Many thanks to Elder Mo." Elder Mo nodded slightly and immediately turned to leave. Zhang Chu immediately ordered the crowd, "Hunter team, quick, follow me out of the village and carry the golden lion back." If this thing wasn't moved back as soon as possible, there were other great demons passing by that would surely eat it. Soon, Zhang Chu led the people and arrived at the place where the golden lion had fallen. "It's so big," a hunter exclaimed. "If its flesh can be kept from rotting, it's enough to feed our whole village for 3 years. Another hunter chimed in. This golden lion was too big, and after its body was split in half, it seemed like 2 small mountains that fell there. The surrounding sky-high trees could only reach half the height of its corpse, so it looked as if the body of that golden lion was like 2 golden mountains. A big fortune." Zhang Chu and the villagers were very excited. However, the crowd had just approached the golden lion by 3 miles when something strange happened. A sense of palpitations rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, and all the hunters who were moving forward were inexplicably cold and hairy in their hearts, as if there was some kind of great danger about to come. Zhang Chu immediately waved his hand. "Stop!" All of them gathered in formation at once and leaned together, looking around warily. Tong Qinglian, an old hunter in his 40s, he suddenly sat down on the ground, bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down. "It's broken. I feel like my heartbeat is disturbed and I can't breathe." Zhang Chu instantly turned his head and looked at Tong Qinglian. Only his face was white, and the hand holding the blood hook sight was trembling as if a disease had broken out. Tong Qing Meng, only 16 years old and still looking very young. At this moment he also bent over and kept pinching his hand on the upper part of his nose, while saying, "I feel dizzy. My head is buzzing." Zhang Chu took a closer look at the hunter team and found that quite a few of them had problems to a greater or lesser extent, but a few hunters who had reached the limit of their physical strength, like Tong Qingyu, who used a bow and arrow, and Gongzi, who had a physique like a millstone, had little problem, but just had a wary demeanor. At this moment, Zhang Chu remembered what the old village chief had said earlier. 60 years ago, there was a great demon's bloodshed at the entrance of the village, and as a result, ordinary people were unable to approach it at all, and with a mountain of treasure in front of them, they were unable to enjoy it. Could it be that the golden lion's corpse cannot be approached? Zhang Chu's heart stirred. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu said, "Retreat successively." The crowd hurriedly followed Zhang Chu and backed up a distance, and as a result, that feeling of hairiness at the bottom of their hearts disappeared, and a few of the men who were panting and pale immediately became alive. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. "My God, could it be that we can't even get close to the golden lion's corpse?" Someone exclaimed in frustration. "This golden lion is too strong." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, was horrified in his heart. Could it be that this golden lion is, in fact, a demon king? Demon king. In the records of the great demon technique, only a demon that had passed through the first great realm in its entirety and cultivated the true technique could be called a demon king. Never think that the first great realm is so easy. In reality, most demons, even if they were able to embark on the path of cultivation, their ultimate achievement would only remain at the late stage of the first great realm. On average, there are 10,000 demons before a demon king may appear. The demon king is not to be offended, and legend has it that when the demon king dies, its corpse can remain uncorrupted for 1,000 years, and weaker beings cannot approach it at all. At this moment, Tong Qingyu came closer and asked Zhang Chu, "Sir, what should we do?" Zhang Chu looked at the golden lion's corpse and couldn't help but swallow another mouthful of water. In his mind's eye, there was actually a scene of barbecuing a golden lion. Golden-colored meat, bared by the fire, butter dripping down onto the fire, the aroma wafting out dozens of miles so far. If he couldn't eat the meat of this golden lion, Zhang Chu felt uncomfortable all over. At this time, Zhang Chu swallowed a mouthful of water and said, "This golden lion is too powerful. Those with low cultivation should not get close, and those whose physical body strength has reached its limit can follow me over to try." Yes, Several hunters agreed. This time, Jiang Chu brought Tong Qingyu, Gongzi, and already a few other hunters whose physical bodies had reached their limits, and once again approached the Golden Lion. Approaching the Golden Lion by 3 miles was a boundary, and once again, many people's hearts fluttered, as if there was some great danger approaching. However, those who had followed Jiang Chu over this time were all good fighters, and everyone's physical strength was already at its limit, so they were able to carry it off. And then, the crowd continued to move forward. Soon the crowd approached the Golden Lion by a mile, which was another boundary. It could be clearly seen that ahead, even the air was distorted for a while, and large swaths of birds, hares, and wolverines died tragically. Be careful, Jiang Chu reminded. The crowd nodded. At this time, Jiang Chu said, I'll go in first and try the situation. Nowadays, Jiang Chu's own strength was extremely strong, and although he had not competed with others, he was confident that his physical body was now even stronger than Tong Qingshan's before his breakthrough. Therefore, Jiang Chu took the lead and stepped into this boundary. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chu felt a steep increase in pressure, as if his body was bearing a huge force of 10,000 pounds. Dang! His legs sank right into the earth. Even, Jiang Chu felt that there were countless sledgehammers around him, constantly hammering on his body, and Jiang Chu almost spat out blood. However, the mountain and sea diagram suddenly glowed, and mysterious spiritual energy instantly surged throughout Jiang Chu's entire body, and his fleshly body, which was on the verge of collapsing, was suddenly nourished and became even more solid. Jiang Chu held on tenaciously. Sir! The few people behind Jiang Chu immediately shouted in worry. Jiang Chu took a deep breath before he slowly spoke. Everyone be careful. This step, the pressure is heavy. Don't try it easily. However, when the crowd saw that Jiang Chu was able to withstand the pressure, they were naturally unconvinced. I'll try first. Gongzi, whose body was like a millstone, shouted in an urn, followed by a step forward. Click. Underneath Gongzi's feet, he also plunged directly into the earth, followed by the sound of bones being crushed. Gundam stifled a grunt. His neck was bruised and blood seeped out of his skin. Gonzo! The crowd shouted in surprise, and when Jiang Chu saw this, he immediately stepped in and directly pushed Gongzi out with one hand. At this moment, Gongzi was lying on the ground, clutching a broken leg with a pained expression. I can't. This lion's pressure is too great. I can't carry it. Around them, everyone looked at Jiang Chu incredulously. All along, in everyone's mind, Jiang Chu was still the handless but knowledgeable gentleman. But now, Mr.'s physical strength was so incredibly stronger than even Gongzi. Of course, a few of the remaining guys leaned forward and wanted to give it a try. As a result, Tong Qingyu was directly pressed by that terrifying power and spat out blood, and several other hunters, too, almost died miserably among them. Luckily, Jiang Chu stepped in and saved everyone's lives. In the end, all the hunters were surprisingly unable to step within a mile of the Golden Lion. At this time, Jiang Chu said, It seems that this Golden Lion is indeed a demon king and has triggered the Great Prohibition. It is written within the Great Desolate Scripture that there is an innate suppressive force between beings of different realms. Even if a spirit of a higher realm is dead, a spirit 2 realms lower than it cannot approach it, and this is the Great Prohibition. Jiang Chu and the others were ordinary people, and if they were ordinary demons, only one great realm higher than the villagers, the corpses could be eaten. But the Demon King, 2 great realms higher than the villagers, in which there exists a great prohibition that cannot be blasphemed. Therefore, Tong Qingyu and the others could not even get close to the Golden Lion. At this moment, only Jiang Chu, who was slightly closer to the range of 1 mile of the Golden Lion, was not excluded. Although he felt the endless pressure, Jiang Chu stubbornly stood with both of his legs stuck in the middle of the earth. A great ban? Then break through the Great Forbidden. Jiang Chu didn't believe in evil. The meat he wanted to eat, he must eat it. At this moment, all the hunters were in disbelief. What's going on? Mr.'s power, is it stronger than ours? My God, this must be at least 12,000 kilograms of strength to do this, right? Jiang Chu, on the other hand, stared at the Golden Lion with a fiery gaze, and he sensed that the Golden Lion's inner elixir was not far away. Chapter 18, Can't Leave the Demon Ruins. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Chu began to move forward, one deep footprint at a time. The 10,000-pound force field pressed down on Jiang Chu, and although it was difficult, it could not stop him. On a mountain peak in the distance, Elder Mo and Mo were looking in Jiang Chu's direction from afar. At this moment, Mo exclaimed in a low voice, Grandpa, look, He can actually get close to a demon king's corpse purely by relying on his physical body. Elder Mo also stared carefully at Zhang Chu, his eyes burning as if he wanted to see everything about Zhang Chu clearly. Have you broken through the Great Prohibition? Elder Mo's expression suddenly became grave. The 12 or 13-year-old Mo, she also opened her small mouth round and her face became unbelievable. Right, oh, isn't this the legendary Great Forbidden? He was able to break through. Immediately afterward, Mo, she spoke rapidly. Grandpa, I heard that it's hard to come up with one in 100,000, or even a million, people who can break through the Great Prohibition in the physical body realm. And this is a natural-born human king. Elder Mo nodded his head with a grave expression. Not bad. Those who can break through the Great Forbidden are extraordinary. In the history of our Mo family, only 3 people have appeared who were able to break through the Great Forbidden in the flesh. At this moment, Elder Mo's expression was filled with fascination. Those 3, all of them were powerful in the world, and were brilliant for an entire era. Mo, she immediately proposed. Why don't we take them away? This Zhang Chu will have a great future once he is cultivated. And they have several good seedlings in this little village, especially that little grape. I suspect that she may have some sort of legendary talent. Her eyes, they're special. However, Elder Mo sighed and whispered, let's see. It's hard to bring a few geniuses out from the demon ruins. Finally, Zhang Chu arrived near the Golden Lion. A demonic pill the size of a date palm casually landed on the ground, emitting a golden red light. Zhang Chu knew that this demonic elixir was intentionally left behind by Elder Mo. Zhang Chu didn't even think about it and directly grabbed the demonic Dan. He could feel that the terrifying force field around this golden lion was condensed from this demonic Dan. When Zhang Chu's hand touched the demonic Dan suddenly blossomed with a terrifying radiance, a scorching heat, accompanied by a sharp metallic aura, as if billions of strands of needles, piercing into Zhang Chu's hand. If it was an ordinary person's hand, I'm afraid it would be full of holes by now, pierced into a sieve. However, within Zhang Chu's body, the mountain and sea diagram suddenly emitted a hazy light, and a primordial aura blossomed. These primordial auras, as if they were chaotic chi, directly enveloped Zhang Chu's entire body, allowing him to be unharmed by the demonic pills. Zhang Chu grabbed the demonic elixir and swallowed it into his mouth. The entrance of the demonic Dan was fiery and hot, but in the next second, the chaotic chi of the mountain and sea diagram wrapped up the demonic Dan and incorporated this demonic Dan into the mountain and sea diagram. Immediately after that, a huge change occurred within the mountain and sea diagram. Its scrolls unexpectedly began to extend, and in a short while, this mountain and sea diagram was actually one size larger than before. Moreover, within the mountain and sea diagram, clouds had even appeared, and Zhang Chu could feel that those clouds were constantly forming and falling as rain. This mountain and sea diagram, as if it was evolving a real heaven and earth. At the same time, a small golden-colored lion appeared on a certain mountain peak. The lion, though small in size, flaunted his arms with great vigor. When Zhang Chu saw this, he immediately felt odd in his heart. This mountain and sea diagram can actually become bigger. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu looked forward in his heart. Could it be that, one day, the mountains of this mountain and sea diagram could become as big as real mountains? Could it be that it is going to evolve a real heaven and earth? Right at this moment, the mountain and sea diagram gently shook, and countless mysterious chaotic chi spread out, washing over Zhang Chu's physical body. Zhang Chu felt that his fleshly body seemed to have been strengthened once again, but this time, the strengthening was not as obvious, because the strength of his physical body had long since arrived at a certain limit. At the same time, around Zhang Chu's body, a storm of spiritual energy unexpectedly stirred up, and Zhang Chu clearly felt that the spiritual chi in the environment seemed to be competing to be the first to enter his body. As for Zhang Chu's body surface, it was also tingling, as if it was about to produce some sort of qualitative change. Could it be that it's going to form a demon pill? Zhang Chu thought in his heart. It couldn't be helped, although he knew that this path might not be right. Zhang Chu didn't know any other paths. His first thought was still to form a demon pill. As a result, just as Zhang Chu's thought had risen, the restlessness that was about to qualitatively change disappeared. Well, it seems that I am truly unable to form a demon pill. Zhang Chu understood that this path, indeed, did not work. At this moment, Zhang Chu's divine sense returned, and immediately afterward, Zhang Chu realized that his own body was no longer oppressed by that terrifying force field. Around them, that terrifying distortion in space also disappeared. The demonic elixir is the root of the Great Ban. At this time, Zhang Chu pondered in his mind. It seems that the great forbiddenness could only appear in a corpse that has preserved its demonic pills, and if its demonic pills were destroyed before it died, the great forbiddenness would not appear. At this time, Zhang Chu shouted, Tong Qingyu, Gongzi, you guys quickly try and see if you can get close to its corpse. Yes, the hunters agreed and began to approach, and sure enough, all the pressure was gone. Now, everyone was happy. I can eat the lion. Sir, let's make it into demon condensation cream again. Perhaps, this lion's meat can give us a breakthrough. Zhang Chu smiled. This was a demon king. Using it to make demon congealing cream was too wasteful. Inside the great desolate scripture, the meat of a demon king could be used to make something more advanced. Soon the lion's carcass was split into many pieces and the people carried the lion's flesh back to the village. And then, Zhang Chu used the demon king's meat and refined it into a special kind of preserved meat. 1 kilogram of the demon king's meat could be paired with other medicinal herbs, meats, and refined into 30 kilograms of preserved meat. It was a dilution. Because the flesh of a demon king, the medicinal properties were too strong, and even Zhang Chu could not take it directly. But even so, the villagers had gotten a lot out of it, and a few of the hunters whose bones had been crushed were rapidly getting better from their injuries. The kids also hugged a piece of dried meat and had a great time eating it. You can see that the little tiger, covered with hot air, eat a few bites. You have to go to hold a few thousand pounds of heavy boulders to turn around twice. All the strength nowhere to use. On the other hand, Zhang Chu, as well as a few strong hunters in the village, had begun to shed their bones, expelling much of the mud, dirt, and toxins from their bodies. Everyone's skin was crystallized like jade, and their bones seemed stronger than steel. Even, many people walked with a natural convergence of aura around them, which was clearly meant to be a natural breakthrough. Unfortunately, as long as all people think of forming a demonic Dan in their mind, this kind of breakthrough will be suppressed. Sir, I feel that we are really on the wrong path. We need the human cultivation method. Tong Qingyu's face was bitter as he found Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu smiled bitterly as he felt it himself. It's a very difficult feeling. Obviously I already feel there is a way out. But once I think of the demon pills, I will immediately hit a nose. Let's wait for now and see if we can get the human race's cultivation techniques in the future. Zhang Chu comforted everyone. On a distant mountain peak, Elder Mo sighed. AI. It's a pity. Mo. She immediately looked at Elder Mo in bewilderment. Grandpa, what's wrong? I see that Zhang Chu, as well as a few children, have clearly surpassed the limits of the physical realm. She had an envious look on her face. Their fleshly foundation is enviable even to me. Even those few people in our Mo clan's legends, their fleshly realm is just like that, isn't it? Immediately after that, Mo. She persuaded. Grandpa, take them away. As long as they step into the path of cultivation, they are bound to sing all the way to the top. People like them, they really shouldn't be buried like this. I feel that any sect, or cave, that takes them in is bound to soar, and they will definitely be able to bring splendor to the sect. Elder Mo, however, sighed. Child, there are some things that you don't understand. They ate the demon flesh from the demon ruins and can no longer leave the demon ruins. Ha! Moxie's mouth dropped open. Why? Chapter 19, Tong Qingshan's departure. Mo. She was puzzled as to why Elder Mo said that he couldn't leave the demon ruins after eating their meat. When he came to the demon ruins, Mo. She only heard old Mo say that there were many taboos in the demon ruins. For example, they should never eat demons from the demon market. For example, they are not allowed to hurt anyone in the village, and they are expected to keep a reverence for the guardian spirits. However, Mo. She realized that the beings within the demon ruins did not have such taboos, and some powerful clans often hunted demons for food, and they would even enter other villages to burn and loot. Some great demons, too, would break into villages and kill everyone, seemingly with impunity. Only outsiders like them need to follow all sorts of taboos. Now, hearing her grandfather talk about these taboos again, Mo. She was naturally puzzled. Elder Mo. then replied, demon ruins are very weird. In demon ruins, there is a very rare phenomenon called contamination, but they, in the date leaf village, are not contaminated. Moxie said. Elder Mo. then sighed. The natives of the demon ruins have been contaminated as long as they have eaten a demon that has opened a life well once. No way! Moxie exclaimed. Elder Mo. sighed. I suspected before that they might have eaten demons. Otherwise, how could some ordinary people grow to such a level? Now it seems that they do have a way of diluting demon flesh, and they've already eaten demons. Mo. She frowned. Could it be that, as long as you eat demon flesh, you will definitely be contaminated? Elder Mo. nodded. That's right, Inside their bodies, the seeds of contamination have been planted. Perhaps, as long as they don't leave the demon ruins, those contaminations won't show up, and they can even cultivate normally and marry and have children. But once they leave the demon ruins, that kind of contamination will, inevitably, erupt. Speaking here, Mo Lao's expression was full of regret. Hey, these people are too unfortunate, obviously possessing such a high starting point and qualification, but being contaminated, they will never be able to leave the demon ruins. Pollution, there's no way to remove it? Mo, she asked reluctantly. This young girl was very kind. She really couldn't bear it, to see these people like Zhang Chu go astray. Elder Murray replied, there's no way to remove it. In fact, many years ago, there were also famous sects or families that had found cultivation geniuses from the demon ruins and wanted to cultivate them properly. However, as soon as these people leave the demon ruins, they will all be immediately contaminated. Offhand, they can't feel it themselves. Speaking of this, Elder Mo seemed to recall some regrettable past event as he shook his head. Let's go. Don't cross paths with them too much. Otherwise, it will add to the sadness in vain. But last night, we also ate the food they gave us. Will we be contaminated too? Mo, she was still reluctant to leave. Elder Mo then spoke. In the demon ruins, it's fine to eat ordinary meat, but you can't eat demons. Immediately after that, Elder Mo said, on this journey, we killed quite a few demons, but we never touched their meat or touched their demon pills. That's the reason. Let's go. The demon ruins people who ate the demon meat, in this lifetime, will never be able to leave the demon ruins. Elder Mo and Mo she, this time, had truly left. In the small village, Zhang Chu, however, was in doubt. In the past few days, Zhang Chu was frequently close to a breakthrough, and he even felt that when he slept, there was inexplicable spiritual energy gathering around him, as if waiting for Zhang Chu to invoke it. However, once Zhang Chu had the thought of the demon pill in his mind, that feeling immediately disappeared. Although Zhang Chu had also tried to completely forget the word demon pill, with Tong Qingshan's example in front of him, how could such a thing be forgotten just like that? Wouldn't that be lying to yourself? Right now, Zhang Chu was also pondering why Tong Qingshan could form a demonic Dan. Could it be that Qingshan's qualifications were too demonic, so he was able to form a demonic Dan, whereas for ordinary people, an exclusive human cultivation method was needed? Zhang Chu muttered in his heart, but it's not right. I possess the mountain and sea diagram on my body, and I feel that, in my current state, I'm even stronger than the original castle peak. So why can't I feel the presence of the demon pill? The more he thought about it, the more confused Zhang Chu became. For a moment, Zhang Chu believed what Elder Mo had said, that people must cultivate human techniques. For a while, Zhang Chu's heart was shaken. After all, practice makes perfect. The reality is in front of us. How can we turn a blind eye? Under the old date tree, the hunter team had also gathered and were discussing. Are Elder Mo and the others right? Is it true that people can't form demon pills? But Aoyama can. Perhaps, Elder Murray and the others have seen less? No way. The outsiders are all godlike characters. People can split a golden lion with one palm. Everyone is lost and can't see the way forward. And Tong Qingshan went back into his cocoon state, unable to ask. On this day, the old village chief quietly found Zhang Chu, avoiding everyone. In Zhang Chu's small courtyard, the old village chief sighed softly. Sir, I see that the village has been talking about Qingshan lately. And I think that people shouldn't learn from Qingshan. Why? Zhang Chu asked. At this time, the old village chief said, because, everyone is different from Qingshan. In Qingshan, there is a demon's bloodline. What? Zhang Chu's expression stiffened slightly. The old village chief, on the other hand, said in a low voice, this matter, it's far to talk about. Anyway, Qingshan is different from us. He's not from our village. Tell me more carefully. Zhang Chu said. But the old village chief smiled bitterly. I can't say anything about it. I just vaguely know that Qingshan's father is a big shot, but that big shot has taken up with a female demon. Later, Qingshan was fostered in our small village. As for Qingshan's real life, I don't know. That big man didn't say. What about that big shot? Zhang Chu asked. The old village headman sighed. At first, when that man put Qingshan in the village, he said that after 3 years, he would come to our village and take Qingshan away. But after that, that big man never appeared again, and Aoyama stayed down in the village. The old village chief said. When Zhang Chu heard this, he instantly understood that Elder Mo was right. Humans could not form demon pills. If you want to become stronger, You must have a specialized human cultivation method. Human cultivation method? Where am I going to look for human cultivation method? Zhang Chu had a bit of a headache. For the next period of time, Zhang Chu could only guide the villagers, not to deliberately learn from Tong Qingshan, and he encouraged all those who felt the path ahead to feel their way. It was obvious, though, that trying to find a way to cultivate on one's own was too difficult, and no one could take that step. A month later, Tong Qingshan woke up, and he leapt out of his cocoon. Ha ha ha, I've made a breakthrough. Tong Qingshan laughed openly. His voice was like thunder, allowing the entire small village to hear him. Everyone in the village put down their hands and went to visit Tong Qing, wanting to see how strong he had gotten. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, carried his lance and went straight to the martial arts arena of the small village. At this moment, Tong Qingshan stood bare-chested, holding a long spear, and began practicing his spear technique. His lance gently shook, and the sound of wind and thunder appeared, a terrifying sense of oppression that made the people around him breathless. Awesome! Someone exclaimed in a whisper. In the next second, Tong Qingshan's lance swept slightly, and a divine pattern spread out from the head of the lance. This divine pattern directly enveloped a dozen boulders not far away. Rumbling, these boulders unexpectedly exploded at the same time, shattering all over the place, and even a deep crack appeared on the martial arts field. At the scene, everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. Incredulous, Tiger couldn't help but shout, "Uncle Qingshan, you're awesome!" Little Grape was even happier, jumping and clapping her hands. "Daddy is great!" Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, put away his gun. He knew that the martial arts field of this small village, I'm afraid, couldn't withstand him so much. At this time, Tong Qingshan looked toward the crowd and shouted very respectfully, "Village chief, sir, good, good." The old village chief laughed cheerfully. Ha ha ha, the power of our date leaf village is getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, directly asked, "Qingshan, what realm are you in now?" Tong Qingshan directly let go of his aura, and at this moment, behind Tong Qingshan, bright star points lit up. When Zhang Chu took a look, 6 star points were in a group, and there were actually 2 clusters of stars twinkling. In other words, Tong Qingshan had been in seclusion for such a long time, and had directly made a big breakthrough, arriving at the 12 cave wells of destiny. Awesome! Zhang Chu heartily exclaimed. In the description of the Great Demon technique, after the average demon opens up a life well, a month of cultivating a hole in the life well would already be considered diligent, and when one encounters a bottleneck, they may be stuck in place for years, unable to progress. As for Tong Qingshan, from the time he opened up his life wells until now, in less than 2 months of work, he already had 12 holes of life wells, and he was still practicing the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. This kind of speed far exceeded the description of the Great Demon technique. The hunters in the village were all envious of Tong Qingshan, but it couldn't be helped. Everyone didn't have human cultivation techniques and had no idea what to do next. At this time, Tong Qingshan asked, "Has anyone else of you formed a demonic dan?" When Mo Lao and the others entered the village, Tong Qingshan was in cocooning seclusion, and he didn't know that the matter of humans not being able to form dan. When the crowd was asked by Tong Qingshan, they were all a bit discouraged. At this moment, Zhang Chu explained, "We were unable to form a demonic elixir, and a few days ago, a few outsiders came and said that people can't form a demonic elixir." Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, laughed out loud. "But I can conjugate dan. Don't be deceived by those outsiders." Zhang Chu shook his head slightly. "Your situation is not representative. We still need human cultivation techniques." When Tong Qingshan heard this, his heart trembled, his expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, "I, 1T become a great demon, right?" Why would you think that?" Zhang Chu asked. Tong Qingshan's face turned slightly white as he seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 20, The Little Grapes with the Born Different Stalks. Tong Qingshan's expression was a bit ugly as he unconsciously touched his ears. Now, Tong Qingshan's ears were very slender and looked as if he was an elf in the mountains. Zhang Chu immediately laughed. "What? It can't be that some memory within the bloodline has been awakened, right, sir?" Tong Qingshan wanted to say something else. However, Zhang Chu waved his hand. "We'll talk about your business later. What if I become a great demon?" Tong Qingshan suddenly asked. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, laughed easily. "If you become a great demon, that's not bad at all. I've heard that quite a few great demons are able to be the guardian gods of small towns. Isn't there a hedgehog that's the guardian god of a certain great city?" The others also laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, that's right, Aoyama, if you become a great demon, in the future, we, Date Leaf Village, will have 2 guardian gods, all relying on you to cover them. When Tong Qingshan saw the crowd say this, he then scratched his head. That's right. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan said, however, if there is a human cultivation method, I would like to see how it differs from the demon's cultivation method. One evening a few days later, the sun was setting in the west and the fiery red sky seemed to be on fire. Zhang Chu was giving a lesson to the children, reading certain fragments from the Great Wasteland scripture. West of Zoran, the water of Wu emerges from it, and there is a tree, named Dao, which is 100,000 zhang in height, and whose cover is 30,000 miles. Just then, Little Grape suddenly looked into the distance and spoke. Sir, I saw that a man was killed by a strange bird, and several books fell off of him. Book? Zhang Chu's eyes instantly lit up and he hurriedly asked, Little Grape, can you see clearly what kind of book that is? Little Grape blinked. I can read it, but I don't know the words. But in the next moment, Little Grape brought a tree branch and drew a few words on the ground. Askew, Danglong Sutra. When Zhang Chu saw these words, he was immediately taken aback in his heart. Danlong. These 2 words have great significance in the path of cultivation. Inside the Great Demon Technique, it was recorded that when cultivators cultivated, the first great realm was spirit building, the second great realm was true dharma, and the third great realm was dragon ascension. According to the Great Demon Technique, when a demon breaks through the second realm, it is a demon king, and when it breaks through the third realm, it can be called a demon supreme. Dragon ascending scripture. Could it be a technique that allows one to cultivate to the level of a Zunshur? Zhang Chu's scalp tightened with excitement as he thought of this. At this moment, Zhang Chu's gaze fell on Little Grape. Did she really see it? For her part, Little Grape's eyes glowed and she stared into the distance, looking very eager, while at the same time, Little Grape murmured, that book is so beautiful. There's a little dragon circling around it, and there are so many little animals inside the book. A few of the kids in class together followed Grape's eyes and looked off into the distance, only to see nothing. You're bragging. Where's the fall? Where's any scripture? A snotty child shouted. Tiger also stretched his neck and rubbed his eyes vigorously while muttering, how come I didn't see the strange bird kill anyone? Zhang Chu knew that Little Grape's eyes were special and otherworldly, associated with the fact that Little Grape is the daughter of Tong Qingshan, and Tong Qingshan's origins are mysterious. Perhaps there was some special power in Little Grape's bloodline. So Zhang Chu carefully asked Little Grape, Little Grape, did you really see a strange bird killing people? Little Grape nodded vigorously. Well, sir, I'm not lying. What was the man wearing? What does it look like? Zhang Chu asked. Little Grape tilted her head slightly and recalled. That person wore a green-colored Taoist robe. His beard and hair were fiery red, and when he fought with the strange bird, that person would be covered in fire. And that one murderous freaking bird. It's 2. Zhang Chu frowned slightly and corrected. Little Grape, if it's 2 strange birds, it shouldn't be described as a murderous strange bird. Little Grape, however, shook her head vigorously. No, it's one weird bird, but it's 2. Several children were also confused by Little Grape's remark, and Tiger exclaimed, Little Grape, 1 is 1, 2 is 2. How many do you think it really has? Little Grape, however, shook her head vigorously. But that strange bird, that's 2 of them. They fly like that. Saying that, Little Grape's 2 little fleshy hands began to gesture. First she put her hands together, and her 2 little hands were like wings, flapping around, while later, her 2 little hands separated and came back together. The children were a little confused by Grape's comparison and didn't understand what Grape meant at all. However, Zhang Chu suddenly had a guess in his heart. Could it be barbarian? Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu asked, Little Grape, the bird you are talking about, is it 2 that fly together, each with only 1 wing, 1 foot, and 1 eye? Little Grape instantly blinked her big eyes and nodded happily. Mr. is the best. He knows everything. Zhang Chu suddenly realized that it was indeed barbarian. There was a record in the Great Desolate Scripture that barbarian was a fae left over from the Flood era, with terrifying strength and out of pairs. It was said that barbarian was actually what folk called a bird with 2 wings. A bird whose bloodline contained a dual cultivation method that was nearly invincible in the same realm. At this moment, Zhang Chu thought in his heart, it seems that Little Grape should have really seen it, not a lie or hallucination. Because, when Zhang Chu gave the children lessons, he hadn't yet explained about barbarian. It should be difficult for Little Grape to visualize barbarian. Moreover, The little grapes drew a few words before. Those words, the little grapes still do not know. Of course, in order to verify if little grape's eyesight was far beyond normal, Jiang Chu still decided that he would try again. So, Jiang Chu pointed in the direction of the great horned python and asked Little Grape, "Little Grape, can you see that there is a great python on the mountain in the distance?" Little Grape stood on tiptoe and peered toward the distance. Soon, however, Little Grape nodded her head vigorously. See, a big boa constrictor, coiled on a mountain peak. See? Jiang Chu looked odd. In fact, the direction of the date leaf village and the great horned python was separated by many mountains, and it was generally impossible to see through the mountains even with good eyesight. At this time, Jiang Chu continued to ask, "Then, did you see that beside the great horned python, there is a bone pool?" Little Grape nodded vigorously. "Well, those bone pools, made of human and animal skulls, are so scary." "What's in the bone pool?" Jiang Chu asked. "There was a plant with such sparse leaves." Little Grape replied. "How many leaves?" Jiang Chu asked. Little Grape started counting at once. 1, 2. Finally, Little Grape rejoiced. 22 leaves. Jiang Chu instantly confirmed that Little Grape's eyes were definitely different from normal. And it was not just as simple as having good eyesight. She could see it from so many mountains away. Even a normal great demon couldn't do it, right? Could it be that it was born with a different handle? Jiang Chu's heart shook as he thought of a certain possibility. In the great desolate scripture, it was recorded that there was a special class of people who were favored by the heavens and were born to be different, with a particular body part that was innately powerful to the point of being unbelievable. There were legends that such a person born with a different handle would inevitably be able to leave a mark in history and become the supreme of a generation. At this moment, Jiang Chu looked at the little grapes and mused in his heart. It seems that Qing Shan's bloodline is extraordinary. He himself is a genius in cultivation. And his daughter, even more extraordinary. At this time, Jiang Chu asked Little Grape again. "Little Grape, then did you see where that Taoist man left his book after he died?" Little Grape nodded vigorously. "See, that strange bird shattered the mountain, and the rocks buried the man. And those books, too. No one picked it up, right?" Jiang Chu asked. Little Grape nodded. "No one picked it up. How far is it from our place?" Jiang Chu asked. Little Grape cocked his head and counted one by one. 1, 2, 3. She broke her fingers and counted so hard that she was about to doze off. Finally, Little Grape finished counting. "Ah, it's so tiring. There are a total of 67 mountains apart." 67 mountains. Jiang Chu immediately estimated in his mind that in the demon ruins, the distance from mountain to mountain was an average of 6 or 7 miles, which meant that the distance from here to the location of the battle was probably going to be 500 miles of mountain road. Impossible to make a round trip in one night. It seems like it's necessary to find the old village chief and Qing Shan to discuss this, Jiang Chu thought in his heart. Chapter 21, Pursuing the Secret Method of Human Cultivation. Soon after, Jiang Chu brought the old village chief and Tong Qing Shan here. And after that, he told the old village chief about Little Grape seeing the secret book. After hearing this, Tong Qing Shan was overjoyed. "Sir, we must get the human cultivation method. I want to see how the human cultivation method is different from the demon race's cultivation method." Tong Qing Shan was eager. The old village chief, on the other hand, didn't say a word and just smoked his old tobacco pouch in silence. At this time, Jiang Chu looked at the old village chief and spoke. "Old village chief, I know that you're worried about the safety of this journey. However, wealth and riches are at stake, and whether or not our Zeoi village can metamorphose may only be a matter of this one chance." Tong Qing Shan also hurriedly said, "Right. In case we miss it and that secret book is picked up by someone else, we may never have this opportunity again." Finally, the old village chief said, "It's not that I don't want to take the secret book, but this way, it's too far. 500 miles of mountain road. Really walking, with all its twists and turns, could be 4 or 5 times more," the old village chief said. Immediately afterward, the old village chief sighed. "In fact, for so many years, our Zeoyi village, it's not that no one has traveled far, but no one who has traveled far has ever returned. Demon ruins too dangerous for humans." In fact, Jiang Chu knew what the old village chief was worried about. Jiang Chu had once heard that the old village chief's own son, who had disappeared because of a long journey, had never returned. Still, Jiang Chu said, "Plan well. It's not like you can't travel far." Tong Qing Shan nodded his head as well. "That's right. With my current strength, it should still be easy to intentionally avoid the dangers. And, with night coming, we can go to someone else's village to borrow a room. The old village chief took a few more puffs of his cigarette and finally made up his mind. Well, since we found it, it's a chance for our Zaoyi village and we should go for it. However, if you can refrain from lodging in other people's villages, don't do so, the old village chief admonished. Zhang Chu was slightly stunned. Why? At this time, the old village chief said, in fact, in the demon ruins, not all mountain villages are hospitable, and it can even be said that most of the villages are not. Zhang Chu frowned slightly. In Zhang Chu's perception, most of the surrounding villages were still quite friendly. Even those villages that are polluted are good to outsiders. At this time, however, the old village chief took a drag on his cigarette and said to Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, since you're going to travel far, I'm going to tell you some things, all of them, so that you won't be victimized and not realize it. Do you guys know why we live in the demon ruins? The old village chief suddenly asked. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan simultaneously shook their heads. In fact, Zhang Chu wanted to say, isn't Zaoyi village living here for generations? But on second thought, it doesn't seem right. In the description of the Great Wilderness scripture, the entire Great Wilderness, with its endless territories and bountiful products, had no idea how many places that were suitable for human reproduction. The demon ruins, on the other hand, were clearly not a good place to be, and a single night in the demon ruins made it very painful. At this time, the old village chief said, I heard from the older generation that the villages in the demon market have two main parts of origin. The first type, having offended someone in the outside world and not being able to survive, led the entire clan and hid in the demon ruins. Our Zaoyi village. This is the case. Our older generation was offended and went through a lot of trouble to settle down and try to be nice to people. The second kind is those who have committed the felony of extermination and have hidden in the demon ruins in order to escape the laws outside. This kind are all villains. If an outsider enters their village, it's impossible to say what will happen. As soon as Zhang Chu heard this, it suddenly dawned on him that the original village of the demon market had this kind of origin. At this moment, the old village chief sighed. So, not all villages, like the ones in our neighborhood, are so friendly. I've heard that there are some overbearing villages where you step into their hunting area and they just open their bows and shoot. If you want to borrow a room in their village, it's not likely that they'll make peace on the surface and then move to slaughter people at night. When Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan heard this, they were instantly shocked. At this moment, Tong Qingshan couldn't help but say, if that's the case, then isn't it dangerous to not be able to borrow someone else's village at night? Zhang Chu then mused, if that's the case, then this time, we can't bring too many people with us, and the two of us traveling far away will be fine. The old village chief nodded his head at once. Mr. is right. This time, we can't bring too many people to sleep out in the open. The fewer people there are, the safer it is. Although the night of the demon ruins was dangerous, in reality, it was not without a way to sleep out in the wild. The easiest way to do this is to grab some animal habitat. In the demon ruins, humans would live in villages with guardian spirits. Animals, naturally, have their own ways of surviving, and they have ways of guarding themselves for the night. Even ants, which grow a few columns of ant guard grass around their nests, so it's okay to grab some of the larger animals' habitats and spend the night. In the end, the old village chief and Zhang Chu made the decision that the three of them, Zhang Chu, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape, would go on the road together to search for the dragon densification scripture. The reason why I brought Little Grape with me was because she was the only one who could sense the exact location of that tome. The next morning, the old village chief brought Zhang Chu and the three of them to the old jujube tree and prayed to the old jujube tree, hoping that the old jujube tree would bless Zhang Chu and the few people on this trip. The villagers also prepared dried meat, rations, and filled the three men's bags. You must be careful. The villagers were very worried. Aoyama, make sure to protect Mr. and Little Grape. No matter what, nothing can happen to them. Tong Qingshan nodded. Don't worry, I will. The current Tong Qingshan has opened up 12 holes of life wells. A shot is even more out of this world. Ordinary hunters, and even ordinary demons, are not the opponent of Tong Qingshan. As for the big demons, just avoid them. With everything ready, the three Zhang Chus bent slightly towards the old jujube tree and prepared to move forward. And just then, the old date tree unexpectedly glowed faintly, its light patterns intertwining into a hand. Immediately afterward, this hand cupped a jujube leaf and slowly delivered it to Zhang Chu's body. Seeing this, Zhang Chu was instantly delighted. Jujube tree god, are you letting me take this leaf with me on my way? The old village chief was even happier. Sir, quickly put this leaf away. This is the gift of the date tree god. Jiang Chu hastily accepted the leaf while bending over to the jujube tree god. Many thanks to the jujube tree god. At the same time, Jiang Chu's heart was shocked to know that the Zao tree god never dropped its leaves. In fact, the old jujube tree's branches and trunks were pale and strong, but the leaves were very sparse. And this was the first time Jiang Chu had seen the jujube tree god drop its leaves. Jiang Chu placed this leaf precious on his chest before bidding farewell to the old jujube tree in the crowd, and going on the road together. Little Grape rode on Tong Qingshan's neck, constantly pointing out the way, and the two of them, Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan, quickly traveled through the mountains. Little Grape was very excited. It was her first time to go far away from the village, and she kept chattering all the time. Wow! That bird is so pretty. It has 4 legs. Why is that fish climbing a tree? Ha! It actually lives in a tree hole. There's a pack of wolves following us all the time, and they've got us surrounded. Are they trying to eat us? Little Grape's words were full of childish innocence, but they provided Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan with a lot of information. The three traveled quickly, avoiding many powerful beings as they passed village after village. Gradually, the sun went down in the west, and the night to come. At this time the three came to an unknown valley. Within the valley, there was a large river flowing through. The light of the setting sun sprinkled on the water, sparkling. Qingshan, tonight, let's spend the night here and find a place to hide, Jiang Chu said. Tong Qingshan nodded at once. At this time, Little Grape pointed to a cave halfway up the mountain. Daddy, there's a black bear there, looking at us. Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan immediately followed Little Grape's finger and looked, and sure enough, a black bear was hiding amongst the grasses and trees, looking thievishly at the three Jiang Chus, its mouth constantly drooling. Oh, this guy is treating us like food, Tong Qingshan said. For his part, Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. Just in time, this black bear's hideout is bound to have a guardian spirit, so we'll eat the bear's paw and stay in the bear's den tonight. With that said, Jiang Chu shouldered Little Grape, and Tong Qingshan carried his lance, directly rushing towards the mid-mountainside. Chapter 22, Mom in the Dark. That black bear was a bit confused when he took a look at Jiang Chu's few people rushing over. But soon, the black bear was aroused to ferocity, and it rushed towards Tong Qingshan with great strides. 3 minutes later, inside the black bear's den, Jiang Chu lit a fire and set up a barbecue, and Tong Qingshan sharpened a wooden stick and started roasting bear paws. Little Grape rested her cheeks on both hands and drooled with gluttony. The sun set and the darkness seemed like a torrent, flooding in from the west and engulfing the entire earth in an instant. At the entrance to the bear cave, a blood-red, mushroom-shaped stone glowed slightly orange. The light enveloped the entrance to the cave, shutting out the darkness. Jiang Chu cut a piece of meat and put it under that stone according to the rules of Zhao Yi village. Soon, the piece of meat disappeared, and the orange-red glow that enveloped the entrance to the cave became a little more intense. Jiang Chu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's a meat eater. In the demon ruins, not all guardian spirits ate meat, and there were some guardian spirits that might need 1,000 different things. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, said, if only every day could be as peaceful as today. Outside the cave, it was eerily quiet. Suddenly, Little Grape looked like she was attracted to something outside the cave, and she turned her head, her big eyes looking towards the cave entrance. At this moment, Little Grape's mouth opened wide in astonishment, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Jiang Chu frowned slightly and followed Little Grape's gaze toward the outside of the cave. It's pitch black. You can't see anything. The night in the demon market was never like this. There was no moon, much less stars. Once the sun goes down, it's pure darkness and ordinary people can't see anything. So Jiang Chu asked Little Grape, Little Grape, what do you see? Tong Qingshan also looked at Little Grape. Little Grape suddenly said excitedly, Mommy, it's Mommy. Mom, Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan immediately felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, the two looked out of the cave once again. It's still dark and you can't see anything. But Little Grape looked anxious. She looked at the darkness outside the cave and suddenly cried out, Mommy, it hurts. Run, you run. Jiang Chu hurriedly hugged Little Grape tightly. Little Grape, don't talk nonsense. How could Mommy be outside? Actually, Little Grape's mom died a long time ago. Jiang Chu had seen Little Grape's mother. It was a woman with a pale face. After giving birth to Little Grape, she had not been in good spirits, always mumbling alone. One night 2 years ago, while the village was preparing dinner, Little Grape's mother brought a pot of meat, suddenly giggled, and ran madly out of the small village. That was too sudden for the crowd to stop. Since then, Little Grape's mom has completely disappeared. In fact, in the demon ruins, This kind of thing happened all the time, and often people suddenly went insane and broke into the darkness, never to return. But now, Little Grape is actually calling out for his mom. Tong Qingshan could only raise his spear and protect Zhang Chu and Little Grape behind him, guarding against any danger that might arise. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, soothed Little Grape. That's not mommy, it's a demon. Little Grape, on the other hand, shook her head vigorously. It's not a demon. Then it's mommy, and mommy is locked up by a demon. Immediately afterward, Little Grape yelled into the darkness. Run, mommy, run, run. Both Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu were scared to goosebumps by Little Grape's appearance, and at this time, Tong Qingshan could only burst out and shouted towards the darkness. Who? Little Grape, on the other hand, pointed outside and shouted, Father, beat her up. That old woman is a bad person. She's so scary looking, her eyelids have flipped out. As Little Grape's voice fell, the entire cave was violently plunged into a terrifying silence. All around, it was awfully quiet, with only the crackling of burning firewood. Tong Qingshan's hand holding the lance was sweating a lot. Facing this unknown darkness, Tong Qingshan's pressure was greater than even facing the great horned python. Little Grape also realized that something was wrong. She quieted down and hid in Zhang Chu's arms, both hands covering her eyes. Still, she couldn't help it, and peering out of the cave through the cracks in her fingers, she seemed to actually be able to see something in the darkness. This eerie silence didn't know how long it had lasted, but outside the cave, there suddenly came a rustling sound of light footsteps. The footsteps drifted away. It was as if, just now, someone had been standing at the entrance to the cave, but at the moment had departed, and as the footsteps moved away, that awful dead silence around them disappeared. That's when Little Grape whispered, They're gone. Zhang Chu exhaled, his heart thumping. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, gently put away his lance, lowered his voice, and trembled a little. It won. Come again. Will it? Zhang Chu hurriedly said. Qingshan, use wooden branches to block the cave entrance, so as not to let the light from our cave shine outside. Yes, soon. Some wooden branches, which had been prepared long ago, blocked the entrance to the cave, completely isolating it from the darkness outside. It was only now that the three felt much safer. At this moment, Zhang Chu looked at Little Grape. Little Grape, what exactly did you just see? I saw mommy, being held by an old woman with a wire. Little Grape looked scared. Wifey, Tetsu Saiga? Mom? Zhang Chu frowned. He felt that Little Grape shouldn't remember her mother, because when her mother left, Little Grape was so small that she couldn't even walk or talk. But soon, Zhang Chu asked again, how many people did the old woman lead? So many, Little Grape said. So many sisters and aunts, all led by that old woman, and they are arranged in a long line. Immediately after, Little Grape added in frustration, but I recognized my mother and she didn't recognize me, she didn't even look at me. Zhang Chu asked again, but Little Grape couldn't say anything more. At this time, Tong Qingshan pounded the stone in his hand with one fist and said hatefully, I really want to hurry up and cultivate, so that one day I can break into the darkness and see what's in this darkness. Zhang Chu knew that Tong Qingshan had always had a knot in his heart over the departure of Little Grape's mother. At this moment, Zhang Chu patted Tong Qingshan's shoulder and did not speak. Nothing happened all night. Early the next morning, the three men ate some bear meat and paws and were on their way again. Although they deliberately avoided most of the villages and big demons, they could still encounter some hunter teams from other villages. However, there was no conflict with each other and everyone was at peace. But the further they went, the heavier Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan's mood became, because they've come across 6 contaminated villages in a row now. From a distance, those polluted villages had problems with their demons, and the leaves of the plant demons were crawling with all sorts of horrible bugs. Some of the stone-based demons are riddled with holes. Those who favor those who are contaminated are completely unaware of their own condition, can communicate normally, and greet each other in a friendly manner. In addition to these people, they saw more mutated animals. There are mutated hornets with tattered bodies, but they can still fly. Of course, these wasps were not that friendly, and after they saw Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, they immediately flew and swooped over, wanting to sting. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan flew away in fear, half daring to be stained by this kind of wasp. There were also contaminated wolves that wanted to round up Zhang Chu and the others, but they avoided them. Hey, the pollution in this neighborhood, how come it's so serious? It feels like a large portion of the living beings have been polluted, Tong Qingshan said. Zhang Chu frowned as well. Some sort of bad premonition that always lingered in his heart. The day is going by again. In the evening, Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan locked onto a tiger lizard and prepared to rob its nest for the night. Chapter 23 River Spirit of Hebo Village. Tiger lizard. Huge, body like a lizard, head like a tiger, head also topped with a lord. When Tong Qingshan and Jiang Chu saw it, it also saw Tong Qingshan. When Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan closed in on the tiger lizard, wanting to attack, they found that the tiger lizard was actually constantly retreating, its eyes filled with scorn, and it moved slightly slower, as if it was injured. This is a bit interesting. Actually knows to be afraid, Tong Qingshan said. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, suddenly said, wait, don't make a move yet. What's wrong? Tong Qingshan asked. At this moment, Jiang Chu pointed to a place not far away, where there was surprisingly half an unburned incense. What is this? Tong Qingshan wondered. Jiang Chu whispered, it seems that this tiger lizard is someone else's prey, and they have already made their move. Jiang Chu had read in the Great Desolate Scripture that this smoldering incense was called song xiang, a fruit of a plant that lived in the river. After setting it on fire, it is very attractive to lizard-like beings, who unconsciously absorb the flavor of the stuff. However, it was harmful to lizard-like beings, and after 12 consecutive days of inhaling it, lizards below the Demon King realm would be left to be slaughtered. Jiang Chu could not forget the contents within the Great Desolate Scripture and naturally recognized this item. Sure enough, at this moment, a middle-aged man drilled out from nowhere and shouted in a low voice, two of you, don't disturb this tiger lizard. Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan twisted their heads. It was an ordinary-looking villager. So Jiang Chu asked, is it your prey? The villager said, that's right, in order to catch this thing, we have been preparing for 7 or 8 days, and several young men in the village have fallen into its hands. This thing is not to be messed with. Tong Qingshan laughed. Not to be messed with? The villager, on the other hand, whispered, both of you, I kindly remind you not to anger it, it's very strong, and now that this song incense has only been burned for 6 days, it's not the time to move it. The villager seemed kind and friendly and did not speak ill of Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan, and Tong Qingshan instantly felt some good feelings towards him. So Tong Qingshan said, in this case, I will help you kill this tiger lizard, and you will take the corpse. We just want to live in the tiger lizard's nest. When the villagers heard this, they immediately waved their hands. That's not going to work. It's too dangerous to kill this. You guys aren't its match. Without waiting for the villagers to finish their words, Tong Qingshan rushed out with his gun. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, that tiger lizard immediately exploded with ferocity and charged towards Tong Qingshan, wanting to fight for his life. But where was it a match for Tong Qingshan? Tong Qingshan, who had opened up the 12 cave wells of life, was simply not something an ordinary demonic creature could resist, and in just one round, Tong Qingshan's gun pierced through the tiger lizard's brow. With a rumble, the tiger lizard's huge body fell to the ground. Dead. Hiss. The villager sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. You guys are so powerful. Tong Qingshan put away his gun and said indifferently, it's just a big lizard. You guys quickly call out to the villagers and carry its body away. This villager agreed and hurried back to the village, to call for his companions. A few minutes later, dozens of villagers hooted and hollered. What surprised Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan was that the captain of this hunter team was actually a woman. And looking closely, the woman was quite pretty. It's really strange. Jiang Chu muttered in his heart. It wasn't that women couldn't get into the hunters, but the makeup she wore. It was just weird. Her forehead was covered in thick blush and her lips were smeared bright red, while the rest of her face was snow white as paper. It looked as if it was the kind of woman who was ready to tie the knot of the underworld. Moreover, the woman was dressed in bright red, and she seemed to have an incongruous sense of festivity. From a long distance away, Little Grape couldn't help but lean close to Jiang Chu. Sir, that woman is so scary. Jiang Chu whispered comfortingly. Don't be afraid. The woman, however, was very enthusiastic, and before the man arrived, she shouted towards Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Two good men. Since you've come to the boundaries of our Hebo village, don't live in the deep mountains. Go to our Hebo village. There's good wine, good meat, and good girls. Beside the woman, some middle-aged men also shouted. That's right. Come and stay with us in Heber village. Don't be polite. Soon, the woman surrounded with a group of big men. They were all very enthusiastic. Some people took the initiative to go forward and get Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan's packages, while others took the initiative to climb up and ask Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan which village they came from. Meanwhile, one by one, they introduced themselves and seemed enthusiastic and bright, but Jiang Chu always felt that this village was not quite normal. Enthusiasm is a bit uncharacteristic, especially from this female captain of the hunters, who is a bit too brightly colored. Thus, Zhang Chu protected his package and refused. We appreciate your kindness, but we are used to living in the mountains and don't like to be lively. The female hunting captain immediately pretended to be unhappy. No, you helped us kill this tiger lizard. How can we let you live in the deep mountains? If this spreads out, the surrounding mountain villages will definitely laugh at us for not knowing our manners. That's right, if you come to our Hebo village, then you are guests of our Hebo village, and we can't let you live in the mountains by any means. If you persist in refusing, then we will have the village girls prepare a good meal and bring it to you, and they will not go back at night. Too enthusiastic. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan couldn't argue with them. At this time, Zhang Chu glanced at Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, nodded slightly towards Zhang Chu, meaning that even if these villagers were acting as demons, he could still deal with them. Since this was the case, Zhang Chu nodded and agreed to go and stay at Hebo village. These villagers were instantly overjoyed as they clustered around the three of them, dragging the huge tiger lizard corpse towards Hebe village. The female captain's name was River Spirit, and she said that she had grown up as strong as a boy, and stronger than a boy, so she had become the captain of the hunter team. Soon, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan followed the hunter team and arrived at Hebo village. This is a small village built on the river. The village looks beautiful in the sunset. The river is sparkling. Occasionally, there will be a burst of mist rising from the river. It looks very mysterious. However, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan did not see the guardian deity of this small village. Of course, the two didn't say much, since this group of commoners was able to live here in peace. They must have a way to ward off the darkness. Soon, the crowd returned to the village. It didn't take long for the sun to set, and the moment the darkness engulfed the earth, the river next to the small village surprisingly gave off a hazy glow that enveloped the village. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were instantly surprised that the guardian deity of this small village was actually this river. In the demon ruins, the guardian deities of the mountain and water types were all very impressive. Generally speaking, this kind of guardian deity can shelter a much wider range of people, and they are more powerful enough to form large cities, or towns. At this moment, River Spirit then led the three Zhang Chu to the center of the small village. It was obvious that this small village was very hospitable, and when they heard that there were outsiders, many of them came out with their cooking utensils. However, when Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan took a closer look, they felt grotesque again, because almost all the girls in this village, surprisingly, were dressed like this female captain, and each of their faces was covered with thick blush, and all of them were wearing colorful red clothes. It was a strange scene as the girls gathered around the tiger lizard, handling the meat and preparing dinner. River Spirit, on the other hand, brought along a few young hunters and gathered around with Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, chatting casually. At this time the River Spirit asked, "Two good men, I wonder where we are going." Zhang Chu replied, "Going to Dashua City, wanting to exchange something." This was the talk that was discussed ahead of time, and no matter who they met, whenever someone asked, they said that they were going to Dashua City. It was a big city that the demon ruins were very famous for, and it was said to be very prosperous with many people gathering there. However, River Spirit said, "Unfortunately, the road to Dashua City is broken, so you guys are afraid you won't be able to get there." Chapter 24, Drugged. The road is broken? Tong Qingshan frowned slightly. What do you mean? At this time, River Spirit's expression was mysterious. I heard that on the way to Dashua City, there came a great demon that specializes in eating passing passers-by. That one is not afraid. Tong Qingshan said indifferently. In the first place, they were not going to Dashua City. It was just a pretext. The River Spirit, however, was quite concerned and said, "Two good men. I know you are powerful. Even the tiger lizard can be killed in one go. But that great demon is different. He can change into a human and even kill outsiders. You guys can't go or you'll really die." Zhang Chu smiled. "So, no one can go to Great Shua City anymore?" River Spirit immediately whispered. "In my opinion, that big demon, it will take at least half a year before it can recede. How about you guys just stay in our village for the first half of the year?" Zhang Chu laughed in his heart. "That great demon still listens to you? If you say half a year, it's half a year." In fact, both Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan understood what River Spirit meant. She wanted the two of them to stay. To the villages of the demon ruins, men, experts, were extremely scarce resources. Tong Qingshan could stab a tiger lizard to death with one shot. Which village wouldn't want such an expert? This kind of thinking was commonplace, so Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan casually rejected it. At this time, Zhang Chu said. Stay even. We have urgent matters. When River Spirit saw this, she then smiled slightly and said, two good men. What do you think? How about the girl from our village? So many pretty girls, all without a man yet. If you will stay, I'll do the honors and marry 3 pretty girls to each of you. After the River Spirit's words, some of the men around him also said, stay, our Heber village is different from other places. Our guardian spirits are incredibly powerful and the girls are beautiful. At this moment, 7 or 8 weirdly dressed girls came over with smiles and poured water for Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. These girls, who might have been quite pretty, but now, with each of them dressed up like this, it was mind-numbing. Of course, out of politeness, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan resisted the urge to drive them away and just treated them as air. River Spirit and those girls, naturally, could sense Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan's resistance. At this time, the River Spirit surprisingly looked at Little Grape again as she opened her mouth and asked, this child is quite pretty. Why doesn't she put on makeup too? Grandpa River Uncle doesn't like it if a girl doesn't wear makeup. When Little Grape heard this, she immediately leaned towards Zhang Chu's side in fear. She had stayed by Zhang Chu's side for longer than she had stayed by Tong Qingshan's side, so she instinctively relied on Zhang Chu even more. Zhang Chu was tempted to say, what does it have to do with us if your Hebe likes it or not? But he still held back, and at the same time, Zhang Chu also realized that this village's guardian deity might have a bit of a special aesthetic hobby. No wonder all of them are dressed like ghosts. Zhang Chu muttered in his heart. River Spirit, on the other hand, continued to show interest in Little Grape. I take it this child is 3 years and 7 months old? Zhang Chu's heart fluttered and his face grimaced. How did you see it? River Spirit's eyes, however, kept falling on Little Grape with a sort of wry smile on his face. Oh, I can see that. River Spirit had a very weird look on his face and kept looking at Little Grape. Around them, the expressions of the other few hunters also became a little weird. They looked straight at the Little Grapes. Their faces were stiff, as if they had been dead for a long time. The atmosphere, steeply bizarre. Zhang Chu hugged Little Grape to the side and used his body to separate the sight of these people. At the same time, Zhang Chu gave Tong Qingshan a look. Tong Qingshan instantly reached his hand behind his back to touch his lance, ready to strike. Just then, however, a strangely dressed girl brought in pots of meat and happily shouted, dinner is served. There was a certain eerie atmosphere that disappeared, and River Spirit winced and was back to normal in a flash. Eat, eat. River Spirit greeted enthusiastically. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan left a heart and saw them eat before the 3 Zhang Chu ate, so as not to be drugged. After dinner, River Spirit arranged a small courtyard for the 3, and the 3 stayed there. Before going to bed, Zhang Chu was still a little uneasy. He quietly scattered some dry branches in front of the small courtyard door. And then, Zhang Chu returned to the room and took out 3 leaves of Cheong-K grass from his traveling bag and gave 1 each to Tong Qingshan and Little Grape. Sleep with it in your mouth. Zhang Chu said. Aha! Tong Qingshan and Little Grape agreed, taking the leaf in their mouths and gently closing their eyes. The leaves of this Cheong-K grass, in the Great Desert Scripture has this record, the son of Hu Mountain, more Cheong-K, the title of the not lost. The meaning is that a place called Shushan has a lot of Cheong-K grass on its south side, and when you put the leaves of this grass in your mouth, you can stay awake and resist the ecstasy. When you are out and about, you can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others from doing harm. Sure enough, late at night, River Spirit brought a few hunters and quietly felt outside the small compound. In River Spirit's hand, she held a special piece of incense, and she led the way to the windward side of the small courtyard, carefully fanning the incense with her hand. A scented misty smoke, following the wind, poured into the small courtyard. In a short while of work, a special fragrance filled the small courtyard. Those smells poured into the small house and drilled into the nostrils of the 3 Zhang Chu people. However, the leaves of the agaric grass in the mouths of the 3 men glowed slightly, protecting them. After a long time, the piece of incense in the River Spirit's hand burned out. At this moment, a few of River Spirit's people listened sideways. As a result, there was no rattling. At this time, the River Spirit whispered, they should be mesmerized by now. Let's go in. Tie up that child first, dress him up, and present him to the river god. Then, the 2 men will be drugged so that they can never leave our village. Good. A few hunters agreed and quietly felt their way to that small courtyard. Snapping, the sound of a dry branch being stepped on rang out, a bit abrupt in the quiet of the night. Be careful, River Spirit whispered to reprimand one of the hunters. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan opened their eyes at the same time. Neither of them had slept too much. At this time, Tong Qingshan quietly sat up and pressed himself against the window. looking out while giving Zhang Chu a hand signal. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, picked up Little Grape and jumped onto the beam with a gentle leap. Finally, River Spirit, with 7 or 8 people, quietly broke into the courtyard and pushed open the bedroom door. As it turned out, the bed was empty, because Tong Qingshan had already bypassed them and arrived in the small courtyard. When the River Spirit few people saw this, they were taken aback. "Where are the people?" a hunter exclaimed in a small voice. River Spirit, on the other hand, had an ugly look on his face and reacted. "No good. They're not mesmerized. Hurry up. Knock." Outside, the gate to the courtyard was suddenly slammed shut, and Tong Qingshan blocked the doorway. River Spirit led the way, exiting the courtyard and looking at each other. At this moment, there was no communication between the two sides. The River Spirit directly grunted. Even if he wasn't mesmerized, he must have been poisoned. He definitely doesn't have much strength now. Do it. Chapter 25, Hebe Strikes. In the small courtyard at night, several hunters held long knives and axes, directly greeting towards Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan laughed coldly, his lance out stabbing like rain, so fast that it was a blur. In a moment, a few muffled grunts came, and the few hunters that River Spirit had brought with him all fell softly to the ground at once, bleeding out of the small courtyard. Only the River Spirit, who had yet to make a move, remained standing there. At this moment, Tong Qingshan pointed his spear at the River Spirit. "Say, what do you want to do?" River Spirit was surprisingly not afraid of Tong Qingshan. She said in a cold voice, "Tong Qingshan, you think you can flaunt your power in our village?" In the next second, the River Spirit's mouth suddenly hummed a burst of bizarre song. "River Uncle on my body. I am in the body of the River Uncle. Grandparents quickly show their spirit. River Uncle on my body." Her tone was strange, and an eerie aura swept over from outside the small courtyard, suddenly wrapping around River Spirit. Tong Qingshan's gaze condensed, and without further hesitation, his long spear stabbed directly at the River Spirit. The River Spirit's body, however, seemed to have vaporized, and Tong Qingshan's spear stabbed through, surprisingly only hitting his shadow. In the next second, the figure of the River Spirit appeared on the side of Tong Qingshan's body, as if it could instantly move. And, at this time, the River Spirit, with both feet not touching the ground and an expressionless face, the whole person seemed like a ghost that could fly, hanging in the air with his eyes staring straight at Tong Qingshan. "Pretending to be a god," Tong Qingshan said angrily, and once again, he shot out his gun and stabbed at the River Spirit. The River Spirit, however, disappeared once again, and her figure, once again, appeared behind Tong Qingshan. At this moment, Little Grape had also woken up, so Zhang Chu brought Little Grape to the courtyard. Seeing this situation, Zhang Chu immediately said, "Qingshan, use the divine pattern." Tong Qingshan nodded his head at once, his aura exploding open as 12 brilliant stars emerged behind him. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan swept his spear across the room, and the 12 stars simultaneously brightened and disappeared, a golden divine pattern spreading and enveloping the surroundings of the River Spirit. The River Spirit could no longer dodge it, and the divine ripple swept into the River Spirit. She let out a muffled grunt and flew backwards, crashing to the ground, spitting out blood, and her face turned pale all of a sudden. And just at this moment, Little Grape suddenly pointed at the courtyard entrance. It ran away. Who ran away? Zhang Chu asked while looking at the doorway, but saw nothing. At this moment Little Grape said, "It was an old man, bent over, leaning on a staff, and it floated out without moving its feet." Zhang Chu's heart stirred. It seemed that the one who had just made a move was not a River Spirit, but the guardian deity of this village. Is the Hebo village? Hebo? Zhang Chu mused, feeling a little bad. Generally speaking, the demon does not get involved in strife among the villagers. However, the strength of the guardian god was undoubtedly, definitely higher than Tong Qingshan, because the demon could resist the Knight of the Demon Ruins, but Tong Qingshan could not. And at this moment, Tong Qingshan took a step forward, and his spear was pressed against the River Spirit's neck. "Say, what do you want to do?" Tong Qingshan said angrily. River Spirit's mouth bled at the corners and he looked incredulous. "Impossible. Impossible. How could you possibly defeat me?" "It's impossible." Tong Qingshan's lance gently stabbed forward, and the lance cut through the River Spirit's neck. "Cut the crap and say what you want to do." The River Spirit was instantly jolted and hurriedly begged for mercy. "We have no ill intentions. We just want you to stay." Saying that, the River Spirit also took out 2 small, wet, brightly colored fruits like cherries from his arms and spoke. "Look, As long as you eat this you won't leave our village. Tong Qingshan did not make a sound, but instead looked at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu then spoke. Why are there only 2 fruits? What are you guys trying to do to little grape? The river spirit did not dare to hide it. The river uncle has taken a fancy to her, and he wants us to weave a straw mat, put the little grapes on it, and send them into the river. What? Tong Qingshan was instantly annoyed. Your guardian god, eating people? The river spirit, however, said, it's not cannibalism, it's taking a concubine. Our guardian god takes a concubine every 3 years, and it's a great blessing to be chosen by the guardian god. The women of our village dream of going to the river god's side, and everyone dresses up just so they can be named by the river god and go to accompany him. Speaking here, the river spirit looked at little grape. What a blessed child, just arriving and being spotted by the river god, being able to be the river god's concubine. That's a blessing that how many women can't even hope for. Little grape leaned close to Zhang Chu in fear. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, picked up little grape and whispered comfortingly, don't worry, both father and sir will protect little grape. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, suddenly asked Zhang Chu, sir, what should we do? Zhang Chu didn't look at the river spirit, but sighed softly, go out, perhaps, their guardian god is waiting for us. Tong Qingshan instantly raised his gun, opened the door of the small courtyard, and went to the street of the small village. The entire hamlet was shrouded in a pale halo of light, and the long streets were empty, most people having gone to bed long ago. At this time, the river spirit then followed. She spoke, if you come to our Hebo village, you won't be able to get out. The river god won't let you leave. It will protect you. Almost immediately after river spirit's voice fell, at the street corner, an old man with a cane and a bent back suddenly appeared. River spirit immediately knelt down, kowtowing excitedly. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, instantly tensed up, and at this moment, Tong Qingshan's lance pointed at the river god, his gaze filled with vigilance. You are the river god? Tong Qingshan asked. The old man's voice was indifferent. Young man, didn't your lord tell you not to point your blades at the demon? Saying that, the old man's walking stick gently poked the ground, and in the next second, Tong Qingshan's lance unexpectedly bent, as if it was made of clay, with its head facing the ground. This, Tong Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. The river spirit then shouted, kneel down. You too, the river god is generous. As long as you stay in the Hebo village in the future and contribute the little grapes to the river god as concubines, the river god won't make things difficult for you. Wow! Cried little grape with a wow of fright. Zhang Chu then hugged little grape tightly and gently patted her back. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Tong Qingshan then shouted, want to leave us behind? Dream on. The old man sighed softly. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. Saying that, the old man's walking stick once again gently pointed at the ground, and a circle of terrifying divine patterns spread out along the ground, as if he had thrown a stone in a river and the water waves spread out. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan saw that the circle of divine lines that spread out had actually transformed into true water ripples at a certain moment. Even, there are some fish in there chasing. The speed of the water waves spreading wasn't fast, but it was terrifying, and everything on the ground disappeared wherever the water waves passed. The stone table, the farming tools, were all engulfed by the waves of water and sank into the ground, disappearing forever. Not good. Tong Qingshan's heart jumped, and at this moment, he was flooded with a sense of powerlessness. He wanted to turn around to protect Zhang Chu and Little Grape, but when he tried to move, he was shocked to find that the space around him seemed to be filled with lead, and no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to move halfway. At this moment, Tong Qingshan gritted his teeth and shouted, no! He wanted to fight for his life. However, in front of the river god, his realm was completely inadequate. Even though the veins on his neck were throbbing and his body was drenched in sweat, he still couldn't move. He could only watch, as the circle of water ripples spread towards him. It's over. Tong Qingshan despaired in his heart, but right at this moment, Zhang Chu suddenly shouted, stop! As Zhang Chu's voice fell, the layer upon layer of water waves that had spread over unexpectedly stopped. At the same time, Tong Qingshan felt his body lighten up and unexpectedly regained his mobility. At this moment, Tong Qingshan hurriedly turned back and looked at Zhang Chu. Only Zhang Chu's hand was seen holding a jujube leaf, which emitted a hazy glow, fixing the circle of ripples. The river god raised his head, staring at the date leaf in Zhang Chu's hand, looking at it again and again, his expression gradually becoming grave. At this moment, Zhang Chu spoke. River god, we are just passing through here and do not wish to clash with you. The river god, on the other hand, stared carefully at the jujube leaf in Zhang Chu's hand, his expression aghast. Finally, at a certain moment, the river god suddenly changed his complexion greatly and could not help but take several steps back, shivering. God King. Chapter 26, Gleaners. Hebe seemed to recognize the date god's leaves, and he was surprisingly taken aback. At this moment, the river god hurriedly waved his hand, dispersing the law he had just cast, and the entire small village returned to normal. Even Tong Qingshan's lance was restored as before, and then, Hebe bent down and bowed 3 times towards the date palm leaf. Immediately after that, the river god knelt down again and kowtowed heavily 3 times towards the date palm leaves, then got up and took 3 steps back, surprisingly worshipping again. It was an extremely elaborate set of rituals that looked solemn and dignified. Next to her, the river spirit kneeling on the ground was directly dumbfounded. How could she have never imagined that their guardian god would actually kneel to that leaf in Zhang Chu's hand? After Hebo's salute was done, he then respectfully said, I have no eyes. I don't know the Divine King's honorable presence, and I have bumped into the Divine King, so I hope the Divine King will forgive me. Forgive me. It was as if this leaf could sense the river god's courtesy, and its halo dispersed and transformed into an ordinary leaf. At this moment, Hebe breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after that, Hebo hurriedly said, both of you, this Hebo village, you guys feel free to live here, so I won't bother you. After saying that, Hebe respectfully took a few steps back and eventually disappeared. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, was surprised in his heart that just a single jujube leaf could make a guardian god so respectful. Old date palms, indeed, are no ordinary guardian spirits. When the river spirit saw that the river god was treating Zhang Chu and the others with such respect, she naturally did not dare to have any other thoughts. In reality, Tong Qingshan didn't kill anyone, he just injured a few hunters, and the river spirit took a few of the injured away. The next morning, the river spirit had people stew meat soup and entertained Zhang Chu and the others as if nothing had happened. During the meal, river spirit spoke up. I know, you're not going to Dasho City, you're scavengers, aren't you? Scavengers? What does that mean? This was the first time Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan had heard this word. At this time, the river spirit spoke. During this recent period of time, the entire demon ruins have been unsettled. Many outsiders, as well as many great demons have been in a bloodbath, and a lot of living beings have died. Many villagers can't stand the loneliness and want to fly high, so they go looking for the corpses, relics of those great demons or outsiders, which are scavengers. I'm guessing that you're also such scavengers? River Spirit asked again. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan glanced at each other. If they counted like this, they were really scavengers. Zhang Chu still asked, how are you sure? We are scavengers? The River Spirit said. A few days ago, a terrible battle took place in the east, and many great demons and outsiders died there, and those who are heading that way now are scavengers. So that's how it is. Zhang Chu nodded his head. At this time the river spirit spoke. Our river god said that he wanted me to give you a reminder to make a good karma. Zhang Chu knew that the so-called making a good karma was that the river spirit wanted to make a good karma with the jujube tree god, not with himself. What the other river god is looking at is the face of the date tree god. Naturally, Zhang Chu would not refuse, so Zhang Chu asked, what reminder? River Spirit said, you have to be careful of the other scavengers. Not only are they powerful, but they are also ruthless, and when they meet the same scavengers, they will kill and take the treasure. Immediately after that, the River Spirit added, the river god said that you can go forward along the river, and if you are really in danger, you can come to the river and the river god can protect you, and, at the river, you may be able to get something unexpected. Although the river spirit did not explicitly say so, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan immediately understood what the river spirit meant. That is, there are probably other scavengers along the river, and by having Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan walk along the river uncle might have taken the other scavengers as a gift and given them. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan exchanged glances, and then Zhang Chu spoke. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. But if someone dares to lay hands on us, ha! With a grip on the lance in his hand, Tong Qingshan said to the river spirit, thanks for the reminder. We'll follow the river. After having breakfast, the three of Zhang Chu left Hebe village and had little great determine the direction, and it turned out that if they walked along the river, they could indeed reach the vicinity of that battlefield as well. Thus, the three Zhang Chu walked along the river, a river that was all under the control of the river god. At noon, Tong Qingshan wanted to tie a few fish with his lance and grill them for dinner. without waiting for Tong Qingshan to make a move. A big golden yellow carp of more than 30 pounds was directly lifted out of the water by a wisp of water. Many thanks, Zhang Chu shouted towards the river. Immediately afterward, the three men began to grill the fish. Just then Tong Qingshan's ears twitched slightly and whispered, "Someone is coming, hiding in the woods behind us." Zhang Chu slightly skimmed his lips and whispered, "Pretend that you didn't notice them, turn your back on them, if they dare to make a move, exterminate them, if they don't make a move, forget about it." Tong Qingshan nodded slightly, and the two of them deliberately turned their backs to the shadowy figure. Suddenly, two dark arrows shot in, too fast, as if they were two streaks of cold light, stabbing at the back of Zhang Chu's and Tong Qingshan's heads respectively. If it was a normal hunter, he would not be able to react. However, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan had long been on guard, and at this moment, Tong Qingshan flicked his lance, and the two dark arrows were picked apart at the same time. In the next moment, Tong Qingshan didn't even think about it, and directly turned around, using his lance as a javelin, and threw it towards a hidden jungle. The sound of a lance entering flesh, accompanied by a scream from the thief, resounded through the mountains and forests. This one nailed a guy in the shadows who was putting out cold arrows straight away. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so fierce-eyed, burly, sharp-edged scavengers rushed out. They didn't make an immediate move, and a leader, carrying a large sword, took a step forward and shouted toward Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. The men have two tricks up their sleeves. Zhang Chu didn't even raise his head and didn't even look at those people, because in Zhang Chu's eyes, these people were already dead. He didn't want to take the initiative to mess with people, but if you dare to make a move, don't blame Zhang Chu and the others for being impolite. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, sneered, "Come here and die." The leader shouted, "Kid, I see that you are good with your hands, and love talent. Now join my team, and when you are developed, I will take you to rob a big city and be the overlord, and then you will have whatever you want. Just buy you?" Tong Qingshan looked like he was looking down on him. The leader also sneered, "Boy, look what it is." With that, the leader suddenly ripped open his shirt and bellowed, "Open!" In the next second, behind this leader, three faint points of starlight unexpectedly lit up. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan's eyes instantly glowed. This leader had actually opened up a fate well. This meant that the guy leading the group possessed the secret method of human cultivation. Zhang Chu immediately said, "Don't kill this fellow. Leave him alive." Tong Qingshan also laughed out loud. "I was looking for human cultivation techniques, but I never thought that you would send them to me, just in time." And the leader was instantly enraged. "Shameless thing. Brothers, kill him for me." When those dozen or so people heard the order, they instantly howled and rushed towards Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, sat where he was, not even moving as he continued to flip and grill the fish. This little straggler is nothing to worry about. At this moment, Tong Qingshan made a move with his hand, and his lance flew backwards back into his hand. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan rushed towards the front, and he hair-jumped and jumped directly in front of the leader, using his gun as a stick, and directly slapped on the head of this leader. Dang! This leader directly fainted. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan seemed like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. A horizontal sweep. 5 or 6 people who rushed in front were directly slit their throats, and all of them were lying on the ground waiting to die. The few remaining men were in a state of shock and turned to run. Tong Qingshan grunted and casually grabbed up a few stones and threw them towards the fleeing few. Bang! 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 Several of the escapees all had their heads blown off and died on the spot. In the end, Tong Qingshan carried the unconscious leader and tossed it aside. Tong Qingshan first touched the leader's body, and surprisingly, he felt out a small grayish bag. However, Tong Qingshan couldn't open the bag, as if it was sealed by some weird power. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan woke him up by pouring a can of water on his face. "Master, spare your life! Master, spare your life!" This leader finally understood the situation. Zhang Chu said directly, "Go ahead. I think, you know what we need." This leader clenched his teeth before he said, "You guys let me go first, and I'll tell you all some of the things I know." Tong Qingshan kicked him directly in the face. "Think we're stupid? Letting you go? Where are we going to find you?" Zhang Chu then pointed at the dusty bag. "Open it first." The leader immediately blanched. I can't. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan immediately showed a fierce light in their eyes, and Tong Qingshan's lance was pressed against this leader's neck. "This is not up to you." Chapter 27, Cultivating Acupuncture Points. Once the leader saw that Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were not easy to fool, He panicked. At this time the leader shouted, "Don't kill me. I'll pour out the contents right away." He picked up the dusty bag and flicked it over, a pile of miscellaneous items falling out. There were kettles, jerky, clothing, and so on, all the daily necessities. Zhang Chu's expression instantly turned cold. "It seems that you really treat the two of us as little cuties." And this leader hurriedly shouted, "Two good men. This is really all that's in here. Open the bag. I want to look inside." Zhang Chu said. The leader, however, cried out, "Grand Master, only I can open and view this thing. Others can't see inside." "Why?" Zhang Chu asked. "I don't know why, but I'm the only one who can open it anyway," the leader said with a bitter face. Zhang Chu was instantly enraged. "You don't know why? Then you always know where this bag came from, right?" At this moment, the leader said, "This was picked up from the corpse of a horse demon. I don't know what happened. After I picked it up, I was able to use it, but couldn't get anyone else to use it." Zhang Chu's heart was suddenly stirred. Did it mean that he could use the bag himself as long as he killed the leader and made the bag ownerless? At this moment, Zhang Chu did not move and stopped asking more about the bag. After all, the two still needed the cultivation method from him. So Zhang Chu said, "Since that's the case, then this bag will be placed here with me for now." The leader hurriedly gave the bag to Zhang Chu while asking, "Master, you can let me go now." At this moment, Zhang Chu asked, "Tell me, how did you open up the life well? Is it some kind of gong method?" The leader said hurriedly, "There are no feats, HM." Zhang Chu immediately grimaced. "Do you think that your life is tougher than those juniors of yours? If you are of no use at all, then you can die." After Zhang Chu said this, Tong Qingshan instantly stabbed his lance towards this leader's neck. Bared. The lance stabbed in half as deep as his little thumb, and blood flowed out at once. The leader was instantly scared stiff. He didn't even dare to move. He just shouted, "Master, I really don't have any feats, but I can tell you the process of opening the life well." "Speak." Zhang Chu's tone was cold. At this time this leader said, "I come from Wood Meteor Village. Because I ate a monkey treasure, my strength increased greatly, and found that recently the mountain was not calm. So I came out with my fellow villagers and made scavengers. Half a month ago, we picked up the corpse of a horse demon and ate some of its flesh. As a result, everyone from my village died. A few had their bodies explode, and others were covered in fire and burned alive. I was the only one who survived by jumping into a frigid pool when it was too hard to bear. Then I realized that I was all-powerful with nowhere to go, and it just so happened that an outsider was passing by. One of the outsiders told me that if I wanted to make a breakthrough, I should focus on the acupuncture points on the human body and use them to open up the well of life." Acupuncture points. When Zhang Chu heard this, his heart was suddenly enlightened. Zhang Chu suddenly realized what exactly was the difference between human gongfu and demonic gongfu. Demons cultivate by cultivating the star cave above the demon den, and humans don't even need to conjure up demon pills. The human body already has countless acupoints. At this time, Zhang Chu hurriedly asked, "How exactly do you cultivate?" At the same time, in Zhang Chu's mind, he silently compared the differences between humans and demons. There are 108 star holes in the demon pit, divided into planets and stars. What about the human body's acupoints? Zhang Chu knew that there were more than 108 acupoints in the human body, and there were even thousands of various acupoints. At this time, this leader said, "I don't know how to cultivate specifically. I was just feeling a few acupoints tingling and I condensed my mind on them. And then I opened the well of life. After I opened the well of life, I gained a lot of power. And then I met some scavengers and collected them. And I became the boss myself." Zhang Chu was instantly pondering for a moment. Was it possible to open up a life well just by condensing one's mind on an acupoint? However, Zhang Chu didn't try it immediately, but asked again, "There are no secret codes or scriptures?" The leader cried out, "There really isn't any. Besides, even if there were scriptures or secret codes, I wouldn't be able to read them. I can't read." This Zhang Chu believed. In the demon ruins, most villages were isolated, probably not communicating with the outside world for more than 10 years. Basically, the lone village would not have any written heritage. It was estimated that only some of the demon ruins super large cities could have many literate people. At this time, Tong Qingshan said, "If that's the case, Mr. Can't open the fate well at will." Zhang Chu nodded. "I know. A life well cannot be opened casually. There are many taboos and rules in it. For example, when Tong Qingshan opened the well of destiny, the first thing was that planets and stars could not be cultivated at the same time, and one had to choose a direction. And once the direction has been chosen, then it should be opened up according to a certain order. Which one to cultivate first and which one to cultivate later. If the cultivation is in the wrong order, the light is cut off from the road ahead. Unable to make an inch of progress, the heavy is the destruction of the demon Dan. The cultivation is ruined, and even endanger the life. A person like the leader who listens to someone else's words and then opens a life well indiscriminately is doomed to tragedy. Any gongfu was the path that countless forefathers had trodden with their lives and blood, and it would allow one to avoid many dangers and traps in the process of cultivation. Therefore, it was necessary to have a mature cultivation method in order to cultivate. At this moment, Jiang Chu could not help but yearn in his heart. That dragon ascending scripture was a treasure that could allow one to cultivate for 3 great realms. It had to be obtained, and after all the leader has said, his value has been used up. So Jiang Chu looked at this leader. In that case, you can leave. The leader looked so happy that he turned and ran. While running, he also changed his mind to be ruthless. Rob my mustard seed bag. Right? Give me a weight. I'll immediately go and join the scavenging team of the Wang family in Deshua City, and reveal your news to them, so that they can come and clean you up. But in the next second, Tong Qingshan's gun directly pierced through the back of his heart. Poof! The leader fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, Jiang Chu looked at Little Grape and realized that Little Grape surprisingly did not have much fear. She had been obediently sitting by the grilled fish rack, very well behaved. Jiang Chu then asked, Little Grape, aren't you afraid if we kill someone? Little Grape tilted her head and said, the people that Daddy and Mr. killed were bad people. Ah, bad people should be killed. Jiang Chu instantly laughed and touched Little Grape's head. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, glanced at the dusty bag and said to Jiang Chu, Sir, look at this bag. It seems to have changed. Jiang Chu took a look, and sure enough, the originally grayish bag was actually enveloped by a mysterious halo, and inside the halo seemed to be an exquisite key. Tong Qingshan immediately said, Sir, it's not likely. Whoever touches the key inside this halo, this bag will recognize whoever is the master. Take it and try. Jiang Chu was not polite. He directly reached out and touched the key in the halo of light. In the next second, this key and halo transformed into a mass of pure warmth that traveled along Jiang Chu's fingertips and directly entered Jiang Chu's sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chu felt as if the small mustard seed bag had transformed into a part of his body. Without having to open his pockets, Jiang Chu could clearly sense the conditions and things inside. The space inside wasn't large. Like a small sack, Jiang Chu estimated that at most, it would only hold about 100 or 200 pounds of grain. There wasn't much inside. Some ordinary clothes, some strange grasses and fruits, some gold and silver, dried meat, and 3 crystal bones. Chapter 28, Approaching the Dragon Scripture. With a thought, Jiang Chu directly poured out everything in this. When Tong Qingshan and Little Grape saw this, they were both overjoyed. At this time, Jiang Chu said, this thing can hold quite a lot of things, so it will save you from carrying a traveling bag in the future. While Tong Qingshan and Little Grape stared at the 3 crystallized bones, their eyes straightening. On top of those pieces of crystal and bone, mysterious patterns were born, emitting a strange fluctuation, and it was a good thing at first glance. What is this ya? Little Grape blinked her big eyes and asked with great curiosity. Tong Qingshan's eyes were also going straight. Although he didn't know what it was, he instinctively felt that it was something good. Jiang Chu smiled faintly. This is the heavenly heart bone. Jiang Chu had seen the relevant records in the great desolate scripture. Heavenly heart bone, an extremely special existence. Rumor had it that after a great demon died, it might leave behind various mysterious treasures, and the heavenly heart bone was one of them. At this moment, Jiang Chu said, I've heard that after some demons reach adulthood, once they have cultivated to a certain level, the memories in certain bloodlines will be revived, and they will acquire some special spells, and this kind of demon whose bloodline has been revived, after death, may produce a heavenly heart bone, and within the heavenly heart bone, their spells are recorded. Spells are, in fact, a method of utilizing power within the body. Spells and feats were 2 different concepts. Like the great demon technique that Tong Qingshan practiced, it was more about instructing demons on how to cultivate, how to advance, and how to become stronger step by step, aiming to enhance themselves. Dharma, on the other hand, is a method of utilizing the power within the body. Tong Qingshan could only emit divine lines and wield them to attack now, simply because he hadn't studied spells. And once one possessed a certain kind of law, one could allow the divine lines to be combined, allowing one's attacks to change, no longer just as simple as simply inspiring the divine lines. At this moment, Jiang Chu selected a piece of heavenly heart bone and gave it to Tong Qingshan. Qingshan, try this. It's very simple if you absorb it, as long as you infuse your own power into it and sense it with your heart. At the same time, Jiang Chu instructed, remember, calm your mind completely and adjust it to the best state before absorbing this heavenly heart bone. I've heard that when absorbing the heavenly heart bone, there is a high probability of failure. Tong Qingshan took a deep breath, picked up one of the heavenly heart bones and placed it in his palm. After calming down a bit, Tong Qingshan began to absorb this piece of heavenly heart bone, and it could be seen that Tong Qingshan's palm began to glow, and those halos began to merge with that piece of heavenly heart bone. Immediately afterward, a mysterious and obscure aura flowed from that bone, and at the same time, Jiang Chu suddenly felt that the mountain and sea diagram within his body had unexpectedly moved as well. It continuously emitted a burst of earth-colored mysterious power, which unexpectedly surged towards the mustard seed bag. Immediately after, Jiang Chu realized that the internal space of the mustard seed bag unexpectedly began to become larger. Little Grape, on the other hand, waited patiently on the side. After roughly half an hour, the piece of heavenly heart bone in Tong Qingshan's hand disappeared. As for Jiang Chu's mountain and sea diagram, he had also finished remodeling the mustard pouch, and the internal space was countless times larger. And now, a dozen or so cows could be put down inside. At this moment, Jiang Chu first asked Tong Qingshan, how is it? Tong Qingshan looked elated. It's the heavenly demon hedgehog's law, heavenly demon obscene, one of the hegemony of the flood era. It is said that it is a huge hedgehog in its original body, and it used to dominate a domain in the flood era, causing countless great demons to be subjugated. At this moment, Tong Qingshan's hand flicked in the air, and the divine pattern in his hand instantly transformed into dozens of spikes. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan pushed the spike in his hand forward. Poof, dozens of spikes, as if mysterious hidden weapons exploded, scattering in all directions at an extremely high speed. Jiang Chu saw that some of the boulders on the ground had been struck by the spikes, and several deep craters had actually appeared. Ha ha ha, Tong Qingshan rejoiced. I can spell, although I can't cast higher order spells yet, but this way, if I face a group of people, I can blanket everyone with a single slap. Jiang Chu was also very happy. This heavenly heartbone was really powerful. At this moment, Jiang Chu looked at Little Grape and realized that Little Grape was blear-eyed. Jiang Chu immediately laughed. Little Grape, don't be greedy. The two of us haven't opened the life well yet. We haven't embarked on the path of cultivation. When the two of us get that book of Dragon Ascension Sutra and open the life well, Little Grape will also absorb a piece of heavenly heartbone. Okay? Little Grape nodded her head vigorously all of a sudden. Yes. In fact, although the current Little Grape's body hadn't opened up yet, the strength of her physical body had reached the limit for her age group, and if there was a gong method, she could break through at any time. At this time, Jiang Chu put away the remaining two pieces of heavenly heartbones, and put away the gold, silver, and dried meat, before saying, let's go. We need to find that dragon ascending scripture as soon as possible, so as not to have a long night's sleep. Next, a few men followed the river and encountered some more scavengers. Some scavengers saw that Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan were fewer in number and tried to loot, but they were all killed by Tong Qingshan. However, killing these scavengers didn't result in getting anything too good again, as most of the scavengers consisted of ordinary hunters who were too weak to get any treasures. There were also some scavenger teams that were not very aggressive, and when they saw Tong Qingshan and the others, they avoided them from a distance. At night, they rested by the river, and the river god took the initiative to provide shelter for 3 consecutive days, which was uneventful. 3 days later, the two followed Little Grape's guidance and finally arrived at the place where the dragon densification scripture was buried. This was a valley of a chaotic rocky mountain, and even though 7 or 8 days had passed since that great battle between Barbarian and the Taoist, this battlefield, the tragedy of that battle could still be felt. Countless trees were scorched, and a few hills not far away were flattened, leaving traces of the fire baking over the earth, and the bodies of quite a few weak beings were scattered. At the moment, 3 people were hiding in the distance, watching towards the side. 2 groups have already passed. There are quite a few scavengers over here, Jiang Chu said in a low voice. The strength isn't low either, Tong Qingshan whispered. Just now I saw that the leader of that scavenging team had opened up at least 30 holes of life wells. Jiang Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. The closer he got to the real battlefield, the higher the strength of the scavengers became. With the current situation, in the event of a fight, only Tong Qingshan himself had the ability to fight, and Jiang Chu had to protect Little Grape. So try not to clash with them if you can. That's when Little Grape whispered, "Sir, I think they're looking for that book too." Zhang Chu couldn't help but look at Little Grape. "What have you discovered?" At this moment Little Grape spoke. "I saw in the distance someone riding a very tall and big horse, commanding many people to search, and the two groups of people who had just passed were following that command. I'm afraid it won't be long before another team comes looking for them, and they're all in on it together. All in one group." Zhang Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. Then the strength of this group of people was definitely not something that Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan could deal with. At this moment, Zhang Chu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "It seems that the identity of that fallen Taoist is not trivial. Not only us, but others also want to obtain the Taoist's relics, and our competitors are still very strong." "What then?" Tong Qingshan asked in a low voice. Zhang Chu said in a low voice, "In my opinion, they don't have the means to detect the corpse of a Taoist, and they shouldn't be able to find the dragon densification scripture in this moment." Tong Qingshan nodded. Zhang Chu then continued, "In this case, let's wait until evening, when the last wave of patrolling scavengers leave, and we'll take advantage of the period of time when darkness arrives to go directly to get the dragon densification scripture." "Good." Tong Qingshan nodded. The three men hunkered down at once and waited quietly for the evening to come. It was just as Little Grape had said. Every once in a while, there would always be a group of scavengers walking by, and those people had clearly determined that this neighborhood was the place where the Taoist had fallen. It's fortunate that the battlefield between the Taoist and barbarians spanned an extremely large area. Otherwise, they would have already found the Taoist's corpse, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, whispered, "I'm afraid the Taoist also has a means of concealing his own aura on his body. If it's a normal great demon that falls, that terrifying aura alone, it can't be hidden." The two men whispered and waited patiently. Finally, evening came and the last wave of scavengers called it a day. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan glanced at each other, and the three of them, as if they were like cats, ran to the target place that Little Grape had pointed out. Chapter 29, Wang Ying of Dashua City. With the setting sun, the earth was vast and cluttered, and the three Zhang Chus quietly moved forward. Finally, the three of them came to a small valley covered in rocks, at which time Little Grape whispered, "This is the place." Tong Qingshan immediately made his move, moving away a piece of stone, and an ancient book that had been broken appeared before the eyes of the three. The three words "Dragon Scripture" written in small seal script fell into Zhang Chu's eyes. The three men were instantly elated, having gone through so much trouble for this. At this moment, Tong Qingshan hurriedly went to grab the book. However, a sudden change occurred. A dark hand suddenly reached out from the messy rocks and grabbed Tong Qingshan's wrist. Tong Qingshan was startled and tried to shake off the hand. However, the hand was as if it was an iron pincer, and it didn't even move, and with Tong Qingshan's strength, he actually couldn't get rid of it. Upon closer inspection, the hand was sticking out of the rubble, and it appeared that someone was hiding inside the rubble. "It can't be that Taoist, can it?" Zhang Chu was startled in his heart. Yet Little Grape suddenly said, "Only one hand. No one." "What?" Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan exclaimed at the same time. Zhang Chu immediately said, "Qingshan, remove the stone that is pressing on this hand." Tong Qingshan's other movable hand immediately moved the stone that was pressing down on that black hand, and sure enough, it was just a severed hand that held Tong Qingshan's wrist in a death grip. Seeing this, Tong Qingshan once again jerked his hand hard and roared, "Spread your hands." However, the hand seemed to have infinite power. Even if it was just a hand, it didn't move. Tong Qingshan immediately used his spear to stab this hand. When there was a sound, the hand seemed to be poured with steel and sparked directly, but the spear could not pierce the skin of this severed hand at all. Tong Qingshan immediately took a deep breath, and the 12 stars behind him shone brightly, directly emitting divine patterns. However, the divine pattern in his hand had just surfaced, and without waiting for the attack to reach the severed hand, it immediately dissipated. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan used the heavenly demon hedgehog's method. Dozens of mysterious spikes emerged, and with a dough sound, all of them stabbed at the severed hand at the same time, and those spikes immediately dissipated without waiting to touch the severed hand. This severed hand looked ordinary, but it was divinely powerful. This, Tong Qingshan blanched. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, immediately took out the piece of jujube leaf with a thought and gently waved it towards the broken hand. A mysterious pattern of light spread out, and those patterns of light spilled down onto that severed hand. In the next second, the broken hand unexpectedly let go of Tong Qingshan's wrist and crashed to the ground. "It's still the date tree god that's powerful," Tong Qingshan said in surprise. Having gotten free, Tong Qingshan copied the Denglong Sutra and threw it to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, directly put the Denglong Sutra inside his mustard pouch. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu whispered, "Quickly go, get out of here." In the next second, Zhang Chu's afterimage suddenly saw that a sharp arrow flew from afar, as if it was a beam of cold and ghostly light, stabbing towards Tong Qingshan's back. The arrow was silent but extremely fast, and Zhang Chu immediately exclaimed, "Dodge!" At the same time, Zhang Chu directly pounced on Tong Qingshan, pushing him away with one hand, but it was still too late. The arrow directly pierced through Tong Qingshan's shoulder, bringing out a line of blood. Tong Qingshan was injured. With a dang sound, that arrow pierced a large stone, and it could be seen that there were mysterious runes inscribed on the top of the arrow, and those runes were constantly affecting the surrounding space. It was the existence of these runes that caused Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan to fail to warn them in time, and were successful in their sneak attack. Little Grape exclaimed, "Daddy!" But instead of screaming, Tong Qingshan simply raised his gun and turned his head in the direction the arrow came from. Who? Zhang Chu also looked into the distance. A small hunting team appeared. That hunting team only had 5 people, and the leader was surprisingly a 7 or 8-year-old child. That child rode a white unicorn, which was horse-like in size, but had a silver horn on top of its head, making it look divine and extraordinary. The child, on the other hand, was wearing magnificent armor and carrying a large bow. He was radiant, his gaze sharp and sinister. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan had a feeling that the little child, as if a vicious wolf, and that little kid's entourage was also unusual. Although they didn't have mounts, one of them was imposing. "It's someone from the big city," Zhang Chu whispered. "The average villager would not own a mount or armor, and outsiders will not put cold arrows, because we're outsiders. The realm is so high and deep that it is unimaginable, and if people want to kill someone, a wave of the hand will be enough, not so much as to put calm." This child, therefore, was most likely from the largest city in the neighborhood, the city of Dashua. Zhang Chu's judgment was correct. The kid's name was Wang Ying, and he was a notoriously vicious brat in Dashua City. In the great Shua City, the Wang family was the leading big family, and Wang Ying was the proudest genius of the Wang family. Wang Ying is only 8 years old, but he has already opened 30 life wells, and he is the most likely genius of the Wang family to practice the 72 changes of the Earth's fate. And in Great Shua City, once one arrives at the earthly 72 transformations, they are a top expert who can stand alone. As for surpassing the earthly 72 transformations, no one in Great Shua City has yet to reach such a point, as there is no technique that surpasses this realm. At this moment, Wang Ying stared at Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, surprisingly not exchanging a single word, but directly shouting, "Dare to come to our territory to scavenge. Shoot them." Yes. Several attendants obeyed the order and immediately took out their large bows and shot arrows towards Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Their arrows were engraved with mysterious runes. Their arrows were countless times faster than ordinary arrows, and they were silent and defenseless. Although Tong Qingshan was injured, he held his spear in one hand and was able to fend off the same, and with a slight sweep of his spear, he directly swept down those shadowy arrows. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan grabbed an arrow and threw it directly towards Wang Ying. This arrow came together with a sound and stabbed Wang Ying straight in the center of his eyebrow. Wang Ying sneered and swept the large bow in his hand, actually directly knocking away the arrow thrown by Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan immediately froze. This child is not simple. Zhang Chu then shouted, "Go! We can't get involved in a battle." Not to mention how powerful Wang Ying and his entourage are. Once they entangle and draw out the other Dashua city's people, it will be too late to leave. Moreover, it was now nearing evening. As long as they dragged through this period of time, Zhang Chu's few people would be safe, and no one would be able to hunt down and kill others on the night of the demon ruins. Therefore, it is necessary to escape immediately and stall for time. At this moment, Zhang Chu picked up Little Grape, turned around, and fled in the direction of that large river. Tong Qingshan also turned around and ran. Of course, while running, he observed behind him to prevent hidden arrows. Wang Ying, on the other hand, gave a fierce laugh. "Run? Since I've discovered you, you can only die." Immediately after that, Wang Ying's gaze, again, landed on Little Grape, and his two eyes unexpectedly became blood red, as if bloodthirsty. "What a pretty little doll. I'm going to cut her head off and dress her up." Although he was only 8 years old, that fierce light in Wang Ying's eyes seemed as vicious as a wolf. He was sadistic and murderous by nature, and whenever he encountered a beautiful little girl, he hated to cut off a little bit of the little girl's skin, and he liked the helpless and desperate loud cries of the little girl the most. At this moment, Wang Ying slapped the unicorn under his seat. Go after them. That unicorn hissed and suddenly charged in the direction of Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. At the same time, Wang Ying bent his bow again and shot a dozen arrows in succession. Tong Qingshan backed up while blocking, knocking all the arrows away. However, he was anxious in his heart. Sir, his unicorn is too fast. We can't run. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, turned around slightly and realized that Wang Ying had actually broken away from his squad and was charging alone on a unicorn. His attendants, on the other hand, were left far behind despite their desperate attempts to catch up. Only Wang Ying himself and Zhang Chu were rapidly approaching the distance between a few people. Zhang Chu immediately whispered, "Dare to fall alone. Find a way to kill this wolf cub and seize his unicorn, and we will immediately be out of danger." When Tong Qingshan heard this, his eyes lit up. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, reminded in a low voice, "Pretend to run away from the enemy, and strike at the critical moment." Good. Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu still looked like they were running away. As for Wang Ying, when he saw that his bow and arrows could not kill Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, he simply put his bow and arrows on his back and immediately took out two heavy hammers, urging the unicorn to rush towards Tong Qingshan. Although Wang Ying was young, the two giant hammers in his hands were very intimidating. Each hammerhead was huge and incomparably large, and there were mysterious runes inscribed on the surface of the hammerheads. I don't need to think about it to know that as long as I get hit like this, I'll be crippled if I don't die. Moreover, the unicorn under Wang Ying's seat was so fast that it seemed to fly. A gentle leap was hundreds of meters, and in an instant, it rushed behind Tong Qingshan. At this moment, a bloodthirsty light appeared in Wang Ying's eyes, and he grinned a hideous smile as the head of his hammer ruthlessly smashed into Tong Qingshan's back. It was as if he had already seen the scene where Tong Qingshan was smashed by himself until his internal organs were thinned out. Chapter 30, Battle with Wang Ying. Just when Wang Ying's sledgehammer was about to hit Tong Qingshan threw his spear behind him and blocked the hammer with the body of his spear. Knock! Although Wang Ying was young, his strength was terrifyingly incomparable, and the giant hammer borrowed the unicorn's speed to send Tong Qingshan a dozen meters away. In order to act realistically, Tong Qingshan even deliberately suffered some injuries and didn't completely block the blow. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan used the momentum to roll and lay on the ground, spitting blood and pretending to lose his resistance. "Daddy!" Little Grape exclaimed in fright. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, hurriedly turned around and looked at Wang Ying while shouting, "Stop!" However, Wang Ying ignored it, and the sledgehammer smashed directly at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu dodged towards one side while holding Little Grape. The unicorn's speed was too fast and brushed against Zhang Chu's body as it rushed into the distance. Zhang Chu hastily adjusted his facing direction and looked at Wang Ying once again. "Have a word." After Wang Ying rushed out for some distance, he adjusted the unicorn's facing direction, and immediately afterward, he said coldly, "What else is there to say? As long as I kill you guys, the treasures on your bodies and the things you picked up are all mine. If I leave you alive, you'll probably hold a grudge, so it's better to kill clean." After saying that, Wang Ying once again charged towards Zhang Chu, and at this moment, Wang Ying had turned his back on Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan directly performed the heavenly demon indulgences method. His hand gently slashed in the air and hundreds of mysterious spikes appeared in his hand. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan fought to strike out with a palm, and these hundreds of mysterious spikes seemed to turn into light, directly stabbing at Wang Ying's back. After all, Wang Ying was only an 8-year-old child. How could he have thought that Tong Qingshan, who was already injured, would still be able to attack him from behind? At this moment, hundreds of mysterious spikes directly hit Wang Ying's back. With a thud, Wang Ying, who was sitting on the unicorn, his entire body froze as a huge force almost knocked him off the unicorn. However, at the critical moment, light emerged from Wang Ying's back, and circle after circle of light patterns spread out, and those patterns of light, surprisingly, blocked the heavenly demon indestructors method. At the same time, behind Wang Ying's back, a piece of white turtle armor unexpectedly emerged, and it was that piece of turtle armor that saved Wang Ying's life. When Zhang Chu saw this, he immediately shouted, "No good! This little wolf cub has a protective treasure on him. Destroy him!" With that, Zhang Chu directly put down Little Grape and rushed towards Wang Ying himself. And when Tong Qingshan saw this, he also held his lance and took a step towards Wang Ying, and his lance stabbed Wang Ying straight in the back of his heart. At this moment, Wang Ying was in a hurry. He could feel that Zhang Chu was not a big threat to him, but Tong Qingshan's lance was not to be underestimated. "Ah, you're all going to die." Wang Ying directly swung the twin hammers in his hands, first twisting and smashing into Tong Qingshan's lance. At the same time, behind Wang Ying's back, 3 groups of star points emerged, each group different from the other, and there were about 30 of them. Zhang Chu's heart was shocked as he watched. Such a young child had opened 30 holes of life wells. The forces from the great city were truly formidable. However, Tong Qingshan did not put this child in his eyes. His lance and his human body were almost united. His lance was like a howitzer, and he blasted forward at Wang Ying. At this moment, Tong Qingshan was the first to arrive at Wang Ying's back first. Rumbling, Wang Ying's hammer blocked Tong Qingshan's gun, and the two fiercely exchanged blows. At this moment, Wang Ying's body shook and his mount hissed even more. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, was knocked back a few steps. Wang Ying, who was only 8 years old, was surprisingly not weaker than Tong Qingshan in terms of physical strength. Only, Tong Qingshan at a disadvantage in the weapon. His gun, no hammer power, purely competing for power, not to take advantage. And at this moment, Zhang Chu had already killed close to the front. Zhang Chu first swung that jujube leaf at Wang Ying, wanting to try to see if the jujube leaf could attack Wang Ying. As a result, Zhang Chu was disappointed that the date leaf did not take the initiative to attack. In fact, this is common to demons. Most demons can only offer guardianship to people, and cannot actively harm them. Thus, Zhang Chu could only put away the date leaves. However, Zhang Chu did not make a death-defying attempt to hit Wang Ying, but instead, his figure shortened and a dagger appeared in his hand, which viciously slashed at the unicorn's leg. The unicorn was already unsteady from Tong Qingshan's impact. How could it expect Zhang Chu to attack it? It simply could not dodge. Bared, the dagger cut right through the hamstring of one of the unicorn's legs. But the unicorn actually directly knelt down, and Wang Ying was thrown straight off his horse. Kill this wolf cub, Zhang Chu shouted. Tong Qingshan looked excited. Without the height advantage, this 8-year-old doll is a toy. He lifted the gun and stabbed. In the distance, Wang Ying's attendants were stunned. Wang Ying was the most valued child of the Wang family in Dashua City. If Wang Ying died here, then not only would these attendants have to die, but their family members in Dashua City would also have to die. At this moment, the attendants shouted, "Stop!" However, Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu didn't care about this. If they dared to hurt Tong Qingshan with a hidden arrow, then they would take their lives to pay for it. Dang it! Tong Qingshan's lance made a dozen shots in a row, but surprisingly, they were all blocked by Wang Ying. At this moment, Wang Ying is also angry. A pair of huge hammers in his hand swung the water splash. A time surprisingly no one cannot help anyone, mainly because Tong Qingshan had taken an arrow earlier. One arm was a bit weak, and he was bleeding more and more as the battle continued. Zhang Chu hadn't opened the Well of Destiny yet, so he couldn't help at all in a battle of this magnitude, and could only retreat to Little Grape Sai to dry out. At the same time, Zhang Chu observed his surroundings. Soon, Zhang Chu's heart went cold. In all directions, teams of scavengers began to appear continuously. They were going to be surrounded. Looking closely, in almost every team of scavengers, the leader had extraordinary weather and was an expert at first glance. Definitely not weaker than Tong Qingshan. Zhang Chu understood that he absolutely couldn't dwell on it any longer. So Zhang Chu shouted, "Qingshan, prepare to escape." Tong Qingshan instantly made a change of move. The heavenly demon hedgehog's method was once again performed. Dozens of mysterious spikes appeared and slapped Wang Ying, and this time, Wang Ying was prepared. He thrust his double hammers behind his back, followed by crossing his two hands in front of his chest, and in the next second, a black phantom blossomed out in front of Wang Ying's body. As soon as this black phantom flower appeared, the surrounding space was suddenly silent, as if the entire world, something important, had been drained away. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly had an intuition that the method that this child had cast seemed to be inextricably linked to the night of the demon ruins, because the moment this black phantom blossomed, the kind of aura in the surrounding space was too similar to the moment when night came. In the next second, Tong Qingshan punched out dozens of mysterious spikes. Wang Ying also pushed out that mysterious black phantom blip, and boom, where the two sides exchanged blows, a black light emerged, and then annihilated and disappeared. It was surprising that neither of the two could help anyone. "You guys go first," Tong Qingshan shouted. Zhang Chu immediately took Little Grape and ran in a direction, because, now that it was surrounded on three sides, Zhang Chu could only run towards the gap. Even if Zhang Chu realized that the gap must be some sort of trap, he still had to jump inside. With their strength, the other three sides, it was impossible to break through. Of course, While running, Jiang Chu also asked, "Little Grape, can you take a look and see what kind of danger lies ahead?" Little Grape stared carefully ahead for a long time before Little Grape said, "There is no ambush ahead." Jiang Chu's heart stirred. Was it just because the other party hadn't had time to close the circle? After running for a while, Jiang Chu heard a miserable cry from that little wolf cub. Ah! Jiang Chu turned around and instantly realized that little wolf cub's thighs were bleeding like blood. He had taken a shot from Tong Qingshan, but when Tong Qingshan tried to take his life again, he was forced back by a few arrows shot from afar. "Hurry up!" Jiang Chu shouted. "Trying to kill that little wolf cub again might leave you here." Although Tong Qingshan was upset, he hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 31, The Three Siblings of the Wang Family. Wang Ying was injured. He covered his thigh, his face grimacing. "Dare to hurt me? Don't let me know which village you're from, or else I'll exterminate your entire village." At this moment, a female's anxious voice came. "Wang Ying, this is Wang Ying's sister, Darryl Wang." She was only 18 years old, with a pointed chin and a mean face. Wang Ruoshi was dressed in a strong suit made of purple and red ferret fur, and at first glance, she was born in a family of great wealth. In fact, this time, the Wang family's scavenging team, led by 3 people. In addition to Wang Ying, there was Wang Bo, Wang Ying's older brother, and Wang Ruoshi, Wang Ying's older sister. Wang Bu was the big leader of the whole scavenging team, and the big troop was completely under Wang Bu's control. As for Wang Ruoshi's main task, she was responsible for protecting her younger brother by bringing him out for some experience. Originally, Wang Ruoshi thought that with Wang Ying's strength, he would be able to take down whatever scavengers he encountered. But unexpectedly, Wang Ying was injured. At this moment, Wang Ruoshi ruthlessly gritted her teeth. "Give me chase. Break them into pieces." In fact, without the need for her to order them, the scavenging team from Great Shua City had already chased towards Jiang Chu's few people. On the contrary, Wang Ying looked at the direction where Tong Qingshan and the others left and gritted his teeth. "Sister, ahead is the Burial King Mountain. They won't survive." Wang Ruoshi's expression was cold and stern. "Even if they are dead, we have to get their corpses, find out which village they came from, and dare to hurt my brother. Their village, there is no longer a need for them to live in the demon ruins." The domineering nature of Wang Ying's character is absolutely inseparable from Wang Ruoshi's favoritism and coddling. At this moment, Wang Ruoshi supported Wang Ying on his unicorn while she held it, fearing that her brother would suffer further pain. At this time, the stern lecturing voice of the elder brother Wang Bu came. "I have warned you long ago, in the face of any enemy, you are not allowed to take it lightly. You just don't listen." This was a man of extraordinary martial arts, riding a unicorn, clad in bright silver armor, with an outstanding temperament that was as striking as a star in the dark night. Wang Bu's appearance made Wang Ruoshi and Wang Ying tense up at the same time. "Big brother." Wang Ying lowered his head, not daring to look up. Wang Bu, on the other hand, spoke in an icy tone. "This time is just a small lesson. If you don't learn from your mistakes, next time, it's your little life that you'll lose." Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi didn't dare to take a breath. Even if Wang Ying was potentially the most demonic genius-level character of the Wang clan, he did not dare to show any disrespect in front of Wang Bu, because Wang Bu was the #1 expert in Deshua City. 3 years ago, Wang Bu had already cultivated to the great completion of the earthly 72 transformations. There were even rumors that Wang Bu had once wanted to go even further and open the life spring. But in the end, he surprised himself by giving up. Rumor had it that Wang Bu seemed to have discovered some bizarre secret and forcefully suppressed his strength himself. Wang Bu, this was a character who was determined to break out of the demon ruins and was prepared to fight against the supreme celestials in the outside world. Wang Bu slightly lectured his brother for a few moments before he said faintly, "I found a broken hand where they were scavenging. So it seems that what we are looking for may have been picked up by them." "Dragon ascending scripture?" Wang Ying instantly asked in surprise. This time, the Deshua City Wang clan deployed 300 experts to scavenge the land because they heard that an expert named Fire Crow Taoist seemed to have fallen here. There was news that on Taoist Fire Crow, there was a dragon ascension scripture that recounted the cultivation techniques of spirit building, transformation to truth, and dragon ascension. Once someone from the demon ruins was able to obtain this technique and cultivate it, not only might they become the #1 expert of the demon ruins human race, but they might even change the situation where humans were showing weakness, allowing humans to become the masters of the demon ruins. In today's demon ruins, great demons are rampant, and there are hundreds of demon mansions, and humans, they are too bitter. Therefore, as soon as the news of this Denglong scripture came out, the Wang family, the first family of Deshua City, immediately formed this scavenging team to search for the Denglong scripture with all their might. Big brother, your unicorn is fast. Go kill them. Wang Ying's tone was urgent. However, Wang Bu gave a faint order. Don't chase them too closely. Drive them into Burial King Mountain. Although Wang Bu's voice was not high, it instantly reached everyone's ears, and those scavenging teams that were responsible for chasing Zhang Chu's trio slowed down. Why? Don't you want to kill those people to relieve your brother's hatred? Wang Ruoshi asked in disbelief. Wang Bu, on the other hand, said indifferently, if the Denglong Sutra is in their hands and they chase them too closely, they will jump over the wall in a hurry and destroy the Denglong Sutra. It would be better to use the Burial King Mountain's hand to kill them, and then we'll gather up their relics. At this moment, dozens of scavenger squads, amounting to more than 300 people, slowly drove Zhang Chu and the others in the direction of Burial King Mountain. Although Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were not familiar with the surrounding terrain, they could sense that they were afraid that the front was not safe, but there was no way around it. They could only head towards the front. Finally, the three of them followed a path that led them to a large, lofty mountain. An ancient stone monument stood crookedly on the side of the road. Zhang Chu went forward and realized that the stone monument was engraved with three ancient characters. Burial King Mountain. Those three ancient characters carried some kind of killing aura and had a strange flavor. Even if Tong Qingshan was illiterate, he exclaimed, "It feels like this monument is fierce." Zhang Chu nodded his head slightly. "It looks like those scavengers knew that this is a vicious place and deliberately drove us here." "What then?" Tong Qingshan asked. Zhang Chu took a deep breath. Holding the jujube tree leaves and carrying the small grapes on his back, he spoke. "Enter the mountain. Trust the jujube tree god. Although this date leaf could not actively kill the enemy, it should be more than enough to protect the three Zhang Chu." At this moment, Zhang Chu crossed the boundary monument of Burial King Mountain in one step, and Tong Qingshan hurriedly followed. It was a large mountain filled with greenery, surrounded by endless vines of lush greenery. Amidst the vines, there was only one winding path that led to the top of the mountain. The three of them then picked their way up the path, intending to find a place to hide from the demon market for the night first. And at this moment, Wang Bu had already brought his people and arrived in front of the boundary monument. He did not enter the buried King Mountain, but stopped at the boundary monument, coldly staring at Zhang Chu's trio as he whispered to himself, "Idiots, if you dare to enter the buried King Mountain, it will soon be your time to die." As expected, Zhang Chu hadn't taken more than a few steps before he stopped, sensing that something was wrong. It was too quiet around them, so quiet that it was not like entering a jungle full of life, but rather like entering a tomb. "Not quite right," Zhang Chu said. "What's wrong?" Tong Qingshan asked. Zhang Chu scanned the surrounding vines and whispered, "Look guys, there aren't any other plants around except for this kind of vines. The mountains are filled with this kind of vines." Almost immediately after Zhang Chu's voice fell, the trailing vines that roamed the mountains suddenly came to life. Countless vines rose up from the ground, instantly covering the sky. Immediately afterward, these vines lunged towards Zhang Chu's several people. Looking from the outside, the countless vines transformed into a huge ball, wrapping the three Zhang Chu people inside. At this moment, the three of them, Zhang Chu, were plunged into darkness. Countless vines wrapped around the three men, some of them stabbing out unknown corrosive liquids with a bared sound. But soon, the piece of jujube leaf in Zhang Chu's hand glowed slightly, and a faint layer of light halo appeared, guarding the three Zhang Chus. Those vines stabbed at the halo and didn't pierce. Quite a lot of liquid from the trailing vines drenched towards the light shield, but those corrosive liquids were vaporized without waiting to get close to the three of them. Zhang Chu, Little Grape nervously hugged Zhang Chu's arm. "Sir, I'm afraid." Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, held a long spear and looked around vigilantly. At this time, Zhang Chu said with a calm demeanor, "Qingshan, put the lance away." Tong Qingshan instantly withdrew his gun, but his gaze remained vigilant. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, raised his head and said, "Vine God, we have no intention of offending. It's just that someone from the outside world was chasing us and mistakenly entered this place. So we hope to borrow your precious land for a while. So I hope to be accommodating." A young girl's voice came from the darkened space. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu's trio saw that a slim young girl shrouded in green leaves, stepping lightly, appeared in the darkness not far ahead. Chapter 32, Fujisu. A young girl appeared in the dark space surrounded by vines. She was glowing with emerald green light and looked ethereal and natural. Only, the young girl was not human at first glance, and many parts of her limbs were smooth green vines. Though her face was beautiful, there were countless vines sprouting from her head. and strange clusters of leaves gathered on top of her head as if it were a huge hat. Her arms and arms, too, were entwined with countless vines. The only incongruity was a black blip blooming on her shoulder. The blip carried a dark and eerie aura. When Zhang Chu saw this blossom, he immediately felt his heart tighten, because seeing it, Zhang Chu actually thought of pollution. Zhang Chu even had an absurd speculation in a trance that the essence of the entire demon ruins contamination couldn't be this blip, could it? However, very quickly, Zhang Chu dispersed this thought away. How could it be? The demon ruins were so big. How could they be affected by such a small pixie dawn? At this moment, the young girl who was covered in green moved gently, and countless vines spread out to make way for her. Almost in an instant, she arrived in close proximity to Zhang Chu's several people, and then, this young girl stared at the jujube leaf in Zhang Chu's hand and looked at it carefully for a long time. Finally, this young girl said faintly, "So, you are his people." Seeing this, Little Grape blinked her big eyes and asked, "Beautiful sister, do you know the date tree god?" This young girl nodded her head gently. Recognize, once exchanged blows and was injured by him. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were startled. Was this the opponent of the date tree god? In that case, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. However, the young girl did not make a move, but said coldly, "Allow you to stay here for one night, and get out tomorrow." After saying that, this young girl turned around and was about to leave. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she actually stopped again and said to the 3 men, "Also, if you have the life to go back, tell that old date palm that I will definitely challenge him again someday." Good. Zhang Chu hurriedly agreed. Little Grape, on the other hand, innocently cried out, "Sister Vine God, you're a good person." That young girl paused slightly before she spoke. "My name is not Fuji God. My name is Fuji Su." After saying that, this young girl gently waved her hand, and the endless vines instantly dispersed, and the surroundings regained their brightness, and at the same time, the young girl also disappeared, and the 3 of them, Zhang Chu, reappeared on the mountain road. At this moment, Wang Bu, who was outside the boundary monument, also discovered Zhang Chu's few people, and his face changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice, why aren't they dead? This Burial King Mountain was a forbidden place in the demon ruins. Great Shua City had a clear record that any living being, be it human or bird or beast, who dared to take half a step into the Burial King Mountain would surely die. Wang Bu even heard that outsiders and some powerful great demons went to war in the battlefield here, also because of the Burial King Mountain. This place, some say, could be hiding the biggest secret of the demon ruins. But now, the 3 Zhang Chu people were unexpectedly fine. Even the 3 Zhang Chus didn't take a backtrack, but instead walked directly towards the top of the mountain. Wang Bu immediately frowned. What's going on? Could it be that the rumors are false? Thinking of this, Wang Bu instantly turned his head and looked at the several attendants around him. "You guys go check out the situation." Those 3 attendants immediately blanched. The legend about the Burial King Mountain was well known in Great Shua City. Wang Bu spoke. "If you don't go, you will be executed now. Also, your families in Dashua City are sold cheaply as slaves. If you go, I'll give you credit for living, and if you die, I'll raise your wives and children." Where these 3 attendants had a choice, they could only harden their hearts and step into the boundary monument of the Buried King Mountain. As a result, just a few steps, the roadside, a few vines suddenly wrapped around their ankles, followed by the vines pulled. The 3 attendants only had time to let out a scream. They were wrapped in a pile of vines into a dumpling. The vine dumpling was quickly drenched in blood and stopped struggling. A few breaths later, those vines dispersed and 3 white skeletons were thrown out of the boundary monument. This, behind Wang Bu, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in fear and took a step back in unison. Wang Bu and their movements naturally caught the attention of the 3 Zhang Chu. At this moment, Zhang Chu stopped and shouted to Wang Bu, "You guys go. You can't enter this Burial King Mountain." Little Grape yelled back, "Hey, badass, get out of here you guys." Wang Bu, on the other hand, said coldly, "Hand over the dragon ascending scripture and I'll let you leave." Zhang Chu's heart was clear. The Great Shua City, indeed, knew of the existence of the dragon ascending scripture. At this moment, Zhang Chu's tone was flat. "If you're capable, come in and get it." Zhang Chu knew that there was no room for bargaining between them and Wang Bu. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was too great, and no matter what they talked about, it was all a joke. Wang Bu's face was annoyed as he waved his hand. "Archers, get ready." After the order was given, Wang Bu rode his unicorn back a distance, while dozens of archers came forward and set up a formation. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, hurried up the mountain, trying to distance themselves from them. Wang Bu sneered. Run, kill for me. Those archers immediately released their arrows, and dozens of sharp arrows inscribed with runes directly crossed the boundary monument of the buried king mountain and stabbed at the three Zhangchu. But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred, as countless vines suddenly rose up into the sky, capturing all those sharp arrows. Immediately afterward, as if these vines were enraged, they suddenly lengthened infinitely, as if they were poisonous snakes, stabbing at all the archers, as well as Wang Bu. When Wang Bu saw this, his scalp went numb, and without even thinking, he rode his unicorn and retreated to the back. Those dozens of archers were instantly pierced through their throats by the vines, and one by one died tragically on the spot. And as one of the vines was about to stab Wang Bu, a bonsai suddenly appeared in his hand and shouted, "One of our own!" Pust! The vine crossed Wang Bu and directly pierced the throat of the unicorn under his seat. His mount died tragically on the spot, and Wang Bu fell to the ground. However, in Wang Bu's arms, he was holding that small bonsai in his death grip, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The bonsai was a mysterious little tree, only the size of a palm, with no leaves, only dragons and gnarled branches. Although it was small, it gave a special sense of power that seemed to charge the sky. This was a treasure given to Wang Bu by the Deshua city's guardian deity, and it was obvious that it had some connection with Fujitsu as well. Wang Bu's life, he saved, but dozens of his archers were killed on the spot. When Little Grape saw this, she clapped her hands and shouted happily, "Ha ha ha, you bad guys, you really deserve it." Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, had their hearts pounding, but they had seen clearly that just now, when Wang Bu escaped, there was almost a complete star map behind him. This meant that Wang Bu was an expert of the great perfection of the earthly 72 transformations. However, on this kind of strength, in front of those vines, actually no resistance, or rely on the baby to survive. I'm afraid that the strength of this trailing vine, or vine sugar, is not something that ordinary people can imagine. And just then the sun set completely and the endless night flooded over. Wang Bu hurriedly shouted, "Everyone come and camp beside me." At this moment, the small bonsai in Wang Bu's hand emitted a faint light, forming a huge light shield around him, creating a safe field. Seeing this, Zhang Chu also took out his jujube tree leaves, wanting to use them to ward off the night of the demon market. However, what made Zhang Chu and the others happy was that after the night of the demon ruins flooded over, it didn't even flood this mountain, and those dark things actually bypassed the entire mountain and flooded into the distance. A bright moon was in the sky and endless stars twinkled. Zhang Chu had come to this world for 3 years, and it was actually the first time he had seen the starry sky of this world. It's so beautiful. What is that? Little Grape also noticed that the night sky today was completely different from the past. Her large eyes, looking up at the moon in the sky, were filled with wonder. Tong Qingshan also raised his head with a shocked expression. To the people living in the demon ruins, the stars, the moon, were all out of reach, and they had never even heard of them. And in this mysterious mountain of the buried king, they actually saw them all. In Zhang Chu's heart, he was even more in awe of Tu Su. To know, even the date tree god, did not let the date leaf village have the stars visible. But here, it is absolutely worldly and independent. Chapter 33, Ascending the Heavenly Stairs. Under the night sky, on top of a mountain, Zhang Chu's 3 men lay on a smooth boulder, looking up at the starry sky and chewing on dried meat. This Burial King mountain was very special. The whole mountain did not have a single other tree, not half a weed, only that special kind of vine, and it was impossible to find firewood that could be used to make a fire. Zhang Chu guessed that those vines might be Vine Su's body, and that she, a vine demon, had wrapped up the entire mountain. There is only one path down from the top of the mountain, and on the other side, a 10,000 foot high cliff. In other words, if Zhang Chu and the others wanted to leave this Burial King mountain, they could only return the same way. However, the path down the mountain was blocked by the scavenging team from Dashua City. What was even more difficult was that Fujitsu had only allowed them to spend 1 night on the mountain. And once the day dawned, Zhang Chu and his group would be in a very dangerous situation. Right now, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan could only eat the jerky while thinking of a solution. Soon after, Zhang Chu said expansively, "Left and right are both dead ends. Forget it, let's take a look at the dragon ascending scripture first. A little more strength. A little more way to live." "Right," Tong Qingshan also said. Little Grape, on the other hand, had been very quiet. She had been lying there, looking up at the night sky, with large eyes that seemed to take in the bright moon. At this time, Zhang Chu took out the Dragon Dance Sutra. However, After taking it out, Zhang Chu was taken aback, because the appearance of this Denglong scripture had unexpectedly changed greatly. It was clean and smooth, as if it was suet jade, and under the moonlight, it glowed with a surfeit of light. Zhang Chu still remembered that when he first got the book, its skin was tattered and looked old. But now, it's turned into this. It's too divine, Tong Qingshan exclaimed. At this time, Zhang Chu's mind moved and flipped open the book. Inside were several ancient characters that were flooded with moonlight, and these ancient characters seemed to come to life under the moonlight, one by one transforming into jumping tadpoles that leapt into Zhang Chu's eyes. Zhang Chu's mind was filled with many more complicated information all of a sudden. The cultivation technique of the Denglong Sutra seemed like a spring tinkling as it bubbled up in Zhang Chu's heart. At the same time, this page of scripture, surprisingly, disappeared. Immediately afterward, the Denglong Sutra closed. Zhang Chu wanted to turn over the Denglong Sutra again to read the contents at the back, but he found that the entire sutra seemed to have transformed into a soft piece of jade, and he couldn't open it at all. Zhang Chu was surprised in his heart. Is it that one must arrive at a certain realm in order to view the content behind? Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu gently closed his eyes and digested the information that he had just obtained. This was the original scripture of the Dragon Ascension scripture, which could only be obtained by one person, and when the physical body was perfected, one would be able to obtain the part of the scripture that opened up the well of destiny, and the scripture would directly merge with the person as if it was an innate memory. And in order to get the scriptures of the next realm, you have to cultivate to great perfection in the current realm. Generally speaking, if the owner does not die, this scripture will not reappear. And after the owner of the dragon scripture died, it would coalesce into a book and reappear in the world. It seems that the team from Great Shua City knew the secret of the dragon densification scripture, and that's why they were searching in the mountains. And now that the dragon densification scripture has been obtained by me, those people from Great Shua City will definitely want to kill me, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. But soon, Zhang Chu stopped thinking about that. It was because even if Zhang Chu did not have the dragon ascending scripture, with the domineering nature of those people in the Great Shua City, they would not let a few of their own people leave. At this moment, Zhang Chu first put the remaining Denglong Sutra into his mustard pouch, and immediately afterwards said to Little Grape and Tong Qingshan, I've already obtained a portion of the sutra, so I'll digest it for a while, and when I figure it out, I'll tell you about it. Yes, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape said at the same time. Then, Tong Qingshan sat down on the side and cultivated the Great Demon technique, while Little Grape lay on the rock, looking at the bright moon in the sky for a while. At this moment, countless information flooded into Zhang Chu's mind. As Zhang Chu had learned earlier, the first step for humans to embark on the path of cultivation was indeed to use their own acupoints and open up a life well. It is written in the Denglong Sutra that although there are countless acupoints in the human body, there are only 108 acupoints regarding the essence of life. Of these 108 points, 72 are birth points and 36 are death points. Similar to the secret cultivation methods of demons, the beginning stages of human cultivation were divided into two categories. In the first category, one cultivates the 72 birth points, and once one cultivates to the grand completion, one is the earthly 72 changes. In the second category, one cultivates the 36 deadly acupoints, and once one cultivates to the great completion, it is the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. You can only choose one of the two paths. You can't mix the practices, and no matter which path is chosen, the well of life cannot be opened at will, and must be cultivated in accordance with a certain order. In a group, in order to step through this stage peacefully, if one cultivated the fate wells haphazardly and in the wrong order, it would lead to a misalignment of the blood veins, with serious consequences. Zhang Chu closed his eyes and first followed the instructions of the scriptures to familiarize himself with the human body's own meridians and acupoints. With the Denglong Sutra within his body, these things could be accomplished in an instant, and immediately afterward, Zhang Chu began to choose his path. In the records of the Denglong Sutra, there are 9 paths for the 72 changes of the earthly fury, and 3 paths for the 36 changes of the heavenly dipper. The so-called paths are the order in which the life wells are opened and the medicinal herbs or scriptures needed to cultivate to a certain stage. At this moment, Zhang Chu first felt his own situation. In accordance with the description of the Denglong scripture, after each person's physical body was perfected, the acupoints themselves would be surplus to requirements. As long as you feel the acupoint with the strongest surplus movement, and use this acupoint as a starting point, it is the most suitable path for you. After feeling it for a while, Zhang Chu opened his eyes, and he realized that the acupoint where he had surged the most strongly was actually the Yongquan acupoint on the bottom of his foot. Could it be that I'm also suitable for the 36 changes of the Big Dipper? Zhang Chu thought in his heart. The Yongquan point, in fact, is one of the 36 deadly points, which is one of the most critical points in the human body, and the path that begins at the Chungquan point on the bottom of the foot is known as the ladder of ascension. The way to practice is from low to high, starting from the Yongquan acupoint, to the foot Sanli, repairing the Zhongji acupoint, opening the Qihai acupoint, all the way up until finally opening the Sun, Bai Hui, Shenting and other acupoints. Eventually, the 36 changes of the Big Dipper could be completed, but the path is treacherous, not only because each step involved cultivating a dead point, but also because, the heaven ascending ladder, one step at a time, each step was an extreme jump, step by step, step by step, step by step, but also step by step dangerous. As long as there is a step did not lay a good foundation, the back is very easy to be the collapse of the building, the death of the road, but once the cultivation is successful, tamping down the foundation, this road is also the road to heaven, when the combat power is far better than the same realm, even the future road, the starting point is also higher than the average cultivator, great peril accompanied by great prospects. Zhang Chu did not hesitate, since his body had chosen this path, there was no need to wimp out, ascend the heavenly stairs. Zhang Chu set his goal. Of course, Zhang Chu didn't immediately cultivate on his own, but opened his eyes and looked towards Little Grape and Tong Qingshan. Then, Zhang Chu took those verses and explained them to the two people. At the same time, Zhang Chu pointed out some acupoints for Tong Qingshan and Little Grape to recognize. At this time, Zhang Chu first looked at Tong Qingshan. Qingshan, why don't you try it out first? Can you cultivate human dharma again? Tong Qingshan nodded at once. I'll try. Tong Qingshan said that he could also feel the acupoints, and even felt the first surplus acupoint, which was at the Qihai acupoint, which was another path of the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, and was equally very powerful. Only, Tong Qingshan tried for a long time, but eventually shook his head. Sir, no, I feel that, when I try to open the life well on my acupoint, my demonic Dan will inspire a force that will block me from opening the life well on my acupoint. Zhang Chu immediately said, forget it then, just try it superficially. If it doesn't work, don't be brutal. After all, Tong Qingshan's situation was too special, and no one knew if practicing both human and demon dharma at the same time would go awry. However, Tong Qingshan scratched his head, but I have a feeling that I should be able to cultivate human dharma, only, maybe the path is not right. After saying that, Tong Qingshan tried again. He wanted to double cultivate. Chapter 34 Jade Wheel Eyes. Tong Qingshan didn't want to give up the cultivation techniques of the human race. He still thought in his heart that he was a human being, so he should use the human cultivation method. As for the demonic elixir, that belonged to an accident. So Zhang Chu instructed, Qingshan, then first memorize the Dragon Ascending Sutra. Don't be impatient, try it slowly, and once you feel danger, be sure to stop. Tong Qingshan promised, I'll be careful. At this moment, Zhang Chu looked at Little Grape again, only to see that after Little Grape finished listening to the scripture, she sat down on the boulder and slowly closed her eyes, her face very still and focused. Not long after, on Little Grape's body, a mysterious flavor spread out. This rhyme feels unique and seems to be associated with moonlight. This child is remarkable, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. Little Grape was very special, and Zhang Chu knew that she was the type of child that was gifted, and her future accomplishments would be absolutely extraordinary. At this moment, Zhang Chu quietly waited for Little Grape. Finally, Little Grape opened her eyes, and she pointed directly at the eye point near her eyes. Sir, I started here. Zhang Chu froze. The eye point, again, is one of the 36 major death points. Then in accordance with the reasoning, what Little Grape has to go through is the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. But the problem is that none of the paths recorded inside the Denglongjing start from the eyeball point. I'm afraid it won't work here. Zhang Chu said, if we don't follow the fixed method to open the fate well, there will be great danger. However, Little Grape naively and stubbornly said, suitable I already feel how to cultivate. What? Zhang Chu frowned. At this time, Little Grape spoke. There are 36 acupoints in total, and I already know how to cultivate them step by step. First here, then here. Little Grape pointed them out to Zhang Chu one by one. This was a path that was not recorded in the Dragon Densification Sutra, and Zhang Chu could not understand it. But Zhang Chu always felt that Little Grape might actually have a path that suited her own. Because it was clearly recorded within the dragon densification scripture that there were many paths of cultivation. The dragon densification scripture only recorded a few paths that belonged to the dragon densification scripture. But there are so many scriptural feats under the sun, and each one may be different. So perhaps, Little Grape really does have her own path. But the question is, her way, how did it come about? Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan still weren't quite at ease. At this moment, Zhang Chu said, "Little Grape, don't cultivate first, tell us about your path. How did you determine it?" Little Grape innocently looked up at the moon in the sky. "It told me." "The moon?" Zhang Chu's heart stirred as he raised his head and looked up at the bright moon. Little Grape nodded softly. "Yes, I kept it in my mind. And then, it came into my body. And the big moon kept running over my acupuncture points. And it showed me the way. How is it possible?" Tong Qingshan was very puzzled. Little Grape is confident. "I feel, it won't lie to me. I really have my own path." Saying that, Little Grape unexpectedly cultivated directly as she closed her eyes and her divine sense entered the eyesight acupuncture point. "Don't!" Zhang Chu hurriedly stopped it. But it was still too late. Little Grape's entry speed was too fast. In the next moment, Little Grape's entire aura changed for a moment, and around him, countless auras were suddenly stirred. Immediately afterward, a bright moon in the sky unexpectedly sprinkled down countless moonflashes, which enveloped the Little Grape, making it look holy and beautiful. "What's going on here?" Tong Qingshan was puzzled. When he opened the well of life, there was no such movement. Zhang Chu was also dumbfounded. Could this be the legendary vision? Zhang Chu had read within the great desolate scripture that some of the proud sons of heaven, at certain special realms, if they could far exceed the normal level and reach a certain extreme, then when they broke through, a vision would appear. And every person who can cultivate a vision is bound to be shocking in the future, with unimaginable achievements. However, that all had to be cultivated to a very deep realm before the visions could appear. However, Little Grape had only just stepped onto the path of cultivation. How could she have a vision? No one could answer Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. The two just stared blankly at the Little Grapes. Witnessing this mysterious scene, the moonlight was like rain, some kind of mysterious power that wrapped up the Little Grape as she underwent a mysterious metamorphosis. Zhang Chu even vaguely saw that there seemed to be osmanthus branches spilling out of that moonlight. I don't know how long it took, but Little Grape finally opened her eyes. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan saw that a bright moon was actually reflected in Little Grape's large eyes. Beautiful and pure. "Sir, my first life well opened up," Little Grape shouted happily. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, was shocked for a moment. Those eyes of hers were too special, clean and pure, not just childlike innocence, but an unusually clean aura, as if it could wash away all the dust of the world. And the bright moon, which seemed to reside forever in the eyes of the Little Grapes, was surprisingly very harmonious. But Tong Qingshan was still a bit worried. "Sir, what happened to Little Grape's eyes?" Zhang Chu shook his head, not quite sure. But just at this moment, Fujisu's shocked voice came. Draconic Yao Clan Jade Will Eyes." Zhang Chu's three men immediately looked toward the direction from which the sound came, only to see Vine Su wrapped in countless vines, suspended in the void not far away. She looked at Little Grape incredulously, her eyes filled with shock. In the next second, Fujisu seemed to have instantly moved, arriving close to Little Grape in an instant. "Sister Fujisu, what are you talking about?" Little Grape cocked her head and looked at Fujisu. Fujisu, on the other hand, changed color for a while. She carefully stared at Little Grape's eyes for a while before she exclaimed in a low voice, "Jade Will Eyes. It's really the Jade Will Eyes of the desolate ancient Yao clan." In the next second, Fujisu twisted his head to look at Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. "You're from the desolate ancient Yao family." Tong Qingshan directly shook his head. "We are from Zayoi village. My daughter and I are both surnamed Tong." Fujisu directly shook his head. "Impossible. The Jade Will Eye is exclusive to the Yao family of desolate antiquity. It's an inherited foreign handle from the bloodline. You guys must have Yao family bloodline. And moreover, you must be the most noble and direct bloodline of the Yao family." Tong Qingshan shook his head slightly. "What desolate ancient Yao family? I don't know what you're talking about." For his part, Zhang Chu's heart stirred as he recalled that the old village chief had once told Zhang Chu that Tong Qingshan's birth was somewhat special, and that he was not an aboriginal of Zaoyi village. Even, Tong Qingshan might be the child of an outsider and some great demon, who had both human and great demon blood in him. Thinking of this, Zhang Chu immediately waved his hand slightly, signaling Tong Qingshan not to open his mouth. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu asked, "Excuse me, Can you be sure that the little grapes are the jade wheel eyes? Of course it's jade wheel eyes. And, moreover, it's the most complete jade wheel eyes. At this time, Fujisu's tone was grave. I've heard that the draconic Yao clan can only give birth to a person with jade wheel eyes every 100 years, or even hundreds of years. Moreover, most people who awaken the jade wheel eyes have to ignite the divine flame before they can be accompanied by the divine flame, which accompanies the jade wheel eyes. Someone like this, who just stepped onto the path of cultivation and then directly appeared with the jade wheel eyes, it's rare to see one in 10,000 years. After saying that, Fujisu leaned down slightly and looked at Little Grape. That's right, it's the Yao clan's jade wheel eyes. Pure, unadulterated, and related to moonlight. It's just that. Why did you appear in the demon ruins? There was also some puzzlement in Fujisu's expression. Zhang Chu said softly, it might involve some old stories. Fujisu nodded at once. So, it's the first lineage of the desolate ancient Yao family that was lost in the demon ruins. Immediately afterward, Fujisu suddenly let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, truly the heavens have helped me. Surprisingly, the jade wheel eyes of the draconic Yao clan were sent to me. Ha 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 ha. Fujisu's laughter carried a certain madness, even venting, and her loud laughter seemed to pierce through the entire night of the demon ruins. Even, the three Zhangchus could vaguely see that the pitch-black night below the mountain had actually seen countless cracks appear along with Fujisu's laughter, allowing the moonlight to burrow in. It felt as if a thick layer of ink and jade was pressing down on the earth, but Fujisu had managed to shatter that ink and jade. However, those cracks were not stable, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Zhang Chu and the three of them watched in shock. For the first time in so many years, they had seen that there were beings that could directly affect the night of the demon ruins. This Fujisu, it's a bit ridiculously strong. Chapter 35 Fujisu is sick. Fujisu actually cursed towards the condensed night. Damn thing, trying to trap me in the demon ruins? Here's my chance to leave the demon ruins. Ha ha ha. You can't trap me. You can't trap me. Ha ha ha. Fujisu laughed maniacally to himself, and the three Zhangchus didn't dare to say half a word. She laughed maniacally for some time before she stopped. At this moment, Fujisu's temperament had unexpectedly changed completely. She looked flamboyant and confident, full of new life, as if everything was under her control. From her, the three of them, Zhang Chu, felt a sense of joy and pleasure, as if they were prisoners trapped and locked in a cellar who suddenly looked into the light. Let the depression in one's heart be swept away. Even the three Zhangchus were affected and couldn't help but follow suit and be happy, as if they were depressed people who had bright sunlight shining into their hearts. At this time, Fujisu once again looked at Little Grape. She pointed to the udon on her shoulder. Little Grape, look at it. Can you see something? Little Grape blinked, staring intently at the black phantom blip. Soon, Little Grape's face turned white, and she leaned close to Zhang Chu in fear. Trembling. Worms. Horrible worms. Fujisu's body instantly retreated backwards, moving away from the three Zhangchus, and hovered in the air again, as if it was afraid that those things would affect the several Zhangchus. At this moment, Fujisu nodded slightly. It really is the jade wheel eyes. You can see the truth of the world in your eyes. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Little Grape innocently asked, concerned about Fujisu. For her part, Fujisu laughed. Yeah, I got sick and these bugs burrowed into my body, not wanting me to leave the demon ruins. Ha! Little Grape's mouth dropped open. At this time, Fujisu said, but it's okay, at least, I know I'm sick. Unlike those beings, none of them know that they are already sick. Zhang Chu's heart was immediately stirred, and Fujisu's words seemed to refer to those contaminated beings. Could it be that the bizarre phantom blossom on her shoulder is the essence and source of the contamination? Zhang Chu thought in his heart. At this moment, Fujisu looked at Little Grape again and spoke. Child, cultivate well. For my illness, your jade wheel eyes can help me. Little Grape was instantly surprised. Really? Fujisu nodded slightly. That's right, the jade wheel eye is the purest and cleanest eye in this world. This eye cannot tolerate all the sand and dust in the world. And naturally, it cannot tolerate this disgusting bug. Then how can I help Sister Fujisu? Little Grape asked. Fujisu said, as long as Little Grape cultivates well, it will be fine. Zhang Chu then asked, is it that you need Little Grape to reach a certain level and then step in to help you? Tu Su shook her head. There's no need. I'm too deeply poisoned. Unless Little Grape's realm can be as high as mine. Otherwise, there's no way for her to help me. Immediately after that, Fujisu explained, what I need is just to see how she cultivates and utilizes the moonlight. As long as it gives me insight into the nature of the jade wheel eyes, and cultivates some jade wheel eyes related laws, I will be able to get rid of this udon. Little Grape, on the other hand, cocked her head and asked, then tomorrow, will Sister Fujisu still kick us out? Fujisu smiled. Of course I won't kick you guys out again. You can cultivate here for as long as you want. Yes, yes, yes. Little Grape nodded hastily. At this moment, Fujisu tilted her head and looked at the sky. The cultivation of the jade will eyes requires moonlight, and in the entire demon ruins, I'm afraid I'm the only one who can see the moonlight, so don't go back for this period of time, just stay here and cultivate. Little Grape nodded her head vigorously all of a sudden. Yes. Immediately afterward, Little Grape innocently asked, Sister Fujisu, are you stronger than the date tree god? Why is there moonlight here for you, but no moonlight for the date tree god? Fujisu laughed. Right now I can't compare to it, but one day I'll surpass it, and as for the moonlight dash, that date palm is stronger than me, but it can't rattle the canopy. Why? Little Grape asked. Fujisu's eyes looked in the direction of the date tree god. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the pitch-black demonic ruins, her voice ethereal, because it has long been crippled. Zhang Chu's eyelids jumped as he listened. What does it mean to be crippled long ago? Could it be that the old jujube tree is in danger? But very quickly, Zhang Chu shook his head. No, Fujisu had clearly said before that she had been defeated by the date tree god. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu expelled these thoughts from his mind, because beings at the level of the date tree god, vine vegetation, were simply not something that Zhang Chu and the others could understand. It was useless to think so much. Little Grape, on the other hand, was curious as she asked once again, Sister Fujisu, then can you tell me how strong you are? Fujisu looked like she liked the Little Grapes. She thought for a moment before she said, someone once called me the third of the demon ruins. Third? And who's first and second? Grape asked again. Little Grape was smart. She knew that Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were actually not very well received by Fujisu, so Little Grape tried her best to use her advantage to inquire more things out. Fujisu, on the other hand, laughed. I don't know who the first and second are either. Is there a date god? Little Grape asked. Maybe there is, but maybe not. After all, it was the outsider who said I was third in the demon ruins. At this moment, Fujisu spoke in a ghostly tone. Perhaps, the outsiders have never seen that old date tree before. Or perhaps, the demon ruins have other terrifying existences that the outsiders don't know about. At this time Little Grape asked again. Then can Sister Fujisu beat those bad guys to death? They are so hateful. Fujisu shook her head slightly. No, oh no. Why? Grape asked again. Fujisu smiled. Because, I want you guys to stay here and cultivate. If those people are killed by me, you guys will leave. Zhang Chu's eyelids jumped as he listened. This demon vine really couldn't tell half a lie. Perhaps a few of her own were too weak in her eyes for her to bother lying. So Zhang Chu hurriedly said, Little Grape, don't disturb Fujisu. We should cultivate. Fujisu was satisfied. That's right. You guys should practice. The jade will eyes need moonlight. Today is a full moon. There is only one such good opportunity in a month. Don't waste it. After Fujisu's words, he disappeared into the night sky. At the scene, there were only 3 people left. Zhang Chu. At this time, Little Grape had an unhappy face. It seems like Sister Fujisu is unwilling to let us leave. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, said indifferently, cultivate well. And if those people under the mountain leave on their own, she won't stop us if we have to leave. Or rather, Fujisu should not dare to block it. On the one hand, Zhang Chu had that jujube leaf in his hand, and from what Tu Su meant, she didn't dare to make an enemy of the jujube tree god. On the other hand, Fujisu recognized the bloodline in Little Grape, the desolate ancient Yao family, although Zhang Chu had never heard of it. Since even Fujisu had heard of it, it meant that this lineage was extremely powerful. With the various elements put together, Fujisu should not dare to use force against the 3 Zhang Chu. I'm afraid, she would now prefer that the group from the Great Sakuya Castle keep the 3 under siege forever. But in any case, the result was much better than being driven off the mountain after dawn. Cultivate, Zhang Chu said. Little Grape nodded and lay down on all fours on the boulder, her big eyes looking at the moon in the night sky. She actually practiced like this. Zhang Chu was speechless. Cultivation. Shouldn't one be sitting on a plate? How come Little Grape's way of cultivating felt a bit rascal? But not a moment later, a sliver of moonlight descended from the sky and enveloped the Little Grapes. Immediately afterward, Little Grape's body emitted a mysterious light. The moonlight was like water, and Little Grape bathed in it. Chapter 36 Zhang Chu's first life well. Seeing Little Grape begin to cultivate, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan each began their own cultivation as well. Tong Qingshan sat there cross-legged, trying to open the acupuncture point life well while speculating on the method that Zhang Chu had taught him. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, sat cross-legged next to the small grapes, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into the Yongquan point at the bottom of his foot, feeling it carefully. In the next second, Zhang Chu felt that his mind had actually completely sunk in, and the Yongquan point seemed like a bright star, brilliant and dazzling. Zhang Chu's mind kept trying to communicate with the Yongquan acupuncture point, and perhaps after a long time, or perhaps in a split second, the Yongquan acupuncture point suddenly emitted a violent heat. That heat had made Zhang Chu somewhat comfortable at first, but immediately afterward, the heat surged so high that it went from hot to painful in a flash. And that pain, it was actually increasing rapidly. In just a few short breaths of effort, Zhang Chu felt as if his Yongquan acupoint was being pierced by a steel needle, and as if it was being drilled by an electric drill frantically drilling the soles of his feet. That bone-deep pain made Zhang Chu's heart shiver. Despite the immense pain, Zhang Chu's mind did not waver in any way. As he held onto his yuan, his mind as firm as a rock, and his divine sense continued to communicate with the Yongquan acupoint. Inside the Danglong Sutra, it had been said long ago that if one wanted to cultivate the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, one would have to suffer more than the 72 changes of the earthly fury, because the 36 changes of the Big Dipper cultivated the dead points, while the 72 changes of the earthly fury cultivated the living points. The continuous intense pain constantly stimulated Zhang Chu's nerves, and in a moment's time, his body was drenched in sweat. Zhang Chu even felt that his patience had reached some sort of limit, and if he didn't open it again, he might have to wait for the next time. However, right at this moment, within Zhang Chu's dantian, the mountain and sea diagram suddenly moved. Its scroll unfolded, and countless spiritual energy rushed out, heading straight for the Yongquan point at the bottom of Zhang Chu's foot. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu felt that the pain that was engraved in his bones had soothed a lot, and at the same time, Zhang Chu realized that the Yongquan acupoint was actually spinning crazily. The spiritual energy of the mountain and sea diagram was constantly converging towards the Yongquan point, and Zhang Chu even realized that the mist within the mountain and sea diagram was starting to become thinner. How could it consume so much? Zhang Chu was alarmed. One must know that according to the description of the Danglong Sutra, after the strength of the physical body reaches a certain limit, opening up the well of life does not require additional spiritual energy. However, Zhang Chu's opening of the well of destiny seemed to have encountered some trouble. However, it was good that there was the mountain and sea diagram, and all the demonic treasures that Zhang Chu had taken over the years, as well as the 3 demonic pills that he had taken, finally came in handy. Spiritual energy continued to enter the Yongquan acupoint, and Zhang Chu felt that this acupoint was like a bottomless pit. I don't know how long. Zhang Chu suddenly heard a click sound, as if the stubborn stone suddenly cracked. That pain, it was gone in an instant. Immediately afterward, in Zhang Chu's divine consciousness, the radiant and dazzling acupoint transformed into a grayish ancient well. This life well was so special that it was as if it was substantial, really resembling an ancient well, surrounded by what seemed to be mysterious stone paving. And this ancient well had an inexplicable attraction to Zhang Chu's mind. It worked! Zhang Chu was overjoyed in his heart, but immediately afterward, Zhang Chu felt that something was wrong. According to the records within the Danglong Sutra, opening the well of life is a gradual process. Generally speaking, the first thing to do is to feel a trace of aura within the acupoints, and then, after urging the aura to run, compressing it, and compressing the aura into a liquid, slowly propping up a life well. However, Zhang Chu's life well was popping out, and there was simply no such gradual, slow process of opening it up. What's going on? Could it be that the records of the Dragon Ascending Sutra are wrong? Zhang Chu muttered in his heart. However, soon after, Zhang Chu was immersed in the joy of having opened the well of destiny. As long as one took this step, one would be out of the realm of ordinary people and become a cultivator who could pursue the mysteries of eternal life. Eternal life was a goal dreamed of by all cultivators in the great desolate world. At this moment, Zhang Chu's mind sank into the ancient well, and immediately afterward, Zhang Chu realized that there was a mysterious gas lingering within the ancient well, as if it was a white mist from the mountains. Zhang Chu's mind immediately probed into the white mist. In the next second, Zhang Chu felt his spirit immediately perk up, as if he had jumped inside a cold pool on a drowsy summer day. His spirit was soothed to the extreme. This is aura. Zhang Chu was ecstatic in his heart. In the great wasteland world, it was difficult for both humans and animals to directly feel the presence of aura. To obtain aura or spiritual energy, One either had to directly consume various precious medicines or the flesh of other great demons. Either way, it is necessary to open up the life well. The life well can independently absorb and hold the aura. Store the aura in the life well. The physical body and spirit can then use these auras to strengthen themselves. Zhang Chu felt the well of destiny while pondering, my well. It seems to be different from the description of the dragon densification scripture. Generally speaking, one gathers chi into liquid and uses the spiritual liquid to hold up the well of life. However, Zhang Chu came to the well of life first, and there was only a trace of aura in it. Could it be that the mountain and sea diagram surged over with so much spiritual energy, all of which was cast into wells? Zhang Chu came to a strange conclusion in his heart. In the next second, Zhang Chu's divine sense once again looked towards the fate well. He wanted to see how deep the fate well was. He wanted to probe to the bottom of the fate well. At this moment, Zhang Chu's divine sense extended towards the interior of the well of destiny. However, it was like a bottomless well, and it was as if Zhang Chu's mind had transformed into light, constantly exploring deeper and deeper, but it could never reach the bottom. Even as Zhang Chu felt that his mind and spirit were exhausted, the well still had no end, and he did not know where it led to. In the end, Zhang Chu gave up the secrets of this fate well. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to figure it out at his current realm. Soon, Zhang Chu's divine sense retreated back, only to discover that within the fate well, the aura had unexpectedly become incredibly dense, as if it was an inextricable mist. Zhang Chu's mind was immediately moved. Since the fate well should store spiritual liquid, then let's condense it. At this moment, Zhang Chu's mind once again sank into the well of destiny before attempting to urge the aura to rotate and compress. This life well was connected to Zhang Chu's mind, and in the blink of an eye, countless auras rotated at great speed. And after an unknown amount of time, Zhang Chu suddenly heard a snap. It was as if it were a quiet night and a great drop of rain fell on a tranquil pool. Zhang Chu's first drop of spiritual liquid coalesced. In the next second, Zhang Chu's heart stirred. Obviously the first drop of spiritual liquid has been condensed. Why is there the sound of a water droplet falling into the water? At this time, Zhang Chu's mind once again probed to the bottom of the well, and as a result, Zhang Chu was stunned. Within the life well, without knowing when, it was actually filled with spiritual liquid. At this moment, Zhang Chu hurriedly urged the spiritual chi within the well of destiny once again, causing them all to turn into liquid droplets. After a few breaths, the aura within this fate well completely disappeared, and when Zhang Chu's divine sense probed, he could clearly discover that the fate well held a spiritual liquid that was long and deep. It was not until this moment that Zhang Chu's first life well was fully opened, but this was just the beginning. After the first life well was opened, one needed to take the power of the life well and nourish the physical body to complete the first step of metamorphosis. At this moment, Zhang Chu's mind moved, and the spiritual liquid within the well of life was like a dragon drawing water, bubbling and rushing out. These spiritual liquids emanated from the soles of Zhang Chu's feet and traveled backwards along the blood veins, quickly arriving at all of Zhang Chu's limbs and veins, and immediately afterward, Zhang Chu felt that every cell in his entire body was as if the long drought-stricken earth had encountered a sweet rain, and was crazily absorbing these spiritual liquids. It's a long process. The spiritual liquid inside the well of life rushes continuously, and the physical body continues to undergo a metamorphosis. At this moment, Zhang Chu could feel that countless amounts of dirt had been expelled, and his flesh became more and more crystalline, even taking on a mysterious luster, giving Zhang Chu a feeling of being reborn. Is this the well of destiny? The strength of the physical body is completely different, at least 2 times higher than before, Zhang Chu estimated in his heart. But this was just the beginning. Zhang Chu was completely immersed in this cultivation and metamorphosis. Chapter 37: Zhang Chu's Origin. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. On the vast land, the endless darkness was set aside by the sunlight, and the whole world instantly regained its vitality. The rabbit leaps and the fox walks, the eagle strikes the sky, and at this moment, Zhang Chu's first life well was completely stabilized while undergoing another complete metamorphosis. Zhang Chu got up and waved his hand in such a way that there was actually a sound of wind and thunder. Zhang Chu felt that his own strength had now increased by perhaps 3 to 5 times, and his physical body was in an unprecedentedly good state. Of course, the greatest benefit of opening up a life well was not just physical strength, but more so, the ability to inspire divine patterns. The divine pattern, a qualitative change in combat power. Thus, Zhang Chu attempted to utilize the divine lines. Since the first life well opened up on the soles of his feet, Zhang Chu used his feet to inspire the divine lines as he looked toward a huge rock in the distance and kicked it slightly from a distance. At the same time that he kicked out this kick, within Zhang Chu's life well, spiritual liquid surged like a dragon drawing water, and part of the spiritual liquid directly transformed into an offensive force that was inspired out from the tip of Zhang Chu's foot. After this kick, a divine pattern spread out autonomously, and with a poof, it struck the boulder. The boulder was instantly pierced, and a hole as wide as a foot and as long as a double arm spread appeared above it. Indeed, having opened up the well of destiny, one is completely different from an ordinary person, and this divine ripple would be absolutely terrifying if it were to be chopped on one's body. Zhang Chu was satisfied, and just at this moment, Fujisu's surprised voice came out. How is this possible? Zhang Chu twisted his head, and instantly realized that Fujisu did not know when she was suspended in the sky not far away. Countless trailing vines clustered around her, and the sunlight sprinkled on her body as if she was a spring god. Only the black phantom blossom on her shoulder looked very incongruous. At this moment, however, surprise was written all over Fujisu's face as she stared at Zhang Chu as if she had discovered something incredible. What's wrong? Zhang Chu asked. For his part, Fujisu looked Zhang Chu up and down. I see that you've only opened up one life well, right? Zhang Chu nodded. Not bad. Fujisu gently raised his hand, and a mysterious vine instantly surfaced in front of Zhang Chu. Look, Fujisu spoke up. Only a small section of this vine actually withered, as if it had been injured. When Zhang Chu saw this, his heart thumped, and he asked nervously and carefully, "This won't be what I just hurt, right?" He had just sent out a divine ripple that pierced through the boulder, and as for where the divine ripple went after it pierced through the boulder, Zhang Chu instantly muttered in his heart, "To know, all the vines in this mountainous area are the body of vine vegetation, and I'm afraid that if I hurt one of them, it would be a great disrespect." That's why Zhang Chu was instantly nervous. Don't look at Fujisu being nice to Little Grape, but that was because she needed to observe Little Grape's cultivation style and solve her own problems. But she is to Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, but there is no friendship, and it is difficult to predict the consequences if he hurts her. Fujisu, on the other hand, spoke up, "Not bad, you're the one who injured him." Zhang Chu's face instantly went white, and instant chills rose all over his body. At this moment, he hurriedly apologized, his tone sincere. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, I just, no harm done." Fujisu's tone was soft, not angry in the slightest. Zhang Chu's heart was slightly put back into his stomach. At that moment just now, although it was Zhang Chu scaring himself, he was indeed nervous to the extreme. There was no way. Fujisu was too strong, known as the third of the demon ruins. If she got angry, killing herself would probably be no different from killing a bug. For his part, Fujisu continued to say in a sort of incredulous tone, "How could it be so powerful? It's only a hole in the life well. It shouldn't be able to hurt me." Zhang Chu raised his head and looked at Fujisu as he couldn't help but ask, "Do you mean to say that my strength exceeds that of cultivators in the same realm? More than beyond? It should not exist," Fujisu said. Immediately after that Fujisu said, "Here, you take another blow towards me. Remember, use all your strength. I want to feel it carefully." Good. This time, Zhang Chu adjusted slightly, and immediately afterward, he exerted his full strength and kicked at Fujisu through the void. A divine pattern was inspired from Zhang Chu's toes, which glowed with an ancient aura, and at an extremely fast speed, it chopped at Tong Su. A vine suddenly intercepted the void, blocking this divine pattern. Pust! The divine lines disappeared, while the vine in the void, a part of which seemed to have lost its support, drooped down all of a sudden. This, Fujisu unexpectedly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and the expression on his face, even more wonderful, as if full of disbelief. How? As if looking at a demon, Fujisu looked at Zhang Chu. The first time I was injured, it was when I was defenseless, but the second time, why was it still possible to injure me? In the next second, a rattan suddenly drilled out from the ground, followed by the rattan instantly lengthening, instantly wrapping Zhang Chu into a dumpling. Zhang Chu's body instantly stiffened and he didn't dare to move a bit. There was no way around it. The gap in strength was too great, and now he could only be slaughtered. And the rattan veil did not harm Zhang Chu. The rattan did not even pierce Zhang Chu's skin, and after only slightly feeling it for a few breaths, the rattan instantly let go of Zhang Chu again and returned to the ground. At this moment, Fujisu's expression was wonderful, as if he had seen some miraculous species and was filled with incredulity. At the same time, Fujisu approached Zhang Chu and actually circled around him several times. What's the problem? Zhang Chu was glued to his body by Fujisu's look, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Fujisu, on the other hand, continues to say, "How can that be? How can that be?" Immediately after that, Fujisu explained, "You know, I once traveled through the great wilderness and met the most powerful geniuses of the great wilderness, and no one could hurt me in the slightest while opening a life well. It can even be said that there are no living beings that can hurt me in the first few minor realms, not the well of life cultivated to the great circle, not the rushing life spring, not even those who have dredged the river of life. Oh, I once met a very special person who was in the Fate River realm and could do a little damage to me, but that was the only one. Other than that, neither the direct descendants of the Holy Land nor the most talented children of the desolate ancient family can injure me at a low realm. But you." This time, Fujisu was really feeling incredulous. Zhang Chu didn't dare to open his mouth indiscriminately and could only listen quietly. Finally, Fujisu suddenly spoke. "You're definitely not a native of the demon market. Where are you from?" Zhang Chu knew that it was useless to hide it. Moreover, the matter of himself coming from Earth was not something that needed to be hidden in the first place, as he had long ago told the people in the village that he came from an azure planet. So Zhang Chu told him where he came from. After hearing this, Fujisu's eyes widened. "You're from the other side of the stars." Zhang Chu nodded. "Yes, do you know where I'm from?" Fujisu then took a deep breath. "Describe your world carefully, perhaps. I have heard of it." In this moment, Zhang Chu told everything about the Earth to Fujisu, such as the sun, the moon, the planets, stars, the Milky Way and so on. Naturally, there was some talk about the human environment of Earth, where no one could cultivate, but there were some ancient legends. Finally, Fujisu exclaimed, "I know, you come from that mysterious forbidden area." "Forbidden zone?" Zhang Chu looked at Fujisu, filled with disbelief. At this time, Fujisu nodded slightly. That was the burial place of the last great emperor of the human race, and after his death, that starfield was transformed into a forbidden area, with the aura gradually drying up. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, was shocked in his heart. Great Emperor, that was an existence that was shared by all races, and there had been a relevant description in the Great Desolate Scripture, that when an emperor became a success, all races would worship him, and even gods and god-kings would have to kneel down under the Great Emperor. There were even rumors that once a great emperor appeared, there would not be a second great emperor in the world, that it was an existence where one person could suppress all races, and that a great emperor could even suppress the heavenly Tao. Earth is the burial place of a certain great emperor of the human race? Zhang Chu looked at Fujisu with a shocked heart. Is it true? At this time, Zhang Chu hurriedly asked, "Can you tell me the name of that great emperor?" "You don't know?" Fujisu asked. Zhang Chu frowned. "Who is it?" "Tyson," Fujisu said. Zhang Chu's expression froze. "Dxin? How is this possible?" In the history that Zhang Chu had learned, Daixin was an alias for King Zhou of Shang. Ah, Zhang Chu can even now recite the faults committed by King Zhou of Shang, e.g., disrespecting the gods. When he thought of this, Zhang Chu's heart jumped. If Dxin was a truly great emperor, why would he fear the gods? God, just a realm, God, was originally under emperor. However, Zhang Chu still felt that it was a bit ridiculous. Was the Emperor Xin that Fujisu spoke of really the King Zhou of Shang that he had learned about in history? Chapter 38, The Forbidden Zone. Zhang Chu pondered for a while before he spoke. In my world, Dxin's reputation may not be too good. Oh, tell me about it, Fujisu said. Zhang Chu spoke. Some say that he was a generation of tyrants. Fujisu, however, said very casually, to the 10,000 races, he would have been a tyrant. In fact, throughout the entire history, any great emperor was killed out of the heck. Zhang Chu continued to speak. But in our world, he died young and was replaced by one of the vassal kings under him. Fujisu's expression remained unchanged. You're right. After he became an emperor, he could have suppressed this world for 10,000 years. However, he died early in his prime. Immediately afterward, Fujisu sighed. In fact, looking at it from your human race's perspective, he is a very bitter great emperor. At this moment, Tusu spoke in a ghostly tone. When he ascended to the throne, the southern barbarians were rioting. The eastern 10,000 islands were colluding with the foreign races. The demon races were ambitious, and even certain existences within the forbidden zones. Certain horrifying things originating from the age of chaotic ancients wanted to come out and cause chaos. Dxin could only go around conquering, leveling all sorts of scourges, and making great achievements. His name, at one time, caused the 10,000 races to tremble. But to his surprise, at the most critical moment, his most trusted partner betrayed him. It was a dark history, and too many truths were drowned out. It seemed that Fujisu was full of remembrance and admiration for this last great emperor of the human race, and when he mentioned Dxin, there was a look of godly yearning in his tone. Soon after, Fujisu curiously looked at Zhang Chu. Then in that particular forbidden area. Oh no! In that planet of yours? What kind of person is he? He should have only lived to be in his 30s. And then when King Wu conquered the Zhou dynasty, he died in Chaogua. Zhang Chu said. Fujisu nodded. I see. In that world of yours, what you saw was just some projections. That wasn't the real Emperor Xin. Moreover, after he died, someone tampered with his projection. It should be that betrayer, who used supreme divine power to influence your world. Fujisu said. Zhang Chu then asked, since the great emperor could suppress the entire world, why did he die young? Fujisu sighed. I don't know. I just heard that the last great emperor of the human race spent his entire life conquering. Perhaps, even at that realm, there are troubles and helplessness. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, had a stirring in his heart. Was the last great emperor of the human race? This expression was something that Zhang Chu had heard of on Earth. King Zhou, some say, is the last human emperor of mankind? Because the human kings of that era could command the heavenly Tao and could face all kinds of gods and goddesses. But after King Zhou, all those who came after him, even when they ascended to the great throne, could only call themselves sons of heaven, saying that they were sons of heaven and needed to kneel to heaven and earth and to the ghosts and gods. At this moment, Fujisu marveled. No wonder, you just opened your first life well and it possesses such power. So, you actually came from that forbidden area? Zhang Chu instantly asked. What does the forbidden area mean? That forbidden area? What's so special about it? Fujisu replied. The so-called forbidden zones are mostly places where emperor levels have been buried, and great emperors are not to be desecrated. After most great emperors fall, the place where they are buried will form a special land of laws that ordinary beings cannot step into or offend, or there will be no return. Of course, the beings within the forbidden zone are generally unable to leave the forbidden zone as well. Immediately after that, Fujisu said, I've heard that in that forbidden area of yours, whether it's a living being or a blade of grass, it's no longer possible to cultivate. However, once you leave that forbidden area, come to the great wasteland, and set foot on the path of cultivation, it will be exceptionally terrifying. Emperor Xin, it seems, has laid a mysterious bureau in that forbidden area. Speaking here, Fujisu looked at Zhang Chu with interest. And you, most likely, are the very crucial one in this bureau? A game? Could it be that you mean that I will become a pawn? Zhang Chu was puzzled. Fujisu, on the other hand, shook his head. That I don't know. Who can say about the great emperor's methods? Anyway, I've heard that anyone who comes out of that place is terrifying. Speaking of this, Fujisu suddenly sighed. Heavens, what kind of a group of people are you? It's simply beyond my imagination. Originally, Fujisu only thought that Zhang Chu's few people were a group of ordinary passersby, but now it turns out that one is more outrageous than the other. Little Grape possessed the direct bloodline of the desolate ancient Yao family, and opened the jade will eyes as soon as he caved in the well of destiny. Zhang Chu was surprisingly from that mysterious starfield, and a hole in the life well could injure her, knowing that her realm was so high that it was scary, and Tong Qingshan's situation, even more so, could not be hidden from Fujisu's eyes. A human who had cultivated a demonic Dan, and now, was figuring out how to double cultivate. If this path was taken by him, I'm afraid that he would have to rewrite the framework of the cultivation path. At this moment, Fujisu suddenly waved his hand slightly, and Zhang Chu instantly felt as if he was stepping out from inside a large bubble. The surroundings, all of a sudden, became clear, and it felt as if Zhang Chu and Fujisu, just now, had been alone in another piece of space and time, and yet, Zhang Chu had never realized it. Now, Zhang Chu and Tu Su finally came out from inside that mysterious space. Well, look at them, Fujisu said faintly. Zhang Chu hurriedly looked at Little Grape and Tong Qingshan. At this moment, Little Grape's cultivation seemed to have ended a long time ago, and she was sleeping on all fours on the boulder, covered with Tong Qingshan's clothes, looking like she was sleeping soundly. It's just that the little kids are sleeping in a bit of an ungainly position. Not knowing how the results of her cultivation were, Zhang Chu did not disturb Little Grape and let her continue to sleep. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, sat on the side with his brows furrowed, not the least bit affected by the exchange between Zhang Chu and Fujisu. It looked like the injury to his shoulder shouldn't be much of a problem. After a cultivator's realm was advanced, the recovery speed of the physical body was much faster. So Zhang Chu shouted, Qingshan. Ha? Sir, you're awake. Tong Qingshan said hurriedly. Zhang Chu asked. Still haven't been able to use the human's method to open the well of life? Tong Qingshan nodded. Well, I can feel some of the acupoints surging, but no matter how I try, I can't open them. Since it doesn't work, then cultivate the great demon technique, Zhang Chu said. However, Tong Qingshan stubbornly shook his head. No, I'm not a demon, so why should I cultivate the great demon technique? I must cultivate human dharma. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan gritted his teeth and said, Big deal. I'll just scrap my demonic Dan and cultivate the human race's law again. Zhang Chu's heart jumped at once as he carefully stared at Tong Qingshan and realized that Tong Qingshan looked resolute and did not look like he was joking at all. Zhang Chu understood his thoughts. In the demon ruins, humans and demons were natural opposites. Demons eat people, and people, with a little luck, can eat demons. In the past, when there was no human cultivation method, Tong Qingshan cultivated the demon Dan, and would not feel any problems, but it was just a matter of mastering nature. But now, the human cultivation method was right in front of him, and if he continued to cultivate the demon pill while everyone else cultivated the human cultivation method, then he would be an alien, a demon. Although Zhang Chu as well as the villagers would certainly not think otherwise of Tong Qingshan, but what about once they left Zhao Yi village? With Tong Qingshan's cultivation qualifications, he would always be able to walk out of the demon ruins. Tong Qingshan didn't want to become an alien, so I'm afraid that this idea of abolishing the demonic elixir wouldn't be easy to dispel. However, Zhang Chu instinctively felt that once the demon pill was abolished, it was possible that Tong Qingshan himself would be ruined. So Zhang Chu said, Don't be reckless, I'll help you figure it out. Tong Qingshan immediately looked at Zhang Chu. Mister has a solution? Zhang Chu didn't fill his mouth with words, he just reminded. You shouldn't make a decision so easily. I think that if you choose to dual cultivate, practicing both demonic techniques and human laws, you might be able to walk out on a completely different path. Tong Qingshan frowned, but no matter how hard I try, the demonic pills will always affect my ability to open up other life wells. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, comforted. This can't be rushed. If you want to walk out of a path that belongs to you, where can it be that easy? In short, don't think about scrapping the demonic pills. Good. Tong Qingshan nodded and agreed. Just at this moment, Little Grape suddenly moved. She let out a big yawn, followed by sitting up in a flash. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan hurriedly looked at Little Grape. Chapter 39, Active Attack. Little Grape woke up. At this moment, a special aura of purity flowed out of her. At the same time, Zhang Chu saw that in Little Grape's large eyes, there was actually still a moon residing. However, when Little Grape blinked, the bright moon disappeared. And when she blinked again, the bright moon returned. Look closely at the eyes of the Little Grapes. You will find that inside her eyes, there seems to be a mysterious scene. The bright moon is in the sky. The sea is vast for miles. Zhang Chu instantly asked, Little Grape, how are you feeling? Little Grape looked energetic as she waved her little fists. Sir, I've opened the fate well, and I can emit divine lines. Saying that, Little Grape's eyes looked towards a stone not far away. Immediately after that, her eyes suddenly glowed, and her divine pattern transformed into a full moon, which suddenly became very large and enveloped a large piece of stone. Rumbling, that huge rock unexpectedly exploded directly. So powerful. Zhang Chu asked in surprise, Little Grape, how many life wells have you opened up? Little Grape held up 3 fingers. 3 bites. That's awesome. Zhang Chu marveled in his heart. Little Grape's cultivation qualifications were, indeed, heaven-defying, and in just one night, she had 3 life wells, while Zhang Chu had only opened up a life well with the help of the mountain and sea diagram. This gap seemed a bit large. At this moment, Little Grape's stomach rumbled, and she instantly had a bitter face. Sir, I'm hungry. From within his mustard pouch, Zhang Chu took out a piece of dry jerky and handed it to Little Grape, while Tong Qingshan got some mountain spring water. There was no way to make a fire on the mountain, and all the plants on the entire mountain, all of which were the body of Fujisu, didn't have a single dead branch or dead vine. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the mountain, a burst of meat smell came. The scavenging team from Oshako City began to build a fire and cook with fervor. Little Grape looked at the dry jerky in his hand and immediately felt unscented. Seeing this, Tong Qingshan was instantly annoyed. These people are so hateful. When my cultivation realm is high, I'll kill my way to Great Shua City and zap that earthly 72 transformations guy to death with a single shot. Right at this moment, at the bottom of the mountain, Wang Ying suddenly shouted, You three, get out and die. Zhang Chu's three men instantly looked in the direction the voice came from. The 8-year-old Wang Ying, with cloth wrapped around his thighs, was far away from the boundary marker of the Burial King Mountain, and at the moment, Wang Ying stood on the broad back of a large white elephant, provoking towards Zhang Chu's few people. On Wang Ying's face, there was a kind of shadowy and ruthlessness that was completely incompatible with his age. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, smiled faintly and responded, "Idiot, if you have the guts, come in and fight me for 300 rounds. Wang Ying immediately shouted viciously, "Come out here." Zhang Chu bent down at once, picked up a small stone, flicked his wrist, his mind mobilized the well of destiny, and a mysterious power, fused with Zhang Chu's physical body power. The stone was like a bullet that hit Wang Ying directly. When Wang Ying saw the stone flying over, he gently reached out and grabbed the stone in his hand, and then, without even thinking about it, Wang Ying directly inspired the stone out at a faster speed. He wanted to give Zhang Chu some color, but the next moment, the stone he had just inspired was shot down by an arrow. Not far away, the big brother of the Wang family, Wang Bu, put away his big bow. At the same time, Wang Bu grunted with a cold expression, "Wang Ying, if you don't change this hairy nature of yours, I'm afraid that this Burial King's Mountain is the place where you will die." Wang Ying immediately blanched. Yesterday Big Brother had warned everyone not to shoot arrows into the mountains. Although he was not shooting arrows when he threw stones, once he startled something in the mountains, 10 lives would not be enough for him to die. On the mountain, Zhang Chu sighed. It's a pity. Just now, Zhang Chu just wanted to pit Wang Ying. After all, an 8-year-old child's mind was not that well thought out. It was all about to work out, only to be stirred up by Wang Bu. At this time, Wang Bu looked at the 3 Zhang Chu people. He looked calm and just said lightly, Talk? What do you want to talk about?" A sneering expression appeared on Zhang Chu's face. Wang Bu spoke up. "I know that the Fire Crow Taoist's Dragon Denge scripture was obtained by you. Hand over the Dragon Denge scripture and I can let you go." Zhang Chu denied. "I don't know what you're talking about." Wang Bu, on the other hand, was very certain. "I saw the severed hand of Taoist Fire Crow, and the scripture of Dragon Ascension is in your hands." Immediately afterward, Wang Bu spoke. "I can vouch for this with the honor of Great Shua City. As long as you hand over the Dragon Densification scripture, I will never make things difficult for you guys. I, Great Shua City, am true to my word." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, sneered. "You, does Shua City have honor?" Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, shouted. "If you're capable, you'll spend your time here." Wang Bu, on the other hand, said coldly, "Although I don't know why the Burial King Mountain didn't kill you guys, but this Burial King Mountain, there's only this one way out of the mountain. If you don't hand over the Dragon Ascending scripture, you'll have to hide in the Buried King Mountain, and your food will always run out. I'll give you some time to think about it. If you choose to hand over the Dragon Densification scripture now, I will immediately leave with my men, and you should understand that I only want the Dragon Densification scripture, and I'm not going to ambush you here just to kill you." Speaking of this, Wang Bu suddenly let go of his own aura. 72 great stars were brightly visible behind him. A compelling aura swept away, and Zhang Chu's 3 people, separated by a great distance, could all feel how powerful he was. Wang Bu's tone then changed. "However, if you choose to fight me the hard way, then not only do I want the dragon scripture, but I also want your lives. Believe me, I, Dashua City, have the strength and patience." Tong Qingshan directly burst out. "Scram!" Zhang Chu also grunted. "If you want to rob us, come and get it if you have the ability. Want us to hand it over to you? Dream on." Little Grape, on the other hand, innocently exclaimed, "Not even if it breaks." Wang Bu immediately blanched. To be honest, what he was most afraid of was that Zhang Chu's few people would really come and destroy the Danglong Sutra with a jade in stone. "Big brother, what should we do?" Wang Ying came over. "Surround the Burial King Mountain for me. Stew the meat, and when they're so hungry, they'll kneel down and beg for a bite of meat," Wang Bu said. Although Zhang Chu and the 3 of them were not short of food for the time being, this smell constantly wafted from the bottom of the mountain, and many people were laughing and making a fuss at the bottom of the mountain. It still affected their cultivation and rest. "This won't do. With their noisy hearts in turmoil, I won't even be able to quiet my mind and open the acupuncture point life well." Tong Qingshan finally couldn't help himself. Little Grape also huffed and puffed, swallowing as she cursed. "Bunch of bad guys." At this time, Zhang Chu's mind moved and said to Tong Qingshan and Little Grape, "Why don't we play a game?" "Game? What game?" Little Grape was instantly interested. blinking her big eyes at Zhang Chu. At this time, Zhang Chu pointed outside the Burial King Mountain boundary marker. Let's use small stones to hit the people outside and compare who hit more people. When Little Grape heard this, she clapped her hands. Yes, yes, yes. For his part, Tong Qingshan's eyes lit up and instantly understood what Zhang Chu meant. At this moment, Little Grape picked up a stone and wanted to strike it outward, but Zhang Chu stopped her and whispered, "This place is too far. Let's go to the edge of the boundary monument." Ha! Little Grape was instantly a little nervous. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, whispered, "Don't worry, they don't dare to strike within the Burial King Mountain, but we can beat them up at will." After saying that, the three Zhang Chus descended the mountain and approached towards the boundary marker of Burial King Mountain. When Wang Bu saw this, he grunted with a stern face. "What? Changed your mind?" Zhang Chu ignored him and continued on his way. Wang Bu suddenly thought of something. He laughed coldly. "Oh, is it that this Burial King Mountain also forbids you to stay here for a long time? Ha ha ha." But in the next second, his expression froze on his face. Little Grape directly threw out a stone and hit towards Wang Bu's face. "I'll blow your face away." Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu, on the other hand, went straight for it, smashing the stones at those ordinary hunter teams. Both hands had their life wells turned on. Their hands were incredibly strong, and the stones they inspired were no less powerful than bullets. Some of the bullets even erupted with a sharp whistling sound. Moreover, the two men purposely spread out the stones, hitting a dozen or so as they went along. Wang Bu's team of hunters had varying strengths, and Zhang Chu estimated that the stones he flung out should be able to kill a few people. However, Wang Bu immediately realized what Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were trying to do, and he roared, "How dare you!" In the next second, Wang Bu took out his large bow and pulled the empty string with his hand, and several divine lines were excited in a flash. All the small stones were actually locked by the divine ripple. Poof! All the small stones, after touching, all turned into flying ash and dissipated into the air. Tong Qingshan froze for a moment. So strong. Zhang Chu's heart also jumped and he couldn't help but say, "Is this an expert of the earthly 72 transformations' great perfection?" Sure enough, it's frighteningly strong. Chapter 40, Hiring a Painter. Wang Bu smashed a dozen or so small stones with a wave of his hand, and at this moment, his arrogant demeanor, together with his bright silver armor, was imposing. Around them, the ordinary hunters of the scavenging team were all excited when they saw Wang Bu strike. Someone shouted, "The Chancellor is awesome." There was also someone who shouted towards Zhang Chu and the others, "Idiots! Wanting to hurt someone in front of our Chancellor? You guys don't even look at what you are." That's right, our great Shuo City's great commander Wang Bu. That's a genius figure that has not been born in the demon ruins human population for thousands of years, destined to step out of the demon ruins and compete with the geniuses of the outside world. Playing tricks in front of our great commander is asking for trouble. I advise you to come out and surrender quickly, or else, not to mention you, even your little village, your guardian deity, will be shoveled for you altogether. Wang Bu's stance was erect, and he slightly raised his hand to shut everyone up. Immediately afterward, Wang Bu grunted very disdainfully. Unconscionable. Zhang Chu naturally realized how powerful Wang Bu was. However, Zhang Chu didn't mind. "If you're powerful, do you dare to make a move against Burial King Mountain?" However, they were just relying on their realm being a bit higher. Now, Zhang Chu and the others possessed the dragon ascending scripture, and as long as they gave it time, they would definitely be able to trample Wang Bu under their feet. At this time Tong Qingshan asked, "Sir, what should we do?" Zhang Chu laughed. "Playing games? Didn't I say that we have to compete? Who can hurt people? Or who can hurt more people?" At this time, Zhang Chu once again picked up a pile of stones and opened his mouth to shout. "From what your people said, your name is Wang Bu, right? He, let's see how much you can block." After saying that, Zhang Chu instantly punched the stone out. A few dozen more stones were shrouded towards those ordinary hunter teams. Most of those ordinary hunters didn't open life wells, and the occasional one who did was not too high in realm. Many people's scalps went numb in the face of Zhang Chu's stones, feeling that they could not dodge them no matter what. Seeing this, Wang Ying could only draw his bow again, and a divine pattern transformed into a dozen or so parts, intercepting Zhang Chu's stones. "Does it make sense?" Wang Ying asked in a cold voice. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, spoke up, "It's not easy to have an expert help us feed our moves, and it doesn't cost anything, so it's a rare opportunity." As soon as Tong Qingshan heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. Mr. is right. This is a good opportunity to hone your martial arts and spells. At this moment, Tong Qingshan also picked up a handful of stones and casually struck them. At the same time, Tong Qingshan executed the heavenly demon hedgehog's method, and dozens of spikes surfaced as the spiritual energy in his body revolved. With a flick of the wrist, countless spikes, mixed with stones, enveloped the scavenging team. Little Grape saw that the two adults began to sharpen their martial arts skills, so she naturally would not lag behind. So, Little Grape bent down, picked up a stone, and disliked it towards Wangbu's face. Well, Little Grape is persistent. She thinks, it's no fun to fight the little soldiers, so we should fight this leader. Wangbu was furious. This was using himself as a chaperone. At this moment, Wangbu hated and gnashed his teeth, in full view of everyone, being treated as a little cutie, playing with a child, and he had no way to fight back. When had he ever received this kind of anger? But he couldn't help fending it off, and it would be a joke if the scavengers died on his watch. At this moment, Wangbu drew his bow one after another, constantly stopping the stones and those spikes. At the same time, Wangbu hurriedly ordered, "Fall back, all of you. Fall back." All of the people in the scavenging team actually wanted to back away early. It was too scary, especially the spikes in Tong Qingshan's hands. If Wangbu hadn't never given the order, they would have run away long ago. Now, these people were desperately running away, fearing that if Wangbu missed a stone or two, it would make their heads explode. For a while, Wangbu's scavenging team lost their armor, and many of them even lost their shoes, fearing that they would take a blow to the head if they ran slowly. Wangbu also had a look of bad luck on his face as he began to move away from the boundary monument of the buried King Mountain. When Little Grape saw this, she burst out laughing happily. "Ha ha ha, the bad guys have escaped. The bad guys have been beaten away by us." Although Wangbu was angry, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't afford to mess with the vine from Burial King Mountain. "Qingshan, go pick up firewood in pots. Be careful, don't get caught up by that Wangbu," Zhang Chu said. Yes. Little Grape was very happy. Her big eyes smiled out of the crescent moon. This time, she could eat a hot meal. In Wangbu's camp, the three Wang siblings were eating. Wang Ruoshi held a dagger and ruthlessly cut a piece of bear meat, while cursing, "Darn it, to be forced back by a few villagers. If this spreads to Great Shua City, our Wang family will lose face." 8-year-old Wang Ying, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. Wait for me. I'm going to exterminate their whole village. Skin their whole village alive, and make them run around the mountains and forests in blood. Wangbu's expression was calm and looked unperturbed as he just faintly commanded, "Arrange for patrols to surround this road. Also, send someone to Dashua City and hire a painter." Wang Ruoshi froze. "What's the point of hiring a painter?" Wangbu said indifferently. "Draw the faces of the three of them, then have someone go to the nearby villages to inquire. And as long as you are sure which village they are from, arrest their entire village for me. I'd like to see if they want the dragon scripture or the lives of their entire village." When Wang Ying heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. "Great. When we find their village, we'll kill half of them first." Wang Ruoshi also said viciously, "It's still Big Brother who has a strategy." In the demon ruins, painters who could draw human portraits were rare, and one or two could only be found in a large city like Dashua City where humans gathered. At this time, Wangbu said indifferently, "Dashua City is 12 days away from here. Wait 12 days. We have plenty of time." Immediately afterward, Wangbu looked at Wang Ying. "Remember, those who achieve great things must be patient." Within the Burial King Mountain, the three Zhang Chus began to make plans for cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Chu first took out 2 heavenly heart bones. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu said, "Generally speaking, this heavenly heart bone can only be absorbed after at least 6 holes of life wells. There's no rush right now. These 2 pieces of heavenly heartbone will be distributed when we open more life wells." And then, Zhang Chu looked at Little Grape. "I won't mess around with pointing out Little Grape's cultivation. She seems to have her own path." Tong Qingshan and Little Grape nodded at the same time. In fact, Little Grape's cultivation was very simple, sleeping during the day and lying on all fours on a rock at night, just looking at the moon in the sky. She herself said that her cultivation style came from the moon. But Zhang Chu understood that her cultivation style originated from some kind of memory deep within her bloodline, and the moon merely activated that memory. Nowadays, even Tu Su had to refer to Little Grape's cultivation method to treat his own body, and Zhang Chu definitely wouldn't give Little Grape any random instructions. As for Tong Qingshan, Zhang Chu had a bit of a headache, and he still had some thoughts of abolishing his demonic pills. However, at a certain moment, Zhang Chu suddenly had some thoughts in his mind. At this time, Jiang Chu spoke. Qing Shan, I'll draw you a picture. Take a closer look at it. Perhaps it will inspire your cultivation. After saying that, Jiang Chu bent down and drew a Taiji diagram on the ground. In fact, Jiang Chu did not understand the true meaning of the Taiji diagram, but Jiang Chu instinctively felt that this diagram might be useful to Tong Qingshan. Sure enough, after Tong Qingshan saw the painting, his eyes suddenly couldn't move away as he stared at the picture dead on. He didn't know how long it had been, but Tong Qingshan sat down, closed his eyes, and began to visualize the Taiji diagram in his mind. Seeing this, Jiang Chu no longer cared about Tong Qingshan and opened his cultivation. At the second acupoint, the foot Sanli, Jiang Chu began to try to impact the second life well. Inside the mountain and sea map, the majestic aura began to gather. Chapter 41, Vine Nesting. As the Burial King Mountain calmed down, Jiang Chu began his own cultivation. The opening of the second cave life well turned out to be exactly the same process as the opening of the first cave life well, both of which required a large amount of spiritual energy provided by the mountain and sea diagram. And furthermore, that particular feeling of pain was even stronger than the last time. Although Jiang Chu appeared to be gentle on the surface, he had a toughness within his heart, and once he recognized something, even if it was painful, he would persist. At this moment, Jiang Chu was completely caught up in his own world. Time passed quickly. Night fell. Tong Qingshan had already eaten 2 meals with Little Grape, but Jiang Chu still showed no signs of waking up. Look, father, on top of the gentleman's head, there are little people writing. Little Grape suddenly shouted. Tong Qingshan hurriedly looked towards the top of Jiang Chu's head, and sure enough, there was a mysterious image floating vaguely above Jiang Chu's head. The images looked fuzzy, as if they were the ancestors of prehistoric years, dressed in simple clothes, observing the tracks of birds and beasts, and writing one ancient text after another on the earth. What's this? Grape asked in disbelief. Tong Qingshan shook his head. I don't know. I can't read or write. I can't know everything like Mr. But right at this moment, Vine Su's figure unexpectedly surfaced as she hovered in midair, countless vines surrounding her. It's a vision, Fujisu spoke up. At this moment, even though Fujisu looked calm, he couldn't help but show a lot of praise and excitement under his eyes. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape hurriedly looked at Fujisu, and at this moment, Tong Qingshan earnestly asked for advice. May I ask, is this good or bad for Mr.? Of course, Fujisu spoke up. Immediately afterward, Fujisu heartily lamented, worthy of being a living being that came out of that forbidden area. I once heard that all the beings that came out of that forbidden area, once they set foot on the path of cultivation, their achievements will be so high that they can't be speculated. It's just that their path is difficult. After saying that, Fujisu carefully stared at the shadowy figure above Jiang Chu's head, as if he wanted to see something clearly. However, above Jiang Chu's head, those mysterious shadows would sometimes be clear, sometimes blurred, and many times, they would even be hidden from view. Fujisu looked at it for a while, but couldn't make sense of it, and eventually shook his head and gave up. At this time, Fujisu looked at Little Grape and Tong Qingshan. You guys also cultivate, especially Little Grape. You have to seize the opportunity of these few days, because the moon will become more and more curved, and after a few days, there will be no way to cultivate. Little Grape nodded at once. I know. Soon, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape, too, each entered their own cultivation. Little Grape was still lying on all fours on the boulder, just looking at the moon in the sky, a slice of moonlight falling from the sky and enveloping her. Fujisu then levitated in midair and scrutinized the small grapes, trying to figure out the nature of the jade wheel eyes. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, was contemplating the Taiji diagram and trying to open up the human cultivation method. Soon, an inexplicable flavor flowed through the Burial King Mountain, and the demonic ruins that were shrouded in black torrents were the only place that was peaceful. Time passes, and before you know it, it's dawn. A ray of sunlight sprinkled on Jiang Chu's face, and Jiang Chu's body moved slightly as he woke up. Opening his eyes, underneath his eyes, an ancient well seemed to reside, but soon, it disappeared. The second cave, the Well of Life, is fully open. At this moment, Jiang Chu slightly moved his limbs and felt the increase in strength. My life well is different from what is recorded within the dragon densification scripture, and the increase in power seems to be even more outrageous than what is stated within the dragon densification scripture. Jiang Chu thought in his heart. However, this time, Jiang Chu didn't test his power or divine lines again. Jiang Chu didn't want to hurt Fujisu again. At this moment, Jiang Chu looked towards Tong Qingshan and Little Grape. I just saw that Little Grape was asleep again. She was sleeping soundly. Her eyes were tightly closed. Her long eyelashes occasionally moved. And she looked very cute. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, quickly woke up. And today, Tong Qingshan looked good. Qingshan, how does it feel? Zhang Chu asked. There was joy in Tong Qingshan's expression as he stood up and looked at the morning sunrise with a spirited look. Sir, I feel that I seem to have found the right path. As he said that, Tong Qingshan's body shook slightly, and a huge taiji diagram slowly appeared in the air above his head, rotating slightly. At this moment, on Tong Qingshan's body, there was an inexplicable aura of Tao. Zhang Chu's eyes lit up. You've opened the acupoint life well? Tong Qingshan shook his head and withdrew the taiji diagram above his head. Although it feels like the right path, it's still almost a fire, as if it's separated by a layer of paper. There's no need to rush. Wanting to be quick is not enough, Zhang Chu said. Tong Qingshan was thoughtful. Soon, Little Grape woke up as well, and she stretched a great deal, yawning and looking content. Ah, Little Grape, how are your cultivation results? Zhang Chu asked. Little Grape tilted her head, blinked her big eyes, and said happily, I've already 6 holes in the well of life. Saying that, Little Grape even flaunted as if she was running her spiritual energy, causing a bright star map to emerge behind her back. It could be clearly seen that the star map behind Little Grape was lit up with 6 of them. Zhang Chu's heart stirred as he remembered that when Tong Qingshan first cultivated, he had encountered a bottleneck when he had cultivated to the 6-cave well of destiny, and it was only after stealing a piece of the great horned python's medicine that he had accomplished the breakthrough. So Zhang Chu asked, Little Grape, do you think you can still continue to break through? Can. Little Grape said with certainty, I've made an appointment with Sister Moon. Tonight, we'll meet again, and she'll help me continue my cultivation. Zhang Chu's heart was odd. Sister Moon? Could it be that Little Grape could still communicate with the moon? For the next few days, the 3 Zhang Chu's lives were very peaceful and fulfilling. The great Shua city's hunter team just made an encirclement from afar, surrounding the Burial King Mountain, and there was no longer any communication between the 2 sides. The 3 Zhang Chu, on the other hand, seized the time to cultivate. These past few days, Zhang Chu's heart was a bit uneasy because the scavenging team in Dashua City was a bit too calm. Behind this calmness, there was bound to be some sort of strong confidence, so Zhang Chu could vaguely sense that this calmness would not last long, and once the other party broke this calm, it could be an unbearable consequence for Zhang Chu and the others. So right now, Zhang Chu and the others could only work hard to raise their cultivation levels. 5 days later, Little Grape's life well had opened up to the 9th hole. As for Zhang Chu's life well, it had opened up to the 5th hole. Tong Qingshan's state, on the other hand, was very special. Although he had not been able to open the acupuncture point life well, his own state, however, was undergoing some sort of marvelous change. One night, Tong Qingshan's hair, surprisingly, mysteriously changed. Half silver hair, half black hair. However, the silver hair didn't look old. Instead it looked ethereal and had a dusty feel to it. This lasted for half a day before his hair returned to normal. At the same time, Zhang Chu vaguely saw that behind Tong Qingshan's back, taiji diagrams would occasionally emerge. But soon, that mysterious sight will also disappear. That morning, Little Grape finally beamed and said unhappily, Mr. Daddy, there's no way I can cultivate anymore. When Tong Qingshan heard this, he hurriedly looked at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, had his heart stirred. Had Little Grape finally reached her own bottleneck? So Zhang Chu asked, Little Grape, are you saying that the realm is stuck, master? Does it require any special herbs, or any special way to continue cultivating? Little Grape shook her head. No, Sister Luna just said that I need to replenish my nutrients in order to continue to open the life well behind me. Supplementation. Zhang Chu was astonished. Hasn't it hit a bottleneck? Fujitsu's voice suddenly came out. The possessor of the Jade Will Eyes will not have a cultivation bottleneck. She's just lacking in cultivation supplies. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan glanced at each other, and both of them were somewhat helpless. Cultivation materials, naturally, referred to all kinds of precious medicines, demon meat, and even demon treasures and demon pills. But they were trapped in the Burial King Mountain. Where were they going to get this? But just at this moment, Fujitsu suddenly whispered, Let me help you with the supplies. Only one of Fujitsu's arms suddenly scattered into countless vines. The vine all of a sudden covered the sky and became infinitely large, and in the center of the vine, a huge phantom blossom suddenly bloomed. Immediately afterward, an incomparably huge phantom blossom emerged above the entire buried King Mountain, which blossomed recklessly with a bizarre and obscure aura. as if it was a gigantic torrent that impacted in all directions. Make a nest in fish, Fujisu said faintly. Chapter 42, Small Fish in the Nest. Nesting and fishing? Zhang Chu immediately understood what Fujisu meant. Zhang Chu remembered that the old village chief had once said that it was said that the outsiders and the great demons, every 60 years, would have a violent conflict, and they seem to be fighting over a precious medicine. And that precious medicine is most likely the udon. It seems that Fujisu wants to attract some great demons over and hunt them for us to eat. Zhang Chu guessed in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Chu lamented in his heart that ever since he and Tong Qingshan's cultivation qualifications had been displayed, Fujisu's attitude towards the three of them had undergone a drastic change. She was no longer just treating Little Grape as a tool person, but had taken on some pointers and lifts. In this world, to be respected by others, you ultimately need to prove your worth. At this moment, the eerie aura of udon spread out in endless distance. The three siblings of the Wang family at the bottom of the mountain, as well as the scavenging team, likewise saw it. Many people tilted their heads and looked incredulously at the huge phantom in the sky. Someone had a shocked look on their face. Man, what is that? Someone seemed to recall something. I heard that some outsiders invaded the demon ruins as if they were searching for some kind of precious medicine. And it couldn't be this udon, could it? Someone else chimed in immediately after. Perhaps this is it. A few days ago, that fire crow Taoist fell in this vicinity. Probably for this udon. My God, it appeared. There are also people who look greedy. A flower that big must be a precious medicine. This if eaten. There are also people who look terrified. Pantheon. I heard the old generation say that this is the most bizarre and ominous thing in the demon ruins. Once it appears, blood flows. The crowd of scavengers had mixed reactions. Some horrified, some greedy. 8-year-old Wang Ying looked at the sky and actually looked mesmerized. Because, Wang Ying had obtained a piece of heavenly heartbone. His method, then, was related to the sight sun, and once he fought against someone, he could both inspire the sight sun to protect his body and allow the sight sun to attack his opponent. At the moment, it was as if this Yuyutang possessed some sort of magic power that deeply attracted his gaze. However, Wang Bu, the grand commander of the scavenging team, looked grave as he frowned tightly, seemingly thinking about something. At the same time, the bizarre aura that this Yuyutsu bloomed was felt by many of the surrounding great demons and outsiders. At Mangdang Mountain, after the great horned python felt this aura, it immediately raised its head and looked in the direction of the Burial King Mountain. But in the next moment, this great horned python lowered its head and burrowed into the mountains and forests. In the blink of an eye, the great horned python hid itself, realizing the danger and not wanting to get involved in this kind of fight. Somewhere in the dense forest, two bishop birds combined together and rushed up into the sky. They didn't even think about it and immediately rushed towards the direction of the Burial King Mountain. This biplane bird possessed the purebred bloodline of the Flood era. They only had one wing, 1 foot, and 1 eye, and only when the two were combined together could they soar through the 9 heavens. At this moment, they couldn't wait to fly towards Burial King Mountain. A huge white rhinoceros, with a body as big as an elephant's, bore a white, jade-like rhinoceros horn on the top of its head, which seemed to be psychic and emitted a colorful glow. At this moment, this white rhinoceros was running wildly on the earth, heading towards the direction of the Burial King Mountain with a fiery gaze. A modest mountain village blocked its way. This white rhinoceros directly rushed over. Countless houses collapsed. The mountain village directly more than a broken street. On a certain mountain, a middle-aged man looked distantly towards the Burial King Mountain. This man was tall and sturdy, but dressed in rags, as if a piece of rags hitched to his body. And there were also many holes, and one could see this middle-aged man's bronze-colored skin full of strength from those holes. He was cloaked in hair, carrying a broadsword, and exuding an aura of wildness and virility. Is that the thing? Mused the middle-aged man. Immediately after that, he took a step out as if he had performed the divine ability of shrinking the earth, arriving at the bottom of the mountain in one step, and appearing several thousand meters away in another step. In a certain valley, a divine deer king, with 4 horns on its head, was currently pressing a wolf king to the ground, biting through the wolf king's neck, and was sucking the wolf king's blood. When it sensed the aura of udon, it instantly raised its head and looked in the direction of the buried King Mountain. Immediately afterward, this divine deer king gently leaped, and a divine rainbow unexpectedly surfaced under its feet as it sped on the rainbow and rushed towards the Burial King Mountain. As the aura of udon blossomed, countless beings in the demon ruins sensed it, and many great demons ran to the Burial King Mountain. Near the buried King Mountain, the earth suddenly trembled violently, and the first to arrive was, surprisingly, the huge white rhinoceros. At this moment, the white rhinoceros, with bloodshot eyes and heavy panting, was charging across the room as if it were a tank. Rumble! It unexpectedly charged towards Wang Bu's camp. Wang Bu's scalp went numb after he discovered the white rhinoceros, and he didn't dare to fight the white rhinoceros at all. At this moment, Wang Bu desperately operated his spiritual energy, and his entire body was like a cannonball as he rushed out toward one side. The white rhinoceros didn't care about Wang Bu either. He was like a brutal bulldozer, charging straight through. Countless tents and scavengers' corpses tumbled, and the camp was directly tripped out into a huge chasm. So none of the scavengers that were touched by the white rhinoceros survived. Wang Bu's scalp was numb. He finally realized the danger. At this moment, Wang Bu hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Get out of here! Get out of here!" With that, Wang Bu directly grabbed Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi, mounted a unicorn, and ran towards the flanking valley. His scavenging team hurriedly followed suit and fled. But now, countless beings had already rushed in. A herd of wild mountain hogs, each with a body as big as an ox, and two curved tusks long in front of their snouts, as sharp as daggers, tripped right over as if they hadn't seen the scavenging party. Run away! Run! It's over! This scavenging team suffered a wipeout. The scene was so chaotic that in just a few minutes, the scavenging team lost most of its members. Of course, there were quite a few lucky ones who ended up following Wang Bu and the others into a valley and hid inside a cave. Zhang Chu and the three of them had been standing at the top of Burial King Mountain, so naturally, they knew exactly what was happening at the bottom of the mountain. When they saw the white rhinoceros and the herd of wild boars, the three of them, on the other hand, were overjoyed, and Little Grape even clapped her hands happily. Ha 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 ha! The wild boars stomped all the bad guys to death. And at this moment, Fujisu suddenly struck. A tiny vine, suddenly infinitely extended as if it were a viper, stabbed at the white rhinoceros's brow. As for the white rhinoceros, when it saw this, its rhino horn immediately emitted divine light, circle after circle of divine patterns stirring away, and it even let out a coarse roar. But in the next second, this vine directly pierced through that one divine pattern. But the green vine penetrated the white rhinoceros's brow, and its huge body collapsed with a loud bang, causing even the earth to tremble. Immediately afterward, the tiny vine flicked out, and the huge white rhinoceros corpse rose up in the air and fell not far from Zhang Chu's three people. The realm of this white rhinoceros is too low. It's not even at the Demon King realm. Only the demonic Dan and rhinoceros horn are barely edible. So deal with it yourselves. Fujisu's voice came out. Zhang Chu was immediately shocked. Such a powerful white rhinoceros. Even the earthly 72 changes of the great circle of Wangbu can only escape. But Fujitsu seems to not see. Of course, to Zhang Chu and the others, this was a rare treasure. And Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan hurriedly made their move to cut the demonic pills and rhinoceros horn. And at this moment, Fujitsu did it again. Countless trailing vines were born from the ground in the distance, directly entangling those wild boars that were running wildly. Immediately after that, those vines transformed into steel needles and directly pierced through the skin of those boars. And in an instant, all of the life essence of those boars was absorbed cleanly, and even the flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only a skeleton. At this moment, the aura of the phantom flower was even more intense. Fujisu's voice, however, was disgruntled. It's not good for small fish to haunt the nest. All of them die for me. Since I've made the nest, it's only good if there are some big fish. Zhang Chu's three people's eyelids jumped as they listened. That big white rhinoceros, is it even considered a small fish? The buried King Mountain. It seems to really want to kill the Demon King. Chapter 43, The Great Demon Goes Out. For the next few days, various kinds of Minos appeared in the vicinity of Burial Mountain. There are contaminated wolves, and the king of the wolves has bizarrely huge transparent water bags rising from his back, with horrible bugs swimming in them. Other wolves, some with half of their bodies rotted into skeletons, some with half of their heads rotted, and others with mutated limbs, tails turning into snake heads, eyes sprouting from their feet, etc. There was also a giant python that came across the sky, and a huge crown of flesh grew out of its head, which had many terrible holes in it, and inside the holes worm-like worms crawled out and burrowed back in. In the face of these mutated beings, Fujitsu directly accepted them all. The vines rooted out from beneath the ground, absorbing the flesh and blood of these mutated beings, as well as the bugs, all of them. When Little Grape saw this, she shouted anxiously, "Sister Fujitsu, they're sick, they can't be eaten." However, Fujitsu was indifferent. There is no harm. All beings in the demon market have diseases, but some are light and some are heavy. I am not afraid of these. When Zhang Chu heard these words, he immediately felt his scalp tingle. What? All the beings of the demon ruins are sick? All polluted? Zhang Chu was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Fujisu smiled faintly. Yes, all living beings have diseases. But don't worry, most of you won't have an attack. Zhang Chu had a heartbeat. Could it be that he and the people of Zaoyi village had also been buried with the roots of the disease? Fujisu, on the other hand, said, don't worry, as long as you don't eat the obviously contaminated beings, you won't get sick. Of course, don't leave the demon market. Fujisu added another sentence. Although Fujisu's words were calm, Zhang Chu heard some sort of great terror. Don't leave the demon market. Doesn't this mean that the contamination within any living being will explode if they leave the demon ruins? At this time, Fujisu spoke. Don't think too much. Increase your own strength first. As he spoke, the corpse of a huge six-armed devil ape was thrown close to him again. Immediately after that, a huge hedgehog was thrown. There was also a spider monster with 6 eyes and 8 spear-like iron legs thrown in. It was visible to the naked eye that more and more demons were pooling over. And part of them, Fujisu ate by herself. And part of them, Fujisu threw in front of Zhang Chu's several people. At this moment, the three Zhang Chu no longer thought much about it and hurriedly dealt with the corpses of the demonic beasts that were thrown over. A huge rhinoceros horn was cut off. This thing was more than 1 person high. The root was thicker than a person's waist. It was an unrivaled medicinal herb. Zhang Chu directly pocketed it into his mustard seed bag. At the same time, Tong Qingshan took out the demonic dan of the white rhinoceros, and the three of them split it and ate it. As for the white rhinoceros flesh that lost its demonic dan and rhinoceros horn, it was instantly entangled by the vines of vine vegetable, and in the blink of an eye, it sucked out its blood, flesh, and bones and threw them to the back mountain canyon. Within that canyon, it was full of tired white bones. Little Grape's cultivation level had skyrocketed nowadays, and after taking down some demonic pills, there wasn't even too obvious a change. Zhang Chu's situation was even more special. The demonic dan would not be directly absorbed by Zhang Chu, but was instead absorbed by the mountain and sea diagram, replenishing the spiritual energy consumption within the mountain and sea diagram. With Tong Qingshan's cultivation level, he was now also able to take down quite a few demonic pills. Thus, the three of them got busy, and a dozen or so demon pills went down in the blink of an eye. The corpses that were handled would then be turned into nutrients for the vine vegetation, and the three of them, one demon, were surprisingly perfectly coordinated. Finally, Little Grape couldn't bear it first. She yawned greatly, stretched her back and said, "Ah, so sleepy, I'm going to sleep." Zhang Chu nodded. "Go to sleep, as long as you wake up at night to cultivate." Little Grape climbed up onto her own piece of boulder and lay down on all fours, drifting off to sleep in the blink of an eye. Soon, Tong Qingshan's tolerance also arrived at its limit. He sat down and began to try to impact the acupoint life well. Zhang Chu glanced around and realized that there were more and more demonic beast corpses around him. He instantly sped up the harvest. This kind of opportunity did not come along often. So many demonic beasts' inner pills were at Zhang Chu's disposal, and no one had grabbed them yet. So Zhang Chu had to seize the opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chu had taken another 50 demon pills. Right now, Zhang Chu's mountain and sea drawing was not only filled with aura, but also, the scroll was once again stretching out and was much larger than before. Zhang Chu was now soothed and energized. He felt that even if there were 100 more of these demonic dawn, or even 1,000, the mountain and sea diagram would be able to contain them. This mountain and sea diagram was simply a small world. However, Zhang Chu was comfortable, but Fujisu was shocked. Zhang Chu, why are you so good at eating? Fujisu, who was in mid-air, finally couldn't help but ask. Zhang Chu spread his hands. Perhaps my life well is special. I feel that the power of those demonic pills were all absorbed by my life well. Zhang Chu would definitely not tell Fujisu that he had the mountain and sea diagram, a supreme treasure of this kind, within his body, in case the other party was moved. And when Fujisu heard Zhang Chu's explanation, he immediately stared at Zhang Chu carefully, wanting to see the secret within Zhang Chu's body. At this moment, the mountain and sea diagram unexpectedly gently rolled itself up, transforming into a small black dot that was hidden in Zhang Chu's abdomen. As for Tu Su's gaze, it actually fell mainly on the soles of Zhang Chu's feet, as she seemed to want to see through Zhang Chu's life well. Soon after, Fujisu had a shocked look on his face. "Strange, your life well. How come it looks like it's real? Surprisingly, there are stones, and mysterious patterns on the stones. Not right?" Zhang Chu asked. Zhang Chu had never seen anyone else's life well, and no one in the relevant canonical texts had described what an ordinary life well looked like. Zhang Chu has always thought that the life wells of all people are acupuncture points transformed into ancient wells, and Fujisu exclaimed, "Of course it's not right. The so-called life wells are just acupoints that become larger and can hold spiritual energy inside. But your life well, how does it look like it's real?" But soon, Fujisu figured it out. She took a deep breath, worthy of being a being that came out of that forbidden area. It is truly extraordinary. And then, Fujisu whispered softly to himself, what kind of backhand has the last great emperor of the human race laid out? Could it be that the beings inside that forbidden area are all such wonders? Immediately afterward, Tu Su's gaze was cold and stern as he looked at the group of purple lightning demon eagles that were charging again. And he spoke indifferently. It seems that these small fishes and shrimps are unable to satisfy your appetite. In that case, little fish retires. Fujisu spoke faintly. In fact, Fujisu's original idea was to make a nest, catch a few small fish, and feed the three Zhang Chu first. Since he hit the nest once, he couldn't waste it, and while feeding the three Zhang Chu's soup, he himself ate a few pieces of meat and hunted a few demon kings. Well, the small fish was for the three Zhang Chus, and the big fish was for himself. As a result, it now turns out that Zhang Chu can't even eat enough. Fujisu was known as the third of the demon ruins, and it would be a joke if it hit the nest once and couldn't even feed a small cultivator who had just stepped onto the cultivation path. So, Fujisu decided to zoom in. At this moment, endless vines rose up from the ground, directly encompassing the entire pixie blossom. It looked as if Fujisu was trying to take this Yutaka for himself. At the same time, Fujisu suddenly burst out, "All of you, get lost, my treasure, who dares to take it? Kill!" A majestic aura was released, and the terrifying pressure seemed like a torrent, instantly pressing down on the four fields. All the beings that were charging forward directly stumbled and fell to their knees. There were even slightly weaker beings that directly slumped down, spitting out blood and trembling. At this moment, the weak creatures all stopped and did not dare to go to the nest again. Instead, the vines of Fujisu began to close in, as if they were trying to swallow the giant phantom completely. The aura of a demon ancestor. In the distance, the biplane birds circled, and one of them faintly opened its mouth. Demon Zun, the honorific title for demon cultivators after they entered the third great realm. Generally speaking, it was only amongst thousands of demon kings that there could be one great demon that became a demon exalt. In this world of the demon ruins, the demon Zun was basically in existence at the top of the food chain. Even the demon ruins' 72 demon cave sect leaders could not necessarily reach the demon Zun realm. Therefore, after Fujisu's aura blossomed, large swathes of living beings stopped in their tracks. However, the biplane birds were fearless, and one of them grunted, "Even if it's a demon Zun, so what? The one on the Burial King Mountain has long wanted to go and get a lesson." After saying that, their wings flapped at the same time, and it was as if a door of emptiness opened in front of them, directly rushing towards the Burial King Mountain. On another mountain peak, a strange-looking bird also watched in the direction of Burial King Mountain, its body and neck resembling an ostrich, but with only one foot. Its head, on the other hand, was that of a beautiful woman, looking pretty with short hair. This was Bai Fong, possessing the purebred bloodline of the Flood era. This kind of creature was born powerful, born with the great perfection of the earthly fate 72 changes or the great perfection of the heavenly dipper 36 changes. Adult Bai Fong, even more easily can cultivate to become a demon king. Tiptoe, can become a demon Zun. At this moment, Bai Fong's vermilion lips gently opened. Is the demon venerable of the Burial King Mountain? He, wanting to swallow that seed alone. Dreaming, on a hilltop, a middle-aged couple, looking a bit vicissitudes. At the moment, the woman was holding a sleeping baby in her arms, and she had a doting look on her face. Is that the treasure that came out? The woman asked softly. The middle-aged man nodded his head. It should be. I feel its aura. As long as we snatch it and implant it in our son's body, he will be able to be a god in the world afterward. It's a demon lord? The woman asked. The middle-aged man had a disinterested look on his face. So what if it's a demon elder? The two of us will join forces and not fear it. Go! The middle-aged couple instantly disappeared. Chapter 44, Chaotic Battle at Burial King Mountain. Zhang Chu's acquaintances also appeared. Elder Mo and Mo Shi, who had once instructed Zhang Chu a bit. Both of them stepped on a cloud under their feet and stopped high in the sky, looking towards Burial King Mountain. The cloud under their feet was so special that a rock swept past them without even noticing them. This was the Mo clan's organ cloud, which could isolate breath. figure and voice, and could even be exempted from being probed by divine sense. Is it the seed? Mo, she asked, looking valiant and agile in her black clothes. Elder Mo frowned slightly. The breath is right. It could be that item. So we're going to grab it? Moxie asked. However, Elder Mo sighed. If this seed lands on the Burial King Mountain, then we don't need to consider it. Why? Moxie asked. Elder Mo said indifferently. This involves some hidden secrets. The one on Burial King Mountain, known as the third in the demon ruins, is not to be messed with. It's only the third. What's so bad about it? Mo, she was puzzled. For his part, Elder Mo said indifferently. She's not a demon exalt. When Mo she heard this, she screamed. What? Immediately afterward, Mo she had an unbelievable look on his face. How is this possible? It's not a demon exalted, yet it has the aura of a demon exalted. Could it be that she is in existence in another realm? It might even be more terrifying. Elder Mo said indifferently. After Elder Mo's words were finished, the cloud they were stepping on actually suddenly gave birth to an emerald green vine. At this moment, Elder Mo's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly bent down to this vine. Vine God rests his anger. We are from the Spring and Autumn Mo family. We understand the rules of the demon ruins. Don't worry, we won't disclose your realm to anyone. The Spring and Autumn Inc. family, in this world of the great wilderness, has absolute power of speech. Generally speaking, any living being who hears of a family named after the word spring and autumn will surely give face to it. For, today, this era is known as the Spring and Autumn period. The fact that they dared to put the word spring and autumn in front of their own family meant that it was their family that ended the flood era. The Spring and Autumn family is the true hegemony of the great desolate world in this era. In the human kingdom, there are only 103 families that can be labeled as Spring and Autumn, and they are called the 100 families of the Zuzi. The Mahists are one of the 100 schools of thought, and a very famous one at that. However, at this moment, Elder Mo and Mo she were extremely terrified when faced with this one vine. They also didn't expect that standing and talking on this organ cloud could still be perceived by the one on Burial King Mountain. Roll! This vine said faintly. We're leaving now, Elder Mo said hurriedly, and in the next second, the organ cloud flickered gently, and the two of them, Elder Mo and Mo she, disappeared. Just then, the bishop arrived. After they saw that Fujisu had wrapped that Saisuke with countless vines, they directly transformed into a divine rainbow and launched an attack towards Fujisu's vines, accompanied by a loud and clear whistling sound. In front of the bird of prey, the two chi of yin and yang unexpectedly surfaced, evolving a pattern similar to Taiji. Rumbling, the violent spell directly exploded onto the countless vines, and in an instant, the entire mountain was flooded with endless light. The ground shook, and the scene seemed like the end of days. And Fujisu's vines didn't counterattack. Countless vines rushed up to the sky, surprisingly wrapping that Yuton firmly layer by layer. At the same time, a large number of vines covered the sky, establishing layer after layer of protection. It looked as if Fujisu was too distracted to devour the lotus. At this moment, the beautiful Bifong also arrived, and after it saw the bird of prey, it unexpectedly smiled slightly, and the beautiful human head said in an evil tone, "Barbarian, I've come to help you." With that said, Bifong's wings unfolded, and with a flick of her hand in the sky, a blade-like spell unfolded for tens of thousands of miles, slicing the heavens apart and cutting directly at the place where the bird of prey and Fujisu were exchanging blows. Roll! Biori and Fujisu shouted at the same time. That pantheon can't be swallowed by you like this. Immediately after, a cloaked hare, full of barbaric temperament of the savage came. He did not say directly about the high altitude. Broadsword force slash. The couple holding the baby arrived as well, and without further ado, they joined the fray straight away. For a while, all sorts of spells blossomed here, and even many living beings thousands of miles away sensed it, and many of them were so frightened that they hurriedly hunkered down. Of course, in this vicinity, there were many other beings who secretly watched the battle, but did not participate. Many people or demons were prepared to watch the fire from the other side of the river, waiting for them all to be crippled before coming back to pick the peaches. Finally, at a certain moment, a divine deer king in the shadows couldn't hold back, and it saw an opportunity and suddenly launched an attack from the other direction of the vines. At this moment, the four horns of the divine deer king emitted mysterious light patterns, and where the light patterns enveloped, everything seemed to slow down. The branches and leaves of the vines seemed to be slowing down their movements, and the roiling light slowed down a few beats. Everything went into some kind of weird retardation. However, in the next second, a vine suddenly shot out, directly piercing through the divine Deer King's brow, and divine lines spread out from the vine, wearing out the divine Deer King's divine soul. This divine Deer King didn't even have time to react in any way before his body was directly flung at Zhang Chu's feet. Fujisu's spirited voice came out, "A demon king? How dare you attack me without measuring yourself? Do you really think a deer can eat grass?" Zhang Chu was overjoyed with the demon king level flesh and inner Dan, as well as the antlers. At this moment, Zhang Chu no longer paid attention to the outside world, but instead directly walked towards the Deer King's corpse. When Zhang Chu was an ordinary person, he would still be intimidated by the might of the Demon King's corpse, and it would be difficult to be able to approach the Demon King. Now that Zhang Chu had embarked on the path of cultivation and opened up the well of destiny, both his body and soul had long since far surpassed those of the past, and this kind of Demon King's corpse was no longer able to repel Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu directly moved his hand and took out the Deer King's demonic pills. It was a bright red demonic elixir. It was crystalline as if it was a ruby, and there was a burst of mysterious runes flashing on it. It looked beautiful and radiant. At the same time, this inner elixir emitted a majestic aura of life, causing Zhang Chu to be unable to resist being intoxicated when he smelled this flavor. In the next second, Zhang Chu swallowed it in one gulp. When Fujisu, who was fishing, saw this, his expression changed slightly. "Be careful, its medicinal power is completely different." However, as the demonic Dan entered his mouth, Zhang Chu only felt the fresh flavor, and those pure powers were instantly arrested by the mountain and sea diagram, and the majestic power was transformed into the aura of the mountain and sea diagram. The piece of world within the mountain and sea diagram was even more magnificent. "Ha!" Fujisu's surprised voice came out, "This can even be absorbed?" Zhang Chu didn't want to expose the mountain and sea diagram, but he also didn't want to give up this opportunity of having a demonic elixir delivered to his mouth. Thus, Zhang Chu could only say, "There was a slight sensation, but it disappeared immediately afterward, and it seems like there is a large mouth within my life well." Fujisu was astonished for a moment. "So powerful? I'd like to see how much you can eat. If the Demon King's demonic pills aren't enough, you can eat the demonic pills of the demon honors." Fujisu's strength was too strong, and while she was fighting with the several great demons and humans in the outside world, she was still easily communicating with Zhang Chu, and was even able to protect Zhang Chu and the others very well. It's not even in the same league. Of course, the few great demons in the outside world had no idea about the situation within the mountain, and Fujisu had already tied a boundary with vines to wrap Zhang Chu's few people. Rumbling, in the outside world, the Baifeng and the bird of prey attacked even harder, realizing that there were other powerful beings approaching, hoping to get their hands on that phantom as soon as possible. The Fujisu did not have the slightest intention of closing the net. She just closed the vines in a circle, wrapping the Yutong, waiting for other fish to appear. Chapter 45 Demon Sovereign Falls. On the mountain of the buried king, the great melee opened. From the outside world, the vines wrapped around the phantom was actually shrinking in size. Even the aura of the Yudon was gradually obscured. The feeling given to the outside beings was as if the vine demon had already begun to absorb the Yudon, wanting to digest the thing first. At the same time, many of the vines actually began to emit a dim light, and a strand of bizarre and terrifying aura gradually flowed out. At this moment, the beautiful Baifeng shouted, "Kill the vine demon! If we wait any longer, when it devours this seed, it might ascend to godhood in one step." Almost immediately after Baifeng's words were shouted, Fujisu's aura was unstable for a while, weakening one moment, then flaming out the next. Immediately afterward, the entire Burial King Mountain rolled with thunderous sounds and all sorts of mysterious visions emerged. It really is a divine seed. The middle-aged couple couldn't sit still and appeared on the other side, ready to surround Fujisu. The bird of prey also retreated from the melee, and with a gentle spread of its wings, it arrived at the northern side of the Buried King Mountain, and with a few other beings, formed a closed circle. Immediately after that, a monster shaped like a large dog appeared in the sky, but it had 6 legs and its fur was oily and shiny like silk satin. Slave. The gaze of the wild man with the broadsword on his back narrowed as he recognized the monster. From the Flood Desert Remnant Seed. In the Flood era, the lineage from was in existence at the level of a hegemon. As soon as from appeared, many beings hibernating in the shadows retreated. It possessed a hefty and ferocious reputation in the demon ruins, and was the owner of one of the 72 demon caves in the demon ruins. The From Demon Cave Sky. When beings of this level appeared, many hidden experts either retreated directly or, alternatively, hid even deeper and waited for an opportunity to move. From suddenly spoke. "Do it, destroy the vine demon first. Otherwise, once it absorbs that seed, you will all die. The beautiful Bai Fong sneered. We're all going to die? Say it like you won't die. From was confident. In the demon ruins, a being that can kill me has yet to appear. The wild big man with a broadsword on his back then shouted, Vine demon, release that divine seed. All of our experts will have a fair duel, and the winner will take this seed. The bizarre bird also opened its mouth, its male and female voices mixing together. That's right, the divine seed resides with those who are virtuous. Vine demon, if you continue to forcibly absorb it, today will be the day of your death. Take it out and compete fairly. Vine demon, this divine seed, you can't keep it all to yourself. Otherwise, a great disaster is bound to happen. The middle-aged couple also said. However, Vine Su suddenly made a move. Countless vines suddenly attacked towards all the besieging experts, surprisingly trying to fight one against many. Seek death. The bird of prey was furious, directly evolving the two chi of yin and yang and launching an attack towards Fujisu. From, Bai Fong, struck out at the same time. Bai Fong's wings flicked out, and endless blades chopped chaotically, as if they were going to cut through the void. From roar, terrible sound waves spread. Sound waves passed. The distant mountains and peaks are shaken to pieces. The wild big man with a broadsword on his back stood high in the sky. He took out his big sword and slashed it with great force. A huge torrent, as if it were a heavenly river in waves, crashed into Su. The middle-aged couple also made their move. They directly moved forward in their flesh and dueled with the vines. Their hands gently slapped, and the countless vines unexpectedly snapped by inches. At this moment, all the experts were firing at the same time to decapitate the vine demon. Inside the mountain, Zhang Chu's 3 people were well protected, and despite the outside world fighting, the sun and the moon, and the earth shaking, the interior was quiet. Little Grape was still sleeping, while Tong Qingshan sank into his cultivation world. Only Zhang Chu, tilting his head, looked at the great duel outside the mountain. Seeing the divine might of their strikes, Zhang Chu's heart sped up and swayed, and was mesmerized beyond measure. He wondered when he would be able to be like these beings, going up to the heavens to escape the earth, and overthrowing mountains and rivers with the lifting of his hand. Hey, it looks like it's time to close the net. Once, Fujisu said softly. After those words, Fujisu's aura suddenly changed. Her gaze was like electricity as she swept her surroundings, and immediately afterward, countless vines hidden under the ground, like poisonous snakes rushed up to the sky on one side, extending endlessly far at once. These vines stabbed towards several experts at the same time, and the first one to get hit was the bird of prey. A trailing vine stabbed out in a flash of lightning, penetrating its brain in an instant, and immediately afterward, the trailing vine swung out with a divine pattern, and the 2 bishops didn't even have the time to emit a scream before they were killed on the spot. The death of the bird of prey instantly aroused the alertness of the other experts. The 6-legged, big dog-like slave turned around and ran away, and at the same time, a 6-legged slave was surprisingly left in the same place, and it seemed to have performed the method of splitting up and substituting for a life. The follower who stayed in place, surprisingly, still opened his big mouth towards Fujisu and attacked. The fleeing slave, on the other hand, hid his body in the void and disappeared in a flash. In the next second, however, a trailing vine zipped out of the void, which seemed to be threaded through a skewer as if it were a string, threading the follower onto it and yanking it out of the void. Spare your life! Spare your life! Vine God! From screamed and shouted miserably. At the moment it was trembling all over. It sensed that the vine god was not a demon Zun at all, but a being of another realm, a god. What is God? After the demon Dharma, one can become a god by collecting a supreme divine seed in heaven and earth and using it to ignite the divine fire. God and mortal, 2 worlds altogether. And in the demon ruins, what all the living beings wanted to grab was a divine seed, a seed that would allow a demon exalt or a human exalt to ignite the divine fire and ascend to the divine throne. Although From was begging for mercy, Vine Su did not intend to let it go. Its trailing vines gently swung, countless divine patterns were inspired, and From's divine soul was instantly broken. In the next second, From's body, the bodies of the 2 bishops, were simultaneously flung on top of the mountain. Although Zhang Chu was still some distance away from the mountaintop, he felt a terrifying pressure in a matter of moments. This was the demon exalted. Even after death, the corpse was not something that ordinary cultivators could approach. Zhang Chu tried to move forward, wanting to see if he could get and fetch the demonic Dan of the demon sovereign. However, just after approaching to 3 miles from the corpse, Zhang Chu was unable to take a step forward. After all, it was a difference of two large realms, and as Zhang Chu, who had just stepped into the apprenticeship of cultivation, it was impossible to get close. At this moment, Zhang Chu could only shake his head. It seemed that he would have to wait for Fujitsu to finish the battle before he could help dispose of the bodies. Venice's fighting style was extremely swift, and after exposing its fangs, not even Bai Fong was able to escape. A trailing vine directly pierced through Bai Fong's brow, and its corpse, likewise, was thrown to the top of the mountain. The wild man with a broadsword on his back, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, so it's not a demon sovereign, but a god who has ignited the divine fire. At this moment, this wild big man not only didn't run, but instead, he went crazy and slashed towards Burial King Mountain. Beneath the feet of the wild big man, countless vines grew out of the void, and in the blink of an eye, those vines wrapped around the wild big man's legs. Immediately after that, the countless vines seemed to have transformed into syringes, directly piercing through the middle-aged man's skin, and blood instantly flowed into Vine Suit's veins, and the trapped body instantly became parched, as if the flesh and blood had been sucked dry in an instant. But just at this moment, the loud laughter of the wild man came from the distance. Ha ha ha, I'm going too. That big man's main body. He didn't know when he appeared in the sky. He even ran away. The one that had just been sucked dry was just a fake body. As for the middle-aged couple holding the child, they didn't even flee. They just stopped and turned away. Strangely enough, Fujitsu unexpectedly did not make a move to keep them, as if between the two sides, there was some kind of tacit understanding. But Fujitsu has a big appetite and clearly doesn't want to stop there. At this moment, around the hidden King Mountain, new shoots suddenly emerged from the earth. Countless new shoots spread out endlessly far at once. Within a radius of 300 miles, all the demon kings, demon zoons, all of a sudden, they were all sensed by Fujitsu. Immediately after that, countless demon kings and demon zoons suffered as Fujitsu directly exterminated them and transported their corpses towards the Burial King Mountain. As far as the naked eye could see, in a moment's time, a dozen or so large demon flesh bodies were piled up on the mountaintop, and Fujitsu wasn't satisfied yet, as she once again let the phantom bloom, as if she wanted to repeat the same trick and continue fishing. Fujitsu believed that no living being could resist this Yutong breath because it was the temptation to become a god. But just at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, the sun disappeared, and the stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately afterward, a huge coffin came across. Look closely. On that coffin, a phantom blossomed. The phantom was only as big as a palm, but the breath was even more bizarre. This is not a true pantheon, a true divine seed. Zhang Chu was startled in his heart and vaguely guessed something. Chapter 46, Demon Dharma's Demon Pill. A huge coffin crossed the sky and approached the Burial King Mountain. On the lid of the coffin, a small, tender, sylvan blossom grows. The flower looks so delicate, as if it could blow away with just a breeze. However, the moment it appeared, the entire Burial King Mountain was completely calm. The huge phantom blossom conjured up by the vine vegetation disappeared in an instant, and the vines flying in the sky fell to the ground and sank into silence. Almost in an instant, the entire heaven and earth completely fell into a dead silence. All over the world, it was as if a string had been tightened. An incomparably tense and terrified emotion surfaced in the hearts of all the nearby living beings, as if just by making the slightest sound, the entire world would be suddenly shattered and everything would disappear. The world was quiet as a pin drop, as if some great terror was brewing, but after a few breaths, the horrible coffin suddenly disappeared. The sun poured down, a fresh breeze blew, and that tense, quiet atmosphere disappeared and the world came back to life. Finally gone. Fujitsu's figure appeared in front of Zhang Chu's three people, and her face, after all, was a little palpitatingly white. Zhang Chu couldn't help but ask, "Who is it?" Fujitsu said indifferently, "Don't inquire about its name. In the demon ruins, it is the only taboo." In fact, even if Fujitsu didn't say anything, Zhang Chu had vaguely guessed it. That pantheon flower on the coffin could be the source of the contamination of the entire demon ruins. It could even be said that the thick and terrifying night of the demon ruins was the spectral blossom blooming on top of this coffin, and Fujitsu's fishing with Yutsu's breath had caught its attention and displeasure, so it was warning Fujitsu not to go too far. Sure enough, Fujitsu said indifferently, "That's it. After killing a few demon elders and some demon kings, it should be enough." At this moment, Zhang Chu looked towards the top of the mountain. From the bird of prey, Bai Fong's corpse was lined up horizontally, and on top of that, there was a giant eagle, a savage bear, and a few devil apes. These beings, Most of them were demon exalted, and with a glance from afar, Zhang Chu felt a bit of trepidation, a certain sense of danger assaulting his entire body. In fact, some beings didn't make a move to besiege Venisu. They were all hiding in the shadows, ready to reap the benefits. However, Fujisu just took them all in. At this time, Fujisu looked at Zhang Chu. Earlier, you ate a deer king's demonic elixir and managed to withstand it. Now, I'll give you a demon Zun's demonic elixir. Try it. Saying that, a vine directly cut open the spine of a savage bear and took out a clean white demonic Dan. The demonic Dan had just appeared, and it had a divine haze, and Zhang Chu could even vaguely hear immortal sounds curling up. Demon Elder. That was a terrifying great demon that Zhang Chu would not even dare to think about. It could even be said that even if it was a demon king, that was not something a human could covet. In a human city as famous as Deshua City, the strongest person was only Wang Bu, who was the great perfection of the earthly 72 transformations, and Wang Bu was just stuffing his teeth in front of the demon king. Humans were too weak in the world of demon ruins and could only rely on various guardian gods to survive. As for the demon exalted, in this world of demon ruins, they were all absolute masters. But now, Tusu was actually going to send Zhang Chu a demon Zun's demon pill, and although he was calm on the surface, he was so excited that he was about to jump up and down on the inside. This was a demon pill that was a full span of 2 great realms. Zhang Chu stared at the demonic Dan. The clean white demonic Dan was surrounded by streams of light, and the breath of life was majestic. Zhang Chu even felt as if this demonic Dan had a life, and had a special kind of animating chi. In the next second, the white demonic Dan rushed up to the sky, actually wanting to flee. However, a trailing vine weaved into a cage, directly trapping the demonic pills. And then, this vine cage wrapped the demon Dan and sent it to Zhang Chu. At this time, Fujisu said, "Try to see if you can swallow it." After saying that, the vine cage opened a mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted. Zhang Chu felt as if there was a giant whale of the deep sea that suddenly crashed head-on. That sense of oppression made Zhang Chu feel suffocated, and even his brain was about to explode. However, in the next second, within Zhang Chu's dantian, the scroll of the mountain and sea diagram suddenly opened, and a mysterious attraction erupted from the mountain and sea diagram. Zhang Chu directly opened his mouth, and as if that white demonic Dan had sensed the mountain and sea diagram, it actually collected its breath. All sense of oppression instantly disappeared. Immediately afterward, that demonic Dan unexpectedly transmitted a joyful emotion and automatically flew into Zhang Chu's mouth, appearing within Zhang Chu's mountain and sea diagram. It kinda likes entering the mountain and sea diagram? Zhang Chu's heart was odd. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu's mind sank into the mountain and sea diagram, and he instantly saw that the white demonic Dan transformed into a demonic ape when it landed on the ground after entering the mountain and sea diagram. This demonic ape ran within the mountain and sea diagram in large strides, crossing countless mountains and rivers with a single step, while countless auras emanated from every step that fell, causing the entire mountain and sea diagram to quake dramatically. Zhang Chu knew that the power contained in a demon Zun level Dan was too massive, and if it was an ordinary treasure, I was afraid that the demonic ape would be able to trample and smash through the treasure with a light step. However, the mountain and sea diagram only adapted to the devil ape for a few steps, and the entire mountain and sea diagram was completely stabilized, and the endless aura emanating from the devil ape was transformed into the mountains, hills, and water within the mountain and sea diagram. At this moment, the mountain and sea diagram expanded rapidly, and in a short while, it turned into a vast little world, and the mountain and sea diagram expanded more than 10 times. Moreover, as the devil ape ran step by step, the aura within the mountain and sea map became denser and denser, and eventually it even condensed into clouds and dripped down into rain. Immediately afterward, the weather within the mountain and sea diagram changed drastically. Pounding rain poured down, wandering snakes of electricity walked and thundered, and everything was alive and well. The world within the mountain and sea map became more and more real. I don't know how long it took for the rain to stop at the mountain and sea map, and he hurriedly searched for the demonic ape, only to find that at the entrance of a certain cave, the demonic ape was transformed into a rock and didn't move at all. If Zhang Chu hadn't been connected to the mountain and sea diagram in his mind, I'm afraid that Zhang Chu would never have been able to find the demon ape. The stone looked bland, but when Zhang Chu's divine sense landed on it, he could feel some sort of surging power, and inside, it was as if a new life was brewing. Also good, such a huge power. Let's store it for the time being, Zhang Chu thought in his heart, and right at this moment, the mountain and sea diagram unexpectedly transmitted some information to Zhang Chu. Very quickly, Zhang Chu understood the meaning of those messages from the mountain and sea map. In fact, the greatest benefit that this mountain and sea map brought to Zhang Chu was that it completely leveled the path of cultivation. Generally speaking, after cultivating to a certain level, one would encounter a bottleneck. Bottlenecks in cultivation required precious medicines, treasures, and even special geography and conditions to cross over. However, Zhang Chu, who possessed the mountain and sea diagram, was different. The mountain and sea diagram could evolve a small world, and Zhang Chu could just cultivate. No matter what bottlenecks Zhang Chu encountered or what treasures he needed, the mountain and sea diagram would be able to evolve everything he needed, allowing Zhang Chu to cultivate all the way without hindrance. The only thing that the mountain and sea map needed was the demon pills of various great demons, or the spiritual energy stored in various demon flesh. If I eat demons, I will be able to make the mountain and sea diagram stronger, and I will also be able to make my path of cultivation a straight path, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Chu opened his eyes. Fujisu's expression instantly became wonderful as she looked Zhang Chu up and down. Absorbed again? Zhang Chu glanced at the corpses of the other demon exalted on top of the mountain. His heart filled with longing, but Zhang Chu was equally clear that he couldn't ask for more. If he swallowed another demon Zune level demon pill, Fujisu was afraid that he would become suspicious. Fujisu wasn't the day tree god. Zhang Chu wouldn't dare to expose everything to her. So Zhang Chu said, "It's almost time. Any more food will go to waste." Only then did Fujisu let out a slight sigh of relief. "I thought that you could eat several demon Zune level Great Dawn. If that were the case, I would have to peel you open and see what your body structure is like." Zhang Chu listened to the scalp numb. He has seen the means of the Fujisu. Her level of experts really want to study Zhang Chu. I am afraid that even the old jujube tree cannot be whipped. Eventually, Fujisu digests the corpses of the bishop, the follower, and the bishop. "I'm going to cultivate too," Zhang Chu said. Zhang Chu had a premonition that the Great Shua City's scavenging team, I'm afraid, was about to make an attack, and he had to increase his own strength as soon as possible. Chapter 47, The Arrival of the Painter. A great battle on the buried King Mountain ended with the appearance of that mysterious coffin. Zhang Chu, Little Grape, as well as Tong Qingshan, all entered a short period of cultivation, and the scavenging team from Dashua City, surprisingly, had surrounded them again, blocking the only way out of Burial King Mountain. In the evening, the three Zhang Chus woke up. They gathered dry wood from outside and roasted the meat of the bilbies. In order to fulfill the daily needs of Zhang Chu's few people, Fujisu did not eat the bizarre bird completely, but left some of it behind. This was a rare bird of the demon Zune level, and it contained endless spiritual energy within. Zhang Chu skewered a portion of the meat on a wooden branch, and once the fire roasted it, a special fragrance came out, making people swallow their mouths. "Wow! It smells so good. I want to take a bite right now," Little Grape exclaimed in a small voice. Tong Qingshan was also in an excited mood. "I have a feeling that the method of this bizarre bird may be somewhat similar to the path I'm taking. Eating its flesh may perhaps allow me to put the path of dual cultivation through." Zhang Chu nodded his head while speaking. "This time, we should thank Fujisu. She was the one who helped us hunt the rare birds and gave us the demon pills." Little Grape instantly shouted happily, "Thank you, Sister Fujisu." Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, bowed very solemnly in the direction of the mountaintop. "Many thanks to the vine god." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, continued to grill the meat, and that particular fresh fragrance directly spread out for dozens of miles. Many living beings smelled this odor and stared wide-eyed in the direction of the Burial King Mountain, their eyes filled with longing. However, when they thought of the terrifying existence of the Burial King Mountain, all living beings dismissed the idea. At the bottom of the mountain, Wang Bu's scavenging team naturally smelled that scent. At this moment, the 8-year-old Wang Ying gritted his teeth in hatred. "It's really hateful. That vine demon on the Burial King Mountain. What kind of mesmerizing soup has she been fed? Why is she so oriented towards the three of them?" Wang Ruoshi looked at Wang Bu with some worry. "Brother, you say, if we deal with these three people, that vine demon won't make a move against us, right?" "No way," Wang Bu said with certainty. "Why?" Darrell Wang asked. At this moment, Wang Bu said, "Because we are from Great Shua City, our guardian deity is very special. As long as we don't actively enter the buried King Mountain, she won't deal with us." Hearing Wang Bu say this, Wang Ruoshi was then slightly relieved. At this moment, Wang Ying asked again, "Brother, when will the painter arrive?" "When we take their portraits and find out their village. I'll definitely go on a killing spree." Unsurprisingly, we should be able to arrive 4 days later, Wang Bu said. At this moment, Wang Bu stared in the direction of the buried King Mountain, and his icy gaze was filled with killing intent. On the burial King Mountain, while Zhang Chu's 3 people were happily eating the meat of the bird of prey. It was so delicious. The meat was tender and crispy. It melted in your mouth, and there was a mysterious aura of life spreading in your mouth. After taking just one bite, Zhang Chu felt his entire body was energized, as if all the meridians in his body had been opened up, and his entire body was invigorated, allowing him to stretch his body. Even, Zhang Chu vaguely felt that he heard something, as if there were ancient scriptures that echoed in his ears. At this moment, Zhang Chu was taken aback. Could the demon Zun level meat still contain any valuable laws? So Zhang Chu hurriedly looked at Tong Qingshan and realized that after Tong Qingshan ate a few bites, he gently closed his eyes, and he seemed to have really sensed something. Even Zhang Chu saw that behind Tong Qingshan's back, actually emerged out a Taiji diagram. Taiji diagram slowly rotating. Some kind of inexplicable Taoist rhythm flow. So powerful. Zhang Chu exclaimed in a small voice. Fujitsu's voice came out. Any demon king who wants to reach demon elder needs to inscribe some runes or formations into their flesh. So taking the blood and flesh of a demon elder level can sometimes lead to the comprehension of some mysterious spells. Zhang Chu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he had just vaguely heard the sound of chanting. Just then, Little Grape patted her stomach and burped. Wow, it's so good, but I can't eat anymore. Little Grape could not eat anymore after only a few bites. Zhang Chu didn't eat too much of it either. It was indeed delicious, but the power it contained was too strong. Although all 3 of them had opened their life wells and their physiques far exceeded those of normal people, they could not eat more. Zhang Chu's mountain and sea diagram did not absorb the nutrients from the demon meat either. So very quickly, the 3 of them finished their dinner. Tong Qingshan fell directly into an epiphany. At this moment, Fujitsu's voice came out. You guys are lucky. That bird of prey actually dropped 2 pieces of heavenly heart bones. After saying that, a pair of irregularly shaped bones were thrown in front of Zhang Chu. Heavenly heart bones. Zhang Chu's gaze was instantly drawn to those 2 mysterious bones. One bone is black and the other white. The 2 pieces of bone are oddly shaped, and when taken individually, they look very irregular. However, if 2 bones are brought together, they can be combined to form an ellipse. At this moment, Fujitsu said, although it's 2 bones, I suggest that it's better to be absorbed by one person. Something like the bizarre bird is very special. Its bones may contain some kind of mysterious dual cultivation method. Saying that, Fujitsu looked at Tong Qingshan. I think that if he can comprehend the human cultivation method and then absorb these 2 bones, it should be good. Because Tong Qingshan was in a state of cultivation, he didn't respond to Fujitsu, so Zhang Chu responded. In that case, then these 2 bones, give them to Qingshan. In fact, Zhang Chu still had 2 more heavenly heart bones in his hands. The last time they were robbed by a group of scavengers, Zhang Chu and the others obtained a total of 3 heavenly heart bones, one of which was given to Tong Qingshan, allowing him to obtain the heavenly demon hedgehog's law. As for the other 2 pieces, they were not absorbed and taken. Zhang Chu planned to wait for himself and Little Grape's realm to be slightly higher before absorbing the heavenly heartbone. At the same time, Zhang Chu lamented in his heart that Fujitsu had killed so many demon Zuns and demon kings, but surprisingly, only the bird of prey had dropped the heavenly heartbone. It seems that this heavenly heartbone is indeed rare, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. Soon, night fell and the moon rose. Little Grape, Zhang Chu all started their own cultivation. Time passed quickly, and 4 days passed. That morning, Tong Qingshan suddenly cheered with joy. Sir, I found the method of dual cultivation. Zhang Chu was instantly overjoyed as well. Let's see, have you cultivated the acupoint life well? Tong Qingshan instantly released his aura, and in an instant, the shape of a Taijita surfaced behind him, which was bright and dark. In the bright part, there were 12 big stars twinkling. That was Tong Qingshan's demonic Dan realm. His demonic Dan, which cultivated the heavenly dipper 36 changes, cultivated horizontal movement. So each star was bright and incomparable, and the dark part, surprisingly, is lit with 6 stars, which is the life well of mankind. At this time, Tong Qingshan said, Sir, I actually took the wrong path at first. I thought that, as my demon pill cultivates the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, so the acupuncture point Fate Wells should also take the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. But later, when I took the meat of the bird of prey, I suddenly sensed some information, that the bird of prey double cultivation is that there is a heaven and earth, a yin and a yang, and that a lone yang will not be born, and a lone yin will not grow. So I've changed my mindset. my human life well, and I'm cultivating the 72 changes of the Earth's fate. After saying that, Tong Qingshan's aura unfolded, and Zhang Chu immediately felt that Tong Qingshan's aura was too much stronger than before. Tong Qingshan's method of dual cultivation had actually come true. At this moment, Tong Qingshan's gaze was sharp and he laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, I have a feeling that in the same realm, I am invincible. And at the same time, at the bottom of Burial King Mountain, Wang Bu came, and by his side, there was a young scholar carrying a box and cage. The scholar simply forgot about the three Zhang Chu people from afar and instantly smiled. This is simple, said. The scholar immediately opened the box and cage. Put the pen to draw. Just 3 or 5 strokes. Zhang Chu, Tong Qingshan. The appearance of small grapes suddenly jumped on the paper. Not good. When Zhang Chu saw this, his heart thumped. Wang Bu, they even recorded the appearance of 3 people. If they took the portrait and asked from village to village, once they asked to Zhao Yi village, they were bound to reveal themselves. And once they are made aware of Zhao Yi village, then the villagers of Zhao Yi village, I am afraid, are in great danger. Chapter 48, Time is running out. Underneath the Burial King Mountain, the 3 siblings of the Wang family as well as that painter did not avoid Zhang Chu's 3 people in the slightest and directly drew portraits of Zhang Chu's 3 people. At this moment, Wang Ying had a sneer on his face as he shouted towards the 3 Zhang Chu people. Listen, people on the hill. I know, you must be from the villages around here. Now, I'll take your portraits and go from village to village making inquiries. Let's say that you are seriously injured, unable to speak, unable to move your body, and have only 1 breath left, so that the people of the village can save you and return. Speaking of this, the smile on Wang Ying's face became hideous. Hey, as long as any village recognizes you, I will kill all the men and children of that village, and then send all the women to Dashua City to be prostitutes for all eternity. Your wives and children, your own parents, must be waiting for you in that mountain village, right? Ha ha ha. Wang Ying laughed indulgently as if he had already won. Upon hearing this, Tong Qingshan's blood immediately surged with anger, and he roared, asterisk 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 asterisk. When Wang Ying saw this, he laughed even faster. Ha ha ha, get angry, get angry. What's the use of being angry? I love to see you like this, hating me and being unable to do anything about it. But in the next moment, Wang Ying shouted again. Of course, if you hand over the dragon ascending scripture right now, and kneel down and become my Wang family slaves, I can let you live. Otherwise, I'll make your village 1,000 times more miserable than I said it would be. On the other hand, Wang Ruoshi said coldly, daring to injure my brother before, even if you become slaves, half of your village will die. Daring to mess with our great Shua City Wang family, you must pay the price. Around them, the ordinary people of the scavenging team all sympathized with Zhang Chu's trio for a while, because they knew that Wang Ruoshi, this crazy person, could do what she said. Tong Qingshan was instantly enraged. He directly lifted his own lance and turned around to go down the mountain. I'll fight them. However, Zhang Chu grabbed Tong Qingshan's shoulder and whispered, don't be impulsive. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, was anxious. Sir, they want to slaughter our village. Moreover, they have our portraits. The village people don't know the situation. If they go to swindle, the old village chief will surely be trapped. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, gently shook his head. You are not Wang Bu's opponent. Going down the mountain now is just a way to send death. But just watch them go searching for our village? Tong Qingshan asked anxiously. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, whispered, don't worry. Our village is 400 to 500 miles away from the Burial King Mountain. If they want to check one village at a time, give them a month and they won't necessarily be able to check our village. Although it took Zhang Chu and the others less than 10 days to arrive at the Burial King Mountain. But that's because Grape had locked down the road a long time ago. And if the other side didn't recognize the road, they would have to push outward one layer at a time to check it out. Even if the other party was outnumbered and had unicorns as mounts, it would certainly take quite a bit of time to line up in a circle outwards. Obviously, the 3 Wang Bu siblings knew this as well, so they didn't immediately go searching for them, but instead, they surrounded the mountain and threatened the 3 Zhang Chu people in this way. At the moment, Wang Bu was riding on a unicorn. He was as upright as a javelin. His aura was sharp and he exuded a powerful confidence. Suddenly, Wang Bu opened his mouth. Hand over the dragon scripture. I don't want to bother too much. As long as you hand over the dragon scripture, my great Shua City scavenging team will leave immediately, and will no longer make things difficult with you. Immediately afterward, Wang Bu's words changed, and his tone steeply turned cold. But, if we spend our time and find your village out, then the consequences. You must not be able to bear. Wang Ruoshi directly shouted. What nonsense with them. Now send people to scatter in all directions and search for their village. After finding it, pull all the people in that village over and kill them one by one. I'd like to see if they hand over the dragon densification scripture. Wang Ying also shouted ferociously. That's right, hang the people of their village and skin them one by one. When Little Grape heard this, her eyes reddened, and she shouted in the direction of the mountaintop. Sister Fujisu, kill them. They are all bad people. At this moment, Fujisu's figure emerged. As soon as she appeared, the Wang clan's scavenging team were all suddenly scared out of their wits, and even Wang Bu's face turned white. Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi were even more frightened and their eyes were averted. However, soon after, Wang Bu said, Don't panic. The demon market has its own rules. She shouldn't make a move against us. As he spoke, Wang Bu also took out a small pot of bonsai, which was a divine object given by the guardian god of Deshua City to protect them. At the same time, if Fujisu made a move, the Daishiku City's guardian god would also sense that Fujisu had broken the rules. This was a shock to Fujisu. Sure enough, at this moment, Fujisu said softly, I can only kill those who have offended me, the demons, and those who have snatched the udon. As for those who have not offended me, I cannot kill them. Why? Little Grape wondered. Fujisu gently twisted his head, swept a glance at the blooming udon on his shoulder, and whispered, Because I didn't write the rules of this demon market. Zhang Chu understood that in the demon ruins, there was something that Fujisu was afraid of that constrained her. In fact, Zhang Chu did not expect Fujisu to make a move. In the eyes of a being of her level, this kind of small matter was simply not worth her hands. At this moment, Zhang Chu silently calculated in his heart. Wang Bu was the great perfection of the earthly fate's 72 changes, and in order to defeat Wang Bu, one had to be at the great perfection of the heavenly dipper 36 changes, or close to that realm. With Zhang Chu's and their current strength, even though it was said that they were cultivating at a rapid pace, it was feared that in a month's time, it would be difficult for them to arrive at the great perfection. It would be good if we could delay it a little longer, Zhang Chu thought in his heart, and at this moment, Wang Bu suddenly shouted, I'll give you an incense stick of time to consider. If you still refuse to hand over the dragon ascending scripture, then my people, they'll have to act. Wang Ying also flaunted and shouted, That's right, when I find your village, it will be too late for you to change your mind. At this moment, Wang Bu directly lit an incense at the bottom of the mountain. And then, Wang Bu as well as the scavenging team all quieted down and quietly waited for Zhang Chu's 3 replies. Tong Qingshan looked uncomfortable as he pulled his hair hard. It's all my fault. If I were stronger, if I could arrive at the 36 transformations' great perfection, how could I be bullied by them? I would have picked them to death with one shot. Little Grape, on the other hand, bit her lip, her big eyes fluttering, almost in tears. Master, will the old village chief and the others die? These people, do they really want to kill our village? Zhang Chu's mind, on the other hand, kept flashing through one thought after another, and finally, Zhang Chu faintly muttered to himself, if I were Wang Bu, and we were dead set on not going out, what would I do? Tong Qingshan froze, somewhat not understanding what Zhang Chu meant. Zhang Chu's mind then silently deduced. Finally, Zhang Chu smiled. Don't worry, nothing will happen to our village. If you dare to have thoughts about our village, then kill them. When Tong Qingshan heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. Sir, you have a solution? Zhang Chu nodded slightly. If they want to make a move against us, they will inevitably have to split up their troops. Once that little wolf cub and Wang Bu separate, it will be that little wolf cub's time to die. Tong Qingshan said at once, Sir is saying that that little wolf cub will go in search of our village, while that Wang Bu will guard the Burial King Mountain? Zhang Chu nodded. Not bad. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu arranged. We still have time. As long as the 3 of us cultivate properly, we will definitely still be in time. Then I'll start cultivating now, Tong Qingshan said. And immediately afterward, he was about to sit down and continue cultivating. However, Zhang Chu hurriedly said, Don't be in a hurry. What we need now is not to cultivate the realm, but to make a qualitative change in our strength. As long as we produce this qualitative change, we will not only be able to save the village and the dragon scripture, but we will also be able to kill that little wolf cub. It's just that time. It's slightly tight. Chapter 49, Burning Heavenly Fury in Lion's Roar. Hearing Zhang Chu say that he wanted to make a qualitative change in strength, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape immediately looked at Zhang Chu. At this moment, Zhang Chu took out the pair of heavenly heart bones of the bird of prey and handed them to Tong Qingshan. This is a pair of heavenly heart bones for you to absorb. This is? Tong Qingshan looked at the pair of heavenly heart bones, his eyes straightening. Previously, when Fujisu had given Zhang Chu the heavenly heart bone, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape were both in a state of slumber and did not know that Zhang Chu had obtained such a treasure. However, Tong Qingshan instantly understood the origin of this heavenly heart bone, because a great deal of the credit for Tong Qingshan comprehending the law of dual cultivation was due to eating the meat of the bird of prey. Now that the bishop's heavenly heart bone was right in front of him, he could clearly feel a certain closeness. Absorb it, it's a gift from Fujisu, Zhang Chu said. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu took out the 2 remaining heavenly heart bones from before and gave one to Little Grape and one to himself. Now, each of us will absorb a piece of heavenly heart bone to strengthen our own combat power. And next, we will fight the people of Great Shoa City. In a battle, Zhang Chu's gaze became firm. As soon as Tong Qingshan saw that Zhang Chu had made up his mind, he instantly stopped thinking about it and hurriedly began to absorb the heavenly heart bone in accordance with what Zhang Chu had said. Little Grape similarly held the heavenly heart bone and placed it on her forehead, carefully sensing it. Zhang Chu also stopped paying attention to the movements under the mountain and began to absorb another heavenly heart bone as well. At the bottom of the mountain, when Wang Bu saw Zhang Chu's 3 men sitting down, he grunted, "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since this is the case, then don't blame my Great Shoa City for being merciless." Immediately afterward, Wang Bu gave the order. "Wang Ying, Wang Ruoshi, take 30 experts, take the portraits, and go test each village. You have 10 days to find that village." Yes, Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi loudly agreed, and after that, they brought their people and directly went far away. Wang Bu then remained with his men, guarding the bottom of the Burial King Mountain. He had to watch over the 3 Chu people and not let them run away. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, put the heavenly heart bone onto his forehead, and right at this moment, the heavenly heart bone transformed into a mysterious force that entered Zhang Chu's mind. Zhang Chu felt that this heavenly heart bone had transformed into a set of mysterious runes that rapidly traveled within Zhang Chu's body, as if it were a beating spirit. As it walked, it also sewed some special symbols within Zhang Chu's body, branding those symbols into Zhang Chu's meridians and acupoints. Gradually, Zhang Chu's mind began to have a connection with it and began to have a heart-to-heart. After an unknown amount of time, the mysterious set of runes stopped, and it once again transformed into a piece of bone that rested on Zhang Chu's right lower arm. Immediately afterward, a stream of information broke into Zhang Chu's mind. In Zhang Chu's mind, a palm-sized black bird suddenly appeared. This little bird's feathers were black, and its entire body was covered and wrapped in a thin layer of blue flame as it traveled through the mountains and valleys. Suddenly, this little bird's mouth opened, and a black line of fire rushed out from its mouth. This line of fire was pitch black, but it was flooded with terrifyingly high temperatures. The line of fire passed through and directly melted several mountains. Burning Sky Demon Sparrow. The name of a raptor appeared in Zhang Chu's mind. At this moment, Zhang Chu's heart was alarmed as he recalled some information within the Great Desolate Scripture. 3,000 li east of Luochuan, there is the mountain of fire and sun. The fire of 9 yin is not extinguished for 10,000 years. The scorching flames are 10,000 feet high. People cannot pass, and beasts cannot walk. A sparrow resides here, good at controlling fire, capable of burning the sky. After the vermilion bird. This is the description of the burning sky demon sparrow, which was born on a mountain of flames that has not been extinguished for 10,000 years. This was one of the extremely famous ferocious beasts of the great wilderness, possessing the bloodline of the super ferocious beast of the flood era, the vermilion bird. Although the body of the burning sky demon sparrow is only the size of a palm, but the cultivation qualification is exceptionally amazing. Born as a demon king, can easily reach the realm of the demon Zun. However, this species was extremely rare, and it was unexpected that this bone was actually the heavenly heart bone of the burning heavenly demon sparrow. For this kind of treasure to have ended up in the demon ruins, it seems that there is indeed a great person who has fallen in the demon ruins, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. However, very quickly, Zhang Chu stopped thinking about the origin of this item and instead carefully felt the effects of this piece of bone. This piece of heavenly heart bone contained only one spell, and that was the Burning Sky Demon Sparrow's famous spell, Burning Sky Rage. It was a terrifying black line of fire, possessing a terrifyingly high temperature that seemed to be able to melt everything. As for how to cast it, it is also very simple. This heavenly heart bone would absorb the spiritual energy within Zhang Chu's life well on its own, gradually converting the spiritual energy into mana. And when the storage was full of mana, the bone would be in a state of waiting to be energized. This piece of bone was connected to Zhang Chu's mind, and as long as Zhang Chu wanted to use it, he would directly contact this piece of bone with his mind, and then he would be able to directly strike the burning sky rage with a palm strike with his right arm. A terrifying line of fire would be able to be directly inspired with terrifying power. Its casting was very simple and did not require Zhang Chu to learn any spells or scriptures, as long as he waited for it to absorb enough spiritual energy and be in a state of pending excitation. The only thing to watch out for is that it takes a long time for this thing to spark up again after using a strike, because it had to absorb the spiritual energy from Zhang Chu's life well and transform it into mana, and this thing needed a lot of mana. Zhang Chu estimated that with Zhang Chu's current realm, after inspiring once, it would take roughly 6 hours before the Heavenly Heartbone could condense another attack. Of course, as Zhang Chu's realm rose and his life wells increased, this preparation time would shorten. At this moment, Zhang Chu muttered in his heart, no wonder when Qing Shan used the Heavenly Demon Hedgehog's method before, he couldn't use it frequently, but instead used it once at a critical moment. But this was already heaven-defying enough, because for cultivators who had just stepped onto the cultivation path, it was generally impossible for them to have their own spells, and they could only inspire simple divine patterns, and to possess a spell with a Heavenly Heartbone was to possess a terrifying killing move that was already far beyond ordinary cultivators. At the same time, Zhang Chu realized that his burning sky rage was much more powerful than the kind of Heavenly Demon Hedgehog's method like Tongqingshan's, because, with your own law, it takes longer to prepare. Once Zhang Chu had completely figured out the characteristics of the burning sky rage, he opened his eyes and realized that Tong Qingshan and Little Grape had long since woken up. Sir, how is it? Tong Qingshan asked with great concern. Zhang Chu smiled faintly. This bone of mine is a great life-killing technique, so if I cast it by surprise, I might be able to kill someone over the level. Tong Qingshan was instantly surprised and said, that's great, what about yours? Zhang Chu asked Tong Qingshan and Little Grape. Tong Qingshan sighed. I absorbed 2 bones from the bird of prey. A defense spell. Saying that, Tong Qingshan's mind moved, and immediately after that, 2 coconut-sized wings, one black and one white, unexpectedly surfaced around him. These 2 wings were like elves, rotating around Tong Qingshan, but they couldn't allow Tong Qingshan to fly. They were just spinning rapidly. Tong Qingshan said, this is the yin-yang wings. Once they are activated, they can surround my body for a period of time, and during this time, they can help me withstand various attacks. But it can't actively attack others. Tong Qingshan said with some disappointment. Is it just a defense method? Zhang Chu felt a bit strange. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, spoke. The Heavenly Heartbone bone of the bird of prey stores more than one kind of spell, and I can feel that once I break through the well of destiny and enter the fountain of destiny, I may also inspire other spells. But for now, this pair of child bones will only provide me with defense. Zhang Chu nodded his head slightly. That's fine. Defense-type spells will at least allow for a lot of increased survivability. Little Grape, what about you? Zhang Chu asked again. At this moment, Little Grape said, my Heavenly Heartbone. From a huge lion, I can roar like a lion. Lions roar? Zhang Chu's heart stirred and he hurriedly asked, what is the effect? Little Grape cocked her head slightly and spoke, perhaps, to scare people. Zhang Chu immediately laughed bitterly. Scaring people? Could it be simulating the aura of a lion demon king? Or even a demon exalt, to scare people away? This seems to be a bit of a chicken asterisk. Of course, when walking among the mountains and forests, if you don't want to encounter demons, you can instead perform a lion's roar to simulate a powerful aura. Perhaps, it can function well in special scenarios, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. At this moment, the 3 of them absorbed the Heavenly Heartbone at the same time, and there was a qualitative change in their strength. And just at this moment, the night of the demon ruins came, and the endless blackness rolled on, engulfing the demon ruins in an instant. Zhang Chu's eyes burned, and tonight, he wanted to leave Burial King Mountain. Chapter 50, Leaving the Buried King Mountain. Night falls and the earth returns to quiet. Zhang Chu looked at the night sky. At this moment, the moon was curved on the Burial King Mountain, while in the outside world, it was as dark as ink. It has been 13 days on Burial King Mountain and the moon has gone from full to full. At this time, Zhang Chu looked at Tong Qingshan and Little Grape. The strength of the 3 of them nowadays could not be underestimated. Little Grape had now opened a 10-hole life well, and Zhang Chu didn't expect her to join the fight, but with her strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem to escape or entangle 1 or 2 people in a melee. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, was a 9-hole life well, and an ordinary scavenging team should not be his opponent. Coupled with the burning heavenly fury, if he could succeed in his sneak attack, Zhang Chu felt that even an expert of Wang Bu's level would not be able to eat it. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, had opened his dual cultivation. His demonic Dan had opened 12 holes of life wells, and his acupoints now had 18 holes of life wells, doubling his strength several times. The current Tong Qingshan's strength was unfathomable, and with the addition of the heavenly demon hedgehogs method and the bird of praise method, Zhang Chu even felt that Tong Qingshan's strength could be comparable to some Heavenly Dipper 24 transformation experts. Of course, facing Wang Bu, it definitely still wouldn't work, but such a force, as long as it could bypass Wang Bu, could completely exterminate the other scavenging teams. Therefore, Zhang Chu decided to travel far today. At this moment, Zhang Chu looked at Little Grape. Little Grape, can you spot Wang Ying and his sister? Little Grape looked away at once. Ordinary people can't see at night in the demon ruins, but Little Grape is different. She was born with jade wheel eyes and can see through everything. Finally, Little Grape blushed and almost cried out. I saw them. What's wrong? Zhang Chu's heart trembled as he hurriedly asked. Tong Qingshan also got nervous and hurriedly coaxed. Don't be afraid. Dad and Mister are both here. Just say what you see. At this moment, Little Grape said, they are bad people. They broke into a village and killed many people. That Wang Ying. Wow. Little Grape cried out directly. Unable to speak, Zhang Chu frowned. What happened to Wang Ying? Finally, Little Grape endured the discomfort in her heart and said, that Wang Ying skinned a little girl, and threw several children who cursed him into the darkness, and they all turned into skeletons, and Wang Ying was still laughing. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. In fact, Zhang Chu had long since seen that little wolf cub was brutal by nature and very bloodthirsty, and it was unthinkable that they would kill innocents so indiscriminately. At this time, Tong Qingshan said angrily, I'm afraid, this isn't the first time they've done this kind of thing. Ordinary villages are like stray animals in their eyes, wantonly abusing them. Zhang Chu raised his head and looked toward the top of the mountain. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu said, Fujisu, we're leaving. Fujisu's figure emerged and hovered in the night sky, her gaze distant. Are you going to travel far in the night? Zhang Chu nodded. Yes, we can avoid Wang Bu by taking advantage of the night. We can't stay on the mountain anymore. Moreover, the moon is missing, and the effect of Little Grape's cultivation is getting worse and worse, and she can hardly cultivate, so we have to go. Fujisu gently nodded. It's also time to go back, but the night of the demon market is not a good place to walk. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, said, Little Grape has jade wheel eyes that can see the way, and we also have a date leaf that should be able to escort us forward. Fujisu stopped talking. Little Grape, on the other hand, looked at Fujisu with some reluctance. Sister Fujisu, Little Grape will miss you. Fujisu smiled at once. Don't worry, Fujisu-san will visit you. Ha, can Fujisu-san move places? Little Grape asked. Fujisu nodded. Of course, and, when the moon is full, I'll be able to swing open the night sky for you so you can continue your cultivation. Little Grape was instantly happy. That's great. Fujisu did not stop Zhang Chu and the others from leaving. Just as Zhang Chu had said, after the lack of the moon, it would be difficult for Little Grape to cultivate, and Fujisu would not be able to observe anything anymore. Moreover, even if she didn't want Little Grape to leave, she didn't dare to stop her, because in Zhang Chu's hands, there was that jujube leaf. This was the rules of the demon ruins, and since she was not as strong as the day tree god, she did not dare to do anything to stop Zhang Chu and the others. Let's go, Zhang Chu said. At this moment, Zhang Chu took out the jujube leaf in his hand, carried the little grapes on his back, and together they descended the mountain and walked into the night of the demon market. The jujube tree leaves glowed faintly, holding up a small light shield that enveloped the three. Zhang Chu, go that way. Little Grape pointed the way, and the three of them left the buried King Mountain, and under Little Grape's guidance, they bypassed Wang Bu's camp. It didn't take long for Little Grape to speak up. It's already left the encirclement. Zhang Chu directly said, go find Wang Ying. Well, let's go beat him to death. Little Grape said. Tong Qingshan was even more warlike. Not bad. Last time, I let that little wolf cub escape with his life. This time, I opened the human life well. I will definitely take his dog's life. Zhang Chu then asked, Little Grape, how many of them are there? At this moment, Little Grape said, the leader is Wang Ying and his sister, and there are 30 or so hunters. Those hunters, they look stronger than the hunters in our village. After all, It was a scavenging team from Deshua City, so it must be much stronger than an ordinary small village. At this time, Zhang Chu said, "No matter what, we must kill Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi this time, not sparing any of them, so that we can buy us more time." In the dead of night, the three men traveled quickly through the shroud of light held up by the date leaves. Suddenly, Little Grape spoke. "Stop!" Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan stopped at once. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chu asked softly. Little Grape whispered, "Something's going over there. Make way for them." Almost immediately after Little Grape's voice fell, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan heard a clanking sound, and it felt as if a large group of people in shackles were slowly walking by, dragging their shackles. All sorts of clanking and clanging, the sounds of gold and iron clanking were endless, and Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan even felt a breathtaking aura that left people breathless. At the moment, the three people could only crouch in place, not moving, quietly waiting. Several times, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan felt as if there were terrifying beings spying on the three of them, and even felt terrifying swords and axes raised as if they were about to fall at any moment. The palpitating feeling of facing death at any moment made the three men choke and feel uneasy for a while. Several times, Tong Qingshan couldn't even resist trying to escape. However, in the end, he was held by Zhang Chu's dead hand and did not act. I don't know how long it took for everything to return to peace. The voices disappeared, and the terrifying and eerie aura of death also disappeared. At this moment, all three people's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. "They're gone," whispered Little Grape. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, said with palpitations in his heart, "In the future, we resolutely can't walk at night. The night of this demon ruins really contains all sorts of terrifying crises." Tong Qingshan nodded vigorously. The three continued on their way, during which they encountered two more scary things, but because Little Grape had jade wheel eyes and could detect crises in advance, they were always safe. Finally, Little Grape spoke in a low voice. "They are just ahead. That Wang Ying and his sister are asleep." "Are there any patrols?" Zhang Chu asked. Little Grape shook her head. "No, they're all asleep." In fact, those who lived in the demon ruins probably had no idea what the concept of needing to patrol at night was, because the night of the demon ruins was almost devoid of living beings walking around. As long as there was a guardian deity present, there would be no danger. "Go, enter the village." The three of them, Zhang Chu, quietly leaned close to that small mountain village. Chapter 51, Looking Down from Instinct. This village, named White Tea Village, their patron saint, is a white tea tree. Just today, the village of White Tea met its demise. A pair of devilish siblings, with 36 hunters, broke in, saying that they wanted the people of the village to give up their best houses and bring out the best meat to entertain them. As a result, there was a clash. The siblings killed all the hunters in the village, old men and children, all thrown into the darkness. There were a couple of decent-looking women who were being slept under the covers by the bandits. Although this village had a demon, in the demon ruins, demons had their own rules, and demons wouldn't get involved in humans killing each other unless someone dared to make a move against the demon. After a while, this mountain village is completely finished. This is the demon ruins, where the weak are the strong, and ordinary villages are like birds' nests on a cliff. You never know which gust of wind will blow and cause an entire village to be wiped out and disappear. Zhang Chu's three men came from the night and entered the light curtain of the White Tea Village. The streets were quiet and there was a smell of blood. Not far away, the bodies of several children hung from an ancient tree. Those children died a miserable death. Their skins were stripped off. It was hard to see their faces, and their eyes were gouged out, so it looked like they had suffered a lot of torture before they were born. Tong Qingshan gasped and clenched the lance in his hand, gritting his teeth. "These Dashua Cities." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, sighed. "Therefore, we have to become stronger, and only by becoming stronger can our lives be in our own hands." Tong Qingshan took a deep breath. At this moment, Zhang Chu asked Little Grape in a low voice, "Little Grape, where is that Wang Ying? Kill him directly while he's sleeping." Grape pointed to one of the houses. "In there, I can feel it. He's sleeping with his sister and two unicorns watching the door. Let's go. Capture the thief first," Zhang Chu said. At this moment, the three men quietly approached that courtyard, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Wang Ying. They were light on their feet and approached the courtyard wall, trying to get over it. However, just at this moment, a unicorn suddenly let out a hiss. "Whinny, whinny." The unicorn's voice was so shrill that it cut through the quiet night. Not good. This unicorn actually has the ability to signal an alarm. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were immediately startled in their hearts. "Who?" Wang Ruoshi's voice came. "Whinny, whinny." Both unicorns yelled at the same time. Once Zhang Chu saw that there was no way to sneak attack, he immediately shouted, "Little grape, protect yourself, Qing Shan. The two of us will kill the two siblings first." With that, the two men simultaneously rolled over the courtyard wall, ready to assassinate Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi. And just at this moment, the door to the room rumbled loudly as Wang Ruoshi broke through the door. Her entire body was a crimson beast skin garment. The whole person seemed like a red fox. Her body was graceful and full of power. And there was a fiery aura surging. At the same time, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan saw that behind Wang Ruoshi's back, 8 sets of star charts had unexpectedly lit up, each with 8 stars shining with a monstrous aura. 64 cave life wells. Tong Qingshan sucked in a mouthful of cold air, immediately feeling the pressure to be massive. Zhang Chu's expression also froze. How could he not expect that this woman's realm was so high? The 72 changes of the earthly fiend, cultivated to the 64th hole, which was tantamount to passing through another bottleneck, and would be able to reach the grand completion. At this moment, the two realized at the same time that this was a vicious battle, because they had all overlooked Wang Ruoshi before, thinking that she was just a bratty capricious girl. Mainly, in the ordinary villages of the demon ruins, there were too few women who could cultivate, and most of the hunters were made up of men, so a female doll like Little Grape who could cultivate could not be met for decades. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan subconsciously ignored this woman. But now, both men realized the trouble, and after Wang Ruoshi saw Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, she instantly froze. "It's you guys," Wang Ruoshi exclaimed. "How can that be?" It was everyone's consensus that they could not travel at night in the demon ruins, and she could not imagine how Zhang Chu and the three of them had managed to get through the night of the demon ruins. You know, even Wang Bu, who was holding the treasure of Dashua City, didn't dare to run around at night. But now, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan had actually come before them. At this moment, the 8-year-old Wang Ying also ran out, carrying 2 sledgehammers in his hands, and after seeing Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, he immediately took 2 steps back in fear. Tong Qingshan had once pierced his thigh, and although he had recovered now, he still had palpitations when facing Tong Qingshan. However, in the next second, the two sides directly mixed up, and Tong Qingshan raised his gun and stabbed at Wang Ruoshi. Wang Ruoshi retreated half a step back, both hands grabbed in the void, and 2 large swords that burned like blazing fire appeared in Wang Ruoshi's hands. This was the fiery flame knife. These 2 knives were cast in red flame divine steel. Once spiritual energy was inputted into them, the knives would spew out several feet of fire. It was very terrifying. At this moment, Wang Ruoshi's double sword swept across, and the 2 tongues of fire resembled long dragons as they chopped towards Tong Qingshan. The tongues of fire first chopped into the walls of the small courtyard, and with a rumble, the walls collapsed in pieces. Immediately afterward, the tongue of fire came barreling towards Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan's mind moved. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his side. This was the law of the bird of prey, which could resist some of the spells. Sure enough, when Wang Ruoshi's 2 tongues of fire impacted on Tong Qingshan, the pair of black and white wings directly blocked the tongues of fire, breaking them. In the next second, Tong Qingshan was entangled with Wang Ruoshi. Although Wang Ruoshi's realm was far higher than Tong Qingshan's, the difference in power between the 2 sides was surprisingly similar. Tong Qingshan was originally born with divine power, plus opened up the art of dual cultivation. Although the realm was low, but the real fighting power, not weak at all. Moreover, Tong Qingshan's marksmanship was extremely outstanding, and for a while, the 2 sides were surprisingly indistinguishable. Zhang Chu then approached Wang Ying. When Wang Ying saw that Zhang Chu dared to charge towards him, he let out a fierce laugh. "Seek death." He swung his twin hammers in a circle, and boom! The houses behind him were smashed and collapsed in large swaths. Although this Wang Ying was small, he was born with divine strength, and his 2 sledgehammers smashed towards Zhang Chu. This was the first time that Zhang Chu had ever taken action against someone, and when he faced Wang Ying, he was not just not afraid, but on the contrary, he felt that his blood was hot, and he had a cavity of strength and fervor that he wanted to wheel out. At this moment, Zhang Chu stared at Wang Ying in death as his 9 cave life wells were mobilized at the same time, and mysterious spiritual liquid rushed and surged from the life wells, surging all over his body. At the same time, above Zhang Chu's life well, ancient lines glowed, and some mysterious lines, accompanied by the spirit liquid from the ancient well, surged towards Zhang Chu's entire body. Zhang Chu's divine sense, vision, hearing, all of his senses were highly concentrated, and his body's power surged and surged. Even In Zhang Chu's eyes, a few ancient and mysterious lines emerged. At this moment, Wang Ying's terrifying sledgehammer was actually full of cracks in Zhang Chu's eyes. So, is this battle? Zhang Chu's heart was filled with powerful confidence as he stared at Wang Ying as if he was a giant looking at an ant. Even though his realm was far lower than Wang Ying's, Zhang Chu could not contain this feeling of condescension. Because, the quality of Zhang Chu's life well was far higher than Wang Ying's. It's a kind of looking down from instinct. Chapter 52, Crushing Wang Ying. Wang Ying could naturally feel Zhang Chu's gaze, which was a kind of superior looking down on the inferior. Wang Ying disliked this feeling. Since he was a child, he was the most popular genius in Dashua City. At only 8 years old, it was a miracle that he had cultivated to the 30 whole life well. One must know that even Wang Bu, the #1 expert of Great Shua City, did not have this achievement when he was 8 years old, and now that a countryside village boy dared to look down on him with such a gaze, Wang Ying was instantly irritated. "I'll get you killed," Wang Ying screamed, swinging his sledgehammer and smashing it towards Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu's body was boiling with hot blood, but his eyes and divine sense were unusually calm, and the moment Wang Ying swung his sledgehammer, Zhang Chu instantly discovered a break in Wang Ying's game. At this moment, Zhang Chu not only did not retreat, but instead took a step forward and cut in close to Wang Ying. Wang Ying was shocked when he saw this. His sledgehammer was relatively bulky and heavy, and he was most afraid of this kind of close combat. However, without waiting for Wang Ying to react, Zhang Chu directly slapped Wang Ying's face. Snap! Wang Ying's entire body lost its balance and was directly jerked flying out. Even the house behind him collapsed, and his entire body was directly buried in the broken walls. Even one of Wang Ying's sledgehammers fell to the ground. Brother! When Wang Ruoshi saw this, she was shocked. Immediately afterward, Wang Ruoshi urged the blazing flame blade and made a distant chop towards Zhang Chu, and a long tongue of flame chopped horizontally towards Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu hastily dodged and failed to capitalize on Wang Ying's victory. At this moment, the entire small village was also awakened, and the 30 or so hunters from the scavenging team all rushed onto the street in disheveled clothes. When they saw Wang Ying being slapped and then buried by the collapsed house, everyone was shocked. What kind of people? How dare you sneak up on our great Showa city? Someone bellowed. Others yelled, "Help! How could it be them?" Finally, someone took advantage of the hazy light to get a good look at Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Many people immediately took out their weapons and rushed towards the side. Seeing this, Little Grape stooped down, picked up some stones, and threw them towards those in the scavenging team. Bang bang bang. Although Little Grape was young, her realm was too much higher than the hunters of the scavenging team, and she flung out a stone that made a life-threatening whistling sound, constantly smashing into some of the scavengers. The stone's power was terrifying, hitting a person's shoulder and directly piercing through the person's shoulder, hitting a person's chest. It even pierced right through that person's chest. No good. Watch out for that little doll. Quickly dodge. She's not a child. She's a ferocious beast. A demon. Many people were terrified beyond belief. The scene was chaotic. When Little Grape saw that she was so powerful, she was tigerish and shouted angrily, "Beat you to death. You bad guys, I'll beat you to death." A small stone, with a life-threatening aura, flew about the small mountain village. At this moment, Wang Ying, who was buried by the house, also stood up violently. He found his sledgehammer and stared deathly at Zhang Chu, his eyes bloodshot. How is it possible? How is it possible? Wang Ying clearly remembered that the last time he and Zhang Chu fought, Zhang Chu had not yet opened the Well of Destiny. At that time, Zhang Chu still only dared to cut his unicorn. But now, Zhang Chu had actually smacked him away with a slap, and it was difficult for him to accept it. Zhang Chu grunted coldly, "Little wolf cub, today is the day you die." Saying that, Zhang Chu took large strides towards Wang Ying, and at this moment, Zhang Chu's aura completely unfolded, and behind Zhang Chu, 9 large stars flashed, the 9 cave wells of life. On what grounds? Wang Ying screamed. At the same time, Wang Ying also unfolded his own aura. Behind him, 30 stars flashed, and his powerful aura was released. Even the broken walls on the ground were blown away. "Ah, you die for me!" Wang Ying roared as he swung his sledgehammer towards Zhang Chu, and the edges of the 2 sledgehammers instantly inspired a dozen divine lines, which enveloped Zhang Chu. Wang Ying's divine lines were very terrifying, and around them, some broken walls directly turned into pieces after being hit by the divine lines. Zhang Chu let out a cold snort and directly kicked in the void, a divine pattern slicing out from the tip of Zhang Chu's foot. Swish! The divine lines of the 2 met in the void, and immediately afterward, the divine lines of both sides unexpectedly died out at the same time. This is impossible. Wang Ying's eyes widened once again, his face full of inability to accept it. One must know that Wang Ying had clearly opened 30 life wells, while Zhang Chu only had 9 life wells. So what made the two men's divine patterns cancel out? But the facts are in front of us. I defy you. Wang Ying roared and swung his twin hammers once again, charging at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu laughed coldly as he took a step and rushed towards Wang Ying. Then I'll fight until you're convinced. Although Zhang Chu's number of life wells was far less than Wang Ying's, Zhang Chu could clearly feel that Wang Ying must not be his opponent, because, to an expert of the Heavenly Dipper's 36th transformation, each hole of the life well was roughly equal to the Earthly Fury's 72nd transformation's 3 holes of the life well. In other words, Zhang Chu's 9 cave life wells were almost equivalent to the level of the 27 cave life wells within the Earthly Fate's 72 changes. Plus, Zhang Chu's life well was completely different. His life well, however, was something that even Tu Su felt terrifying and shocking. Therefore, in terms of realm alone, Zhang Chu had already crushed Wang Ying, coupled with the fact that at Wang Ying's age, his physical strength had not fully grown. His strength was, in fact, far inferior to that of Zhang Chu. Once again, Zhang Chu physically sliced into the shadow of Wang Ying's hammer and slapped him again, viciously slapping him in the face. Snapping, Wang Ying was once again jerked out. His face was crooked by Zhang Chu, and a mouthful of teeth fell out. Rumbling, Wang Ying fell directly onto the street. Ah! Wang Ying shouted madly as he struggled to get up, looking crazy. While Zhang Chu wanted to go kill Wang Ying, he was once again blocked by a tongue of fire. It couldn't be helped. Wang Ruoshi's realm was too high, and although she couldn't take Tong Qingshan for the time being, she had no problem distracting herself from taking care of Wang Ying. When Tong Qingshan realized that Wang Ruoshi was frequently interfering with Zhang Chu, he instantly became frantic as well. The long spears in his hands seemed to be raining down, and his entire body fell into a state of insanity, attacking towards Wang Ruoshi in a desperate manner. At the same time, Tong Qingshan completely gave up on defense, as he let that pair of black and white wings surround him, and his entire body completely entered an offensive state. Wang Ruoshi, on the other hand, was annoyed beyond measure, and if it wasn't for Tong Qingshan's pair of wings being annoying, she felt that she would have already killed Tong Qingshan 10,000 times. But in any case, for now she could only gather her thoughts. Kill you first, and the remaining 2, hand to hand. Wang Ruoshi roared viciously, and right at this moment, Tong Qingshan suddenly performed the Heavenly Demon Hedgehog's method, and dozens of spikes suddenly exploded in front of Wang Ruoshi, blowing up Wang Ruoshi and catching her off guard. But in the next second, Wang Ruoshi's chest glowed and a precious mirror emerged, surprisingly helping her block the blow. The battle between Wang Ruoshi and Tong Qingshan had once again entered a scorching heat. On the other side, Wang Ying climbed up again, still unconvinced. By what right can a 9-hole life well whip me? I clearly have 30-hole fate wells. Wang Ying roared angrily and unexpectedly charged at Zhang Chu once again. Ever since he was a child, Wang Ying had never suffered this kind of humiliation. However, Wang Ruoshi could see the truth as she fought with Tong Qingshan while shouting, "Brother, be careful. He's practicing the 36 changes of the Big Dipper." Upon hearing this, Wang Ying's forward steps immediately braced themselves and his face changed drastically. Chapter 53, Killing Wang Ruoshi. The average villager might not know the difference between the Earthly Fate's 72 changes and the Big Dipper's 36 changes. However, as the heirs of the Wang family of Great Shua City, they understood that the two were worlds apart, because the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, cultivating the deadly points, seeking life and death. Once the great perfection is achieved, the 36 changes of the Big Dipper has one more life than an ordinary cultivator. In fact, when Wang Ying began to cultivate, he had heard that the 36 changes of the Big Dipper were powerful, and he had once wanted to cultivate the deadly points. But in the end, Wang Ying couldn't take that kind of torment and just gave up. Now, seeing that there was such a person present, Wang Ying's heart was devastated. At the same time, he also realized that he was no longer Zhang Chu's opponent, whether it was his strength or his heart. He had lost. At this moment, Zhang Chu's gaze was cold as he approached Wang Ying. "Today is the day you die." Wang Ying instantly screamed in fear as he felt the surging killing intent emanating from Zhang Chu. "Sister, save me!" Wang Ying shouted. Wang Ruoshi was in disarray as she gritted her teeth. "Get out of my way, all of you!" In the next second, behind Wang Ruoshi's back, a pair of flaming wings unexpectedly appeared. The wings were golden red and blazing, like a phoenix spreading its wings, and a fiery breath spread out. "Be careful, it's the Heavenly Heart Bones ability," Zhang Chu shouted at once. Generally speaking, It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to possess such a spell at the life well stage. Therefore, but whenever a spell is condensed, it is bound to be a heavenly heartbone. Sure enough, the golden red wings suddenly rose high into the air and hung above Wang Ruoshi's head. Immediately afterward, countless fireballs descended from the sky as if countless meteors were falling, enveloping Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Bang! A fireball hit a nearby house, which instantly exploded and was leveled on the spot. At this moment, Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan's scalps were numb. A single fireball had such power. The fireballs that roamed the sky, once they were touched, even if they didn't die, they were afraid that they would immediately lose their combat power. Break it for me! Tong Qingshan temporarily gave up attacking Wang Ruoshi, instead pointing his spear towards the sky, attacking towards the fireballs roaming the sky, one fireball exploding in the sky. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, had an impulse in his heart to execute the burning sky rage, but in the end, Jiang Chu held back. This was because Jiang Chu felt that if he cast burning sky rage now, it would inevitably be dodged by Wang Ruoshi. And if you want to kill Wang Ruoshi, you only need the burning sky rage to hit Wang Ruoshi. The burning wrath requires too long a wait, and there is only one chance. Therefore, Jiang Chu had to look for the perfect opportunity before he could unleash the burning sky rage. Right now, Wang Ruoshi was still swimming with ease, and it was definitely not a good opportunity to execute a killing move. Facing the roiling fireballs that poured over, Jiang Chu could only try his best to dodge. Those who couldn't dodge away used their fists and feet to strike a divine pattern to ward off those roiling fireballs. It was a struggle, but it didn't hurt, just a bit of a handful for a while. Wang Ruoshi, on the other hand, suddenly shouted, "Wang Ying, go grab that little girl doll. If you catch her, these two will throw themselves at the mercy of the rats." When Wang Ying heard this, he immediately turned his head to look at Little Grape. Little Grape spilled the beans. He, I'm going to make your life worse than death. Wang Ying was like a hungry wolf, pouncing towards Little Grape. When Tong Qingshan saw this, he was shocked, and he turned his head to kill Wang Ying. But Wang Ruoshi snorted coldly. "Want to run? Your opponent is me." Jiang Chu swept a glance at Little Grape and immediately shouted, "Don't panic, Qingshan. That little wolf cub can't catch Little Grape." One should know that Little Grape was likewise cultivating the Heavenly Dipper 36 transformations. Moreover, Little Grape had even opened one more cave of life wells than Jiang Chu, and her speed was not slow at all. Since Jiang Chu was able to defeat Wang Ying, then Little Grape should have no problem escaping. Tong Qingshan also knew that he must not be distracted in the face of Wang Ruoshi, and after he blocked quite a few fireballs, he also sent out the Heavenly Demon Hedgehog's Law again at the same time to attack Wang Ruoshi. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, still needed to dodge some of the fireballs, while at the same time, Jiang Chu was distracted to look at Little Grape. I only saw Little Grape running and throwing small stones at Wang Ying while shouting, "Bad guy, come catch me. I'll kill you." Wang Ying wailed in anger, "When I catch you, I'll gouge out your eyes and stuff them in your mouth." Suddenly, in front of Little Grape, a middle-aged man appeared. This man was a member of the scavenging team, and just now when Little Grape was having a great time, this man had been hiding in the corner, and no one could spot him. Now, he suddenly jumped out, frightening Little Grape into a stumble and hurriedly dodging towards one side. Children were too young and inexperienced in combat after all, and even if they were powerful, they instinctively feared adults. At this moment, Wang Ying gave a fierce laugh. "Gotcha." With that, Wang Ying grabbed at Little Grape. Jiang Chu had been paying attention to Little Grape. When he saw this scene, Jiang Chu was immediately worried. He wanted to remind Little Grape, but he was afraid that he would interfere with Little Grape's judgment. Tong Qingshan similarly discovered the danger of Little Grape, and he was instantly destabilized and confused himself. Wang Ruoshi instantly seized this opportunity as she swung away Tong Qingshan's lance with a slash, followed by a roundhouse kick that viciously kicked Tong Qingshan's neck, sending him flying backwards. "Qingshan!" Jiang Chu was alarmed and hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Wang Ruoshi. Although there was a gap between Jiang Chu's realm and Wang Ruoshi's, at this moment, Jiang Chu's life well was glowing, and the divine lines were condensing in his eyes, so he was barely able to keep up with Wang Ruoshi's rhythm, temporarily blocking him. In the other battlefield, after Little Grape realized her danger, she suddenly turned her head and stared carefully at Wang Ying. At this moment, a large moon emerged in Little Grape's eyes. Immediately after, in Little Grape's eyes, a confident expression emerged. Facing Wang Ying, who grabbed over, Little Grape suddenly moved. She kicked at Wang Ying's chest, Little Grape's counterattack was so sudden that Wang Ying didn't react at all and was directly kicked in the chest by Little Grape. With a thud, Wang Ying flew out backwards. Little Grape clapped his hands happily when he got a kick, while shouting with a tiger's little face, "If you dare to catch me again, I'll kick you to death." Although she screamed fiercely, she turned around and ran. She was not confident in her own strength and still focused on escaping. Of course, in the process of escaping, the small stones in Little Grape's hands kept on coming, directly beating the middle-aged man who had just scared himself until he spat out blood. Wang Ying, who had fallen to the ground, was left with his mouth wide open, chagrined. Even if he was jerked away by Zhang Chu, he could not imagine that a little girl who was even smaller than himself would be able to kick himself away as well. At this moment, Wang Ying not only felt uncomfortable in his chest, but also suffocated in his heart. "I must kill you all. I must kill you all," Wang Ying shouted, climbing up again and rushing towards Little Grape. As soon as Tong Qingshan saw that Little Grape was out of danger, he also stabilized his mind once again and rushed up with his lance to fight side by side with Zhang Chu against Wang Ruoxi. At this moment, the pair of child wings on the side of Tong Qingshan's body had already dimmed, and the law of the bird of prey, which had already helped Tong Qingshan withstand too many attacks, was about to be disorganized. It had to be said that the strength of Wang Ruoxi of the 64th Whole Fatal Well was indeed incomparably amazing, and Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, joining forces, still had some difficulty in fighting back. Several times, Zhang Chu wanted to utilize the Burning Sky Rage, but the chances were so bad that he held back. However, Zhang Chu realized that this wouldn't work. He had to create a perfect time to take Wang Ruoxi by surprise and exterminate her. At this moment, Zhang Chu's mind was rapidly calculating and thinking about countermeasures. Finally, a flash of light flashed in Zhang Chu's mind, and he suddenly said, "Qingshan, hold him off by yourself. I'll go ahead and kill Wang Ying." "Good." Tong Qingshan agreed. When Wang Ruoxi heard this, she was instantly annoyed. "How dare you!" With that, Wang Ruoxi's flaming blade attacked towards Zhang Chu with reckless abandon. However, Zhang Chu circled directly behind Tong Qingshan, allowing Tong Qingshan to separate himself from Wang Ruoxi, and immediately afterward, Zhang Chu detached himself from the battlefield and rushed towards Wang Ying with great strides. At the same time, Zhang Chu shouted, "Little Grape, give him a bit." Little Grape stopped at once and faced Wang Ying, shouting, "Okay, let's beat him to death together." When Wang Ying sensed Zhang Chu chasing after him, his soul was suddenly in danger, and he turned around and ran without even thinking about it, while Zhang Chu and Little Grape immediately teamed up to arrest Wang Ying. "Sister, save me!" Wang Ying shouted again. At this moment, Wang Ruoxi became anxious. She forced back Tong Qingshan with a blade, and immediately afterward, desperately rushed towards Zhang Chu and Little Grape, itching to kill the two on the spot. On the other hand, Zhang Chu pretended to be afraid and ran away. "And for a while, you chased me and I chased you, and the whole small village was in chaos." Suddenly, at a certain moment, Zhang Chu felt that Wang Ruoxi's mind was in a bit of a trance, and she was indecisive. Zhang Chu was very close to Wang Ruoxi, and at this moment, Zhang Chu was planning to sneak attack Wang Ruoxi. Almost at the same time, Little Grape suddenly opened her big mouth, and behind her, a lion's head as if it was substantial surfaced. Immediately afterward, Little Grape suddenly yelled, "Roar!" The lion roars. This was the law that Little Grape had gotten from the heavenly heartbone, and according to Little Grape's own words, this kind of lion's roar could scare people. And with Little Grape's roar, the terrifying sound waves instantly impacted Wang Ruoxi, who unexpectedly stiffened. Her liver and gallbladder cracked, and some sort of fear from the depths of her soul enveloped her. That feeling of fear came too suddenly, and Wang Ruoxi was instantly a bit distracted. At this moment, Zhang Chu finally struck. Burning Sky Rage, a pitch-black line of fire, as thick as an adult's arm, was as straight as a laser, directly piercing through Wang Ruoxi's chest. Chapter 54, Hand-Tearing Wang Ying. The burning Sky Rage was too strong, and it directly pierced through Wang Ruoxi's chest, and at this moment, a hole as thick as an adult's arm appeared in her chest. The entire hamlet was instantly quiet. It was as if Wang Ruoxi had been frozen in time, and her entire body stood frozen in place, not moving at all. Around them, all the scavenging teams were shaking with cold sweat and trembling legs. Beside him, Wang Ying was even more wide-eyed, as if he was stimulated without thought, and his face froze. Finally, Wang Ruoxi slowly lowered her head and looked at her chest as her expression began to agonize. However, Tong Qingshan's reaction speed was extremely fast as he suddenly rushed up and stabbed Wang Ruoxi's temple. Pust! The tip of the gun pierced through Wang Ruoxi's brain, Blood instantly flowed all over Wang Ruoshi's face. Her eyes were wide and lax. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan's lance shook. Dang! Wang Ruoshi's head exploded and her body fell to the ground with a thud. Completely dead. Sis! Wang Ying shouted in terror, his tone sad. Around them, all the members of the scavenging team, on the other hand, had cold hands and feet one by one. It was not known who started it, but suddenly some people knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Have mercy! Have mercy! Don't kill us! We surrender! From now on we're your men! Oh no! We're your dogs! We'll do whatever you tell us to do! We were all following orders. The real culprits are the 3 Wang family siblings. Yes, it was the Wang siblings who forced us to trace your village. And we didn't want to. At this moment, Wang Ying took a step back in fear. His face was pale and shivering. Don't kill me! I was wrong! Don't kill me! Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan scanned the entire room and realized that everyone in the scavenging team had unexpectedly knelt down except for Wang Ying. Sir, what to do? Tong Qingshan asked. Zhang Chu was expressionless. If we don't have the strength and they find our village, do you think that they will spare our old men, children, and women if we kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Upon hearing this, Tong Qingshan instantly raised his lance and approached towards the scavenging team step by step. Zhang Chu then walked towards Wang Ying. The scavenging team were also all ruthless people, and when they saw Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan make a move, these people all stood up at once. Brothers, fight them! There's no way to escape because it's still late at night. These people, they can only fight for their lives. However, the most powerful of these people was only the 6-cave well of destiny, and their strength was far inferior to that of Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan just lightly waved his hand, and the heavenly demon hedgehog's method was executed. Countless spikes instantly stabbing at those scavenging teams. Ah! Run! As soon as the scavengers exchanged blows, they knew they were no match. Mercy! I surrender! In the blink of an eye, the people of the scavenging team were killed, with some dying horribly and others kneeling down to surrender once again. However, Tong Qingshan showed no mercy and killed them one by one. And at this moment, Zhang Chu and Little Grape had also blocked Wang Ying. After Wang Ruoshi's death, even if Wang Ying still had strength, his liver and guts were already cracked and he didn't dare to attack again. Soon, Tong Qingshan also came around. At this moment, Wang Ying was surrounded by a group of people and had nowhere to escape. Wang Ying collapsed, and he suddenly plopped down on his knees. Immediately afterward, Wang Ying cried out, "Don't kill me, please, don't kill me. I'm still a kid and I know it's wrong. Oh, as long as you don't kill me, I can give you all of Dashua City." Wow! Wang Ying howled and cried, kowtowing desperately and begging for mercy. Zhang Chu didn't immediately strike, but said, "Ask you a few questions and answer honestly. I'll say anything. As long as you guys don't kill me, I'll say anything." Wang Ying cried and wailed, "How big is Great Shua City? How many hunters are there? Who is the most powerful within the city? And at what realm?" Zhang Chu asked many questions in a row, all about the strength of Great Shua City. This was because Zhang Chu understood that killing Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi would definitely not make Great Shua City relent. There was bound to be a battle between them and Great Shua City sooner or later. Right now, Zhang Chu had to get hold of the high-end battle force of Great Shua City. Wang Ying had long been scared out of his wits, and he answered whatever Zhang Chu asked. Even what Zhang Chu didn't ask, he answered in full. Soon, Zhang Chu had a general understanding of the strength of Great Shua City. As a large human city, Dashua City had a full 7,000 households and 30 to 40,000 people. The Wang family was the number one family in Great Shua City and the master of Great Shua City. In Great Shua City, the person with the strongest strength was the Wang clan's Wang Bu, the earthly 72 change great circle. As for the other hunters, those who could cultivate the life well would be considered elite, as only the Wang family had a complete set of spirit building techniques, and the other families or loose cultivators did not have the method of cultivation. After hearing this, Zhang Chu immediately asked, "Wang Ying, as big as Dashua City is, isn't there anyone who can break through the life well and reach the life spring?" To know that the Well of Destiny was only the first small realm of the cultivation path, it was reasonable to say that a city of that size shouldn't be limited to the first small realm. Wang Ying was nervous, but still answered honestly, "Yes, no one can break through the life spring." "Why?" Zhang Chu asked. "Don't you guys have the spirit building technique?" Spirit building is the first major realm on the path of cultivation, and it should contain realms such as Life Well, Life Spring, and Divine Bridge. So why is it that none of you have been able to break through the Divine Spring? Wang Ying hurriedly replied, "My brother said that in the demon ruins, one cannot cultivate to the life spring. Why? Zhang Chu asked. Wang Ying cried and shook his head. I don't know. I just heard that my brother was able to break through the life spring a long time ago, but it seems like he discovered some secret and forcibly suppressed it. Zhang Chu was instantly enlightened in his heart. It seemed that as long as he and Tong Qingshan were strong enough to resist the fate while great perfection, he would be able to save his village. After everything was asked, Wang Ying raised his head again and cried, Please let me go. I've said everything. I promise that I will never look for trouble from you guys in the future. And as long as you let me go, I can give you a lot of treasures. Spirit medicines. Zhang Chu had wanted to kill Wang Ying immediately, but at that very moment, shadows floated in the small village, and 30 or 40 young and beautiful women came out. Earlier, Wang Ying and his men slaughtered the men, the old men and the children of the village. Only these women were left to be spoiled by Wang Ying and his scavenging team. Now that Wang Ying's scavenging team was overthrown and only such a small wolf cub was left, those women instantly grew bold and walked out. Poof! 30 to 40 women actually knelt down towards Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan at the same time. Tong Qingshan was instantly a bit uncomfortable. You guys get up. Zhang Chu was calm as he asked, What are you doing? At this moment, the woman kneeling at the very front raised her head, her eyes full of madness and hatred. She gritted her teeth. We know that you are good people. Please, give this wolf cub to us. The other women also raised their heads at the same time, and each of their looks were filled with insane hatred. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid Wang Ying would have already died 10,000 times. Seeing this, Zhang Chu immediately looked at Tong Qingshan and whispered, Scrap him. Tong Qingshan immediately shot out his gun and stabbed at Wang Ying's acupoints. Wang Ying still wanted to dodge, but where could he dodge Tong Qingshan's gun now? Barely. The long lance made a series of points, directly poking Wang Ying's life well and picking off his hand and foot tendons. Don't! Wang Ying struggled in terror, as if he was a year-old pig to be slaughtered, looking at the knife in the butcher's hand. However, no one had mercy on him. At this moment, Tong Qingshan kicked Wang Ying in front of those women. He is yours. Ah, I'm going to eat you alive. As if a woman had gone mad as a beast, she directly pounced on Wang Ying and opened her mouth wide to bite. Bear! Blood flowed from the woman's mouth. The other woman also yelled with bloodshot eyes, You return my child's life. Return my child's life. Asterisk. I'm going to skin you. My husband, my children. You gave them back their lives. The women all went crazy. Nails, teeth, all kinds of tools. They madly tore at Wang Ying, completely losing their minds. Wang Ying's miserable screams came, but they didn't last for a while before they lost their voice. Under the group of crazy women tearing and biting, Wang Ying quickly became inhuman. The women cried out in ventilated pain, cursed, yelled, and made a mess. Zhang Chu blocked in front of Little Grape, not allowing Little Grape to look at those tragic situations, but Little Grape acted calmly. She tilted her head and said, Sir, I'm not afraid. That Wang Ying should have been damned in the first place. I've seen it. He skinned and gouged out the eyes of a little girl. Half an hour later, the scene calmed down. Wang Ying was gone. Only a bloody head remained. The women were no longer frantic, but many were still crying out. Even if they got their revenge, their village was finished. Their husbands, their children, all gone. Zhang Chu sighed. This was an ordinary village in the demon ruins, without any power of their own. A random calamity would be extinction. At this moment, Zhang Chu spoke. Qingshan, throw all the corpses into the darkness. Don't let the people of Great Shua City know that their people are dead. Good. The crowd silently processed the scene. Chapter 55, The Choice of a Woman from the White Tea Village. The crowd disposed of the bodies while picking up the legacy of these men. Not long afterward, all the corpses were disposed of and some miscellaneous items piled up in front of Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Tong Qingshan's expression was very disappointed. Sir, these people are so poor. Little Grape was also upset. Sir, they all don't have heavenly bones. Well, today, at a critical moment, Little Grape's lion's roar took the credit for knowing the benefits of the heavenly heartbone. Nowadays, the little girl's eyes were high, and she directly measured her wealth in terms of heavenly heartbones. In the eyes of the Little Grapes, the other side did not have a heavenly heartbone, and that was poor. In fact, Zhang Chu had also discovered that, not to mention treasures like the heavenly heartbone and mustard seed pouch, they didn't even have much in the way of ordinary medicinal herbs. At this time Tong Qingshan said, there is only some gold and silver, some dried meat, and some weapons. Zhang Chu swept a glance and estimated in his mind that the most valuable weapons would be Wang Ruoshi's 2 fiery swords and Wang Ying's pair of sledgehammers. As for gold and silver, They are almost useless to people living in mountain villages, and at most they beat a few pieces of jewelry for the maids. So Zhang Chu said, I'll put the gold and silver away for now. Perhaps it will be useful later on when I go to a big city or come out of the demon ruins. The blazing blade and this pair of sledgehammers. The material should be good, but they are not suitable for us to use directly. When we return to the village, dissolve them and you can remodel your lance. As for the rest of the clothes and sundries, just burn them. Tong Qingshan then piled up those clothes and burned them in one fire. At this moment, Little Grape still muttered in dissatisfaction. How can they be so poor with so many people? They are not as good as the scavenging team we met before. Zhang Chu then laughed. That's normal. The scavenging team that I encountered before was an independent team, and they picked up whatever they could. But Wang Ying and Wang Ruoxi are different. They have their own big city, and besides, they followed Wang Bu out. If they had any eye-catching treasures, they would either be in Wang Bu's hands or, long ago, they would have placed them in Deshua City, and it would be impossible for them to carry heavy treasures with them. Hearing Zhang Chu say that, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape were both a bit disappointed. How annoying. Little Grape pouted. A little upset. Zhang Chu then laughed. Aren't there 2 more unicorns? I think those 2 are good. They can be used as mounts in the short term. And if you need to travel far in the future, you can save a lot of time by riding them. This kind of unicorn should be the mounts that were specially tamed by the Great Shua City. They had almost no offensive power and were docile in nature. Even when Zhang Chu had brought Wang Ying and the others to a regimentation, these unicorns did not riot. And Tong Qingshan said, it seems that in the future, it's better to form your own scavenging team. It's more greasy. Zhang Chu then laughed. What? You want to scavenge yourself? Tong Qingshan nodded. If we just hunt ordinary prey, given 3 years, we're afraid that we'll have a hard time cultivating to the Fate Well Great Circle. The supplies are too scarce. However, if we can pick up the corpses of many great demons and the treasures of outside cultivators, then our cultivation speed will definitely be much faster. Zhang Chu mused. These things, go back and talk about them. Because, there was another big problem in front of the 3 Zhang Chus now. What about the 30 or 40 women? At this moment, Zhang Chu, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape lit a pile of fire. The 3 of them surrounded the fire and kept adding firewood to it. The fire crackled. Zhang Chu's mind was constantly thinking about how these women should be treated. After those 30 to 40 young women finished their work, they all came in front of Zhang Chu's trio as well. They knelt down at the same time and kowtowed to the 3 Zhang Chu. Tong Qingshan is the most afraid of this. He is a bit at a loss for words, hastily waving his hands. You guys get up. What are you doing? Little Grape, on the other hand, blinked her big eyes and leaned close to Zhang Chu. Although she was small, she was very sympathetic and wise. She seemed to have a premonition of something. Zhang Chu, on the contrary, looked frank as he sat on a small bench and was slightly silent for a while before he asked, which one of you is true to his word? I am Bai Ruolin. A young woman in the lead said, my father was originally the village chief of White Tea Village, but now that he's dead, nowadays, everyone listens to me. The other women hurriedly nodded. Yes, we all listen to Ruolin. Zhang Chu sized up Bai Ruolin. This was a very clear woman, and there was some rigidity in her sad demeanor. This extinction has made this otherwise tender woman strong. At this time, Zhang Chu asked, what are your own plans? Bai Ruolin suddenly bit her lip as she removed her blouse while kowtowing to Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Immediately afterward, Bai Ruolin said, we implore the 2 good men to stay. You are great heroes. You stay. We'll give you a bunch of kids. We'll do everything for you. Please, don't mind us. After saying that, Bai Ruolin touched the ground with her forehead and stopped getting up. Behind Bai Ruolin, the other women spoke up. 2 good men, please stay. We are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. With that, all the women touched the ground with their foreheads, and some even whimpered. Tong Qingshan was a bit flustered. He was not afraid of killing people, but he was afraid of people kneeling down and begging him. Moreover, there were still so many women kneeling on the ground begging him. However, Zhang Chu did not make a sound. He did not even stop to add wood to the fire, as if these women kneeling on the ground had nothing to do with him. Sir? Little Grape spoke timidly. Zhang Chu pondered for a while before he said faintly, you guys are thinking too much. Qingshan and we won't stay. Bai Ruolin raised her head at once and looked at Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan with a desperate expression. Benefactor, if you don't care about us, sooner or later, we will starve to death or be eaten by fierce beasts. Another woman also cried and wailed. Without men, we women, even with the blessing of the guardian gods, won't survive 3 days. At this moment, Bai Rulan suddenly took out a knife and put it across her neck. Benefactor, if you won't stay, then why don't you even kill us together, and still have a good time? Tong Qingshan ate this up, and as soon as he took a look at Bai Rulan's appearance, he was a bit anxious. Don't be impulsive. You guys. And then, Tong Qingshan looked at Zhang Chu. Sir, this. Zhang Chu smiled faintly. To think that Tong Qingshan, you're still a lover. Tong Qingshan was a bit embarrassed. Zhang Chu then spoke. Bai Rulan, you're very smart, but this kind of smartness, don't exert it on me. In fact, Zhang Chu understood their calculations in his heart. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were so powerful. If they stayed, then they, the women, would have a good life in the future. However, if Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan left, there was only one way for them to go, and that was to go to other villages and seek refuge. Once they go to other villages, they will naturally be inferior, and in the future, not to mention normal marriage and children, even if they eat, they may not be able to eat. In the future, they can only work as slaves for people in exchange for food. They didn't want to be reduced to slaves of other villagers, so what they longed for the most was for Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan to stay. However, Zhang Chu said, according to the rules of the demon ruins, after all the men in the village have died, they should go to a nearby village to seek help. Bai Rulan's face turned pale as soon as she heard Zhang Chu's words, but soon, as if Bai Rulan had made up her mind, she raised her head, looked at Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, and suddenly spoke. If you can't stay, then please allow us to follow you. You guys want to follow us? Zhang Chu was surprised. Immediately after that, Zhang Chu said, you guys should be clear. The road we're going to take is very far. It's all mountainous. It's not easy to walk. Bai Rulan, however, spoke with a firm tone. Yes, we're going with you. Immediately afterward, Bai Rulan said as if confessing, if, on the other hand, we had never seen men as powerful as you, then we would surely have found a village at random, begged for a mouthful of food, and lived our lives humbly. But after seeing how powerful you are, I'm not willing to let us go to an ordinary village and serve those stupid fools. You are the real men. Only by following you can we live and realize the joy of being a woman. Please, take us away. We won't be sure we won't slow you down. The other women kowtowed together, and at the same time cried out, please, take us away. We wish to follow strong men. Chapter 56, Killing the Wave Mountain. The women of White Tea Village kowtowed one after another, and both Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan could sense that they truly wanted to follow the two of them out. Because, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were too powerful. The women of the demon market are like that. They dream of marrying the most powerful man. Because, only a strong man is guaranteed to live. Even if you can't marry a powerful man, it's the dream of all women to marry into a powerful village. Little Grape was very kind. She gently shook Zhang Chu's hand. Sir, they are so pitiful. Will you take them away? Tong Qingshan also said, yes sir, if we leave them to the other villages. In case the people from the Wang family of Dashua City come after them, our whereabouts will inevitably be leaked. We can't be like those bandits and kill them all, can we? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Chu. The women all saw that only Zhang Chu could decide their fate. Tong Qingshan and Little Grape all listened to Zhang Chu's orders. In fact, Zhang Chu was not cold-blooded, and he had long since made up his mind that he should take these women away. The reason for the long silence was just so that these women could cherish the opportunity. After a while of silence, Zhang Chu then spoke. If you guys want to come with us, that's fine. As soon as the women heard that Zhang Chu had loosened up, they were all happy and hurriedly kowtowed to Zhang Chu. However, Zhang Chu said immediately afterward, however, if you want to go with us, you have to abide by our rules. Bai Rulan hurriedly said, don't worry, benefactor, you saved us women. From now on, we'll do whatever you want us to do. Yes, we're obedient, as long as it keeps us alive. Zhang Chu nodded his head. Yes, when you arrive at our village, there will naturally be arrangements. For now, you guys get ready. When it's dawn, we'll be on our way. The women were instantly elated. They first called for water and cleaned their bodies. They were covered in blood from killing Wang Ying before. And then, Tong Qingshan took out the dried meat and asked them to boil a pot of broth to drink. Because Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan can see that most of these women, frail, obviously malnourished, not enough to eat, walking the mountain road will not go far. When the women saw Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan giving them food, they were instantly relieved. For them, the women of the small mountain villages, food was the most precious treasure, and the fact that the men were willing to give them food meant that they were willing to protect them. Dawn broke, the sunlight swept away the darkness, and the demon ruins came back to life. Jiang Chu brought everyone with him and left the White Tea Village, preparing to return to the Date Leaf Village. Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan had one unicorn each, with little grape riding on Tong Qingshan's neck, while the other women followed behind the unicorns, slowly moving forward. The procession is too slow. It won't be chased by Wang Bu's men, right? Tong Qingshan was a little worried. With so many women at once, I'm afraid it will take 20 to 30 days to cover the distance that was originally more than 10 days. The procession's march slowed down, all at once. However, Jiang Chu was confident. Don't worry, Wang Bu can't react that fast. At this moment, he's probably wandering under the Burial King Mountain. As soon as Tong Qingshan pondered over it, he instantly reacted. Right, that Wang Bu. I'm afraid he wouldn't even dream of thinking that we've already broken away from the Burial King Mountain. At the bottom of the Burial King Mountain, Wang Bu's team was burning a fire to cook while Wang Bu looked towards the direction of the Burial King Mountain. Where are the strange people? Wang Bu frowned. This morning, he surprisingly did not find any shadow of the three Jiang Chu. At this moment, an attendant served a bowl of broth and brought it over to Wang Bu. Boss, you should eat while it's hot first. Wang Bu nodded his head and did not take this matter of Jiang Chu's three missing people to heart. Anyway, this was the only way to leave the buried King Mountain, and he didn't believe that Jiang Chu and the others could sprout wings and fly out. Keep an eye on the mountain for me, and notify me immediately if there is any movement. Wang Bu gave the order. Yes, several attendants agreed. I don't know how Wang Ying and Ruwashi's matter is done. Last night, I actually dreamed of Ruwashi and Wang Ying when they were children. Inexplicably, Wang Bu's mind, remembering his own younger siblings. But soon, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With Wang Ruwashi watching over Wang Ying, he expected that nothing would happen. Keep an eye on Burial King Mountain. Don't let a single cricket out. Wang Bu shouted again. Yes, Jiang Chu's group walked among the mountains and forests at a speed that wasn't too slow, and Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan didn't deliberately slow down their pace. Most of the women, at first, couldn't stomach it and hurried along, but when they realized that Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, they could only grit their teeth and desperately try to keep up. Suddenly, at the back of the line, a woman screamed. Ouch! The crowd turned around at once to find a girl of 16 or 17 years old, falling to the ground, beads of sweat all over her forehead. At this moment, the girl was covering her feet in some pain, looking like she was about to cry. Ying, what's wrong with you? Bai Rulan asked hurriedly. Many women also stopped. On one hand, they were concerned about Ying. On the other hand, they also wanted to take a break. I broke my foot, Ying said with a sobbing voice. Qingshan, go take a look, Jiang Chu said. Tong Qingshan placed little grape on the unicorn and walked towards Ying. He took a moment to check it out, and then immediately pinched Ying's ankle and twisted it gently. With a crunching click, the sprain in Ying's ankle was instantly corrected. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan said, it's nothing serious, it's just that his physique is too poor. It's fine now. On the other hand, Jiang Chu saw that Ying was wearing a pair of rudimentary straw shoes, and her paws were worn out. At this moment, Jiang Chu observed the other women. The others were found to be much the same, most of them having worn out their paws long ago, only they all kept their mouths together and didn't say a word. It was obvious that they were tired and in pain, but they didn't want to fall off the wagon. Jiang Chu sighed in his heart, the body weakness caused by long-term malnutrition. It was indeed difficult for them to walk such a long distance up the mountain at once, but Jiang Chu knew that he couldn't be too accommodating to these women. Otherwise, they slack off. If these women were to realize the benefits of being delicate and feel the sympathy of Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan, it would lead to a lot of trouble. By that time, a road that could have been traveled in 20 days might take 30 days or more. Therefore, Jiang Chu pretended not to see their pain and directly said, let's go. Before noon, we have to arrive at Lang Lang Mountain, where there is a nest of wild boars that can be hunted for meat. After saying that, Jiang Chu urged the unicorn and continued to lead the way forward. Although Tong Qingshan was somewhat unable to bear it, he especially listened to Jiang Chu's words, and the two of them continued to travel in the direction of Mt. Lang Lang. The women could only grit their teeth and follow without a word. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a few bloody footprints on the stretch of road they had traveled. Finally, Mt. Wave is here. It was noon at the moment. The sun was hot, the heat was rising, and it was hot enough to make one's head spin. Jiang Chu pointed to a dense forest not far away. Go rest in there. When the women heard this order, they all let out a sound of relief. Before, everyone had been walking on a breath of air. and their brains weren't even spinning, almost mute. Now, finally, it's time to rest. Soon, the crowd entered this dense forest, and Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan tethered the unicorn to a tree. When the women entered the grove, they lay down on all fours, unimaginatively, breathing heavily and resting their tired bodies. However, Bai Rulan did not rest, but carefully walked to Zhang Chu and asked in a low voice, "Benefactor, do we need to cook? Firewood and water, we women can get, but food. Also, after being tired for half a day, does Benefactor need to take a bath and rest? I can arrange for someone to ease the tendons and bones of the Benefactor and rub his body." At this moment, Bai Rulan seemed like a tireless slave housekeeper, very humble. When the other women took a look at Bai Rulan like this, they also reacted at once. Cooking and waiting for the men to rest was originally what the demon market women were supposed to do. Many women stood up at once, waiting for Zhang Chu's arrangement. Just then, though, a woman suddenly screamed and exclaimed, "Ah, pig demon!" Chapter 57, Tong Qingshan battles the boar demon. A woman's scream instantly puts all the women on edge. The crowd followed the woman's voice, only to see, between the dense forests, a huge boar, as if it was a small mountain, gasping for air and staring at everyone with a deadly stare. The boar had bloodshot eyes bigger than watermelons, 2 huge tusks flared out, and thick legs thicker than the uprights of a house. What was even more terrifying was that the hairs on his body seemed to stand up like hedgehogs, glistening with a metallic luster, looking as if he was a steel beast. Seeing this wild boar, many women instantly scared all over the body, trembling, wanting to run, but the feet dead cannot make strength. All body is soft, almost paralyzed. Despair was written on many of the women's faces. They smelled death. Even Bai Rulan, who had always been strong, was so scared at the moment that her face turned white and she was close to losing her voice, opening her mouth to shout, but she couldn't shout anything. However, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, as well as Little Grape, had bland expressions. At this time, Zhang Chu said indifferently, "Qingshan, kill the pig." "Alright." Tong Qingshan lifted his spear and walked towards the wild boar in large strides. When Tong Qingshan stood out and blocked between the women and the big boar, those women who were so panicked that they couldn't even stand steadily, as if they suddenly ate an elixir of immortality, they were no longer panicked. Many women looked at Tong Qingshan's back and a strange emotion rose in their hearts. "It's so nice to have a man around," a woman said with a sob. "Well, he'll protect us." There were also women who were filled with worry. "That boar is so big, can it be beaten?" At this moment, all the women tensed up. They stared at Tong Qingshan's back with their hearts in their throats. In front of that boar that was like a small mountain of steel, Tong Qingshan's figure appeared too thin. Although Zhang Chu and Little Grape acted calmly, these women didn't know anything about cultivation. They could only see with their naked eyes that Tong Qingshan was tiny in front of the wild boar. Someone prayed, "Something must not be wrong. Just scare it away. Don't get hurt." Someone else turned pale and recalled something, the big wild boar in Lang Lang Mountain. I used to hear from the old people that there was once a hunting team of 14 people that died in Lang Lang Mountain, bitten to death by a wild boar. The crowd was horrified when they heard this. "Please God, let that boar go away." However, just at this moment, the boar suddenly moved. It squealed and rushed towards Tong Qingshan, trench. Along the way, countless thick tree trunks were shattered, birds and dirt flew about, and the entire dense forest was knocked out into a channel several meters wide, while the area around the channel was a mess. A terrible sense of oppression crashed head-on, and all the women tensed to the point of suffocation. Instead, Tong Qingshan shook his spear and not only did he not retreat, but instead, he charged forward with great strides. Trench! The great boar's enormous head lifted, its 2 tusks glowing as a circle of divine lines spread out. Wherever the divine ripple passed, trees held by 3 people directly burst into pieces, and large swathes of land were lifted off the ground with a horrifying sound. Tong Qingshan stabbed the big boar's brow. At the same time, the tip of his spear swung out a circle of divine lines, which annihilated each other after colliding with the large boar's divine lines. The big boar wasn't stupid. Just when Tong Qingshan's gun was about to pierce its brow, the big boar's head tilted, and one of its tusks happened to block Tong Qingshan's gun tip. Knock! Terrifying tremors came from where the 2 sides exchanged blows, and even the earth trembled for a moment. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan took several steps back, while the big boar stumbled and rolled towards one side. The scene was a mess as the boar's massive flesh crushed countless trees. Tong Qingshan also shook off his hand and bared his teeth. This blow, he was not easy to bear either. His arm was numbed by the shock. Around them, the women were thrilled and surprised to see this. There were women who clenched their fists in death, although they could not speak, but their hearts were stirred up and they could not wait to hug Tong Qingshan on the spot. There were also women who exclaimed, filled with delight, too strong, he was able to beat the boar to a roll. Awesome! Some people even had stars in their eyes. They had forgotten the tiredness of their bodies, and at the moment there was only excitement and elation. Little Grape also clapped her hands vigorously. Daddy, kill it and eat the pork. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, smiled faintly. He could not imagine that this big boar would be able to evenly match Tong Qingshan. In that case, it was most in line with Zhang Chu's expectations, because Zhang Chu hoped that Tong Qingshan would make a breakthrough along the way. If you want to consolidate your realm, treasures, precious medicines, and sharpening with flagrant battles are indispensable. That big boar was also enraged. It squealed and climbed up, charging at Tong Qingshan once again. At the same time, behind the back of this large boar, 3 sets of star points were unexpectedly lit up, and each of these 3 sets of star points, each arranged in a different shape, had 6 bright and radiant stars in each set. When Zhang Chu saw this, he was startled and opened his mouth to shout, Qingshan, be careful. It is also practicing the Heavenly Dipper 36 changes, and moreover, there are 18 cave life wells. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I never thought that this pig demon is still a tough guy. Come on. Although Tong Qingshan's demonic Dan only had 12 cave life wells, his acupoint life wells had opened up to 24 cave life wells. In a single aspect, Tong Qingshan's realm was low, but he was a dual cultivator, and the strength of his flesh was even stronger than this boar. At this moment, there was a battle fire burning in Tong Qingshan's heart as his lance once again enveloped the large boar. This boar also screamed, using its tusks as knives, and touched Tong Qingshan again and again with hard blows, swords and shadows, and fierce moves. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves passed, and all the women's hearts were in their throats. Many women's eyes went straight, unable to read, but afraid to miss a beat. Sir, shall we help Daddy? Little Grape was also filled with worry. However, Zhang Chu shook his head. There is no need to help. What Qingshan lacks is combat experience. Moreover, combat can accelerate his realm breakthrough. This journey will take more than 20 days. We cannot let Qingshan waste his cultivation. Oh, Little Grape seemed to understand. In fact, having fought until this moment, Zhang Chu's palms were also sweating. After all, the other party was also an expert of the Heavenly Dipper 36 transformations, and it was also a pig demon. Zhang Chu always felt that pig demon-type beings might have some sort of bonus in their bloodline once they cultivated the Heavenly Dipper 36 changes. However, Zhang Chu still didn't help. An expert needs to be sharpened by fighting over and over again. Moreover, Zhang Chu trusted Tong Qingshan's marksmanship. Finally, at a certain moment, Tong Qingshan saw the right moment and stabbed the pig demon's eyes with a shot. Poof! The boar's blood spilled on the spot. Tong Qingshan's long spear was sent forward, wanting to swing out the divine ripple and completely destroy the boar's head. However, also the boar was not simple. It suddenly backed up while rolling outwards. Its eyes actually broke free from Tong Qingshan's lance. Trench! The boar squealed, as if in a frenzy, and the bristles on its neck stood up like steel needles. Surprisingly inspired, countless steel needles were like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, not only enveloping Tong Qingshan, but also enveloping the women behind Tong Qingshan. Ah! When these women saw this, they cried out in terror. Zhang Chu was also shocked in his heart. He did not expect that this pig demon would have this terrifying group attack method. A blade of mane turned into steel spikes. Each one seemed like a sharp arrow, and an ordinary person was afraid that if they took a hit, they would be finished. At this moment, Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, jerked back and shouted, Yin Yang Wings. Chapter 58, Moving Women. Facing the boar demon's terrifying bristle attack, Tong Qingshan directly executed the bird of prey method. At this moment, around Tong Qingshan, the 2 chi of yin and yang flourished, transforming into a pair of black and white wings. Immediately after that, the pair of wings expanded violently, weaving in and out of the void at extreme speeds, and almost in an instant, they unexpectedly intercepted all the steel needles. This was the gift left to Tong Qingshan by the heavenly heartbone of the bird of prey, and when inspired in its full state, the defense was terrifying, and could even help others withstand attacks. The boar, however, took advantage of Tong Qingshan's inattention and turned around to run, leaving no trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Tong Qingshan immediately wanted to chase, but Zhang Chu shouted, Qingshan, don't chase after the poor enemy. Good. Tong Qingshan put away his gun, then immediately turned back to the group of panicked women and softly asked, "Are you guys alright?" Some of the women hurriedly replied, "It's fine." There were also women who actually lowered their heads and faced Tong Qingshan, full of shyness. An encounter ended in such a hurry, but it was obvious that Tong Qingshan had benefited greatly, and his neck was sweating from this battle, which he had fought so freely. Even Tong Qingshan himself felt that there were hidden signs of a breakthrough in both the demonic Dan and the acupuncture point life well. At this time, a woman came forward and asked Tong Qingshan, "Is benefactor tired? We just fetched water. Why don't we wipe your body?" Tong Qingshan was instantly a bit embarrassed as he looked towards Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, shouted with an expressionless face, "It's time to eat. Qingshan, go and hunt a few tigers and leopards. Go and come back quickly. Right now." Zhang Chu would not allow Tong Qingshan to have any entanglements with these women. It was better to keep a distance. Only in this way will they be able to strengthen their hearts and walk to Date Leaf Village on their own. When Tong Qingshan heard Zhang Chu's command, he immediately mounted the unicorn and directly entered the mountain. Tong Qingshan was an old hunter, good at tracking the footprints and traces of various animals, so there was no need to worry about his safety. At this time Zhang Chu looked at Bai Rulin again. "Start a pot to boil water. There will be meat to eat in a while." Bai Rulin immediately greeted the other women with joy. "Quickly, quickly, prepare to cook. Little Green, you take a few people to pick wild vegetables and fruits. Cui Hong, take a few people to serve Mr. and clean up a clean place so that Mr. and Little Grape can lie down and rest. Chance, take the men and get more dry wood." Under Bai Rulin's arrangement, these women were organized and busy. Before the water boiled, Tong Qingshan came back. It was leading the unicorn, which, on its back, carried quite a bit of prey. 6 man-high rock sheep, 4 panthers the size of small calves, and a couple of half-man-high boars. The prey hitched to the unicorn's back and looked heavy. The women who were setting up the pots were wide-eyed with surprise at the sight. Many women couldn't help but whisper, "My God, this is too powerful. In such a short while, you've hunted so many. This much prey is enough for us to eat for more than 10 days. More than 10 days. These things are well preserved. Bone broth stewed with wild vegetables. It will last for a month." The women were used to starvation when they were in the White Tea Village. In those days, when the hunters from their village went out and were able to shoot a few rabbits or pheasants, as long as they didn't return empty-handed, everyone was happy. In those days, it was often half a month before you could shoot a wild boar, and you often went hungry. What if there wasn't enough meat to eat? We can only dig up wild vegetables, use the bones to make soup, and cook the wild vegetables to eat. They were used to being careful with their money, and when they saw so much prey, they couldn't help but calculate how long they could eat. Zhang Chu then instructed, "Bai Rulin, you first arrange for a few women to strip the meat from the prey and put it in the pot according to the amount of 3 kilograms of meat per person, and then process the rest of the meat, wrap it in the leaves of a large reed, and send it to my side." Bai Rulin sucked in a breath and asked with wide eyes, "Ah, eating meat directly?" Zhang Chu asked rhetorically, "If you don't eat meat, will you have the strength to keep up? That's too wasteful, isn't it?" A woman stammered. Bai Rulin also swallowed a mouthful of water, but she still said, "Sir, do you really want to eat that much at once?" She suspected she'd heard wrong. The other women were a little incredulous, and they, too, felt that it would be a waste to make them eat meat. Actually, these women haven't turned the corner yet. In their inherent conception, women should never eat meat. They just have a mouthful of soup, and meat, they should let men eat. Of course Zhang Chu understood their thoughts. He didn't explain but instead looked at Bai Rulin. "Just go and do as you're told." Bai Rulin was the first to react, and she was so excited that she shouted, 3 pounds per person, boiled meat." Immediately afterward, Bai Rulin educated all the women. "There's no such thing as a waste. Now, we're with the right man. There'll be endless meat to eat later. Those days of not having enough to eat and needing to dig up wild vegetables won't happen again. Whenever you are hungry with a benefactor, you can have food." In a few words, all the women responded that now, it's not like it used to be. The grove was abuzz with heat and laughter. Half an hour later, the crowd began to eat. Many women gnawed on the meat while silently shedding tears, and many had never eaten like this since they were children. "Ooh, I'm not dreaming. I can't believe we're all getting meat. Even if it's a dream, I hope it never wakes up." While Zhang Chu and the 3 of them sat together, Tong Qingshan looked at some of the silent crying women around him and whispered, "Hey, actually, in the past, the women in our Zaoi village were also like this, not being able to eat a good meal for half a year." Little Grape, on the other hand, was wide-eyed. They're all so pathetic. Jiang Chu didn't make a sound. In fact, in the mountain village of the demon market, where was it easy? Soon the crowd finished their meal. At this time, Bai Rulin led the women to brush the pots and wash the dishes, and even called for water to wash Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan's bodies. However, the two just washed their faces and didn't let them get too close to the two. At this time, Jiang Chu ordered again. Bai Rulin, take a few women and strip the skin off these prey, process them, and cut a few pairs of shoes out. After Jiang Chu said this, Bai Rulin's nose immediately turned sour and she almost couldn't help but cry. She finally realized that Jiang Chu actually knew that they had suffered, and Jiang Chu wasn't that cold and remembered to make shoes for them. Yes, Bai Rulin slightly cried as she bent down to Jiang Chu. When the other women heard this, they were also instantly moved to tears. Many of them knelt down and heavily kowtowed to Jiang Chu. They could only use this way to express the gratitude in their hearts. Soon, Bai Rulin greeted the women, cutting fur and making shoes. Tong Qingshan's prey was large enough that the pelts were perfectly adequate for a pair of shoes for each of them. After resting for a while, Jiang Chu loaded many of the processed meats into his mustard pouch before leading the group and continuing on the road. In the afternoon, the women were clearly acclimated in traveling much faster. Gradually, the sun sank in the west, and the night of the demon market was coming. At this time, Tong Qingshan asked, "Sir, are we looking for a mountain village to borrow a room for the night? Or are we robbing the nests of fierce beasts in the mountains to spend the night? Let's go and rob the mastodon's nest. You go and explore the road. And when you find a suitable place to spend the night, come back and discuss with me right away." Jiang Chu said. Good. Tong Qingshan agreed and immediately charged out on his unicorn. Although the unicorns were not strong in combat, they were as fast as they could be in the mountains, making them perfect for scouting. In fact, Jiang Chu was now bringing so many women with him, it would be most appropriate to find a human village to spend the night. However, Jiang Chu knew deep down that once Wang Bu under the Burial King Mountain sensed that something was wrong, he would inevitably bring his people all the way to track him down. If Jiang Chu entered a small human village, then it would easily reveal their direction of travel. Once the direction is exposed, then what would have taken 30 to 50 days to track down Zaoyi village may not take more than 10 days to do so. Jiang Chu and the others weren't homicidal maniacs. It was impossible for them to pass by a village and slaughter it, so the safest way was to not enter any mountain villages. Not long afterward, Tong Qingshan returned on his unicorn. Well, Jiang Chu asked. At this time, Tong Qingshan pointed to a group of mountains at his back. Sir, we can't go over this area. I noticed that a lot of things have been contaminated. We should avoid it. Jiang Chu nodded his head. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan pointed to a piece of mountains in the east. That piece won't work either. There are a few villages in that piece. It's the hunting area of those villages. There are traces of human activities. If we move around that area and are encountered, we might reveal our whereabouts. After saying that, Tong Qingshan pointed to a piece of mountain on the south side. His eyes filled with excitement. Over there is a big guy. I just don't know if I can take it. As soon as Jiang Chu looked at Tong Qingshan's expression, he knew that the place that Tong Qingshan was looking at was definitely not simple. Chapter 59, White Turtle Fishing. What's in that mountain? Jiang Chu asked. Tong Qingshan whispered. It's a mountain turtle. I looked at it from afar and felt that it should be stronger than me, but it doesn't have that deathly oppressive feeling. Jiang Chu's eyes immediately lit up. Higher than our realm, but not by much? Tong Qingshan nodded. I shouldn't have reached the great perfection of the Well of Destiny. Otherwise, the oppressive power of the small prohibition would be enough for me to stay away from it. A small ban is a special kind of induction between cultivators. Generally speaking, if the other party's realm is one small realm higher than yours, then the weaker person, who can feel some sort of throbbing from the depths of his divine soul, won't challenge easily. Whether it was in the Great Wasteland or in the Demon Ruins, it was extremely difficult to cross the level of challenge. This gap between small realms was then called a small ban, and not feeling the minor prohibition meant that the other party was the same minor realm as himself, unless the other party deliberately hid their strength. However, in the Demon Ruins, very few beings would deliberately hide their power, as that would require suppressing the operation of their own power, which was not conducive to cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Chu's eyes lit up. Alright then, let's go find him and see. Lead the way. Tong Qingshan instantly turned with his team and headed towards a hillside. Not long afterward, the group arrived at the halfway point of a mountain, and all of them hid behind a huge rock and watched towards the valley not far below. There is a large, clear river running through there, which seems to be quiet. and the banks are wooded and lush. At this moment, Tong Qingshan pointed to a riverbank. Look, sir. There it is. Jiang Chu and Little Grape looked in the direction that Tong Qingshan had indicated. Sure enough, there was a river bank there with white sand, and it looked like a nice view. The most interesting thing was a huge white turtle, lying motionless on the edge of the riverbank. Look closely, the white turtle's front paw, actually holding a white fishing rod hanging in the water. It seems to be fishing. It can actually fish. Little Grape blinked, very curious. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Such a large white turtle. The meat must be delicious. Of course, Jiang Chu also sensed from afar that on this white turtle, there was a special kind of spiritual dynamic chi that was very extraordinary. Well, Tong Qingshan asked in a low voice, I'm afraid it's not good to kill. It feels like this thing has spirituality. It's different from ordinary demons. Jiang Chu said. Then let's change the demon challenge? Tong Qingshan asked. Jiang Chu shook his head. No, just pick it. This turtle type of being, even if we can't beat it, we should be able to run away. Its speed should be a weak point. After saying that, Jiang Chu turned his head to Bai Ruolin. You guys stay here and don't move. We'll go kill that white turtle. And tonight, we'll stay in the white turtle's cave. Bai Ruolin's face turned white, and she hurriedly said, You guys must be careful. I've heard about that white turtle, and every New Year's Eve, the several surrounding villages, all have to pay tribute to it. Jiang Chu was instantly surprised. You guys have heard of it? At this moment, the other women whispered. That's right. I heard from the old people in the village in the past that the white turtle has a spiritual nature, and if we don't pay tribute to him, a lot of people will die in the village. Yes, I heard. There is a Masan village, is because did not pay tribute to the white turtle. That year, their village suddenly had a flood. A well inside, suddenly came out a spring, drowned a lot of people. Jiang Chu immediately asked in a low voice, If you pay tribute, what are you paying tribute to it? Bai Ruolin said, It's a herb called fishtail grass. Jiang Chu calculated in his heart that this fishtail grass, a special bait for fishing, was said to be able to catch some special fish. It seems that the white turtle really likes to fish. At this moment, Jiang Chu said, Let's quietly approach it later and see if we can give it a sneak attack. Soon, Jiang Chu, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape quietly approached that white turtle, and they weaved their way through the dense forest to the edge of the white sand beach. There will be no cover next. Be careful, Jiang Chu whispered. Tong Qingshan gripped his lance tightly and stared at the white turtle, the fire of battle igniting in his chest. Little Grape also joined her mouth and nodded her head vigorously, her large eyes cooing and glowing with excitement as this was the first time Little Grape had been involved in a hunt. Be careful to approach it. As long as we get close to it for 30 meters, it won't be able to discover us, and I'll be able to exterminate it. Jiang Chu whispered. Good. Then let's approach it carefully. With that, the three of them walked out of the dense forest and lay down on the beach, as if they were three large bugs, creeping forward. But just then, the white turtle suddenly flung his rod and no fish was caught. However, the fish hooks were thrown out of the water and anchored towards the three. Jiang Chu. Not good. It has long since discovered us. Tong Qingshan instantly exclaimed and stood up at once. Jiang Chu and Little Grape also hurriedly rolled to the side. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to hide. And at that moment, with a whistling sound, the hook pierced the spot where the Little Grape had just been lying. It was a golden red hook, curved and barbless, and looked surprisingly pretty, as if it were a boiled shrimp. And after the hook landed on the ground, the fish line suddenly tensed, and immediately afterward, the hook unexpectedly stabbed towards the small grapes. This old white turtle, he actually has his eye on the little grapes. Duck! Jiang Chu shouted. Little Grape jumped up with a fish leap, followed by her turning around and running towards the dense forest. Until this moment, that white turtle still didn't turn around. It had its back to Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan, and the fish hook kept turning, chasing after the little grapes. But Little Grape was nimble. She ran as if she were a scampering duckling, looking waddling but running fast, dodging the hooks in the blink of an eye and burrowing into the dense forest. At the same time, Tong Qingshan held his long spear and rushed towards that white turtle with great strides. Jiang Chu also charged towards the white turtle in large strides. At this moment, the white turtle suddenly turned around. It still held a white fishing rod in its paw. At the same time, Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan saw that the corners of this white turtle's mouth rose slightly as if it was smiling. Finally, Tong Qingshan rushed close to the white monster, and his lance stabbed directly at the white turtle's head. The white turtle's head shrank, and the upper and lower two white turtle shells closed, as if they were muscles. and the two shells unexpectedly closed tightly. When, at the same time, Tong Qingshan's lance struck the turtle shell, and at the same time, Tong Qingshan's lance swung with force, the divine pattern stirring away, trying to break the white turtle's turtle shell defense. However, the frightening thing was that after Tong Qingshan's divine pattern touched the white turtle shell, it directly wore out. Divine patterns, surprisingly, couldn't break through its turtle shell. At the same time, the turtle shell suddenly trembled and a terrifying force came from it, directly shocking Tong Qingshan's lance with a buzzing sound. Tong Qingshan's face turned white and he hastily drew his gun and backed away. At the same time, Zhang Chu rushed over, and instead of striking at the turtle shell, he assisted the retreating Tong Qingshan. Well, Zhang Chu asked. Tong Qingshan took a deep breath. This thing's turtle shell, it's a bit hard. At this moment, the white turtle poked its head out again. It looked at Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan and suddenly spoke. I guess, you guys want to occupy my cave and spend the night here. The white turtle's voice was pale and slow, as if it were a high-living old man. Zhang Chu, however, changed his expression drastically. You can talk. One must know that generally speaking, if a demonic being wanted to be able to speak, its realm must be at least close to that of a demon king. In other words, one could not speak until they had reached the first great realm, the great late stage of the spirit-building realm. Therefore, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were instantly stunned. If this white turtle had been hiding its power, then they would be in danger. However, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan really didn't feel the aura of the small prohibition on the white turtle. So for a while, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were in a state of disbelief. However, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan no longer attacked rashly, and at this moment, Zhang Chu took a step forward and said to the white turtle, "You're right. Tonight, we would like to borrow your cave and spend the night." The white turtle laughed as it slowly said, "If you want to live, I'll just leave." So generous? Zhang Chu asked rhetorically. The white turtle, however, said lightly, "Today, I divined for myself that I have a calamity, and the source of this calamity comes from a little girl child. Originally, if I could destroy that little girl, I wouldn't be afraid of you too, but that girl doll ran away, and in that case, why should I be your enemy any longer?" This old turtle's tone was slow and calm, sounding comforting. At this time it continued to say faintly, "Old turtle, I can live for 480 years, all by going with the flow, never acting against the heavens. Since you guys want to live in my cave, then go ahead and I'll just come back when you guys are gone." After saying that, the white turtle actually turned around. Down the river, a jolt into the water, the blink of an eye disappeared. Chapter 60, The White Jade Carp. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan stared. This white turtle even ran away. "No, what's wrong with you, white turtle? You're in a high realm. What are you afraid of?" Tong Qingshan was speechless. Zhang Chu was also slightly stunned. He was not expecting that this white turtle would be so decisive. At this moment, Zhang Chu could not help but sigh. It seems that this white turtle is truly capable of avoiding good fortune and evil, and being able to live for so long is not without cause. It doesn't hurt. It's not even a real match yet, and it ran away. Tong Qingshan was dissatisfied. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, laughed. "Forget it, we were only looking for a place to spend the night, and since this white turtle took the initiative to give up its hiding place, our goal has been achieved." The white turtle was of such a temperament, cautious and careful, and would even do divination. This kind of being could indeed live for a very long time. Zhang Chu twisted his head and looked toward a very conspicuous cave not far away. The cave obviously had traces of plowing and axe cutting. The cave entrance was piled up with white stones, clean and neat, and there were 2 stone doors at the entrance of the cave, on which various flowers, plants, insects and fishes were engraved, and the atmosphere of life was strong. And, in front of the left side of the cave entrance, there was a very elegant kiosk, which was ancient and looked very elegant. Zhang Chu felt that this was no longer considered a cave, but should be counted as a cave. "Tonight, let's land here," Zhang Chu said. Not long after, the 3 of them, Zhang Chu, brought those women to the door of the stone cave. Zhang Chu pushed open the stone door. Suddenly, a rich aura hit his face. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan directly froze. That aura filled with the breath of life, making all those who came into contact with it feel as if they were in a fairyland. At this moment, all of them felt relieved, fresh and full of the power of the breath of life, making everyone feel as if they had come to spring. Zhang Chu even felt that every inch of his skin was breathing, and even his sweat pores were open, desperately absorbing that special kind of aura. This kind of aura was completely different from the aura within the Fate Well, or the mountain and sea diagram. It had the bells and whistles of nature, and when you closed your eyes, great mountains and rivers, and 10,000 miles of green rivers instantly appeared in your mind. So cozy. Little Grape blinked her big eyes, very happy. Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu also came to their senses from the shock, and the two of them glanced at each other, realizing the extraordinary nature of this place. Behind the three, the women were breathing hard as well, many of them opening their arms, wanting to take this feeling into their arms forever. And just then, a huge splash suddenly rose from that river, and the white turtle surfaced again. The crowd immediately looked at the sound and saw that the white turtle was carrying several small white turtles on its back, probably its juniors. At this moment, the white turtle shouted in a slow tone, "By the way, to remind you, the guardian deity of this cave is the pavilion at the entrance, and at night, it needs 3 tails of brocade white jade carp. Always remember to make offerings, or else the pavilion will fly away." The white turtle admonished, "By the way, the brocade white jade carp, there is one inside the cave. Don't hog too much, that's what I've managed to accumulate." Speaking of which, White Turtle's expression looks a little distressed, as if he realizes he's going to hemorrhage money. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, his eyes lit up. Although it was the first time he had heard of this name, it must be extraordinary for it to become a tribute. Zhang Chu then shouted, "Got it, we will treat your fish well so that they can maximize their value." The corners of the white turtle's mouth twitched a few times, but in the end, it sighed. AI. The old turtle goes. The cave was given over, and whatever Zhang Chu did, whatever it said was useless. At this moment, there was some sadness in the white turtle's heart. It felt that it was as if it had given its mate to Zhang Chu. Could it still stipulate the posture? So the white turtle once again burrowed beneath the surface of the river and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Zhang Chu then greeted the crowd. "Let's go into the cave." At this moment, the 3 Zhang Chu led the way, with the women following, crossing over that stone door and entering the cave. Inside the cave, the aura was even more abundant. When the crowd stepped into it, they were soothed physically and mentally, as if they had crossed into a fairy realm, and many of the women's eyebrows danced and couldn't help but jump around. Zhang Chu then surveyed this cave. The interior of the cave was very wide, as if it was a small independent world. Inside, there is a brook running with water and several mysterious fruit trees growing with mysterious fruits hanging from them. In the center of the cave, there was a huge pool, on which spiritual mist curled up. An endless spiritual chi escaped precisely from this pool. Several spirit vines climbed all over the inner walls of the cave, and these spirit vines unexpectedly emitted a soft light, making the cave hazy and not dark. Chirp, chirp. A few bird calls came, and the crowd followed the sound and found that on those mysterious fruit trees, there were even some colorful and very beautiful birds. Carrick, carrick. Another burst of small mouse-like cries. Zhang Chu looked. Another peach tree. There are 3 or 5 small monkeys as big as a fist, agile and cute. So cute. Little Grape said happily. Zhang Chu also praised. What a heavenly paradise. This white turtle really knows how to enjoy himself. It could be seen that those little birds and monkeys, which were not cultivators, were just brightly colored and beautiful, and should be the white turtle's pets. Inside the entire cave, the open spaces were large, and most of them were either covered with pale, mysterious spirit grasses or covered with white, clean stone slabs. It looks like the whole cave is clean and cozy. At this time, the crowd came straight to the pool in the middle of the cave. The surface of the water is full of curling fog. Cannot see the situation inside the clear pool, but Little Grape clapped her hands and cried out happily. Sir, there are so many great big white carp in there. They look so delicious." Without waiting for Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan to see clearly, Little Grape ran to the other side. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan hurriedly followed, only to find that Little Grape had actually found a very large plunge net. She was small, but carrying a big plunge net and was very excited. Immediately after that, Little Grape bent down and the plunge net fished hard inside the spirit pool. A large white carp weighing 5 or 6 pounds was fished right out of Little Grape. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan looked dumbfounded. This big white carp was too beautiful. Its body was as white as jade, and there were a few long whiskers in front of its mouth, which were like dragon's whiskers, surprisingly golden in color, and looked mysterious and incomparable. This is the gene by jade carp, which has a soft white light all over its body, and carries a special fragrance of its own, as if it is made of a rich spiritual chi. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan swallowed a mouthful of water at the same time. This thing, it was absolutely delicious. Of course, Zhang Chu didn't forget the old turtle's instructions as he spoke. Little Grape, fish out 3 first and offer them to the pavilion god at the cave entrance. Yes, Little Grape bent over the fish again. Bai Rulin, on the other hand, brought a few pots to hold the fished fish. Soon, Jiang Chu sent the 3 tails of jade white carp to the outside of the cave, and the small pavilion glowed slightly, and the 3 tails of jade white carp instantly transformed into a spiritual chi that wrapped around the small pavilion. The night of the demon market is here. At the entrance of the cave, the kiosk lit up with a soft light that enveloped the entire cave. Jiang Chu closed the door of the cave, and inside the cave, there was still flowing water, peaceful and tranquil. Little Grape, how many fish are in this pool? Jiang Chu asked. Little Grape cocked her head. I can't count them. There are too many. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu was overjoyed. Ha ha, then tonight, let's eat fish. Chapter 61 Stewing Big Fish in a Treasure Tripod. At the pool, Grape carried a plunge net and shouted with great joy. Big Head, you come here. It's you. Hey. Ha ha ha, still trying to run. I caught you. Miss Ao, go aside. You're too skinny. I don't want to eat you. Fatma, come here. Yes, that's you. So fat. Come here and I'll taste it. Is your meat good? A brocade white jade carp was fished up by Little Grape, and behind Little Grape, a few women were carrying pots, smiling happily and closing their mouths. Aya, look guys, there's a big pot here. Why don't we use this to cook the fish? A woman's exclamation came. Hearing this, Jiang Chu immediately walked over. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chu was shocked. It was not a pot at all, but a large cauldron. The cauldron was as tall as a man, cast in red copper, golden red in color, inscribed with mysterious and ancient patterns, birds and beasts. Where have the women seen this kind of thing? Not to mention them, even Tong Qingshan, also do not recognize this thing at all. The mountain villages of the demon market. The knowledge is not scarce, but not. Sir, this pot is indeed big. Tong Qingshan said. Jiang Chu reached out to caress this cauldron and spoke. It's not a pot. It's a tripod. A precious tripod. Ha, is this the tripod? Tong Qingshan's mouth opened wide, and his eyes instantly caught fire. Previously, when he was in the Zhao village, Jiang Chu had mentioned that when boiling treasure medicines, if they were boiled in a treasure cauldron, it would allow for a great addition to the medicinal effects. However, at that time, Jiang Chu didn't have a precious tripod and could only use ordinary pots to refine medicines. But even that had caused the people of Zhao village to have their strength changed drastically. At this moment, a precious tripod was right in front of them, and Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan were instantly overjoyed. Jiang Chu spoke. Then let's use this tripod to cook the fish. The women brought in the spiritual liquid from the spiritual pool and began to build a fire to boil the water. Underneath the golden red copper cauldron, the flames flourished, and in a short while, the spiritual liquid boiled up, and a burst of biting, sweet-smelling scent poured into everyone's nostrils. Everyone gathered around the cauldron and stared at it carefully. Wow! There's a rainbow! Little Grape exclaimed, and the others stared wide-eyed and incredulously at the top of the cauldron, only to see an extremely clear rainbow emerge from the rolling spiritual mist steaming up from the cauldron. Immediately afterward, within the boiling cauldron, the gurgling and bubbling sound suddenly became regular, and gradually, that sound began to change, and a mysterious roar came from it. Listening carefully, it was as if there were sacrificial voices among those roars, vaguely heard across the distant river of time. Closing his eyes, he could even feel that certain ancient tribes of ancestors, a group of ragged ancient people, were dancing an ancient ritual dance, clapping animal skin drums, and chanting distant ritual scriptures. The women were shocked and stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Jiang Chu, Tong Qingshan as well as Little Grape then began to be mesmerized as that ancient sound was unceasingly heard, as if it was trying to lead the cultivator to listen to the sound of the great Tao. But soon the 3 men came to their senses. That voice was too muffled to convey any valid information to the trio. However, Jiang Chu understood that this great cauldron definitely contained a great secret. Alright, release the fish, Jiang Chu said. Tong Qingshan personally brought a large basin and threw a dozen brocade white jade carp into the cauldron at once. At this moment, the cauldron unexpectedly emitted a red glow. Immediately afterward, the surface of the cauldron became hazy and incomparable, and those ancient figure carvings, flowers, plants, insects and fish, seemed to be resurrected as if they had been resurrected, and a rich breath of life blossomed out. The crowd watched carefully, and their divine sense was violently pulled into a mysterious world, where the mountains and waters were clear and the environment was beautiful. Mysterious strange birds were rampant in the sky, and there were fierce beasts preying on the ground. However, in the next second, the crowd's divine sense returned, and everyone was merely seeing certain phantoms. So powerful. The origin of this grand cauldron. I'm afraid it's very impressive. Tong Qingshan said. Jiang Chu nodded his head as well. It is very impressive. It seems that the white turtle has gotten a great creation after living for these hundreds of years. This precious tripod is considered a gift from the white turtle to us. Little Grape tilted her head, blinking her big eyes, a little incomprehensible. When did the white turtle say she wanted to give a gift to Mr.? However, seeing Jiang Chu's indifferent expression, she instantly stopped thinking about it. Suddenly, a mysterious, clear scent was transmitted from the precious tripod. When the crowd smelled this fresh fragrance, they immediately felt the cravings in their stomachs being hooked up, and Jiang Chu even felt as if there was a small hand in his throat that couldn't wait to directly grab the ingredients inside the cauldron. Jiang Chu said at once, "All right, the fire has arrived. Put out the fire." In fact, the time it took for these brocade white jade carp to go into the pot was very short, and these things were originally the top ingredients between heaven and earth, so they could be eaten as soon as they were scalded with water. At the moment, Tong Qingshan held a large spoon as if he was a chef, and served out the fattest piece of fish inside. As soon as this fish came out of the pot, the surrounding area was dense and boiling, the colorful haze flowed, and the sweet and fragrant taste drilled into everyone's nostrils, making those who smelled these flavors feel refreshing, like lifting the haze to soar. It smells so good. Little Grape couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, her big eyes full of longing. However, Tong Qingshan delivered this big fish to Jiang Chu. "Sir." Jiang Chu nodded slightly. "Well, fish them all out and let's split them up, because this brocade white jade carp was not a demon, but a treasure. Even an ordinary human body could withstand it, and there was no need to be too much preoccupation." Soon the women were also busy, and each got a brocade white jade carp. However, Jiang Chu didn't move his chopsticks, and no one else dared to move. Even when Little Grape was craving and biting her own fingers, she was very disciplined. Finally, Jiang Chu gently tasted a small mouthful. This brocade white jade carp's person was fat but not greasy, fresh and juicy. Just entering Jiang Chu's mouth, it directly melted away. A special fragrance, accompanied by a rich breath of life, melted in Jiang Chu's mouth, and a soothing sensation instantly spread throughout his entire body. It was too delicious, even better than the meat of those great demons, and the ointment that was boiled down. It was simply an ultimate taste sensation. At the same time, Jiang Chu felt that a mysterious power had entered his acupoints, flesh and blood, as well as his bones. This power was not violent, but very soft, completely different from the spiritual power in the well of life. If the spiritual energy in the well of life brought the cultivator a fiery and rigid theory, then what this fish brought to the cultivator was a moist and silent softness. It combined with that rigid spiritual energy, making the cultivator's flesh and blood and meridians full of toughness. The life well is power, while the kumi hakoi is nourishment. "Well?" Tong Qingshan asked as he looked at Jiang Chu. At this moment, everyone was still looking at Jiang Chu with bated breath. Jiang Chu immediately said, "It's good for everyone to eat it together. We don't have to worry about being injured by the violent spiritual energy. It can warm up our flesh." The crowd moved their chopsticks at once, and for a moment, everyone marveled out. "Well, it's so delicious." Little Grape hugged the fish and nibbled it furiously, not like a little lady at all, but with a wild air instead. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, had a rosy face, and while eating, he said, "Sir, I feel that my second yoke is going to break through, and some of the dark injuries that were in my body before are getting better." Jiang Chu nodded his head and spoke, "On the path of cultivation, one cannot always just move forward. If one is too rigid and busy, one's flesh and body will be like steel that has been forged repeatedly, and may fatigue and break. The only way to go far is to be rigid and flexible." Tong Qingshan instantly agreed. "I understand. Perhaps tonight, my demonic Dan will be able to break through the 12th cave life well and cross over into a new world. Eat more and strive for a breakthrough. This journey will take a long time. Don't waste your cultivation," Jiang Chu admonished. Tong Qingshan nodded. "Aha! Around." Many women also burst into exclamations of surprise. You guys see? My feet were worn out during the day, but now they are even better. Not a single injury left." "Yeah, and my injuries are completely healed. And I feel like I'm all energized now. I've never felt so good. This is a divine fish. In the past, even the men of the village could not eat it, but we did. I feel that my face has become watery." The meal was quickly finished and everyone was full, with satisfied and happy smiles on their faces. Bai Rulan first commanded some women to clean up the place. Immediately afterward, Bai Ruolin selected 6 beautiful-looking women and came in front of Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. She bent down slightly and said to Zhang Chu, "Mr. Benefactor, Little Lord, you guys are tired from this journey. I see that there is a shallow pool next to that spirit pond. So let's serve Mr. and Benefactor to take a bath." Chapter 62, Cultivating with Spiritual Liquids. Bai Ruolin brought a few women with her, wanting to serve Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan a bath. This time, Zhang Chu didn't refuse as he nodded. "Alright, you guys help Little Grape take a bath first. We'll talk later." Just now, Zhang Chu had already tried the temperature of the water in that pool of spiritual liquid. It was cool and pleasant, and as long as he slightly drizzled a little bit onto his body, all of his fatigue was gone. And as soon as Bai Ruolin saw that Zhang Chu didn't refuse, she instantly became happy as she said, "Alright, we'll serve the young master first." A few of the other women, with leaps of joy and elation on their faces, didn't know what had come to mind. Now, Bai Ruolin and the girls addressed Zhang Chu as Mr. Tong Qingshan as Benefactor, and Little Grape as Little Lord. Zhang Chu didn't correct the way they were called. Surviving in a hostile environment like the demon ruins, it wasn't a bad thing to have a clear primary and secondary relationship. Soon, Little Grape entered that spirit pond, and a few women followed into it as well. The spirit pond's immortal mist curled up, and as soon as they went down, their faces instantly revealed expressions of surprise and relief. "Amazing!" a woman exclaimed in a low voice. "Yes, I feel so amazing with all this water. Even my skin has become tender and hydrated." Another woman chimed in. "I wonder if men would like." Bai Ruolin hurriedly said, "Don't be distracted by any of them. Serve Little Lord well." And Little Grape was kind. "Big sister, you guys wash together. It's so cozy." With that said, Little Grape, as if she were a little frog, swam in the pool. She was a natural swimmer. While swimming, Little Grape also giggled. "Wow, there are so many beautiful things inside this immortal mist. I saw a beautiful big dog with a purple gold body. Is it the legendary Qilin? There's also a bright red bird. It seems to be the vermilion bird that Mr. taught me." Zhang Chu listened with great curiosity. Could it be that there were certain mysterious sights that could be seen in that pool of immortal mist? Sure enough, at that moment, Little Moon spoke again. "Wow, I think I see Sister Moon." In fact, when entering that spiritual pool to bathe, one did not need to be served at all. As long as the spiritual liquid touched one's muscles, it automatically washed away all dirt. At the same time, the majestic breath of life poured into the human body, making the flesh strong and the muscles crystalline. In a short while of work, the Little Grape swimming inside the pool yawned greatly. "Ah, so sleepy, I'm going to sleep." A couple of women found some hay and made a small bed for the Little Grapes to sleep on. Then, the few women invited Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan to enter the spirit pool again. Soon, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan also went into the water. Several women also followed into the water, wanting to help Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan wipe their bodies. And as soon as Zhang Chu entered the pool, he instantly relaxed. Several women surrounded Zhang Chu, scooping up the spiritual liquid and slowly pouring it over Zhang Chu's body. Zhang Chu only felt that his body was permeable, and it was as if the sweat pores on his body had opened up. The soothing and incomparable feeling caused Zhang Chu to enter a state of relaxation and emptiness, both in his body and mind. Zhang Chu even felt that he had suddenly become light and airy, as if he had entered a fairyland. And at this moment, all sorts of mysterious scenes emerged from the mist in the center of the pool. As Zhang Chu carefully observed, his divine sense instantly seemed to have entered a vibrant immortal realm. He saw an exuberant jungle with show deer fairy foxes, spiritual and natural. In the distant meadow, there was the spirit bird Xuanhe, quiet and full of life. Zhang Chu's divine sense was unusually free in this space, and with a single movement of his mind, his divine sense crossed over 10 million miles in an instant. During this time, he saw all sorts of exotic flowers and plants, and a rich and fragrant scent spread out. He saw a patch of green pines and cypresses with fairytale squirrels with tiny tigers the size of dolls. Is this the legendary fairyland? Zhang Chu was shocked in his heart. And during the time that Zhang Chu's divine consciousness was roaming around, that pool of spiritual liquid was also continuously nourishing Zhang Chu's physical body again. Right at that moment, Zhang Chu suddenly felt that his mountain and sea diagram suddenly shuddered. The spiritual liquid in this spiritual pool seemed to have some sort of mysterious connection with the mountain and sea diagram within one's dantian. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu felt that the mountain and sea diagram suddenly generated some kind of terrifying attraction, and a large amount of spiritual liquid directly penetrated through the skin of Zhang Chu's abdomen and seeped into the dantian, and afterward, it surged into the mountain and sea diagram. and that seepage is getting faster and faster and faster. Finally, around Zhang Chu, the spiritual liquid created a vortex and crazily drilled into Zhang Chu's dantian. The mountain and sea diagram wailed and drank, actually directly absorbing this kind of spiritual liquid. The vortex grew stronger and stronger, and soon, the powerful attraction it created. The attraction suddenly threw several of the women around them off balance. Ah! A few women exclaimed at the same time, and were directly carried by those spiritual liquids, slamming into Zhang Chu. The touch of the soft body instantly made Zhang Chu wake up. At this moment, the few women were also very nervous. Their bodies were pressed against Zhang Chu by the attraction created by the spiritual liquid. Unable to move, Zhang Chu was also apoplectic. To be honest, although Zhang Chu had always acted very blandly in the face of these women as if he wasn't interested, he was actually still a big virgin. Neither when he was on Earth nor in the Date Leaf Village had he ever touched a woman. Now, being tightly attached to several women at the same time, it was inevitable that Zhang Chu's heart had some ripples in it. However, in the next moment, Zhang Chu settled his mind. This was not the time to talk about love. He didn't have too special feelings for these women. Thus, Zhang Chu pushed hard and pushed several women to the shore. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu took a deep breath. Don't come close to me. I need to cultivate now. Also, don't disturb Qing Shan and I while we're practicing. We need quiet. A few women hurriedly left. They didn't dare to say anything more, but when they lowered their heads, there was still more or less a bit of resentment in their eyes. Just now, just as they touched Zhang Chu, their bodies went soft, full of hope that they could get something. But in the end, nothing was gained, and several women were suddenly in an empty mood. However, at this moment, Bai Rulin came over and comforted in a low voice. There is no need to lose heart. They are all the strongest men. They need to cultivate. When we return to the village and they are completely relaxed, then we will have a chance. It's not good to think too much now and let them obsess over us. Hearing Bai Rulin comforting her in this way, the few young and beautiful women then hid the grudges in their hearts. And then, the crowd looked at Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan with bated breath. And the more they looked, the more heartfelt they became. And they were all infatuated. Not far away, Tong Qingshan also felt the opportunity to break through, and he directly sat down within the spirit pond to try to break through to a new realm. Zhang Chu also quieted his mind, letting the mountain and sea charts suck and drink. Zhang Chu felt it for a moment. This mouth pool was huge. It should be the accumulation of countless years, and it was estimated that it would be able to allow the mountain and sea diagram to absorb a lot of pain. Thus, Zhang Chu sat down and attempted to make a breakthrough as well. Within the mountain and sea diagram, the spiritual energy seemed to have undergone some changes, and the spiritual energy that was originally violent and full of power was now like spring rain, flowing all over Zhang Chu's body. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Zhang Chu felt that there were 3 acupoints that loosened at the same time. Zhang Chu was instantly ecstatic in his heart. Could it be that this time, it's possible to break through 3 fate wells at the same time? He completely sank his heart and began to impact the well of life. The cave was completely quiet. The women didn't dare to disturb Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. They took a bath not far away and fell asleep one after another. Not far away, in a tiny bed of grass, Little Grape was also sleeping on all fours, carefree. Not far from the little grapes, 2 unicorns were also asleep, and they stood sleeping, their bodies faintly glowing white. Although this unicorn looks like a horse, it also eats meat, and they also ate some jinbeiyu carp today, looking even more divine and handsome. As time passed by, the pool of spiritual liquid slowly sank, and Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan's auras continued to climb. Finally, it was dawn. Chapter 63, The Reappearance of Phantom. The morning came with a ray of light, cast through a crack in the stone door. In fact, the women had woken up a long time ago, and they pushed the door of the cave open, and the light inside the cave was suddenly brighter. They had already cooked the broth with that large cauldron, waiting for Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan to wake up. Finally, Little Grape stretched out a big lazy waist and woke up with a yawn. Slept so well. Followed by Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, they opened their eyes from that spirit pool one after another. Tong Qingshan was first taken aback. Sir, it's broken. Why is the spiritual liquid missing so much? He remembered that when he was meditating at night, he sat cross-legged within this spirit pond, and the spirit liquid was able to go no further than his chest. And now, this pool of spiritual liquid unexpectedly can only not pass the back of his feet. This pool of spiritual liquid, at least a third of it was gone. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, laughed bitterly. He also did not expect that the mountain and sea diagram was so edible. Fortunately, the mountain and sea map is now saturated with clouds, clear mountains and water, with rain sprinkling down from time to time. So Zhang Chu said, "It's fine, the spiritual liquid can still be regathered out later." Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu asked, "How are the results of your cultivation?" Tong Qingshan immediately stood up and gently beckoned, and the lance flew backwards into his hand. Immediately after that, Tong Qingshan shook his spear with force, his aura radiating out. He made a gentle sweeping motion. The divine pattern spread out from the tip of the spear and hit a pool of spiritual liquid, which immediately exploded into a dozen-meter-high waves. At the same time, Zhang Chu saw that behind Tong Qingshan, an astrolabe lit up. The astrolabe of the Big Dipper's 36 changes, which represented the astrolabe of the demon Dan, remained unchanged with its 12 holes of life wells. However, the earthly 72 changes astrolabe, which represented the human cultivation pathway, the acupuncture point fate well, had surprisingly lit up half of the stars, a full 36 of them. At this moment, Tong Qingshan laughed freely. "Ha ha ha, sir, my current acupoint life well cultivation speed has already exceeded that of the demon Dan." Ha ha ha. Zhang Chu knew why he was so happy because Tong Qingshan didn't want to become a demon. So the realm of the acupuncture point fate well exceeded the demon Dan, which could prove that he was a human, not a demon. Zhang Chu didn't evaluate anything more. He just nodded. "Quite good. What about you, sir?" Tong Qingshan asked. Zhang Chu gently stepped out, his aura unfolding. At this moment, behind Zhang Chu's back, 12 stars shone brightly, combining to form a mysterious pattern that looked regal. 12 holes. Tong Qingshan sucked in a mouthful of cold air with an incredulous look on his face. "Sir, you cultivated 3 holes of life wells at once?" Zhang Chu nodded. "That's right. Too powerful." Tong Qingshan sincerely marveled. Zhang Chu's cultivation speed was too much faster than his. Because, Zhang Chu, from the time he stepped onto the path of cultivation until now, which was less than 20 days, was already on par with Tong Qingshan on the path of Heavenly Dipper cultivation. Of course, Tong Qingshan wasn't jealous, he was just sincerely happy for Zhang Chu. The villagers of the demon ruins were like that. Whether they were strong or their companions were strong, they deserved to be happy. "What about you, Little Grape?" Zhang Chu asked. Little Grape spread his hands. "I'm still the same. 10 holes life well. Can't see Sister Moon. I can't cultivate." Zhang Chu smiled and said dotingly, "It's already very good to reach this realm at just less than 4 years old. I reckon, even in the outside world, it's rare." Gurgling, Little Grape's stomach unexpectedly rumbled, and she covered her stomach in embarrassment. "Mister, I'm hungry." At this moment, Bai Ruolan hurriedly stepped forward and said to Zhang Chu, "Sir, we've already boiled the broth, so if it's not enough, we can cook some more fish." Zhang Chu said directly, "Then let's eat the broth." Because Zhang Chu felt that those fish were treasures, but it was useless to eat them frequently, and they didn't need to be so spoiled. "When we go back this time, if the others in the village have also reached their bottlenecks, we can come back to get some gene by jade carp," Zhang Chu thought in his heart. Anyway, the white turtle looked quite talkative, so I don't expect it to object if I come back later to take a few more fish. After finishing his breakfast and feeding the unicorn, Zhang Chu then said, "Let's go and return to the village as soon as possible." However, just at this moment, Little Grape looked out of the cave and suddenly opened his mouth wide in surprise, with some horror in his expression. "It is coming." "It?" Zhang Chu frowned and followed Little Grape's gaze outward. The sky was clear for miles and miles, and there was nothing to see but a few eagles soaring. Little Grape, however, tensed up. "It's that coffin, that phantom blossom. It's flying this way." When Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces turning ugly. That coffin, that mysterious phantom blossom, but it was an existence that could make even Fujisu afraid. Zhang Chu even guessed that that could be the source of the contamination of the entire demon ruins. "Quickly, close the door." Zhang Chu's tone was urgent. He and Tong Qingshan rushed towards the door at the same time and closed it directly. Then the two hid behind the door and peered out towards the outside. At this moment, the women inside the cave also tensed up. They didn't know what to do. They could only stare in place. Little Grape, on the other hand, came to Zhang Chu's side and also peered out through the doorway. In Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan's line of sight, it was still clear outside. "Where is it?" Zhang Chu asked Little Grape in a low voice. Little Grape whispered, "It's right there, not far from us, but it's hiding and doesn't want anyone to see it." "Hidden?" Zhang Chu was alarmed. Could it be that thing was going to make some big move? Of course, Beings of that realm did things that Zhang Chu definitely could not understand. And right now, he only wanted to lead the people to live meticulously and safely. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were completely dormant, holding their breath in silence, not daring to make the slightest sound. Inside the cave, although those women didn't know what was happening, seeing Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan being so cautious, they naturally didn't dare to open their mouths indiscriminately, and it was quiet as a pin could be heard. A few breaths later, the sky in the distance suddenly clouded over. Immediately after that, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan saw that an incomparably huge coffin suddenly appeared in the sky. It lay horizontal, pressed against the sky, and on the edge of the coffin, a spectral blossom the size of a fist opened quietly. What is it going to do? Tong Qingshan asked in disbelief. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, felt a palpitation, as if something bad was about to happen. He said softly, "Close the door. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with us. Give the guardian spirit enough sacrifices and it should keep us safe." Zhang Chu admonished again. He had once heard that in the demon ruins, in the event of a terrifying upheaval or vision, as long as one stayed under the protection of the guardian god, they would be fine. Just then, Little Grape suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, someone is robbing that flower. It's that couple from the other day, and they're holding a little doll in their arms." Zhang Chu's heart jumped, remembering that there were quite a few people surrounding Fujisu that day, and on that day, there was that mysterious couple holding a doll. On that day, Fujisu had killed many demonic jinn, which was invincible and caused many living beings to change color. However, that day, the couple left calmly, not as if they were afraid of Fujisu. Now, they even came to rob this blip again. I'm afraid, their identity and strength are not trivial. At this moment, Little Grape added, "Oops, here comes a good-sized bird with wings so spread out that it can cover the sky, and a big whale, flying in the sky." Although the stone door had been closed, it couldn't block Little Grape's vision, and she was surprisingly able to see a lot of things. Rumbling, outside, the ground shook, boulders crossed the sky, and terrifying sounds of battle came from the sky, as if it was the end of the world. The shaking of the earth had even reached the feet of the crowd. Soon, however, the demon pavilion glowed faintly, and a piece of mysterious runes spread out, subduing the cave. Inside the cave, it was peaceful and tranquil. "There's nothing we can do. Let's stay for a while, and wait for them to finish fighting for that Yudon. Then we can leave," Zhang Chu said. Chapter 64, For Little Grape. Inside the cave, Tong Qingshan's face was full of worry. "It's really been getting more and more unsettled lately, and I don't know what's going to happen. A lot of outsiders may die, or great demons," Zhang Chu said. In fact, Zhang Chu had already sensed the true purpose of those outsiders and great demons. The fact that Fujisu was able to fish with that huge Yutaka meant everything in the first place. All of these outsiders and great demons were here to snatch that pixie dawn. But again, Zhang Chu was very confused. One must know that that pantheon was in existence that could make even Fujisu fall silent, while Fujisu could easily kill a demon Zun. This means that that Yuden is more powerful than Fujisu. But those outsiders, the great demons, obviously couldn't even compare to Fujisu. So why did they want to grab this Yudon? Can they get it? In the face of a supreme treasure, of course everyone will be moved. But don't those people measure their own strength? Zhang Chu didn't understand. At this time, Zhang Chu could not help but look at Little Grape and asked, "Little Grape, that flower, did it kill anyone?" Little Grape shook her head. "It didn't kill anyone. It just bloomed quietly on the edge of the coffin, and that coffin didn't move, floating in the sky. Could it be that it is deliberately luring those outsiders and great demons to fight each other?" Zhang Chu's heart jumped as such a thought surfaced. Or maybe that Yudon is, in fact, setting up a scheme to trap a group of outsiders and great demons? The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Chu felt a cold sweat. If that was the case, it was still uncertain as to who would be reaping who from the phantom flower that bloomed once every 60 years. Knock, knock, knock. The earth suddenly trembled rhythmically, as if a giant beast was running wild, driving the earth to tremble. "What is it?" Zhang Chu asked Little Grape. Now they had closed that door completely, afraid to look out. Little Grape, however, could see it clearly, and she opened her little mouth round and said incredulously, "Sir, it is a hedgehog, bigger than a mountain. On its thorns, it is stuck with brightly colored fruits, and on its head it wears a tender yellow flower. It is so beautiful." Immediately afterward, the ground began to shake again outside, and there was no telling how many people were in the melee. A man died, slapped to pulp by a bear the size of a small mountain. Little Grape exclaimed, Oops, that huge golden eagle is dead, shot through the neck by a man with a bow and arrow. That mountain is shattered. Boulders flying haphazardly. A big python that burrowed and ran away. It ran away because that big bear and hedgehog tried to kill it. Little Grape reported on the battle, and all around, everyone was listening in awe. At this time, a few women whispered, "Luckily, we hid in the cave. Otherwise, involved in this kind of strife, we wouldn't even know how to die." Others were worried. "Hey, I don't know if our mountain will be spared. Aren't there any guardian deities on those shattered mountains?" The crowd fell silent. Yes, once those horrible things killed their eyes red, who cared if there was a demon or not? I'm afraid that even the demons had been killed to dregs in that area of chaotic battle, but it was useless to worry. Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan could only hide, and if those big guys really affected the fish, they could only listen to God's fate. And just then, Little Grape's expression suddenly froze on her face, looking as if she had suddenly seen a snake and was too scared to move. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chu asked hurriedly. Little Grape's face went white. It was staring at me. Jiang Chu's scalp suddenly tingled. That it in Little Grape's mouth could not be referring to that pixie blossom. And just at this moment, inside the cave, many light patterns suddenly dissipated. And immediately after that, at the mouth of the cave, the ancient and mysterious pavilion suddenly flew away. "It's broken. The demon has run away," Little Grape said again. Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan instantly had cold hands and feet. This guardian god, did it realize what great danger it was in? Surprisingly, it had abandoned the cave and left. This was the first time Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan had heard of such a situation. And just at this moment, on the ground in front of the Little Grape, suddenly slowly gave birth to a phantom. "Ah!" Little Grape exclaimed out in shock and hastily backed away. Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan's scalps similarly tingled when they saw this phantom blossom. At this moment, Jiang Chu immediately stepped forward and protected Little Grape behind him, and Tong Qingshan also grabbed his lance, his hands shaking with nervousness. No one knew why this Yuyutsu had suddenly appeared in the cave and scared the demon away. At this moment, this Yuyutang slowly bloomed. The petals peeled off one by one, and in the blink of an eye, all the petals faded away, and a silhouette as big as a thumb appeared inside. It was an old woman, hunched over, holding a blackened chain. Seeing this iron chain, Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan's spirits both went into a trance, as if there was a terrifying attraction that wanted to suck away their divine sense. Around them, many of the women were even whitening their eyes, directly softening to the ground, completely unconscious. Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan once again stepped back, looking at the thumb-sized old woman with a wary expression, not knowing what she was coming for. "Who are you and what are you doing?" Jiang Chu nervously opened his mouth and asked. The old woman slowly raised her hand and pointed to Little Grape. "I want her." "Wow!" Little Grape cried out in fear and hugged Jiang Chu's thigh to death. Tong Qingshan even stepped forward and tried to strike. Jiang Chu hurriedly shouted, "Don't move!" Jiang Chu knew that as long as Tong Qingshan dared to make a move, then everything would be over. This level of existence could not be blasphemed. However, it was also impossible for Jiang Chu to give her the Little Grapes. At this time, Jiang Chu said respectfully, "Senior, is there some kind of misunderstanding? If we were to impinge on Senior, we are willing to apologize and compensate. But Small Grapes, the thumb-sized old lady, however, said leisurely, the jade will eyes of the desolate ancient Yao clan. I'm not wrong. It's her, and this time, I've come for her." The two adults blanched. This mysterious phantom flower had actually taken a fancy to Little Grape's jade wheel eyes. "Child, come with me. The jade wheel eye is really the best gift from heaven." The old lady's voice was ghostly, as if it was a severe ghost. At the same time, she didn't know what spell she had cast, but Little Grape even suddenly stopped crying. She let go of Jiang Chu and turned to look at the old lady, surprisingly wanting to leave with the old lady. Jiang Chu was shocked when he saw this, and he grabbed Little Grape's arm. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chu shouted, "Slow down, we're from Zhao Yi village. Little Grape is our village's spirit. If she gets lost, our Zhao tree god will be sad." Saying that, Jiang Chu directly took out a jujube leaf from his bosom and displayed it to this old lady. Jiang Chu understood that with the strength of himself and Tong Qingshan, trying to maneuver around with his own strength was simply impossible, and it was simply self-defeating. So, the bottom line must be revealed straight away. At this moment, the jujube leaf in Jiang Chu's hand glowed slightly, enveloping the Little Grape. Little Grape instantly regained her senses as she once again cried out with a wow sound and hugged Jiang Chu tightly with all her might. And when the old lady saw the date leaf, she actually hummed, "Is that old date tree? It can't stop me. In the next moment, this old woman suddenly pointed in the direction of Zhang Chu and Little Grape. In Zhang Chu's eyes, the old woman's fingertips suddenly transformed into a black dot. The black dot violently grew larger, and immediately afterward, that black dot seemed like a black hole, completely captivating Zhang Chu's divine sense. Zhang Chu felt that his divine sense had suddenly fallen into an abyss of all darkness. Darkness, all around. Nothing but darkness could be felt. Suddenly, a force that tore in all directions erupted from this darkness. A force that, as if it were a 9-horse race, was actually trying to tear Zhang Chu's divine soul into millions of pieces. Boundless pain came, and Zhang Chu couldn't help but yell, "Ah!" At this moment, within Zhang Chu's dantian, the mountain and sea diagram suddenly glowed, and a mysterious force suddenly acted on Zhang Chu's divine soul, and his divine sense, in an instant, returned to within his body, like returned to the surroundings. Zhang Chu could still see that old woman pointing at herself with her fingertips, but that terrifying attraction had disappeared. Zhang Chu was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat. He knew that just now, if it wasn't for the mountain and sea diagram, I'm afraid that his divine soul would have been annihilated long ago, and he wouldn't even know how he died. And what's even more frightening is that this old lady, who is not afraid of the old date tree at all, if she wants to make a move, who can resist? At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan both had cold hands and feet and were filled with helplessness. However, right at that moment, the piece of jujube leaf in Zhang Chu's hand suddenly glowed and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, the date leaf seemed to have transformed into a seed and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it unexpectedly grew into a palm-sized small jujube tree, rooted in this cave. This small jujube tree, which was simply a replica of the old jujube tree in Zaoyi village, emitted a mysterious light that instantly enveloped everyone. At this moment, within the entire cave, it was again enveloped by some kind of mysterious and soft light, and the date tree god actually protected this cave. The thumb-sized old lady's expression was stunned, as if she hadn't expected that a replica of the old date tree would appear. And at this moment, the tiny date palm tree gently shook, and surprisingly issued a majestic voice, "Get out!" When Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan saw this, their hearts were swaying and they couldn't contain their excitement. The old date tree is surprisingly here. Surprisingly, he wasn't afraid of this old lady and told her to get lost. Chapter 65, Phantom Flower Retreats. The date tree god's roll directly made that old woman's face grimace. "Date tree, you want to go to war with me? Don't you know your own condition?" The old woman with a big thumb, her tone was cold and stern. The old jujube tree, on the other hand, glowed slightly as its majestic voice echoed, "If you dare to touch a single bit of my jujube leaf village's people, I'll exterminate you. You seek death." The old lady was instantly enraged. She pointed towards the palm-sized old date palm tree, and the divine haze at her fingertips shone brightly, directly enveloping the date palm tree, while the branches of the old date tree gently swung. Rolling mist drifted out and resisted those divine haze. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan discovered that although the two of them were exchanging fierce blows, divine rainbows intertwining in thousands of means, they were only confined to a small area of less than a square meter. It clearly felt that the hand-to-hand combat aura was very terrifying. However, there was not the slightest bit of aura flowing out. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan couldn't help but widen their eyes as they carefully observed. It could be seen as if a mysterious world had evolved within that narrow space. Although it looked small in the outside world, it was all-encompassing inside, directly evolving a mountain. The fog covered the green mountains, the stars shifted, the sea changed, the sea withered, and it was as if the scene of doom was evolving within that small world. Soon, everything was invisible. Only 1 square meter of a layer of chaotic gas enveloped the area. Occasionally, a silver snake danced with electricity and a glimmer of electricity leaked out. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were shocked speechless. This was a fighting style they did not understand. Half an hour passed, and that piece of chaotic gas disappeared. All traces of the battle vanished. The palm-sized old jujube tree still faintly emitted a mysterious light, while the petals of the phantom blossom were slightly closed, and the old woman holding the black iron chain had a face that looked very unattractive. At this moment, the old lady hummed, "Just as well, since this child is under your protection, I'll give you face." But immediately afterward, the old lady's tone was stern. "But remember, this demon market, I have the final say." The old jujube tree, on the other hand, emitted divine light, and its majestic voice once again came out. "If you dare to hit on this child again, I'll dig up your grave and have your bones thwarted." The old lady just grunted, and immediately afterward, the petals of that pixie blossom, quickly closed up and wrapped the old lady up. Then, the old woman's figure disappeared within the sylvan flower, and the sylvan flower suddenly disappeared as well. Within the entire cave, the pressure abruptly disappeared. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chu, Tong Qingshan as well as Little Grape were completely at ease. At this moment, Tong Qingshan hurriedly knelt down to the palm-sized small jujube tree and kowtowed vigorously. Many thanks to the jujube tree god. Jiang Chu also bent down slightly and similarly spoke. Many thanks to the date tree god. One of the branches of the old date tree then suddenly became infinitely long, extending out towards the outside world. All of a sudden, the door of the cave was opened, and immediately after that, Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan saw that the ancient pavilion was actually wrapped around a branch of the old jujube tree and pulled back. Knock! The pavilion was tugged and pressed against the doorway of the stone cave. At this moment, the pavilion was actually trembling in a burst of war, as if the human was showing fear. And after the old date palm captured the pavilion back, the branches seemed to transform into soft hands that caressed around the pavilion. The wariness of that pavilion vanished at once. Immediately afterward, the branches extending out from the old jujube tree instantly retracted, and the small jujube tree quickly contracted as well, eventually transforming into a jujube leaf that returned to Jiang Chu's hands again. The entire cave, once again, was at peace. Those women who were unconscious also gradually woke up. Outside, there is still darkness and struggle. Jiang Chu understood that the scrambling of these beings was meaningless, and that Yutong's appearance here was not for them to scramble for the Dao fruit, but for the little grapes. So those who are involved in the scramble are doomed. At this moment, the cave door was open, and Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan could also vaguely see the situation outside. The large coffin was still horizontal in the sky, as if it was a huge battleship, giving everyone a terrifying sense of oppression. The ground was still rumbling, and it was unknown how many terrifying beings were exchanging blows. But just at this moment, the large coffin in the sky suddenly shook. Click! The coffin panel cracks open a seam. This violent change caused the entire world to go slightly silent, and all the beings that were fighting instantly sensed the danger, and some of them quickly retreated. However, it was too late, and within the crevices of that large coffin, endless dark light was suddenly projected, and the dark light instantly enveloped those terrifying beings. Immediately afterward, all the beings enveloped by the dark light began to change throughout their bodies. A large hedgehog, the tip of its snout, its burrs, and even its tail, surprisingly bloomed with a phantom blossom, as if it were blooming from inside its bones. The hedgehog was instantly terrified and desperately fled, but it didn't escape far before its body disintegrated and turned into a phantom blip that bloomed all over the place. In the sky, a huge creature like a whale, is also the whole body began to bloom out of the black phantom. Those phantom is like a fungus after the rain. From its body bloom out. Then there are the outsiders, who are equally in trouble. Mysterious phantom blossoms kept blooming out of that couple's faces and arms. However, that couple was very powerful. They desperately ran some kind of method. Their bodies glowed, and they actually forced out some tainted blood in their bodies. Immediately afterward, the couple shifted away and left the aurora. This kind of sub, not yet fully mature, still has its own consciousness and vitality. The man stared at Yutam and uttered these words. The woman holding the child, on the other hand, had a cold gaze. It seems that this Yuyutang is unwilling to be dodged from the Dao fruit and wants to struggle as well, but it is destined to become our son's divine seed. The strange thing was that the babies in their arms were sleeping very soundly and were not affected by the dark light. Obviously, that child's bloodline power was terrifying. The other outsider, a cloaked middle-aged uncle, also directly operated a mysterious method to force the poisonous blood out of his body and escaped. All of these outsiders seem to have a way to fight against the pantheon. However, those great demons that originally grew in the demon ruins were not so lucky. In the face of the blooming blossoms, they were powerless to resist, and their flesh and blood all disintegrated, turning into a field of blossoms. Of course, there were also weaker demons that were directly killed. Their bodies scattered all over the place. It's starting to kill demons, Little Grape said. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, whispered, it was defeated by the jujube tree god and got angry, and now, it's taking it out on those great demons and outsiders. Little Grape cowered. That's scary. But soon, Little Grape happily shouted again. Oops, heavenly heartbone. That python died and dropped out the heavenly heartbone. Little Grape clapped her hands together, surprised to find the treasure. Jiang Chu and Tong Qingshan snapped their eyes wide open in delight. They hadn't seen it, but they were sure that Little Grape would never make a mistake. After all, even that pantheon wanted to snatch Little Grape's jade will eyes. she was definitely gifted. At this moment, Tong Qingshan whispered, "Sir, when they finish fighting, let's go scavenging." Zhang Chu nodded. It is estimated that the battle will be over soon. Sure enough, under the sweep of that phantom flower, large swathes of demon exalted were turned into a field of phantom flowers. A large number of demon kings fell, and many outsiders were buried here, and the valley not far from there was full of bloody corpses. Boom ka! A grand and magnificent sound came from the sky. The coffins suddenly disappeared, and the sky and earth returned to clearness and tranquility. "It's gone," Little Grape whispered. Zhang Chu then looked at Tong Qingshan. "Qingshan, Little Grape, you two go and pick up that heavenly heart bone. Go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you here." Little Grape clapped her hands happily. "Yes, yes, yes, and there's plenty of great demon's meat." But Zhang Chu hurriedly shook his head. "No, no, no, don't pick up the meat of the great demon. Only the heavenly heart bone." Those great demons were killed by the psilocybin flower, and when they killed the great demons, there were clearly countless seeds of the psilocybin flower that were planted into the bodies of those great demons. Zhang Chu felt that if he ate that kind of meat, he might be contaminated. So even though those meats were full of spiritual energy, Zhang Chu definitely didn't dare to let anyone take them. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, mounted the unicorn while later letting Little Grape ride on his neck. "Sir, here we go." Right at this moment, Zhang Chu's mind moved. "Wait, what's wrong?" Tong Qingshan wondered. With a thought, Zhang Chu took out the two sledgehammers of Wang Ying from within his mustard pouch and handed them to Tong Qingshan. "Throw this in the middle of the corpses of those great demons. In case Wang Bu searches for this, let him mistakenly think that Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi died in the melee." Zhang Chu knew clearly in his heart that with such a large melee occurring here, even if Wang Bu was far away underneath the Burial King Mountain, he would definitely be able to notice it. By then, Wang Bu would inevitably send a team from Dashua City to scavenge, so it would be better to let them think that Wang Ying had died in the melee. "Go!" Zhang Chu said. Tong Qingshan took Little Grape and rode the unicorn, instantly rushing out. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, looked at Bai Roland. "Tell everyone to get ready. We'll be departing as well." Chapter 66 Wrestling with Tong Qingshan. Zhang Chu directly took the women on the road. He rode a unicorn and took the lead, going slightly faster this time than yesterday. The women all already had animal skin shoes. Moreover, after they ate the gene by jade carp, their bodies were obviously light and agile, and they had no trouble at all in keeping up with Zhang Chu's footsteps. This time, the atmosphere of the team was also much better. The women were talking and laughing, and they were full of fascination with the date leaf village. Not long after, Tong Qingshan and Little Grape rode their unicorns and caught up. "Sir, picked it up!" Tong Qingshan shouted. The women hurriedly made way for Tong Qingshan's unicorn, which was light on its feet and arrived in front of Zhang Chu in a few jumps. "Sir, look, this is it." Tong Qingshan handed this heavenly heart bone to Zhang Chu. This heavenly heart bone looked a little different from the previous heavenly heart bone. It was also white, but upon closer inspection, the surface of this heavenly heart bone actually had some golden lines. It looks like this heavenly heart bone is stronger," Zhang Chu said. Little Grape, on the other hand, said, "Sir, this is a heavenly heart bone dropped by a huge golden python. That golden python has antlers borne on its head, and underneath its stomach, it's about to grow legs." Zhang Chu's heart jumped. Was this snake about to transform into a dragon? No wonder this heavenly heart bone looked even more divine. At this moment, Zhang Chu pondered for a while as he looked toward Tong Qingshan. "Qingshan, it's better for you to absorb it." Tong Qingshan hurriedly shook his head. No, 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 sir, I already have 2 heavenly heart bones. It's better for sir to absorb them." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, had a far-reaching gaze. "If there is no danger to our small village, I will absorb this heavenly heart bone and share the resources equally. But right now, Wang Bu of Dashua City is a very big threat, and no one knows when he will find our village. In case he locks onto us in advance through whatever means, it could be doom for us. You have to understand that the Day Tree God will not care about human strife with each other." Tong Qingshan's gaze immediately chilled. "If he dares to come, I'll stab him to death." Zhang Chu then laughed. "It's good to have this heart, but one needs to have the strength to match this heart. Now, we must focus all of our resources, all of them, on one person, and cultivate an expert who can stand up to Wang Bu of Great Shua City." Speaking here, Zhang Chu's tone became heavy. "Qingshan, you have a great responsibility. No chance, the lives of our entire village will be in your hands." Tong Qingshan immediately said with a straight face, Sir, I know. At this moment, Tong Qingshan was no longer pretentious and directly placed this heavenly heartbone in the center of his forehead and tried to absorb it. But soon, Tong Qingshan opened his eyes with a helpless expression. Sir, no, I can't absorb it. Why? Zhang Chu asked. At this moment, Tong Qingshan said, because, 2 heavenly heartbones, seems to be the limit of the Fate Well realm, and cannot be absorbed more. As soon as I try to absorb it, the other 2 heavenly heartbones have a tendency to disintegrate, as if the 3 heavenly heartbones cannot coexist. Zhang Chu instantly frowned. There's still this kind of restriction? Tong Qingshan nodded. Well, anyway, I feel that I can only absorb 2 heavenly heartbones. Zhang Chu could only say, alright then, I'll absorb this 1 heavenly heartbone. Although Little Grape could also absorb it, her combat power was limited, and when she really got into a confrontation with someone, she was able to dodge and protect herself just fine. Thus, Zhang Chu placed this heavenly heartbone on his forehead and tried to absorb it. His divine sense began to communicate with the heavenly heartbone, and immediately afterward, the heavenly heartbone transformed into a stream of pure energy that entered Zhang Chu's body. These pure energies swam throughout Zhang Chu's body, and as they did so, many mysterious symbols spread out, and these symbols fused with Zhang Chu's flesh and blood. This was the intermingling of the heavenly heartbone with Zhang Chu's flesh, and after the heavenly heartbone engraved some of its own symbols into Zhang Chu's flesh and blood, Zhang Chu would be able to utilize the spells contained in the heavenly heartbone. In the end, this mysterious force stopped at Zhang Chu's back and merged with Zhang Chu's spine. A stream of information was naturally understood by Zhang Chu, and the spell contained in this 1 heavenly heartbone was surprisingly the 9 Python force. The so-called 9 Python power was that when Zhang Chu utilized the power of this heavenly heartbone, it would cause Zhang Chu's power to be drastically boosted. As for how far it was enchanted, Zhang Chu had no idea in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Chu opened his eyes. Tong Qingshan hurriedly asked, Sir, how is it? Zhang Chu's heart was stirred. He also wanted to try out the power of the 9 Python's power. So Zhang Chu laughed. Qingshan, come arm wrestle with me and try my strength. When Tong Qingshan heard this, he suddenly looked odd. Are you sure? To be honest, in Zhao Yi village, Tong Qingshan's power was always number 1. No one ever dared to arm wrestle with Tong Qingshan. Zhang Chu then asked, scared? Tong Qingshan immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, sir, in terms of jousting, you're definitely not my opponent. Although my demon pill hasn't advanced, after I opened up my dual cultivation, the strength of my physical body has increased by more than 10 times. Not to mention you. Even that Wang Ruoshi who opened the 60 whole life well, she doesn't even have the upper hand when it comes to competing for power alone. Zhang Chu then laughed. Don't brag, come and try. Tong Qingshan was very confident. Come on, I'll use 1 finger, and you, sir, use both hands together, so that you, sir, will know what it means to be the first good man of Zhao Yi village. Saying that, Tong Qingshan leapt down from the unicorn and stretched out a finger to tussle with Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu also jumped down from the unicorn. At this moment, the group came to a complete stop and everyone gathered around to watch Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan compete. Who will win? You guys? Bai Rulan asked cheerfully. Around them, the women were also excited, chattering and discussing. I think Injin will win. His gun is so cool. I also think that Injin will win. As Mr. has admitted himself before, Injin is the strongest man in the Date Leaf village. There were also people who supported Zhang Chu. I think Mr. will win. If Mr. is not sure, why would he seek to arm wrestle with his benefactor? Little Lord, what about you? Bai Rulan asked Little Grape. Little Grape cocked her head and said with certainty, of course Mr. will win. Ha, why? The women were surprised. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, had a tigerish face. Little Grape, how dare you have no confidence in your father? Little Grape, on the other hand, cocked her head. But, I just think Mr. will win. Zhang Chu laughed. Come on Green Mountain, don't have 1 finger. I'm afraid I'll break it for you. Just use 1 arm. As soon as Tong Qingshan took a look at how serious Zhang Chu was, he nodded his head instantly. Good. The 2 men postured up and grabbed right hands. Bai Rulan was the referee. She slowly raised her hand, and immediately after, Bai Rulan's hand fell violently and shouted, begin! Zhang Chu did not utilize that heavenly heartbone at first. He wanted to feel how much he differed from Tong Qingshan in terms of pure physical strength. And with Bai Rulan's command, Zhang Chu immediately exerted his strength. But at this moment, Zhang Chu felt as if he was breaking a piece of cast iron, not moving at all. At this moment, Jiang Chu raised his head to look at Tong Qingshan, only to see that Tong Qingshan's expression was relaxed, and it felt as if he had not felt Jiang Chu's force at all. I still don't believe it. Jiang Chu was unconvinced in his heart. In terms of the cultivation of the Heavenly Dipper 36 changes, both of them were in the 12-hole life well, and their realms were more or less the same, and Jiang Chu felt that his life well was not weaker than anyone else, and should even be stronger than most people. Even if Tong Qingshan was dual cultivated and had cultivated his 72 changes to 36 holes, it wouldn't be so easy to crush himself, would it? Thus, Jiang Chu used his entire body to try to shake Tong Qingshan. As a result, Tong Qingshan's light voice came out. That's it? In the next moment, Tong Qingshan slightly exerted force and directly pressed Jiang Chu's arm down. Easy, cozy, unchallenging. At the scene, many women burst out laughing happily. Ha ha ha, it's true that it's still Njin who's great. I told you, Njin is the strongest man in the Date Leaf Village. I love so much. Tong Qingshan also laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, sir, I've said it all. I'm a dual cultivator. My physical strength can completely crush the same realm. What's more, I have 36 holes in my acupuncture points life wells, and my realm is far more than that of Sir. So it's not possible for Sir to arm wrestle over me. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, cracked a grin and shook his arm. This tussle just now had actually caused his arm to ache a little. Tong Qingshan's physical strength, it was really powerful. However, Jiang Chu smiled faintly. You win this round, 2 out of 3, 2 more rounds. Is that necessary? Tong Qingshan asked. Around them, the women also looked odd, thinking that with such a big gap, how many more times would it be the same result, right? However, Jiang Chu laughed. This time is definitely different. Come, just come. With a disinterested look on his face, Tong Qingshan once again extended his hand, pulling back and shaking Jiang Chu's hand. At the same time, Tong Qingshan muttered in his heart, could it be that Mr. lost once and couldn't face it? Should I let go of the water and intentionally lose once to Mr.? And at this moment, Bai Ruolin raised her hand once again. Ready to begin. Chapter 67 9 Python's Power. Ready? Bai Ruolin asked loudly. Tong Qingshan's tone was lazy. Don't worry about it. Even if I'm not ready, Sir can't break me. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, had a movement in his heart. 9 Python Force. At this moment, at Jiang Chu's back, that heavenly heartbone was instantly stimulated, and some sort of mysterious power surged forth. Instead, a mysterious set of images surfaced within Jiang Chu's heart. A giant python coiled the mountain peak, and suddenly, that python's flesh shrank, and the entire mountain peak clicked, actually covered in cracks. Immediately after that, that giant python once again flesh shrinks. Rumbling, chaotic rocks shoot the air. That mountain peak, actually directly fried. What a tremendous power this is. In the next second, the image disappeared, and Jiang Chu only felt a fiery power spread throughout his body. He felt like his body was going to explode, and he couldn't wait to find a vent to let out all this power. So Jiang Chu shouted, "Get ready!" Around them, the women remained interested. To them, the men were most attractive when they displayed their strength, and they couldn't help but want to look at them more. I still feel that the benefactor will win. Then why do you need to feel? Mr. just looks civilized and weak, and his brute strength is certainly no match for Njin. I don't know why Mr. has to do it again. Is it because he is afraid of losing face? The women muttered in whispers, but Little Grape opened her mouth and cried out, "Watch out! Daddy! Mister's getting stronger." Tong Qingshan was slightly stunned as he instantly realized that Jiang Chu should have used his heavenly heartbone. However, even if it was a heavenly heartbone, Tong Qingshan wasn't afraid of it. He had absolute confidence in his physical strength. Right now, he felt like he could even go into the mountain and compete with the dragon-horned elephant in terms of strength. Of course, Tong Qingshan wasn't too big for his britches. He fixed his mind and said to Bai Ruolin, "It's okay. Begin." Bai Ruolin shouted. Jiang Chu powered up. The terrifying power instantly erupted. Tong Qingshan's complexion changed greatly, and he instantly powered up his body while yelling, "Stop!" At this moment, Tong Qingshan's neck veins rippled, and underneath his feet, even the gravel was crushed into powder, and half of his feet had sunk into the ground. However, he didn't even last a single breath before he was directly pressed down by Jiang Chu's hand. Plop! Tong Qingshan's entire body was crushed by Jiang Chu and fell to the ground, squatting his ass. This, around, instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at this scene incredulously. Who? Jiang Chu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. You lost. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, still couldn't believe it. His face was red and he sat on the ground panting with disbelief. How is this possible? Around them, all the women were also puzzled, and someone asked at once, "What's going on? Sir's power. How did it suddenly become so great? Could it be that Mr. just now was hiding his strength? My God, it's incredible that Mr. who looks so civilized can actually surpass Njin in strength." Bai Rulan's face was even more wonderful as she looked incredulously at Zheng Chu and then at Tong Qingshan. But in the end, she didn't say anything and just hid the surprise in her heart very well. This round, Mr. 1, Bai Rulan looked mature and had a decent demeanor. Zheng Chu, on the other hand, laughed. How about it? Qingshan, are you convinced now? Tong Qingshan took a deep breath and flung his arm. The spiritual energy within the well of life surged, instantly restoring his state. Immediately afterward, Tong Qingshan shouted defiantly, 2 out of 3, again. Zheng Chu, on the other hand, laughed. This time, I'll have one hand and let you have 2. This was because Zheng Chu could feel that the explosive power within his body, although it had been depleted a bit, could still explode a few times. The power contained in this heavenly heartbone was enough for Zheng Chu to exert it 3 times at full strength. Soon, Tong Qingshan also adjusted his state to the peak. He knew that Zheng Chu had inevitably used the heavenly heartbone, but he just wasn't convinced. Of course, he wasn't too big for his britches, but grabbed Zheng Chu with both hands at the same time. Come! Ha ha! Zheng Chu let out a laugh. You have to be careful. This time, without waiting for Bai Rulan to shout slogans, Tong Qingshan directly launched himself. However, Zheng Chu gave a firm grip, and the two instantly froze. At this moment, Tong Qingshan took a horse stance, and behind him, a huge astrolabe emerged. The heavenly deity and earthly deity astrolabes alternately brightened and died, and a terrifying aura erupted. It could be seen that at this moment, Tong Qingshan had gone all out. However, that power within Zheng Chu's body was firmly supporting him, and although it had begun to deplete and drain, it was still huge. Soon, Zheng Chu felt that the power consumed half of it. Zheng Chu was instantly enlightened in his heart. The power support provided by this 9 python force was actually limited, and could not be used without limit. Thus, Zheng Chu no longer waited, and with a forceful throw, he directly lifted Tong Qingshan's entire body. Tong Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, Zheng Chu flicked his hand and directly threw Tong Qingshan out. Bam! After Tong Qingshan landed on the ground, he took 3 steps back. His face was very shocked. Sir, that heavenly heartbone, it directly increases countless strength? Tong Qingshan asked in shock. Zheng Chu, on the other hand, waved his arm a bit before saying, pretty much, but the increased strength is a bit limited. The power inspired by the 9 python force would be vented along with Zheng Chu's physical body. Zheng Chu estimated that it should be able to assist Zheng Chu 3 times if he went all out. It's only 3 times, but it beats being silent and can make it difficult for opponents to defend themselves. Think about it, with people hands, originally both sides you and I, evenly matched, the results of Zheng Chu suddenly used the 9 python force steeply increased by 100,000 pounds, which who can stand it? I'm afraid I'll be knocked off my feet at once. And the thing that pleased Zheng Chu the most, this piece of heavenly heartbone absorbed spiritual energy very quickly. After using it once, in about an incense stick of time, that piece of heavenly heartbone recovered again. At the same time, Zheng Chu felt that the interior of this heavenly heartbone did not only contain the spell 9 python force, but also other more profound spells. It was just that Zheng Chu's current realm was too low, and he could only execute the 9 python power. Unexpectedly, a piece of heavenly heartbone can actually contain multiple spells. It seems that we need to hurry up and cultivate, Zheng Chu thought in his heart. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this is great. Mister's power is even stronger than mine, so if we encounter enemies again in the future, we'll be even more unafraid. Zheng Chu nodded. Let's go, back to Zaoyi village. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, glanced back with some reluctance and a look of pity. I really want to go back to that cave again and use that spirit pool to cultivate for a while longer. I have a feeling that if I can cultivate there for half a month, my acupoint life well will be able to break through to at least 48 holes. However, Zheng Chu shook his head. We can't go back to cultivate. Moreover, we need to speed up and leave this place. Why? Tong Qingshan asked. Around them, some of the women also pricked up their ears. In fact, they also liked that cave, being carefree in it, as if it was a fairyland. After you've eaten your fill, you can take a nice bath and have a good night's sleep. which is simply more comfortable than the gods. However, they were all puzzled by the fact that Zhang Chu had to leave so soon. Chapter 68, A Few Unexplained Assassins. Zhang Chu certainly knew that the cave was an excellent place to cultivate, and he also wanted to use that place to cultivate for a while longer, but it really doesn't work. At this time, Zhang Chu explained, because a great battle had just occurred in that neighborhood. The commotion was too great, and many people must have seen it. I think that it won't take more than a few days for the various scavenging teams to arrive. If we encounter other scavenging teams, our information may leak out, and the news will reach Wang Bu's ears, and he's afraid that he may be able to determine the direction of Zhaoyi village. Hearing Zhang Chu say this, Tong Qingshan then had a stern expression. I understand. At this moment, Zhang Chu shouted to the entire group, walk faster and try to arrive at Zhaoyi village as soon as possible. The women hurried to keep up, and the procession moved on rapidly. Night came, and this time, Tong Qingshan hunted a tiger-head eagle, a huge bird similar to an owl. The tiger-headed eagle's head was like a tiger, but bigger than a tiger, and its body was that of an eagle, with wings spread out to 60 meters, the king of that part of the mountain. However, he was not in a high realm and was pierced through the head by Tong Qingshan's shot. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan arrived under a large tree. The nest of the tiger eagle is in this big tree. It was a nest the size of a human house, constructed with cinnamon sticks and agar leaves, and from a distance, one could smell the distinctive scent of the plant. Stay in the bird's nest tonight, Zhang Chu said. Climb a tree. The women don't know how to climb trees, so they can only let Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu carry them on their backs one by one. 40 or so people, although a little crowded, but also can accommodate. Go out without so much care. Can make do with a night. Moreover, the women preferred to huddle with Zhang Chu and the others. For the next few days the party traveled fast. Food and drink were no problem. It was the nights, sometimes well lodged, sometimes poorly lodged. In the blink of an eye, the journey was half over. During this period, they had encountered two paths of scavengers, and Tong Qingshan had discovered the other side in advance and avoided them. At noon that day, Zhang Chu and the others were resting under a large tree, and the women were roasting meat, the aroma escaping far away. Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, sat together and discussed the next route choice in a whisper. Suddenly, several blood-red arrows shot out from the darkness, 3 stabbing at Tong Qingshan and 2 stabbing at Zhang Chu. Those blood-red arrows, as if they had been energized by some mysterious power, were extremely fast. Their breath was hidden, and they were about to pierce through Zhang Chu's and Tong Qingshan's heads in almost an instant. Look out! Little Grape yelled in alarm. Tong Qingshan also felt the danger. At this moment, his body did not move, but around his body, a pair of black and white wings appeared in an instant. The black and white wings were even faster, intercepting several sharp arrows at once the moment they appeared. Immediately after that, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan stood up violently. Who? Get out! Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan entered a fighting state at the same time, with Tong Qingshan holding a long spear while Zhang Chu was tense. The situation just now was too dangerous. If not for Little Grape's sudden warning, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan were afraid that they would have been assassinated. At this moment, in the dense forest not far away, 6 people with swarthy builds and gloomy gazes appeared. These 6 people, each wearing animal skin clothing, exuding a wild aura, were experts at first glance. The leader of the group, holding a big blood-colored bow, carried a black arrow bag, which emitted a tragic aura, not knowing how much blood it had been drenched in. Good stance. Surprisingly able to block my arrows. It seems that you guys aren't ordinary people either. The tone of the leading one was somewhat conceited. Zhang Chu ignored the man and instead turned his head to ask Little Grape. Little Grape, besides these 6, are there any others hiding in the shadows? Little Grape shook her head. No more, just the 6 of them. Zhang Chu immediately said, destroy them. As Zhang Chu's words fell, he and Tong Qingshan simultaneously rushed towards the 6 sneak attackers. There was no need to figure out their identities. No need to know if they were from Great Shua City. Since they chose to make a move, they had to get them killed. Otherwise, once Zhang Chu and their whereabouts were leaked, it would bring about the destruction of Zhaoyi village. And when those 6 people saw Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan rushing towards them, they all froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, the gaze of the leader holding the large bow chilled. Good guts. These little villagers of the demon market. It seems like it's been a long time since they've encountered a true expert. Saying that leader casually touched the arrow pouch and 6 blood-red arrows were hitched on the bowstring. Immediately after that, he pulled hard and that big bow made a buzzing quivering sound. Center! The leader roared, and 6 arrows left the strings at the same time, each one tracing a different trajectory, enveloping towards Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Be careful. Little Grape seemed to have sensed the extraordinary nature of those arrows, and she warned loudly in fear. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, grunted. Sculpture. The black and white wings unfolded, intercepting all the arrows in a flash, and at that moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan had already rushed close. At the same time, Zhang Chu communicated with the 12 cave life wells in his heart, and huge amounts of spiritual energy surged out from the 12 cave life wells at the same time, and this spiritual energy surged throughout Zhang Chu's entire body, filling him with a sense of power. Moreover, behind Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, bright stars lit up. 12 large stars were very conspicuous, and a huge aura blossomed. When those 6 guys saw Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan's star charts, they were all startled, and these guys couldn't help but exclaim loudly. 36 changes of the Big Dipper. Dual practitioners. How? While Zhang Chu heard their exclamations of surprise, his heart stirred. These people, could they be outsiders? One must know that even Wang Ying and Wang Ruoshi of Great Shua City had failed to instantly recognize the 36 changes of the Heavenly Dipper the first time they fought Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan, but these people, surprisingly, recognized it at once. I'm afraid, only outsiders have that eye. However, very quickly, Zhang Chu shook his head in his heart again. No, not the outsiders, the real outsiders. Each and every one of them had a high level of realm, completely unfathomable. The outsiders wanted to kill Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. They simply didn't need to sneak attack. Moreover, the most important thing was that Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan did not feel the aura of the small prohibition on this group of people. In other words, the other party was similarly in the Fate Well realm. Kill! Tong Qingshan roared, already approaching the 6 men. At this moment, those 6 people unexpectedly turned around and ran without even thinking about it. They catalyzed their entire body and retreated at breakneck speed. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan finally saw their realms clearly, and the one with the highest realm was the expert holding a large bow, cultivating the earthly 72 transformations, with 36 holes of life wells. Most of the others have less than 10 holes in their life wells. With such a low realm, and still almost succeeding in a sneak attack, that big bow is a treasure. Zhang Chu's eyes instantly warmed up. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu shouted, "Little Grape!" Little Grape instantly understood Zhang Chu's meaning, and with a gentle leap, she stood on the unicorn, and immediately afterward, Little Grape's mouth opened and she roared. Roar! This is Little Grape's heavenly heartbone ability. Lion's Roar! The terrifying sound wave spread out in an instant, catching up with the 6 people who had fled. When those 6 people heard this lion's roar, every one of them instantly stiffened, as if their heads had been hit by a heavy hammer, and several of them directly tripped over the stones under their feet and fell to the ground. Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu chased after him obediently. At this moment, Zhang Chu directly stomped on the head of one of the big men, and with a click, that head directly burst into pieces. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, caught up with a stumbling fellow, and with a single delivery of his spear, he instantly pierced through the man's neck, the tip of the spear stabbing out from the man's chin. At this moment, Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan went on a killing spree, and in the blink of an eye, only the leader was left. Don't kill me, I surrender. Knowing that he couldn't escape, that leader directly turned around and knelt down. Tong Qingshan rushed to him in a single step, and with a single point of his long spear, the tip of the spear was pressed against the man's brow. Chapter 69 Visitors from Skiyukawa. The leader of that sneak attacker knelt on the ground, his whole body constantly trembling as he shouted, "Please, don't kill me. Throw your weapons aside and raise both hands above your head." Zhang Chu shouted. The man hurriedly did as he was told, the blood-colored bow and the blackened arrow pouch thrown aside, raising his hands with a pleading face. "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. As long as you guys don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want me to do." So spineless. Zhang Chu looked odd. In fact, the lives of the people in the demon ruins were worthless. It's because of the worthlessness that most people, when faced with a sure death ending, are many times extra hardened, like those hunters who know they will die and will take the initiative to lure away the beast. Even many women, faced with certain death, would not be so humble, so it's pretty rare to come across such a fearful one so violently. At this time, Zhang Chu asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" "My name is Huang Ping, I'm from Falling Water River," the man said. Zhang Chu was slightly stunned. Luo Shuichuan, that's not right. The name of the place, Luo Shuiquan, was familiar to both Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. It was a large town. In the demon ruins, the gathering places of human beings can be categorized into big cities, big towns, and mountain villages in order of population size, from big to small. Like the city of Dashua, there are 7,000 or 8,000 households, with 30,000 or 40,000 people living there. It couldn't be helped that the demon ruins were not human-dominated in the first place, and it was already considered a miracle that so many people had gathered. And large towns, in general, can have 1,000 households and 5,000 people gathered. And mountain villages, there are a few dozen households. 200 or 300 people is not bad. Luoshuiquan is a big town near Zaoyi village that is relatively famous. And Tong Qingshan has even been to Luoshuiquan. At this moment, Tong Qingshan's gaze narrowed. Lying? Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death. Huang Ping hurriedly said. I'm not lying. I'm really from Luoshui River. Tong Qingshan grunted. Joke, when did Luoshui Chuan have a 36 cave life well character? As far as I know, in the entire Luoshui River, the most powerful person is named Lu Muji, and he didn't even open the Well of Destiny. Tong Qingshan, as the strongest person in Zaoi village, had even been to Luoshuiquan once half a year ago, exchanging some fine iron in saltback, and he knew the true strength of Luoshuiquan. In the demon ruins, apart from the big cities, there were very few villages or big towns where someone could open a life well or produce a demon pill. However, Huang Ping hurriedly said, those people you mentioned are already dead. Now, Luoshui River belongs to us. Wait, the Luoshui River belongs to you. Who are you? Zhang Chu asked. At the same time, Zhang Chu had some speculations in his heart. The old village chief had once said that although the demon ruins often saw the destruction of villages, they were also replenished by outsiders. For example, some prisoners who had committed capital offenses, some bitter clans that had offended big shots and couldn't survive in the outside world. They might raise their clans to enter the demon ruins to hide from their enemies. Sure enough, at this moment, Huang Ping said, we didn't originally belong to the demon ruins. We came from the outside world, the Wood Spirit Kingdom. Wood Spirit Kingdom? Zhang Chu's heart stirred as he recalled where the Wood Spirit Kingdom was. In the Great Wasteland scripture, there was once this description. 90,000 miles north of the demon ruins, there is the land of the wood spirits, and there is a divine tree named Great Tsubaki, from the prosperous journey, which is 8,000 years old in spring and 8,000 years old in autumn, and is 3,000 miles high, and its cover covers the sky. The land of the wood spirits is dominated by women, and women are many and handsome. The meaning of that passage was that the entire wood spirit kingdom was covered by a huge tree called Ditsubaki, and in that kingdom, women were superior to men. Whether it was the king, the officials, or the masters, basically all of them were dominated by women, and moreover, the women were all particularly beautiful. At this moment, Zhang Chu looked odd. It's that country of wood spirits where women are superior to men? Huang Ping hurriedly said. That's right. Zhang Chu instantly understood. No wonder he was so afraid of death. It turned out that he was someone who had just come to the demon ruins and had not yet adapted to the terrifying environment of the demon ruins. At this time, Zhang Chu was also puzzled. Why? As far as I know, the environment of the demon ruins is far worse than the land of wood spirits. Huang Ping had a sad face. Who would choose to enter the demon ruins if they weren't desperate? Oh, what is your situation? Zhang Chu asked. At this time, Huang Ping said, in the land of wood spirits, we men have no dignity and are bought and sold as goods. Those of us, who are all from the Leaky Chui house, have to serve tea to all kinds of women every day to make up for their smiles, and we have to be beaten and scolded, punched and kicked, and have to face all kinds of inhuman tortures. We have a lot of brothers who are wasted. We couldn't stand it, so we teamed up to kill the mistress of the Leaky Chui house and fled to the demon ruins. After that, we came to Luoshuiquan and occupied it, and now, we are the masters of Luoshuiquan. Zhang Chu listened to the heart of the odd. This is from the daughter country of the Hook Courtyard, escaped from it. Sounds like a pretty miserable life. But if you're so miserable, why did you do it to us? It's not a death wish. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu had another movement in his heart and felt that something was not right. He looked towards the large blood-colored bow. I see that you are not in a high realm, but your bow and arrows were almost able to assassinate us. You don't look like a pariah at all. Huang Ping hurriedly explained. This great bow was a gift given to me by a female benefactor earlier. Gifts? Tong Qingshan grunted coldly. Think we're cuties. This is obviously a treasure that can be given to you as a gift? Huang Ping, however, said, what I said is true. At that time, I was quite famous in the leaky Chui Lu, because I had a special temperament, and there were quite a few young female benefactors who liked it. I remember that a female benefactor came that day, a human king who was generous and very generous, and because I did my best to welcome her that day, she was so happy that she rewarded me with this set of bows and arrows. Tong Qingshan listened as if it was a myth, and he slightly twisted his head to look at Zhang Chu. Sir, I feel that he's lying to us. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, skimmed his mouth in his heart. Look at your unseen appearance. Although Zhang Chu had never left the demon ruins, when he was on Earth, he had heard about how crazy women were once they consumed, so giving a precious bow to a man wasn't necessarily false. At this moment, Zhang Chu asked again, tell me, why did you sneak up on us? I was wrong. I won't dare to do it. Again, Huang Ping said with his head lowered. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, spoke in a cold tone. I'm just curious. Why did you sneak up on us? Between us, there's no enmity, right? Could it be that you were eyeing the women in the team? Huang Ping hurriedly shook his head. No, I have my eyes on those two unicorns. Immediately afterward, Huang Ping glanced at the women's group not far away, and surprisingly, there was some fear in his expression. As for women, we've suffered greatly from women since we were young, and we'd rather not have women for the rest of our lives. Zhang Chu could see that this Huang Ping's words were earnest, not like a lie. At this time, Zhang Chu asked again, then what are you guys doing here? This isn't the hunting area of Luoshuiquan, is it? We want to collect taxes, Huang Ping said. HM? Zhang Chu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to hear the word tax in the demon ruins. One should know that in the demon ruins, whether it was a big city, a big town, or a mountain village, they all only indicated a size relationship, but not a jurisdictional relationship. Because there was so little communication between the cities or villages of the demon ruins, it was never heard of who governed whom, and as for taxes, it was even more of a joke. Instead, Huang Ping said, because we found that the large towns in the demon ruins, the villages are too isolated from each other, and we wish to help the surrounding villages defend themselves against the great demons, and correspondingly, we expect the surrounding villages to pay taxes on time to us at Luoshuiquan, either in the form of fur, metal, meat, or male children, male babies. Zhang Chu instantly understood. This group of guys who had just occupied the Luoshuiquan were the ones who realized that the surrounding villages didn't have much strength and wanted to be bandits, wanting to ride on the necks of these villages and make a fool of themselves. At this moment, Huang Ping felt the coldness emanating from Zhang Chu's body, and he hurriedly kowtowed. Don't kill me. I'm just following orders. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, suddenly became nervous, and at this moment, he stared at Huang Ping dead in the face and opened his mouth to ask, so, you've already traveled through many mountain villages and expressed your desire to collect taxes? Yes, Huang Ping said. Immediately afterward, Huang Ping unexpectedly extended an invitation to Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan. Two of you, if you are so powerful, why don't you also join us in Falling Water River? I promise, you can go and be the second and third masters for us. When the time comes, you will have whatever you want. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, coldly asked, let me ask you, have you ever passed through a jujube leaf village, in which the guardian deity is an old jujube tree? Huang Ping froze, his face suddenly a little ugly. Seeing this, Tong Qingshan and Zhang Chu instantly realized that their group of people had probably already been to Zaoyi village. Tong Qingshan immediately said angrily, if you don't tell the truth, I'll get you killed right now. Huang Ping, on the other hand, was trembling. He shivered. That, isn't it, there is a child named Tiger inside who can lift 10,000 pounds? You guys have really been there. Tong Qingshan was enraged, and his lance couldn't help but try to zap Huang Ping. However, Zhang Chu still needed to ask questions, and Tong Qingshan held back and didn't do anything. At this moment, Huang Ping shivered and said, you guys don't worry, they were just injured. What? Tong Qingshan couldn't hold back his anger. Huang Ping said it was an injury, but I'm afraid it's far from a simple injury. Zhang Chu also had a chill in his heart. The little power left behind by the date leaf village was definitely not a match for these people. Inside the two men, they were steeply tense, and their gazes toward Huang Ping were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 70, Tong Qingshan's Return. Huang Ping's face turned white as he felt the killing intent of the two men. He hurriedly begged for mercy. We really didn't get anyone killed. Please don't kill me. Tong Qingshan, on the other hand, was annoyed beyond belief as he used the handle of his lance as a club and smashed it directly on Huang Ping's neck. Click. Huang Ping screamed miserably as his neck was knocked askew and he fell to the ground twisting in pain. At this moment, Huang Ping is still begging for mercy and shouting, "No human life, really no human life." Tong Qingshan gritted his teeth and tried to get Huang Ping killed. However, Zhang Chu hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill him, I still have something to ask." Tong Qingshan once again pointed the tip of his gun at Huang Ping's brow. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, had an icy gaze. "Say, who is the most powerful person in your Luoshui River? How high is the realm? As long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you everything I know." Huang Ping surprisingly made a condition. Zhang Chu's gaze chilled as he directly stepped forward and stomped on Huang Ping's thigh. Click! The sound of a fracture came. Huang Ping's thigh directly changed shape. The bone ballast directly stabbed out. "Ah!" Huang Ping screamed miserably. I'll say it. Zhang Chu's gaze was ice cold. "Speak!" Huang Ping screamed miserably and shouted. "Our big boss, named Ma Du, is the earthly 72 changes great perfection. A Jiao-long whip in his hand can kill a powerhouse of the Divine Bridge realm." When Zhang Chu and Tong Qingshan heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. A weapon that could kill an expert of the Divine Bridge realm? This was simply more powerful than the Heavenly Heartbone. In the first great realm of cultivation, after the life well, the life spring to cultivate 9, into the 9 springs realm, before the impact of the Divine Bridge. That is to say, the dragon whip in the hands of this big boss can even cross the small ban restriction and kill opponents across 2 small realms. At this moment, Zhang Chu once again asked, "You don't have any experts beyond the Fate-Well realm?" There were, but they all went mad, died, and walked into the darkness. Zhang Chu gave a slight start. What's going on? At this moment, Huang Ping shivered. In the demon ruins, as long as one recognizes the demon and tries to settle down beyond the experts of the Well of Destiny, they will die. They will suddenly go crazy and run into the darkness. Zhang Chu's heart was startled as he suddenly remembered Wang Ying's words. Wang Ying once said that it seemed like Wang Bu could have entered the next realm long ago, but Wang Bu held back, as if he had discovered something horrible. Now it seemed that there was indeed a major problem with the next realm in the demon ruins, the Well of Destiny. Of course, now was not the time to consider cultivation, so Zhang Chu continued to ask, "Aside from your Grandmaster, what about the realms of the other experts?" At this moment, Huang Ping said, "I'm the second leader, with only 36 holes of life wells, and I have a big bow that allows me to sneak up on experts in the life spring realm. Besides me, there's the third leader, named Zhuge Hong. He's not in a high realm, but he's very smart, and the idea of letting us collect taxes was his idea." When Zhang Chu heard this, he was slightly relieved. It was good that there weren't too many experts. "Now, how many experts do you have in total in Luoshui River?" Zhang Chu asked. Huang Ping hurriedly said, "There are 26 people who have opened their life wells, and the remaining 300 or so are at the peak of their fleshly strength and fail to open their life wells." This force, which was only slightly weaker than Great Shua City, was definitely a crushing level of existence when placed in the various large towns. Zhang Chu figured out the power of these people before his gaze chilled. "Kill them!" "No!" Huang Ping shouted in horror. Puff! Tong Qingshan pierced through Huang Ping's head with a spear, and Huang Ping stared wide-eyed, his gaze lax. At this moment, Tong Qingshan became anxious. "Sir, we need to speed up. Our village may be in danger." Zhang Chu, on the other hand, asked, "Qingshan, do you recognize the road back to the village?" Tong Qingshan's expression was a little hard to see. "I don't recognize," because the guide was Little Grape. This time the group did not return the way they did last time and did not take the river road. And the terrain of the demon ruins was extremely complex, with directions difficult to discern. Therefore, even for an old hunter like Tong Qingshan, it would be difficult to find the way back if he didn't take the original route. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, made an immediate decision. Then take Little Grape and ride the unicorn and rush back to the village at full speed. I'm afraid the village might be in danger. The unicorn was a specialized road-walking spirit beast cultivated by humans, and if it ran at full speed, it was estimated that it could arrive at Zaoyi village in 2 days. And if you take a team, you might be gone for 10 days. Tong Qingshan was anxious. "What about you, sir? What if you run into danger? Also, sir, you don't know the way back, do you?" Zhang Chu, on the other hand, snapped, "Don't be a mother-in-law. Take the big bow and hurry back. For the rest, I'll figure it out myself. Also, if you encounter their big boss, don't show off, and don't take the initiative to provoke them, and when it comes to things, listen more to the old village head." Zhang Chu admonished. Tong Qingshan hurriedly said, I'll remember. At this time, Bai Rulin came forward, and she already understood what had happened. Bai Rulin bit her lip and spoke. Mr. Benefactor, it's us who have dragged you down. Why don't we return to the bird's nest again and wait there while you guys go back to the village first? Around them, a number of women also spoke up. Yes sir, take us, you're going too slow, we can wait where we are. It's fine to find us a mountain village, it doesn't matter if we suffer. Sir, as long as we're still in your thoughts. Zhang Chu mused. These solutions sounded good, but I'm afraid there was no way to implement them. Putting them inside a tiger eagle's nest? It's tantamount to giving up on these women. Without the protection of a man, these women, it is impossible to survive more than 3 days in the demon ruins, and without the tiger head eagle in that nest, there are bound to be other powerful beings who will enter the host. As for putting it in other villages, it wasn't a good idea. It might reveal everyone's whereabouts and be traced by Wang Bu. As for Zaoyi village, although it might be dangerous, it shouldn't kill anyone, and it was enough for Tong Qingshan to go back alone. So Zhang Chu said, it's settled. Qingshan and Little Grape will go back first, and I'll continue on with the team. Tong Qingshan no longer thought much. He bent down to pick up the big bow, wanting to fully equip himself and immediately go back to Zaoyi village for support. However, just as Tong Qingshan's hand touched the blood-red bow, smoke immediately rose from his hand. Bared. His palms, unexpectedly, emitted a terrifying sound of being corroded. Tong Qingshan's complexion changed and he hastily retracted his hand. At this moment, Tong Qingshan's palm was actually corroded with a layer of skin, and a lot of blood flowed out. Tong Qingshan's face was ugly as he said to Zhang Chu, Sir, this bow, it is repulsive to me, I have no way to use it. Zhang Chu, on the other hand, had a movement in his heart. Could it be that this precious bow needed to recognize its owner? However, there was no time for Tong Qingshan to refine it, so Zhang Chu said, then you go straight back to Zaoyi village. This bow, I'll take it in. Good. Tong Qingshan mounted the unicorn and took Little Grape with him, charging straight into the distance. He was so anxious that he wanted to sprout wings on his back and fly back immediately. At the scene, only Zhang Chu as well as those women remained. Chapter 71, The bow recognizes its owner. Zhang Chu's gaze fell on the large bow as he took a deep breath, intending to refine this precious bow himself. Bai Rulin and the girls, on the other hand, took the initiative to back away and very quietly waited on the side without disturbing Zhang Chu. At this moment, Zhang Chu was sitting cross-legged in front of this large bow. With a movement of his mind, the spiritual energy within the well of life was instantly extracted, and this spiritual energy quickly operated and soon surged throughout Zhang Chu's entire body. Zhang Chu felt that his state, right now, had been adjusted to the extreme. At this moment, Zhang Chu gently stretched out a finger and touched this large bow. Zhang Chu didn't have any techniques for refining weapons, so now he could only try in this way. When Zhang Chu's finger touched the precious bow, Zhang Chu clearly felt that there was a terrifying force within the bow, as if it was a scorpion's tail, which directly attacked Zhang Chu's finger. At the same time, Zhang Chu's mind unexpectedly went into a trance. Vaguely, Zhang Chu saw a woman within the treasure bow. The woman was cold and magnificent, with a terrifying aura, and she unexpectedly roared towards Zhang Chu. Get lost! The next second, the woman's shadow disappeared. However, along with the woman's roll, there were some dark and terrifying symbols that broke into Zhang Chu's fingers together. Bared. This terrifying force, accompanied by some mysterious black symbols, directly pierced through Zhang Chu's skin and spiritual power defense, piercing through Zhang Chu's fingers. At the same time, those few mysterious and insidious runes had actually intruded within Zhang Chu's blood and meridians. They flowed upwards along Zhang Chu's meridians against the current, and actually wanted to attack Zhang Chu's heart. So vicious. Zhang Chu was aghast in his heart. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu's fate well glowed as a surge of spiritual energy came over and directly wiped out those sinister symbols. However, that sharp pain in his fingertips still caused Zhang Chu's heart to palpitate for a moment. It really is a precious bow. Even touching it can hurt people. If Huang Ping hadn't been scared out of his wits by our realm, and he had used this great bow as a club, I'm afraid that Qing Shan and I would have had to maneuver around him for quite a while. Zhang Chu thought in his heart. This kind of divine weapon, falling into the hands of a person like Huang Ping, is really a pearl. But on second thought, Huang Ping was originally a person in the hook house of the land of the wood spirit, and this kind of person, there was no heart. At this moment, Zhang Chu looked at his fingertips, which were gurgling blood. Thus, Zhang Chu's life well glowed once again. and a spiritual energy containing the breath of life was stimulated, which ran to Zhang Chu's fingertips. Immediately afterward, his injured fingertip unexpectedly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped and the wound healed. This was the most nourishing spiritual energy absorbed from within the white turtle's cave. Then, Zhang Chu once again looked at this precious bow. Within this great bow, there seems to be a human shadow. What is that? A human soul, or something else? A legendary artifact spirit? Zhang Chu did not understand. But soon, Zhang Chu shook his head, and began to mutter again in his heart. The spiritual power of the Well of Destiny is not as good as this treasure bow, and my realm, it's still too low, or else, I would have directly worn out the shadow of that woman within the treasure bow. And then, Zhang Chu's mind moved. If the life well doesn't work, then use the mountain and sea map. At this moment, Zhang Chu no longer touched that precious bow, but slowly opened his hand, and after approaching the precious bow, he aimed his tiger's mouth at it. And then, Zhang Chu's mind moved. Mountain and sea diagram. Tame it. Within the Dantian, the mountain and sea diagram received Zhang Chu's call, and it slowly stretched out at once. Rumble. Inside the mountain and sea map, a burst of shocking thunder unexpectedly erupted. At the same time, inside the spiritual mist rolled, the airwaves tumbled, and all kinds of divine haze was 10,000 feet. Finally, at a certain moment, the aura within the mountain and sea diagram surged upwards, and countless auras entered Zhang Chu's Dantian, actually transforming into a single ancient symbol. These symbols of whatever, accompanied by the spiritual energy within Zhang Chu's life well, quickly surged into Zhang Chu's palm. Then, these mysterious symbols were inspired from Zhang Chu's palm and tiger's mouth. Pieces of divine rainbows waved out, mysterious symbols intertwined, and these symbols enveloped that precious bow. Buzz. That precious bow, unexpectedly violent forehead trembling up, the space around it, actually a burst of distortion. It seems to break the air and escape. However, within Zhang Chu's Dantian, the mountain and sea diagram seemed to have gained an insight into the reluctance of this precious bow, and so, there was a sudden explosion of thunder and light within the mountain and sea diagram, and the vigorous spirit mist transformed into auspicious clouds, and within the auspicious clouds there were silver snakes dancing with electricity. Those violet lightning soon also transformed into a symbol glittering with electricity, arriving at Zhang Chu's tiger's mouth in an instant, sparking out and enveloping that precious bow. There, on the surface of the precious bow, a burst of black smoke unexpectedly emerged. At the same time, in the midst of all that smoke, a horrible and twisted human face actually emerged, and those faces seemed to be in great pain and were struggling desperately. However, after being enveloped by those mysterious symbols that were glowing with purple electricity, that one face instantly dissipated. Moreover, Zhang Chu saw that the surface of this large bow had actually begun to drip blood. Drops of blood, so red that it was black, crashed to the ground, corroding the ground with some deep craters, and as the great bow dripped blood, that deep red color on its surface unexpectedly faded away, and the body of the bow unexpectedly turned black, looking ancient and textured. Could it be that the blood-red color on the surface of the blood-red great bow was not the original color of this bow, but rather, it had become like this because it had killed many people and was dyed with blood? Zhang Chu was surprised in his heart. However, as a drop of blood fell, the aura of the great bow did change. The original tragic aura had disappeared, and now, Zhang Chu could feel that it had a heavy feeling. However, Zhang Chu did not touch the bow immediately. He still let the mountain and sea diagram power up, hoping that the mountain and sea diagram would help him refine the bow. Right at this moment, this large bow once again buzzed with a tremor, and it even slowly levitated and floated in the air. At this moment, the mountain and sea diagram shook gently, and a mysterious message surged into Zhang Chu's mind, and he instantly understood the meaning of the messages. It turned out that the mountain and sea diagram had actually given Zhang Chu two choices. This great bow had already birthed an artifact spirit, and it had its own thoughts and ideas. Divine weapons that possessed an artifact spirit were extremely astonishing in power, and if Zhang Chu wanted to use this large bow, as long as he moved his mind and gave orders to the artifact spirit, and then drew the bow at will, he would be able to hit 100 times without Zhang Chu even needing to intentionally aim at it. And now, with the mountain and sea diagram refining the precious bow, that artifact spirit was in danger. At this moment, the artifact spirit of the great bow was actually begging for mercy. It wished to recognize Zhang Chu as its master. Therefore, right now, Zhang Chu could accept the spirit's recognition and become the master of this great bow. It was also possible to continue refining. refining away the artifact spirit, and later, slowly cultivate a new artifact spirit by oneself. There are advantages and disadvantages to both options. Accepting the spirit's recognition, then Zhang Chu could now use this great bow perfectly. The downside was that there would be a layer of separation between Zhang Chu and the big bow, and he would never be able to seriously feel the bow intent, and would never be able to realize the unity of the human bow, and would have limited achievements in the art of the bow. As for refining the artifact spirit, then Zhang Chu would have to learn the bow technique first, and at first, it might not be accurate enough to bring out the maximum power of this bow. However, the benefit was that Zhang Chu could experience the bow and arrow at any time, and cultivate with this bow's life, and in the future, be able to use Zhang Chu's own divine soul to cultivate a new artifact spirit. At that time, this bow, which was equivalent to Zhang Chu's arm, could be used as such, and even, this bow, could follow Zhang Chu in his advancement. After a slight consideration, Zhang Chu instantly had a decision in his mind, to choose the first, to retain the original artifact spirit and accept its recognition. It wasn't that Zhang Chu was short-sighted, but, rather, Zhang Chu now needed to quickly form an effective fighting force. Whether he was facing the newly appeared Luoshuiquan or Wang Bu from Dashua City, Zhang Chu did not have the time to take his time to learn the bow technique or to slowly breed the weapon spirit. After the mountain and sea diagram received Zhang Chu's command, the spiritual energy within it immediately began to surge, and countless spiritual energies coalesced together, and in the end, it unexpectedly transformed into a glowing white jade disc. Immediately afterward, that white jade disc suddenly surfaced between Zhang Chu's palm and the great bow, and then Zhang Chu saw that the great bow lightly trembled, and spiritual energy like ink spread from within the great bow onto that white jade disc, and those spiritual energies seemed like ink, drenching the white jade disc. Eventually, on the white jade disc, a black and white drawing appeared. The painting was a picture of a beautiful woman, and although there were only a few strokes, it sketched out a portrait of a woman who was magnificent and untamed. She carried a large bow on her back and looked up at the sky, floating. Is this the artifact spirit? Zhang Chu thought in his heart. I wonder, can she communicate with me? Chapter 72 Qiushui and the Green-billed Crow. Can it communicate? Zhang Chu was a little uncertain in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Chu looked at that white jade disc between himself and the great bow and scrutinized it. A picture of a beautiful woman on a jade disc, as if some kind of contract. After Zhang Chu's divine sense landed on the jade disc, the disc suddenly disappeared and entered Zhang Chu's mind. Zhang Chu's heart stirred and he immediately closed his eyes, at which time Zhang Chu realized that the jade disc was slowly rotating in his sea of consciousness. A hazy and blurred figure stood on the jade disc. Feeling carefully, the hazy figure was a magnificent woman, carrying a large bow. Her figure was slim and supple, and she looked as if she were a young female panther poised to strike, with an untamed air. Only, it was hard to see her face. Zhang Chu felt it carefully, and in an instant, there was actually some sort of close connection between the two sides, as if the divine souls were fused together, and he felt a lot of information in an instant. The first thing that Zhang Chu felt was that since he had chosen to accept the acceptance of the spirit's recognition, he could not go back on his word, and he could not wait until he had used it up and then refine it away again, because, this was indeed a mystical contract. That white jade disc was condensed with part of Zhang Chu's divine soul, the shadow of that beautiful woman. On the other hand, was the artifact spirit. Now that the artifact spirit was fused with part of Zhang Chu's divine soul, the artifact spirit no longer had any secrets from Zhang Chu, and Zhang Chu could see everything about it. And corresponding to that, if Zhang Chu tried to refine it away, it would have a serious impact on Zhang Chu's own divine soul. So basically, the option to re-refine away the artifact spirit would not exist. Autumn Water. This was the name of the bow, and also the name of the artifact spirit. At the same time, Zhang Chu saw some images of the past, which seemed to be the past of the artifact spirit. A girl doll, who could just crawl, was surrounded by many elders to catch the weak, with official seals, gold and silver jewelry, mirrors, swords, etc., placed in front of her. As a result, the girl doll directly grabbed towards a big bow. Even after grabbing the bow, even made a bow-opening gesture, causing the adults to burst into laughter. At the age of 3, this female doll was able to ride a draconic winged goat and fly into the sky, bending her bow and arrows in the sky to shoot her prey. At the age of 7, he even won the top spot in bow fighting at some mysterious and grand occasion. At the age of 16, this girl doll carried a big bow on her back and, alone, traveled through the barbaric wilderness to find an ancient country just to shoot the prince of that ancient country. because she was betrothed to the prince. But she didn't want to marry, so she chose to kill the fiancé. At the age of 23, she finished the first great realm of the cultivation path, became a human king, and was awarded a fiefdom of the country of the wood spirit for 900 miles. At the age of 28, she impacted the third great realm of cultivation, the Zun-Shi realm. As a result, she accidentally died, and her Bao intent and part of her divine soul became fused with her great Bao. Her name was Qiushui, so the name of this big Bao was also called Qiushui. At this moment, Zhang Chu felt that he and the artifact spirit, in terms of their divine souls, had intermingled. The path that woman had traveled was as if Zhang Chu had walked it himself, making Zhang Chu empathize with her. What a pity, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. This was a woman who was very talented on the path of cultivation. At the age of 28, she could impact the Zun-Shi realm, even if it was placed in the entire Great Wilderness. This qualification was also overwhelming. It's just a shame that it fell halfway down. The path of cultivation was itself full of all sorts of dangers, and a single slip-up could be the end of all. At this moment, Zhang Chu tried to communicate with the artifact spirit, but failed. This artifact spirit only preserved some of Qiushui's memories and retained some of Qiushui's techniques and abilities. It could only be considered a fragment of a divine soul, and did not retain a complete soul, and could not communicate with Zhang Chu. It's fine if you can't communicate, just use it as a tool altogether, Zhang Chu thought in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Chu grabbed the large Bao and picked up the blackened arrow pouch. Zhang Chu was satisfied in his heart. There are a total of 19 arrows. The arrows are ground from the teeth and bones of spectral bats. Once fired, they are light and stealthy, an excellent weapon for sneak attacks. The arrow pouch is made from the fur of the underworld bat, and after the arrows are shot out, it won't take long for them to return within the pouch on their own, saving me the trouble of picking them up. Moreover, with the existence of a Bao spirit, if I want to shoot, I don't even need to deliberately aim, nor do I need to learn any Bao techniques, as long as my mind locks onto the opponent. Thinking of this, Zhang Chu suddenly raised his head and looked high into the sky. In the sky, a huge green-billed crow was molesting an iron-feathered eagle. That iron-feathered eagle was a fae of the demon ruins, with black feathers that seemed to be cast with iron. It could easily cut through patches of mountains and forests with its wings. However, the green-billed crow was very cunning. It flew above the head of the iron-feathered eagle and kept pecking at the iron feathers on its body, as if it wanted to take its feathers to build a nest. A bird like the green-billed crow was annoying in the demon ruins, and it was one of the few birds that didn't need any cultivation to spit out human words. Most of the time when this bird opens its mouth, though, it's not to chat or sing properly, but to curse or lie. Tong Qingshan once said that once, the green-billed crow encountered Tong Qingshan's hunter team and lied to Tong Qingshan, saying that there was a dying mythical beast in the distance, and that eating its meat would increase his strength. As a result, Tong Qingshan believed it and ran after the green-billed crow. When they arrived at their destination, they found that there was a living, breathing, fire-headed lion there, which almost brought Tong Qingshan and the others to a reunion. And that green-billed crow, it wasn't setting up a trap with the lion to pit the hunter team, it was just teasing, turning its head and flying in the sky to stone that fire-headed lion. It was a bird, and Zhang Chu didn't have a good feeling about it. Zhang Chu wanted to try the power of autumn water. At this moment, Zhang Chu directly pulled back his great Bao, and his divine sense locked onto the green-billed crow. However, the green-billed crow instantly sensed the danger as the hairs on its entire body stood up, immediately noticing that Zhang Chu was bending his Bao. Immediately afterward, the green-billed crow even shouted out a human voice, "Stop! Stop! Don't kill me!" Zhang Chu gave a slight lurch. Although it was said that the demon market was weak and strong, this was really the first time that Zhang Chu had seen a scene where the prey directly begged for forgiveness. At this moment, the green-billed crow shouted, "Big brother, if you're hungry, kill this iron-feathered eagle. It has demonic pills. Its meat is plentiful and tasty, and I've been eating rotting meat for years. My meat is sour. Big brother, it's useless to kill me. Kill it." While shouting, this green-billed crow also pressed down on the iron-feathered eagle's head as they fluttered and tangled in the sky. Even the iron-feathered eagle let out a burst of loud and high-pitched chirps, presumably thanking the green-billed crow. Around them, many women saw this. Ouch! This crow can even beg for mercy. It's so smart. It even knows about woe is me. Doesn't look like a proper bird. While the women were talking, Zhang Chu had a thought. This green-billed crow was not in high cultivation, but it could communicate with people and looked quite smart, so it might be of great use. Thus, Zhang Chu's divine sense immediately locked onto the iron feather eagle. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chu bent his bow and shot a random bow in a single motion. A black arrow, as if ignoring the limitations of space, pierced through the iron-feathered eagle's head in an instant. Pust! The head of the iron-feathered eagle that was fluttering and tangling exploded and directly lost its voice as it began to fall, and the green-billed raven fluttered its wings and pulled up extremely high, trying to escape. However, Zhang Chu once again locked onto it with his divine sense, bending his bow and arrow as if he was going to shoot down the green-billed crow. The green-billed crow immediately sensed the danger, and it cried out for mercy. "Big brother, spare my life, my need is really bad." Zhang Chu then shouted, "You come down first and come to my side." The green-billed crow cried without tears, "Big brother, I haven't messed with you, have I? Please, let me go. If you don't come down, I don't mind blowing your brains out. My meat is sour, really cannot eat." The green-beaked crow circled in the sky, not daring to run, but also not willing to fall. Zhang Chu grunted coldly, "Sour meat is appetizing. If you don't come down, I'll stew you." Sensing Zhang Chu's killing intent, the green-billed crow no longer dared to hesitate and hurriedly flew down, landing in front of Zhang Chu. After landing on the ground, this green-billed crow locked its neck. Its large wings spread out and drooped on the ground in a resigned, helpless and timid manner. However, Zhang Chu knew that this bastard was usually, which was not its nature. "Master, don't kill me. I recognize you as a master, is not it?" said the green-beaked crow. Zhang Chu nodded. "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate well, I won't kill you, but if you dare to play tricks with me, I guarantee that you'll die an ugly death." After saying that, Zhang Chu suddenly raised his head, bent his bow again, and shot out an arrow, nearly 10,000 meters in the air. The head of a rushing falcon suddenly burst open, and the huge corpse began to fall. When this green-billed crow saw the scene, it immediately trembled as it hurriedly said, "Grandpa, don't worry, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you tell me to do."